His head throbbed as if it were about to split apart. Li Wei snapped his eyes open only to be met not by the familiar white ceiling but by an antique wooden canopy above the bed carved in an archaic style. A faint peculiar scent of sandalwood mingled with medicinal herbs permeated the air. "Where is this?" he murmured. He struggled to sit up but his entire body felt weak and powerless, as though it had been completely hollowed out. At the same time a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a breached flood. Ionia continent. On the border of the Aosan Empire in Hongye town. Second son of the Li Wei's family Li Wei's. I have transmigrated. Li Wei pressed his hand to his forehead, slowly digesting the memories of this Bodhi's original owner. This was a world of sword and magic. Mighty magi could summon wind and rain, incinerate cities and boil seas. Valiant warriors could project their battle chi outward, cleaving mountains and sundering peaks. Yet this continent was far from a paradise. Savage magical beasts roamed the wilds, wars flared ceaselessly along the borders, and only strength formed the foundation of survival. The Bodhi's original owner was also named Li Wei, 16 years of age. As the second son of a border baron, he should have enjoyed a decent starting point in life, yet fate chose to toy with him. At the age of 10, during his talent test, it was discovered that his meridians were innately blocked. Not only could he not sense magical elements, he could not even condense the slightest trace of battle chi. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, being unable to cultivate meant being branded trash. From that day on he fell from the family's cherished hope to its deepest disgrace. A classic good-for-nothing opening. Li Wei let out a bitter laugh, his heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. In his previous life he had merely been an ordinary corporate drudge, and never imagined that a car accident would fling him into this fantastical world. Just then the door was pushed open with a rough creak. A tall young man in a luxurious brocade robe strode inside. His features were arrogant, and a finely decorated long sword hung at his waist. This was Li Wei's half-brother, his elder brother Liao. Liao was 2 years older than Li Wei. Though his talent was not considered top-tier, he had already condensed the seed of battle chi and become a junior warrior, the family's future heir. "Well now, my dear little brother, you finally felt like waking up." Liao walked to the bedside, looking down on Li Wei from above. His gaze brimmed with undisguised contempt. "I heard you ran off to the back mountain again yesterday, only to be scared off a slope by a lowest-strength wind wolf and lie unconscious for an entire day. You truly brought disgrace upon the entire Li Wei's family." Li Wei furrowed his brows. In the original owner's memories he had indeed gone to the back mountain alone to hunt in order to prove himself, only to encounter a magical beast and in panic tumble down. "I just wanted to try," Li Wei said hoarsely, his voice low. "Try?" Liao let out a cold laugh, his tone suddenly rising. "You a useless waste who doesn't even have battle chi going to provoke a magical beast. You were simply courting death. Father has spent yet more gold to heal you. The family's money is not meant to raise trash." Li Wei clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Such naked humiliation struck him to the core. "I know you're unwilling in your heart." Liao seemed to relish the look of humiliation on Li Wei's face. He bent down and patted Li Wei's cheek, neither too lightly nor too heavily, yet in a manner steeped in insult. "But this is reality. In this world without strength you are not even comparable to a dog. Magical beasts will not spare you out of pity." With that Liao straightened up, adjusted his collar, and said coldly, "Father wants you to go to the study once you wake up. Though you are a piece of trash, you still bear the surname Li Wei's. There are some matters you cannot escape." Watching Liao's departing back, Li Wei drew in a deep breath. Angry. Of course he was angry. Despairing. Perhaps a little. But above all he felt an indomitable unwillingness. Since heaven had granted him a second life, he refused to spend it skulking about as a so-called good-for-nothing. He threw back the quilt and struggled out of bed. His body was frail, yet his will had never been so firm. He walked to a bronze mirror in the corner of the room and gazed at the slightly pale yet delicately featured face reflected within. "Li Wei. From today onward I am you and you are me," he whispered to his reflection. "Since this world values only strength, then I will obtain strength and let them see it with their own eyes. Those who once mocked me and looked down upon me, one day I will make them pay the price." He straightened his coarse linen clothes, pushed open the door, and strode toward his father's study with firm steps. The sunlight outside was a little blinding as it shone upon the family crests and the courtyard symbols of strength and glory. Li Wei narrowed his eyes and silently swore in his heart. "Ionia continent. Magic and battle chi. And those mysterious magical beasts. Just you wait. The era that belongs to me, Li Wei, is only just beginning." Inside Baron Li Wei's study the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt hard to breathe. Lister Li Wei's Baron and Lord of Redleaf Town was a middle-aged man with a stern face and razor-sharp eyes. Having suffered the grief of losing 2 wives in succession, he had remained single ever since. He sat upright behind a broad rosewood desk, his fingers tapping the tabletop in a steady rhythm, producing a dull, muffled sound. I hear you caused trouble again yesterday. Baron Lister's voice was icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were discussing a matter that had nothing to do with himself. Li Wei stood before the desk with his head lowered, his hands hanging limply at his sides. He could feel his father's scrutinizing gaze scraping across his skin like a knife. Father, I only... Li Wei tried to explain. Enough. Baron Lister cut him off, a hint of impatience in his tone. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Li Wei, you are already 16 years old, no longer a child. In this family, everyone must possess their own value. Your elder brother, though not exceptionally gifted, can at least condense Batlicky. In the future he can inherit the title and guard our territory. And you? He paused for a heartbeat, his gaze falling upon Li Wei, filled with disappointment. Aside from consuming the family's grain and gold coins, what else are you capable of? Li Wei's heart sank abruptly. Though he had long expected such words, hearing his father voice them so bluntly still stabbed him with a sharp ache. I know you cannot cultivate. Baron Lister sighed, his tone easing slightly yet remaining cold. As your father, I will ensure you lack neither food nor clothing. But as lord, I must consider the family's future. Next month I will send you to the capital's Royal Arcane and Martial Academy. To the academy. Li Wei was taken aback. That is correct. Baron Lister nodded. Although you are unable to cultivate magic or Batlicky, the academy offers other disciplines as well, such as history, politics, and even summoning theory. If you can achieve something in these fields, perhaps you may secure a minor post within the empire in the future, which would still count as contributing to the family. Li Wei understood. His father was exiling him. Rather than letting him shame himself here on the fief, it was better to send him to the royal capital to try his luck. Yes, father. Li Wei did not refute him, he had no right to refute. In this world where strength reigned supreme, the weak possessed no right to speak. You may go. Baron Lister waved his hand and picked up the documents on the desk once more, not sparing Li Wei another glance. Go and pack your things, prepared to depart. Li Wei silently gave a formal bow, turned and left the study. Walking along the corridor, his emotions were a tangled knot. Going to the capital meant leaving this suffocating home, but it also meant facing unknown trials. He a so-called dude for nothing. How was he to survive in the Royal Arcane and Martial Academy where geniuses gathered? Returning to his remote, shabby little room, Li Wei sat on the edge of the bed. Gazing at the sun slowly sinking in the western sky outside the window, he felt utterly lost. Power! How am I supposed to obtain power? He murmured to himself. At that moment his gaze fell upon an old wooden chest under the bed, thick with dust. It was something his original Bodhi's mother had left behind. According to the original memories, Li Wei's mother had died when he was very young. In his recollections she was a gentle and beautiful woman. His father's temperament seemed to have changed drastically after her death, and he had grown ever more indifferent toward him. Stirred by a sudden impulse, Li Wei rose and dragged the wooden chest out. There was no lock on the chest. He lifted the lid gently, and a faint musty odor wafted out to greet him. Inside were no valuables, only a few worn garments washed to whiteness, a diary whose pages had yellowed with age, and some scattered trinkets. Li Wei picked up the diary and gently stroked its cover. His mother's handwriting was delicate and neat, recording the bits and pieces of her youth along with her love and expectations for Li Wei. Child, no matter what others may say, you are the most precious treasure in your mother's heart. Reading these words brimming with tenderness, Li Wei felt his eyes grow slightly moist. In this icy world, perhaps only a mother's love was the one warmth that was truly real. He continued rummaging through the chest when his fingers suddenly brushed against something hard. Pushing aside the clothes covering it, he saw a simple ancient-looking badge lying quietly at the very bottom. The badge was small, and round its entire surface a dull bronze mottled with verdant patina that made it appear utterly unremarkable. On the front of the badge faint lines could just be made out, seemingly the pattern of a constellation, but the corrosion was so severe that it was difficult to discern clearly. This is... Li Wei picked up the badge. It was icy cold and surprisingly heavy in his palm, as though it contained some strange power. He instinctively rubbed away at the verdigris on its surface with his thumb, trying to make out the pattern. The instant his fingertip touched the center of the badge, an anomaly erupted. A faint hum resonated within Li Wei's mind. Immediately afterward he felt his consciousness yanked by an invisible force, tearing free from his body in an instant. The world spun wildly. When Li Wei regained his senses, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar realm. There was no sky, no earth. Only a vast, unfathomable, boundless darkness stretching in all directions. And within that void countless stars were shining. No, they were not ordinary stars. Li Wei's eyes widened as he stared in shock. Those stars formed patterns both familiar and strange to him. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio. Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. They were the 12 signs of the zodiac. Beyond these were countless other constellations: Pegasus, Draco, Cygnus, Andromeda, Phoenix. An infinity of star patterns slowly revolved in the void, radiating auras now scorching, now frigid, now imposing, now violent. What is this place? Li Wei was so stunned by the magnificent spectacle that he could not form words. He felt like a speck of dust, insignificant to the point of nothingness. At that moment the star, closest to him, appearing as a hazy human silhouette resembling a common foot soldier, suddenly flickered. Immediately a stream of information surged into Li Wei's mind out of thin air. Detected soul fluctuation of host. Binding system. Sanctum summoning system activated. Currently summonable Sanctum Grunt Soldier mental power cost 1 host mental power 1010. Li Wei stood there in a daze processing this sudden influx of information. Sanctum. Summoning. Grunt Soldier. His heart began to pound violently, his blood seeming to boil. Though he did not know how strong this Sanctum Grunt Soldier might be, it was undoubtedly the power he had yearned for. It was his hope of casting off the label of waste. This is not a dream. Li Wei reached out with a trembling hand, wanting to touch the star that represented the Grunt Soldier. Just as his fingertip was about to brush the star, a powerful suction force erupted and his consciousness was abruptly dragged back to reality. Li Wei jolted upright on the bed, gasping for breath, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Lowering his gaze to his right hand, he saw the ancient verdigris-covered badge lying quietly in his palm. On the surface of the badge a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer flashed and vanished. Li Wei clenched the badge tightly, feeling its icy chill while an unprecedented fire burned in his eyes. Royal Arcane and Martial Academy. Royal Capital. Nobility. The corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. Just wait. I, Li Wei, am coming. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the room as Li Wei sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed. His consciousness sank within, striving to perceive the mysterious power known as the Little Universe. Although the system indicated that his mental strength was only 10 points, allowing him to summon only the most basic of sanctuary footmen, this was undoubtedly his only hope for changing his fate. I must quickly familiarize myself with this ability, Li Wei thought to himself. Just then a series of urgent bells suddenly rang out from the outskirts of the town. Dong! 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 The bells rang out urgently and loudly, carrying a sense of impending dread. Alarm! There's a monster attack. Li Wei's eyes snapped open as he sprang to his feet. Hongya Town was located on the border of the empire. It wasn't a strategic area, but occasionally lower-tier monsters would emerge from the nearby fog forest, attacking the townsfolk and livestock. The alarm meant danger was imminent. Without hesitation, Li Wei grabbed the mysterious bronze medallion and tucked it into his clothing before bursting out the door. Chaos reigned in the streets as the townsfolk rushed towards the center in panic, while the family guards armed with weapons pushed against the tide, heading towards the town gates. What's happening? Li Wei asked as he caught hold of a running guard. The guard recognized Li Wei, though a glimmer of disdain crossed his eyes. He quickly replied, "Second young master, a pack of wind wolves is attacking. There are at least 20 of them suddenly bursting out of the forest, and have already breached the outer fence." Wind wolves, first-tier monsters, although individually weak, only equivalent to human novice warriors, were pack animals known for their agility and adeptness in wind blade magic, making them quite troublesome in groups. Li Wei's heart tightened. The family's guard force numbered only about 30, most of whom were novice warriors, with the captain being merely an intermediate warrior. Facing more than 20 wind wolves, they would likely suffer heavy losses. He immediately ran towards the town gate. By the time he arrived, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Outside the town gate, a dozen guards formed a circular formation, desperately holding their ground. Beneath their feet lay the bodies of 5 or 6 fallen wind wolves, yet the guards were all injured, their shields marred by cuts from wind blades. Surrounding them were nearly 20 large wind wolves with grayish blue fur, prowling and growling ominously. They opened their maws, unleashing pale blue wind blades that whistled through the air, striking the guards' shields with muffled thuds. "Hold the line. Everyone hold firm." The captain of the guards, a middle-aged man with a full beard, swung his battle knife and shouted angrily. His left arm bore a wound from a wind blade, blood streaming down. However, the gap in strength was evident. The number of wind wolves was nearly double that of the guards, and they were extremely cunning, never attacking heat-in, but continuously wearing down the guards' stamina and fighting spirit with their wind blades. "Ah!" A scream echoed as a young guard, having exhausted his fighting spirit, had his shield shattered by a wind blade and was instantly bitten on the throat by a wind wolf that pounced on him, killing him in an instant. A gap had appeared in the defense. "It's over." Despair flickered in the captain's eyes. Once their formation was shattered, they would all become prey for the wind wolves. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly charged out from the town gate. "Second young master. Get back. It's dangerous here." The captain was shocked and furious to see it was Li Wei. He shouted, but Li Wei ignored his call, standing at the back of the formation, his gaze locked onto the ferocious wind wolves, his heart racing. "It's time." He took a deep breath and pulled out the bronze medallion from his pocket. "System summon the sanctuary footmen," Li Wei mentally commanded, pouring all his mental strength into the medallion. Buzz! The medallion vibrated slightly and an invisible wave radiated outward from Li Wei. Moments later 5 dazzling beams of white light appeared on the ground before him. As the light dissipated 5 figures clad in simple bronze armor and full-face helmets stood resolutely on the battlefield like statues. Their armor appeared plain and somewhat worn, covered in scratches as if they had endured countless battles. Each held the most ordinary standard spear and round shield. So this is the sanctuary footmen. They don't seem very powerful. The guards were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of these tin cans. The wind wolves also halted their assault, watching these unexpected guests warily. Is this my power? Li Wei felt a strange sense of control surge within him as he sensed a mental connection with the 5 footmen. He could clearly see through the perspective of each footman and feel the resilient yet unformed little universe within them. Go. Eliminate those wind wolves. With the thought, Li Wei issued the command. The 5 sanctuary footmen sprang into action. Their movements were synchronized, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes. The 5 formed a simple assault formation like a sharp blade piercing directly into the pack of wind wolves. Roar. A wind wolf lunged at the foremost footman, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. However, the footman merely sidestepped, slightly stabbing forth with his spear like a snake striking its prey. Thud. The spear accurately pierced the wind wolf's throat. Fast. Precise. Ruthless. No glow of fighting spirit, no magical fluctuations, only the purest combat techniques, and the most straightforward effective kills. Seeing this, the other wind wolves spat out wind blades to attack. Yet the round shields in the footmen's hands seemed to possess some form of magic, perfectly blocking the wind blade attacks. Sparks flew from the shields, but the footmen remained unmoved. What? What kind of combat technique is this? The captain of the guards gaped in astonishment at the scene before him. Each of these suddenly appeared tin cans exhibited master-level combat skills. Their coordination was seamless. The 5 acted as one, weaving through the pack of wind wolves unstoppable. Each thrust of the spear brought down a wind wolf. Each block of the shield perfectly neutralized the wind wolves' attacks. In just a few minutes the once ferocious pack of wind wolves was left in disarray, with only a few retreating back to the forest with their tails between their legs. The battle had ended. The ground was littered with the corpses of wind wolves, while the 5 sanctuary footmen stood quietly untouched by a single drop of blood. Silence enveloped the scene. All the guards stood with their mouths agape, looking at Li Wei, then at the 5 mysterious warriors, their eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of reverence. Li Wei felt a wave of intense dizziness wash over him as the consequences of his mental exhaustion began to manifest. He steadied himself and walked up to the captain of the guards. The rest is up to you. Li Wei's voice was weak, but his tone was more resolute than ever. The captain looked at Li Wei. The second young master, who had always been regarded as useless by the family, had now become incredibly mysterious and imposing in his eyes. Yais. Second young master. The captain instinctively straightened up and responded respectfully. Li Wei nodded and said nothing more. With a thought, the 5 sanctuary footmen transformed back into 5 beams of white light and vanished. He turned around and walked step by step back to the town under the complex gazes of the crowd. The setting sun cast its glow upon his figure, elongating his shadow. From this day forth no one in the Li Wei family of Hongye Town would dare to call him useless. Returning to his room, Li Wei nearly collapsed onto the bed. His mind felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles, and his vision blurred, a strong wave of dizziness rendering him incapable of even sitting up. Is this what it feels like to overexert one's mental strength? Li Wei gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Just moments ago on the battlefield, to maintain the existence of 5 Saint Domain foot soldiers, he had nearly drained all of his mental energy. Though the cost is considerable, it was worth it. A weak smile crept across Li Wei's lips. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. As expected, with the battle over that mysterious system, interface became clearer and more complete. No longer was it a vague sensation, but rather a blue light screen resembling a holographic projection suspended within his consciousness. At the top of the screen were several striking golden characters: Saint Domain Summoning System. Below it was divided into several main sections: host information, namely Wei, age 16, physique mortal, meridians blocked, little universe, sixth sense awakening, not yet, mental energy 1100, overexerted, recovering, overall evaluation, battle trash but with unlimited potential. Seeing the evaluation of battle trash, Li Wei's lips twitched, but he had no rebuttal. If it hadn't been for those 5 foot soldiers earlier, even a single wind wolf could have taken his life. His gaze shifted to the second section, summoning list. Currently only one icon was illuminated, while the others were gray question marks. The illuminated icon was Saint Domain Foot Soldier. Level E, consumption of mental energy 1 per unit, maximum summoning quantity 10, limited by host's mental energy cap. Description: the most basic combat unit of the Saint Domain. Though individually weak, they possess unwavering faith and skilled combat techniques, excelling in cooperative battles. They are the first line of defense protecting the Saint Domain. I see. Li Wei suddenly understood. My current mental energy cap is 100, theoretically allowing me to summon 100 foot soldiers. However, summoning 5 just now exhausted me, so it seems maintaining summoned entities in battle will exponentially increase mental energy consumption. He continued to look at the third section, item inventory. At this moment the item inventory was completely empty except for a shimmering golden treasure chest icon labeled Beginner's Gift Pack. With a thought, Li Wei chose open. Ding. Congratulations host, you have received a beginner's reward 1. Little Universe Meditation Method Beginner 2. Saint Armor Repair Stone Fragment X13. Lottery Chances X1. A flash of light and 2 new items appeared in the inventory. One was a phantom book exuding an ancient aura and the other was a stone the size of a fingernail sparkling with faint starlight. Li Wei eagerly opened the book titled Little Universe Meditation Method. A torrent of immense information surged into his mind, obscure and difficult to comprehend yet seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe. The universe was born from the Big Bang and everything is composed of atoms. The human body is the universe harboring powers originating from the stars and the ocean. Ignite your will kindle the flame of life, awaken the slumbering little universe. Li Wei read entranced. This was neither magic nor fighting spirit but a system of power that delves into the essence of life and explores the truths of the universe. So this is the powerful foundation of the Saint Warriors. Li Wei's heart was filled with shock. As long as he could awaken his little universe, even the lowest level 6th sense could grant him powers beyond those of mortals. And the legendary 7th sense and 8th sense possess the power to slay gods. What does it matter if my meridians are blocked? The power of the little universe comes from the soul, from the will, and does not require those so-called meridians at all. Li Wei's eyes burst with unprecedented brightness. He had finally found a path that belonged to him. Next he looked at the Saint Armor Repair Stone Fragment. Description: a fragment of a mineral containing mysterious powers capable of repairing damaged Saint armor. Collecting a certain number may awaken the slumbering soul of the armor. Saint armor. Li Wei's heart burned with passion. The foot soldiers wore only standard armor while true Saint armor was alive. It was the closest companion and the most powerful weapon of the Saint Warriors. Although it wasn't useful right now, it was undoubtedly an extremely important strategic resource. Finally his gaze fell on the lottery button at the bottom of the interface. Lottery Chances 1. I wonder what good things I might draw. Li Wei felt a bit of anticipation. Perhaps a powerful Saint Warrior. Or a magical treasure. System Lottery. With Li Wei's mental command, the lottery wheel on the interface began to spin rapidly. The wheel was divided into countless small sections, most of which were gray. Thank you for your patronage, with only a few sections flashing different colors: white, common, green, fine, blue, rare, purple, epic, and gold, legendary. The speed of the wheel gradually slowed. The pointer passed over the gray "Thank you for your patronage," and Li Wei's heart raced. It then passed over the white foot soldier experience card, and Li Wei sighed in relief. At least it wasn't the worst. The pointer continued to move, stopping at a section shimmering with green light. Ding. Congratulations host, you have received a reward skill card. Pegasus Meteor Fist Trial Version. Li Wei was taken aback, then immediately overjoyed. Pegasus Meteor Fist. The signature skill of Seiya. He quickly checked the item inventory and a green card lay quietly there. Pegasus Meteor Fist Trial Version Level B Type 1 skill card. Effect: after use, the host can temporarily gain a portion of the power of Pegasus Saint Seiya, allowing for 1 execution of Pegasus Meteor Fist. Its power equated to a full strength strike from a bronze saint. No trial card. While the effect is good, don't get too greedy. True power requires personal awakening. A full strength strike from a bronze saint. Li Wei clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. In this border town, high-level warriors were already top-tier combatants. A single strike from a bronze saint is enough to eliminate most enemies. This was undoubtedly his strongest trump card at the moment. With this, I have some means of self-defense on the way to the royal capital. Li Wei felt a sense of reassurance in his heart. He exited the system interface and began to attempt meditation in accordance with the methods outlined in the Little Universe Meditation Method. Though the overexertion of mental energy caused him immense pain, the operation of the meditation method felt like a cool stream flowing through his mind, alleviating his discomfort and accelerating the recovery of his mental energy. Mental energy. Little universe. Li Wei murmured to himself, as long as I am given time, I will surely awaken my own little universe. The night deepened and Li Wei's room fell into silence. Only the sound of his steady breathing filled the air. His body was weak, but his spirit was like a seed about to break through the earth, full of vigorous vitality. His legend had just begun. The next morning, Li Wei was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. "Second young master, the master requests your presence in the study," came the respectful voice of the old steward from outside. Li Wei opened his eyes. After a night of meditation, although his mental strength had not fully recovered, the tearing headache had alleviated significantly. He stretched his limbs, feeling that his physical condition had improved quite a bit since yesterday. "Understood, I'll be there right away," Li Wei responded, quickly freshening up and changing into clean clothes. He knew that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. The performance of the 5 Holy Realm soldiers yesterday was too astonishing for his father to ignore. Upon arriving at the study, Li Wei found his elder brother Liao already there. Liao was standing in front of their father's desk. When he saw Li Wei enter, he snorted coldly, his eyes filled with jealousy and disdain. Baron Lister sat behind the desk holding a report that was the detailed battle report submitted by the captain of the guard regarding the Wind Wolf attack. "Father," Li Wei said, slightly bowing in greeting. Baron Lister put down the report, raised his head, and scrutinized Li Wei with sharp eyes. This time his gaze was no longer indifferent and disappointed, but carried a hint of inquiry and scrutiny. "Li Wei, I have heard about yesterday's incident." Baron Lister slowly spoke, his voice deep. "The 5 warriors you summoned possess remarkable combat abilities. The captain of the guard said their fighting skills even surpassed those of the family's elite guards." Liao interjected impatiently from the side. "Father, they are merely some lowly tricks. True strength relies on one's own fighting spirit and power, not on external aids." Baron Lister shot a glare at Liao, who reluctantly shut his mouth. "Li Wei, tell me, where did those warriors come?" Baron Lister fixed his gaze on Li Wei as if trying to see through him. "As far as I know, you cannot cultivate magic or fighting spirit, much less master such profound summoning techniques." The atmosphere in the study instantly became tense. Li Wei had long been prepared. He could not reveal the existence of the system that was his greatest secret. He had to provide a reasonable explanation. Taking a deep breath, he displayed just the right amount of sadness and nostalgia, softly saying, "Father, those warriors were left to me by my mother." "Mother?" Baron Lister was taken aback, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "Yes." Li Wei raised his head, his gaze resolute. "Before my mother passed away, she left me an ancient summoning medallion and a scroll. She said it was a family heirloom to be used only in the most dire of situations. Yesterday, seeing the guards in danger, I hastily used that scroll." This lie was half true and half false. The medallion was real, a relic left by his mother. As for the scroll, in this magical world, while one-time summoning scrolls were rare, they certainly existed. It was the perfect explanation for the 5 warriors who appeared and disappeared suddenly. Baron Lister remained silent for a moment, seemingly recalling the appearance of his late wife. He sighed, his tone softened significantly. "So it was your mother who left it? She indeed had a mysterious background." Li Wei's mother was not a native of Hongye town. She had been encountered by Baron Lister during his travels after suffering the pain of losing his first wife. They fell in love at first sight and married. However, she had never elaborated on her background, and her early death became a mystery. Li Wei's explanation cleverly utilized his father's feelings for his mother, successfully dispelling most of Baron Lister's doubts. "Since it's a life-saving object left by your mother, you must use it cautiously in the future," Baron Lister advised. "Such one-time scrolls diminish each time they are used." "Yes, father." Li Wei felt delighted inwardly, but maintained a calm appearance. "Humph. It's just relying on a scroll," Liao said sourly from the side. "Without the scroll, you are still that waste." Li Wei glanced at Liao and said nonchalantly, "What you said is true, elder brother. However, at least I saved the guards' lives yesterday and preserved the family's reputation." "You?" Liao was rendered speechless. Yesterday he had heard about the Wind Wolf attack and had been so scared that he hid in the town, not daring to go out until the battle was over. This incident had already become a subject of ridicule among the guards. "Enough," Baron Lister reprimanded. "What kind of brothers are you two arguing like this?" He looked at Li Wei, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Li Wei, since you have this opportunity, the previous arrangements for you will need to be changed." "What do you mean, father?" Li Wei asked. "Next month you will go to the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy in the capital. You will not only study academic subjects," Baron Lister said in a deep voice. "I will write you a letter of recommendation to allow you to attend the Academy's summoning department as a trial student. Although you cannot cultivate magic, if you can grasp some summoning theories, you may be able to better utilize the inheritance left by your mother." Summoning department. Li Wei's heart stirred. This was exactly what he wanted. In the summoning department, he could study summoning techniques openly without raising anyone's suspicion. "Thank you, father." Li Wei sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Father, this is unfair." Liao became anxious. "Although the summoning department is niche, it is still a formal department of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Why should a waste like him be allowed to enter?" Baron Lister coldly glanced at Liao. "Just because he saved lives yesterday. Just because he is my son." "Liao, as the eldest son, how can you bear the family responsibilities with such a narrow mind?" Liao was scolded red-faced by his father, but did not dare to refute, and could only glare at Li Wei with resentment. "Li Wei, you should go back and prepare." Baron Lister waved his hand. "Rest well these few days to regain your strength." "Yes, father." Li Wei performed a bow and turned to leave. "Wait!" Liao suddenly called out to him. Li Wei halted his steps and looked back at Liao. "Is there something else, elder brother?" Liao's face revealed a sinister smile. Li Wei, since you claim that your mother left you with summoning techniques, you must have some abilities as well. How about we have a match? Li Wei narrowed his eyes. Liao wanted to publicly humiliate him, proving that even with summoning techniques he was still a waste. If this were yesterday, Li Wei might have hesitated. But now, his mental strength, although not fully recovered, was sufficient to summon the Holy Realm soldiers again. Moreover, after yesterday's battle he had better control over the soldiers. All right. Li Wei smiled slightly, his expression carrying a hint of confidence. Since elder brother wants to guide me, I couldn't ask for more. Time and place. Liao did not expect Li Wei to agree so readily, and was momentarily taken aback, then said viciously. Right now. Let's go to the training ground. I want everyone to see who the true genius of the family is. As you wish, Li Wei said indifferently, a flash of cold light in his eyes. Since someone had voluntarily put their face forward, he had no objection to striking back fiercely. The family training ground. News spread throughout Hongye town as if it had grown wings. The second young master Li Wei, who was labeled as a waste, was actually going to compete with the eldest young master Liao. The training ground quickly filled with onlookers, including family guards, servants, and some townsfolk who had come upon hearing the news. Everyone wanted to see whether the second young master, who had summoned a mysterious warrior with great prowess yesterday, truly possessed skill, or was merely relying on a scroll. Liao stood in the center of the training ground, clad in shining silver light armor, with a sword at his waist exuding an imposing aura. He flexed his wrists, wearing a confident yet cruel smile. Li Wei, it's not too late to admit defeat now, Liao shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the training ground. Or else you'll find yourself on the ground searching for your teeth, utterly humiliated. The crowd burst into laughter, clearly not having any faith in Li Wei. Li Wei slowly walked into the training ground dressed in plain cloth without any protective gear, looking utterly out of place. Elder brother, please give me guidance, Li Wei said calmly, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Pretentious, Liao snorted coldly. Since you refuse to recognize your station, don't blame me for being rude. He drew his sword, which gleamed with a faint red glow, the sign of a junior warrior's fighting spirit. Behold my sword! Liao shouted, exerting force with his feet, propelling himself toward Li Wei like an arrow, his sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at Li Wei's chest. The strike was swift and fierce, showing no mercy. If hit, Li Wei would either be dead or severely injured. The crowd gasped in shock, with some timid maids even covering their eyes. However, against this fierce attack, Li Wei stood motionless. Just as Liao's sword tip was about to graze Li Wei's clothing, two beams of white light suddenly appeared before him. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. The crowd focused their gaze, witnessing two warriors clad in crude bronze armor and wearing full coverage helmets, who had inexplicably appeared in front of Li Wei. One warrior firmly blocked Liao's sword with a round shield, while the other brandished a spear, its tip merely an inch away from Liao's throat. The crowd fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they observed this astonishing scene. What? What is this? Is it another one of those warriors from yesterday? How did they appear? There's no magical fluctuation. Such speed. The eldest young master's sword was actually blocked. Liao's wicked grin froze. He felt as if his sword had struck a massive mountain, numbing his wrist. The icy sensation at his throat made him break out in a cold sweat. You a waste? How could you possibly summon such powerful helpers? Whether I am a waste we will find out in battle. Li Wei's eyes turned cold, and with a thought he commanded. Attack! The two warriors moved into action. Their movements were simple and efficient, with no unnecessary flair. One warrior pressed forward with the shield, forcing Liao to retreat. The other ghosted around to Liao's side, the spear striking like a venomous snake towards his ribs. Liao hurriedly swung his sword to block, but his swordsmanship appeared full of flaws before the battle-hardened warriors. Clang! 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 The training ground echoed with a series of rapid weapon clashes. Liao, in a state of disarray, swung his sword in an attempt to counterattack, but each of his strikes was easily deflected by the warriors' shields or evaded with agile movements. Meanwhile, the warriors' assault was relentless, their spears striking from various tricky angles, forcing Liao to continuously retreat and dodge. Ah! Get away from me! Liao roared, unleashing his fighting spirit, the red glow on his sword intensifying as he swept it across, pushing back the warriors in front of him. But before he could catch his breath, another warrior had already closed in like a relentless pest, the spear's shaft striking hard against the bend of his knee. Ah! Liao screamed, collapsing to one knee on the ground. The first warrior seized the opportunity, stepping forward and slamming his shield against Liao's chest. Bang! Liao was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, his sword flying from his hand. He struggled to rise, but a foot clad in a metal boot pressed down on his back, pinning him firmly to the ground. The other warrior's spear was poised against his back. With a single command from Li Wei, Liao would be pierced on the spot. The entire training ground was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene unfolding. The once arrogant eldest young master had in just a few exchanges been utterly dominated by the 2 tin cans summoned by the second young master, trampled underfoot like a dead dog. Li Wei slowly walked up to Liao, looking down at him from a height. "Elder brother, now who is the waste?" Li Wei's voice was calm yet bore an undeniable authority. Liao lay on the ground, his face turning a deep shade of purple, a mix of humiliation, anger, and fear swirling within him, almost driving him mad. But he dared not move. The murderous intent emanating from the spear behind him left no doubt that any slight movement would result in bloodshed. I admit defeat." Liao squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Li Wei waved his hand and the 2 warriors sheathed their weapons and stepped back behind him, resembling 2 silent statues. Liao awkwardly got up from the ground, picked up his sword, and shot a venomous glare at Li Wei before fleeing the training ground without looking back. Today he had lost all face. Li Wei ignored Liao's resentment, scanning the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each onlooker. Those who had once mocked him and looked down on him now lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. "From today onwards I do not wish to hear the words waste again." Li Wei's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. "Otherwise I wouldn't mind letting him personally experience the power of my tin cans." Having said that, Li Wei turned around, leading the 2 warriors, and strode out of the training ground under the awed gazes of the crowd. He knew that from this moment on his standing in the Li Wei family had irrevocably changed. Power is always the quickest way to earn respect. 3 days later in the morning, outside the town gate of Hongye Town, a convoy consisting of 5 carriages and 20 guards was ready to set off. Baron Lister personally came to see off Li Wei. He stood beside the carriage, gazing at his son, who seemed to have transformed overnight, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. "Li Wei, once you reach the royal capital, everything will depend on you alone." Baron Lister patted Li Wei on the shoulder, his tone less cold than usual and filled with a father's concern. "The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is teeming with hidden talents. There are not only the Empire's geniuses but also noble offspring from various vassal kingdoms. You must learn to interact with them, make friends, but do not tarnish the prestige of our Li Wei's family." "Yes, father." Li Wei nodded. Today he wore a brand new black outfit. Although it was not made of any precious fabric, it was clean and sharp, making him appear much more spirited. "Take this bag of gold coins," Baron Lister said, stuffing a heavy pouch into Li Wei's hand. "The expenses at the academy are considerable. Even though you have summoning magic, you shouldn't neglect your own needs." Li Wei accepted the pouch, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. No matter how indifferent his father had been before, the concern he showed now was genuine. Perhaps in this world where strength reigns supreme, the previous indifference stemmed from his father's desire for him to succeed. "Thank you, father," Li Wei said sincerely. "Also," Baron Lister hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice, "try to keep a low profile in the royal capital. A common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth can bring trouble. The waters in the royal capital run deep. There are certain people we cannot afford to offend." Li Wei's heart tightened and he nodded seriously. "I understand, father." He certainly understood this principle. In the royal capital talents abound, and being too ostentatious would only invite unnecessary trouble. Of course, if someone were to bully him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. "All right, let's set off." Baron Lister waved his hand. "I hope that when we meet again you will have firmly established yourself in the royal capital." Li Wei took one last look at the small town where he had lived for 16 years before resolutely boarding the carriage. With the driver's call, the carriage slowly started heading toward the royal capital. Inside the carriage, Li Wei leaned against the soft cushions and closed his eyes to rest. During these 3 days he had not been idle. Besides packing, he had spent most of his time practicing the Little Universe meditation method. Although he had yet to formally awaken his sixth sense, he could feel his mental strength steadily increasing. Now he was capable of simultaneously summoning 10 holy domain soldiers, and he could maintain them for a longer duration than before. "System, bring up my attributes," Li Wei silently thought. A blue light screen appeared in his mind. Host information: name Li Wei, mental strength 30150, recovering through meditation, summoned entity holy domain soldier, rank skills heavenly horse, meteor fist, experience card X1, items holy garment, repair stone fragment X1. The upper limit of my mental strength has increased from 100 to 150. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. It seems the meditation method is quite effective. At this pace, as long as he perseveres in his training, his mental strength will continue to grow, and the holy warriors he can summon will become increasingly powerful. "The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts," Li Wei murmured, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "I hope you won't disappoint me." He knew that the academy was merely the starting point. The royal capital was the true stage. There he would find a broader world, more opportunities, and certainly stronger enemies. The carriage jolted along the official road. Li Wei took out the recommendation letter his father had given him and read it carefully once more. The letter was addressed to a mentor named Old Jack, in the summoning department of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. It was said that Old Jack was an old acquaintance of his father from his youth. Although he had a peculiar personality, he was quite accomplished in summoning magic. Summoning department. Lee Weiss's lips curled into a playful smile. In this magical world, summoners were a rather unique profession. Their own combat power was not strong, but they could summon magical beasts, elemental creatures, and even beings from other realms to fight. However, the threshold for becoming a summoner was extremely high, requiring not only powerful mental strength, but also the establishment of a soul contract with the summoned entities, making them quite rare. Lee Weiss. Summoning magic, while entirely different from the summoners of this world, was perfect for concealing the existence of the system. This is a good opportunity to understand the summoning system of this world, Li Wei thought to himself. Just then the carriage suddenly jolted to a stop. A tense voice from the captain of the guard called out from outside. Everyone be careful. There's a situation up ahead. Li Wei furrowed his brow and lifted the curtain to look outside. He saw ahead on the official road a group of ragged individuals wielding various crude weapons blocking their path. Leading them was a one-eyed man with a scarred face holding a blood-stained machete. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave behind some road money. The one-eyed man shouted loudly, and the gang of bandits behind him roared in agreement. Bandits! The captain of the guard's expression turned serious. Everyone form a formation. Protect the young master. Li Wei looked at the bandits, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Trouble seems to follow him wherever he goes. However, it was the perfect opportunity to test the results of his training over the past few days. The atmosphere on the official road suddenly became tense and hostile. The captain of the escort team drew his long sword and sternly shouted. We are the escort team of the Li Weici family, tasked with escorting the young master to the royal capital. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way, otherwise we'll kill without mercy. The one-eyed bandit leader sneered, pointing his machete at the carriage. Brothers, charge. If we seize the carriage, the gold coins inside will keep us living well for half a year. A cacophony of screams erupted from dozens of bandits as they surged forward like a tidal wave. Protect the young master. The captain of the escort team roared, leading 20 guards to charge forward. The two sides instantly became embroiled in chaos. The guards of the Li Weici family were all formally trained warriors. Although most were merely junior fighters, they were well equipped and coordinated. Though the bandits outnumbered them, most were desperate outlaws lacking training, armed with an assortment of weapons. In an instant, swords flashed and blood splattered. However, the sheer number of bandits proved overwhelming. The guards, despite their bravery, found themselves quickly surrounded and entangled in a bitter struggle. Young master! The situation is dire! The captain shouted as he felled a bandit with a single stroke, urgently calling to the carriage. You must escape. We will hold them off. Just then the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Li Wei slowly stepped out, his expression calm as if the slaughter before him had nothing to do with him. Young master! Quickly return! The captain shouted anxiously. Li Wei ignored him and focused his gaze on the bandits, who were attacking furiously. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you, Li Wei said indifferently. He raised his right hand and the bronze badge on his chest began to emit a faint warmth. System, summon the Holy Domain soldiers. Maximum quantity. A faint vibration resonated through the air. Immediately brilliant white lights began to shine in front of Li Wei. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 beams of white light. As the light faded, 10 soldiers clad in bronze armor wielding spears and shields stood in perfect formation before Li Wei like reapers emerging from hell. Though they did not exude any fighting spirit or magical waves, the silent and murderous aura they radiated made the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. What? What is this? The bandit leader was startled at the sight of the sudden appearance of the 10 iron cans. Kill! Li Wei uttered softly. The 10 Holy Domain soldiers moved. Their movements were synchronized like a precise killing machine. 5 held shields at the front, while 5 wielded spears at the back, forming a tightly knit attack formation like a searing dagger that plunged fiercely into the bandit horde. Thud! Thud! The sound of spears piercing flesh was incessant. The bandits' attack struck the soldiers' shields, sparking only a few embers, unable to inflict any harm. With each thrust of their spears, a bandit would fall. Their combat techniques were simple and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Block, thrust, sweep. Every action was filled with power and grace. Monsters! They are monsters! One bandit, witnessing his companion easily pierced by a spear, was terrified and turned to flee. But just as he ran a couple of steps, a spear flew like a javelin from a soldier's hand, accurately piercing his back. Ah! The bandit let out a chilling scream as he fell to the ground. Under Li Wei's command, the 10 soldiers surged through the bandit ranks like a torrent of steel. Wherever they passed, corpses littered the ground and rivers of blood flowed. The bandits who had initially held the advantage collapsed in an instant. Retreat! Quick retreat! Seeing the situation turn against them, the bandit leader turned to flee. Trying to run. It's too late. Li Wei sneered. Two soldiers appeared before the bandit leader like specters, crossing their spears to block his escape. The bandit leader bellowed in anger, swinging his machete fiercely at one of the soldiers. Clang. The machete struck the shield, sending sparks flying. The soldier remained unyielding while the bandit leader felt his arm go numb from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, another soldier's spear struck, piercing the bandit leader's shoulder like a viper's strike. Ah! The bandit leader screamed in agony as the machete slipped from his grasp. The two soldiers moved forward, pinning him firmly to the ground. The remaining bandits, seeing their leader captured, lost all will to fight and scattered in panic. Chase! Leave no one behind! Li Wei coldly commanded. The soldiers immediately dispersed, pursuing the fleeing bandits. Their speed was so swift that the bandits stood no chance of escape. The battle quickly came to an end. Dozens of bandits were annihilated except for the captured leader. On Li Wei's side, only a few guards sustained minor injuries while the soldiers remained unscathed. The guards looked at the soldiers, who resembled war gods, and then at the composed Li Wei, their eyes filled with awe. Young master, are you all right? The captain of the escort team approached Li Wei, his voice trembling with concern. I'm fine, Li Wei replied, shaking his head and looking at the captured bandit leader. Bring him over here. The bandit leader was dragged before Li Wei, his face pale and trembling, no longer exuding the arrogance he once had. Master, spare me. Please have mercy, master. The bandit leader knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. I was blind to not recognize greatness and have offended you. Please spare my life. Li Wei coldly regarded him. Who sent you? The timing of these bandits' appearance was too coincidental, and their target was clear, heading straight for his carriage. He did not believe it was merely a coincidence. The bandit leader froze, then shook his head repeatedly. No one sent us. We just saw that your carriage was luxurious and wanted to rob some wealth. Not telling the truth. Li Wei's gaze turned icy as he signaled to a soldier beside him. One soldier stepped forward, bringing his spear down hard on the bandit leader's leg. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the bandit leader's leg bones shattered. Ah! The bandit leader let out a pig-like wail, rolling on the ground in agony. They'll give you one more chance. Li Wei's voice was as cold as winter frost. Who sent you? The bandit leader was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, realizing he had kicked a steel board today. The young man before him looked weak but wielded such ruthless means. It was the tax official from Hongye town. He gave us 100 gold coins to ambush you halfway, he said. As long as you were killed, the young master would smoothly inherit the title. A tax official. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. The tax official from Hongye town was his elder brother Liao's uncle. It was indeed him who orchestrated this. Li Wei had long anticipated that Liao would not let this go, but he never expected him to be so ruthless, wanting to kill him halfway. Very well. Li Wei nodded, addressing the captain of the escort team. Bind him up and hand him over to the city defense army when we reach the royal capital. Yes. Young master. The captain immediately instructed someone to bind the bandit leader. After dealing with the bandits, Li Wei was about to return to the carriage when he suddenly heard a series of calls from beside him. Young master, please hold on. Li Wei turned to see a closed carriage nearby where several merchant-looking individuals were respectfully bowing to him. Li Wei approached and looked at the merchants. What do you need? Young master, we are headed to the royal capital for business. One middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader of the merchant group said, The road seems rather unsafe. May we travel with you, young master? Oh, we are willing to pay you for your troubles, young master. If you want to come along, just do so. Just don't cause me any trouble, and you needn't worry about payment. Li Wei waved his hand. Understood, young master, the merchant leader said gratefully. I will cover all your expenses on the journey. Li Wei nodded and turned back to his carriage. He knew that in this world having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Though these merchants were not strong, they were well informed and might be useful in the future. The caravan set off again, heading towards the royal capital. Inside the carriage, Li Wei's expression turned dark. Liao. It seems I have been too merciful. He murmured to himself, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since the other party wanted his life, he would no longer hold back. Once he established himself in the royal capital, he would settle this score with interest. The caravan advanced less than 20 li along the imperial road when the air suddenly thickened with an oppressive martial stillness. The once clear sky dimmed as if veiled by unseen sorrow, and the woods flanking the road fell into utter silence. No birdsong, no rustle of leaves, not even a whisper of wind. It was a suffocating silence, the kind that halts breath and freezes time. Halt! Bellowed the captain of the guards, his voice heavier than ever before, trembling with dread, his knuckles whitened where they gripped the hilt of his sword. The carriage ground to a stop. Li Wei drew back the curtain, and was struck full in the face by a thick coppery stench of blood. There at the center of the imperial road stood a figure clad entirely in black. He was shrouded head to toe in a dark hooded cloak, his face concealed behind a grotesque demon mask. Only his eyes remained visible, hollow, depthless, utterly devoid of emotion. He stood motionless, merging seamlessly with the surrounding shadows, gripping a slender crescent-shaped blade whose unnerving curvature shimmered with a chilling obsidian gleam. What chilled Li Wei most was the utter absence of presence, no ripple of battle aura, no resonance of arcane energy. He felt like a corpse, or worse, a perfect soulless instrument of slaughter. He stood there yet seemed to vanish from perception altogether, a paradox of absolute concealment and lethal intent far more terrifying than any roaring display of power. "Who are you?" demanded the guard captain, forcing his voice loud and steady despite the fear clawing at his throat. His words echoed sharply across the desolate road. The black-clad figure did not speak, not a twitch, not a breath. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his curved blade, its tip tilting downward toward the earth. That single silent gesture tightened every guard's heart like a vice. "Attack!" roared the captain, knowing negotiation was impossible, his shout a desperate attempt to scour fear from his own soul. He led his 20 guards forward in a sweeping arc, closing in on the cloaked figure. Simultaneously, Li Wei summoned all his Saint Domain foot soldiers without hesitation. 10 warriors clad in bronze armor materialized midair, forming a tight defensive phalanx before Li Wei. Yet what followed plunged every heart into icy despair. The black-clad figure moved. His speed defied human limits, beyond sight, beyond cognition. A blur of darkness flickered across vision, and in that instant he had already slipped like a phantom into the heart of the guard formation. Thwip! Thwip! 2 crimson geysers erupted skyward. 2 vanguards barely raised their shields before their heads parted from their bodies. Their eyes bulged wide in frozen disbelief, as if death had arrived before comprehension. Their headless torsos lunged forward several paces before collapsing in heavy, lifeless thuds. "Form ranks. Now, circle formation, defensive stance," screamed the captain, veins pulsing at his temples, his voice cracking with raw, hopeless terror. The guards scrambled frantically to tighten their circle, backs pressed together, but against such ghost-like speed their efforts were futile. The black-clad figure wove through them with eerie grace, each swing of his curved blade humming with the cadence of death itself. No flourish, no wasted motion, only ruthless surgical lethality. A flash of steel, and another life extinguished. Shields meant to withstand siege, hammers, swords forged for war, all shattered like parchment beneath that glinting shadow-wrought edge. "Ah!" A chorus of screams tore through the air. One guard lunged sideways, thrusting his longsword straight for the figure's ribs. Without turning, the assassin swept his blade backward in a serpentine arc, sliding past the sword to sever the guard's throat with chilling precision. At that very moment, the Saint Domain foot soldiers surged forward. They advanced in flawless unison, spears bristling like a forest charging from the flank. 5 blades struck as one, targeting high, middle, and low, sealing every possible avenue of evasion. For the first time, the black-clad figure halted. He turned, fully deliberately, to regard these armored automatons. Facing 5 shrieking spears, he traced a strange, sinuous arc with his blade. Clang! 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 5 sharp, simultaneous clangs of metal rang out, sparks exploding like dying stars. Each foot soldier recoiled violently, palms split open, spears nearly wrenched from their grasp by a force beyond mortal strength. They staggered backward, their formation shattered. Incredible strength. Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply. These Saint Domain soldiers possessed strength far surpassing ordinary men, yet before this assassin they crumbled like brittle clay. Seizing the opening, the assassin blurred forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat, then brought his blade down in a shrieking arc onto a foot soldier's bronze breastplate. A grating metallic shriek tore the air, the armor capable of shrugging off a windwolf's claws parted like parchment beneath the blade. Steel bit flesh. Blood burst forth in a hot spray. "No!" roared Li Wei inwardly. This was the first time any of his Saint Domain soldiers had fallen. Though mere expendable constructs, each was born from his spiritual essence, and watching them slaughtered, his soul bled silently. The soldier groaned once, then hurtled backward, crashing hard onto the road, convulsing twice before dissolving into shimmering motes of white light. "Kill him! Kill him now!" Li Wei's eyes burned crimson as his mind screamed orders. Remaining soldiers charged forward without pause, throwing their bodies into the assassin's path. The guards too summoned their last reserves of courage and launched a final suicidal charge. But disparity in power was absolute. The black-clad figure operated like a flawless engine of annihilation. Each gleam of his blade heralded another fall, another soldier severed, another guard silenced forever. The battle devolved into merciless slaughter. The guard captain, drenched in blood, clutched his broken sword in his sole remaining hand, standing defiantly before Li Wei's carriage, shouting hoarsely, "Young master! Flee now! We cannot hold him! This man, he is at least a 5th-tier assassin! Run!" Li Wei's face darkened with grim, calculating fury. Watching his guards and soldiers fall one by one, his mind raced. This assassin's prowess dwarfed that of any novice warrior, perhaps even rivaling the apex of elite warriors or exceeding it. Such mastery over power, such refined lethality, no common bandit could possess it. Lieo's uncle was but a minor tax official. How could he possibly command such a master? Even bankrupting his entire estate would scarcely suffice to hire a fifth-tier assassin. Wait, he isn't after me. A sudden realization pierced Li Wei's thoughts. The assassin's purpose was chillingly precise, to eradicate everyone. And yet his focus never truly settled upon Li Wei himself. At that very moment, from the merchant convoy traveling alongside the ornately decorated carriage, whose doors had remained sealed throughout the journey, slowly opened. A young woman stepped down. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, clad in a pale violet mage robe embroidered with exquisite silver motifs that bespoke her noble lineage. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin luminous as freshly fallen snow, and her features so delicately sculpted they rivaled those of an elven spirit. Her sapphire blue eyes, crystalline as the purest gemstones, now shimmered with unwavering resolve and quiet remorse. She approached Li Wei and gazed at the black-clad figure ravaging the crowd like a demon god, whispering softly, "I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. He's after me." And Li Wei froze, turning sharply toward the girl. "After you?" She nodded solemnly, and a staff adorned with a glowing azure gem materialized in her hand, the gem pulsing with a soft yet formidable surge of arcane energy. "He is a fifth-tier apex assassin of the Shadow Slaughter Hall. You stand no chance against him. Flee now, I'll hold him off." And the Shadow Slaughter Hall. A jolt ran through Li Wei's mind as fragmented memories from his previous life surfaced. The Shadow Slaughter Hall, one of the most enigmatic and terrifying assassin syndicates on the continent. Legend held that no target was beyond their reach provided the price was paid. Its members were elite warriors without peer, masters of concealment and silent lethal precision. And, "Go now!" Without another word, she raised her staff and began chanting. Her voice rang clear and melodious, yet imbued with a sacred resonant cadence. The ambient water elements surged violently, the air plummeted in temperature. Countless ice crystals coalesced before her, sharpening into gleaming razor-edged arrows that shimmered with an eerie glacial radiance. And "Frost Arrow Art Barrage!" she cried out sharply and swept her staff forward. And shush, 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 shush. And dozens of ice arrows descended like a frozen tempest, saturating every inch of space around the black-clad assassin. Confronted by the dense barrage, the assassin finally halted his slaughter of the guards. His curved blade whirled in a seamless, impenetrable arc, deflecting every arrow. Shards of ice exploded outward in sharp staccato bursts. "A mage!" For the first time the assassin spoke, his voice a grating rasp like rusted iron grinding against iron. Amusing, but insufficient. In a blur of motion he shattered the frost barrage and shot forward like a bolt of obsidian lightning, closing the dozens of meters between them in the blink of an eye. "Water shield!" The girl's expression shifted instantly. She conjured a cerulean magical barrier before her, a translucent rippling shield thrumming with potent arcane resonance. Boom! And the assassin's curved blade crashed down upon the shield with crushing force. The shield trembled violently, its surface rippling like disturbed water, unbroken, yet the girl staggered backward, her face paling as immense recoil drained her mana reserves. "Run, now!" she urged Li Wei, breathless with urgency. "He's a fifth-tier assassin, you cannot defeat him. His target is me. He won't pursue you." And Li Wei met her desperate, resolute gaze, the gaze of a stranger who stood alone against overwhelming peril to shield others, and felt a surge of molten courage rise within him. Was this chivalry? Perhaps. But deeper still, he knew if he fled now, this radiant girl would surely perish. And having witnessed his underlings, the assassin would never let him live. More than that, Li Wei had lived 2 lifetimes yet never once turned his back on an enemy. And run! Too late! The assassin sneered, his voice shrill as a night owl's shriek. A palpable aura of slaughter spilled from him, pressing down like lead upon every soul present. He lifted his blade once more, the cold light along its edge blazing brighter than ever. "Today every one of you dies here. You saw what you ought not have seen. You learned what you ought not have known. This is your reckoning." Li Wei drew a slow, steady breath, and stepped forward, placing himself squarely before the girl, shielding her with his own. "You!" She stared astonished at the broad expanse of his back. "And a man does not let a woman stand before him," he said quietly, his voice low, calm, and unyielding. His eyes locked onto the assassin, fearless and unblinking. "A fifth-tier assassin? Is that truly so impressive?" And the assassin's gaze flickered with surprise, then hardened into scathing contempt. "Brave boy. Foolish beyond measure. Do you imagine your scrap metal armor can withstand me? Or that your pretty face might move me to mercy? And scrap metal armor?" Li Wei smiled, a smile edged with madness and finality. "Then witness true power." In his palm a card shimmered with emerald light. Upon it a celestial Pegasus spread vast luminous wings, so vivid it seemed poised to burst free and soar across the heavens. And Celestial Pegasus Meteor Fist Trial Edition N. System, activate the skill card. Li Wei roared inwardly, pouring every shred of fury and defiance into that slender card. Boom! An unimaginable torrent of power erupted from Li Wei's core, like a volcano unchained, while boundless, threatening to tear his very frame apart. His meridians swelled, his bones groaned, his blood boiled. Waves of searing agony crashed over his nerves, but he clenched his jaw, enduring unbroken. Blood vessels webbed across his eyes, sinews corded fiercely across his temples. His entire being burned, not with fire but with transcendent intensity. Within his mind unfolded a vision sublime. Across an infinite starfield, a sacred Pegasus unfurled immaculate wings, let loose a soul-shaking cry, and became a streak of light, shattering stars in its wake. Burn, my cosmos! Li Wei threw back his head and roared, a sound forged from both agony and apotheosis. And behind him the air warp light bent, and for a fleeting awestruck moment the colossal silhouette of a celestial Pegasus shimmered into being. Its wings blazed with pristine white light, its presence exuded sanctity and sovereign wrath, an unvoiced thunderous roar reverberating through silence. And what is this power? The assassin's face contorted in shock. An unprecedented dread seized him. The raw essence of this force, light, justice, annihilation, struck primal terror into a soul bred in shadow. The girl stood transfixed. Before her stood not a boy but a war god descended, his chaotic divine aura making even her master mage tremble inwardly. Li Wei assumed a unique stance, right fist drawn tight to his waist, every fiber of his being coalescing into that single point of focus. Around his fist the air warped and hummed with gathering resonance. Seals, TIL, Pegasus, Meteor, Fist. And with that cry he launched his fist forward. And time itself seemed to pause. Then, hundreds, thousands of phantom fists blazed forth like a meteor shower, cleaving the night sky, each carrying the weight of obliteration, each descending in an all-encompassing storm. Each phantom fist blazed with incandescent light, each contained the force to pulverize stars. Their velocity shattered the sound barrier, leaving behind brilliant white shockwaves. Their concussive force cracked the earth beneath, lifting stones into the air only to reduce them to dust. And the assassin's eyes widened, filled with horror then despair. He swung his blade frantically, weaving his impenetrable defense, but it was futile. The meteoric fists engulfed him utterly. Entracum. A deafening cataclysm shook the world, sky and earth tearing asunder. The ground convulsed, the air screamed. A maelstrom of raw energy erupted from the epicenter, uprooting ancient trees, hurling corpses and rubble into the wind like chaff. The girl hastily erected her magical shield to absorb the aftershock, her eyes wide with awe. And when the dust settled, all present stood frozen in stunned silence. Where the assassin had stood now yawned a massive crater, several meters wide. Its rim glowed faintly, the soil vitrified into glass by searing heat. The arrogant fifth-tier assassin had vanished without trace, not even ash remained. His curved blade had melted into slag, solidified at the crater's scorched base. Only the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the lingering resonance of chaotic energy bore testament to his existence. And silence reigned absolute. Null stood petrified, staring at the youth standing at the crater's edge, his clothes billowing in the wind. Li Wei slowly lowered his fist. The torrent of power receded like a spent tide, leaving behind profound exhaustion, a hollow ache and trembling limbs. His body swayed precariously on the verge of collapse. And turning, he met the girl's dazed gaze and offered a weary, fragile smile. "Now, you're safe." At once darkness swallowed his vision, and he crumpled. "And careful!" she cried, rushing forward to catch him before he struck the ground. Cradling the unconscious youth, gazing upon his pallid, resolute face, her eyes brimmed with shock, deep gratitude, and something tender, ineffable. "Celestial Pegasus Meteor Fist. Who are you?" she murmured, her voice hushed with wonder and insatiable curiosity. She had never beheld such overwhelming, such sacred power, either magic nor martial energy, but an entirely alien transcendent system towering above mortal arts. Gently she traced his cheek with her fingertips, her expression softening then hardening with quiet, unshakable resolve. "And whoever you are, you saved my life. This debt I, Lilith Augustus, shall honor." When Li Wei awoke, he found himself lying in a spacious and comfortable carriage. Soft mink fur blankets covered him, and a faint, elegant sweetness filled the air. Sunlight filtered through the delicate gauze curtains, casting dappled shadows inside the carriage. "You're awake!" A gentle voice tinged with concern sounded beside him. Li Wei turned his head and saw a golden-haired girl named Lilith sitting opposite him. She wore a water-blue casual outfit, lessening the mystery of a magician and adding a vibrant touch of a noble girl. At this moment she looked at him with her azure eyes revealing unabashed concern. "How long have I been unconscious?" Li Wei struggled to sit up, but felt as if his entire body had been taken apart and reassembled, aching and weak, especially his brain, which throbbed with sharp pain. This was the aftermath of severe mental exhaustion. "Don't move around too much," Lilith hurriedly stepped forward, gently pressing him down, then handed him a crystal cup filled with a light green liquid that exuded a refreshing medicinal aroma. You've been unconscious for a whole day and night. This is the tranquility potion which can help restore mental energy. Drink it quickly. Li Wei took the crystal cup, feeling its warmth in his hand. Without hesitation, he drank it in one go. A cool stream flowed down his throat, rapidly spreading through his limbs, alleviating the sharp pain in his head significantly. Thank you? Li Wei felt somewhat better, leaning against the soft cushion, and finally had the energy to survey his surroundings. This carriage was far more luxurious than his own, with a larger interior space and elegant decorations clearly of considerable value. Is this your carriage? What about my guards? 7 of your guards died in battle and the others are injured. But I have already had someone administer healing potions to them, and they are recuperating in the carriage behind us. Lilith spoke softly, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Li Wei waved his hand, interrupting her. This is not your fault. In that situation, even without you, the assassins probably wouldn't have spared us. It's just a loss of so many hands. He sighed inwardly. Though those guards had not been with him for long, they had died protecting him. The cruelty of this world was once again laid bare before him. You don't need to worry about what comes next. Lilith seemed to sense Li Wei's thoughts and quickly said, I have had the merchant team handle the scene. The compensation for the fallen guards and the subsequent medical expenses will be borne by me. Once we reach the royal capital, I will double the compensation for you and the Li Wei family. Li Wei glanced at Lilith. This girl was not only beautiful but also perceptive and thorough in her dealings, clearly of noble origin. I haven't properly introduced myself. I am Li Wei Si, the second son of Baron Li Wei Si from Hongye Town, tasked to go to the Royal Magic and Martial Academy in the royal capital. Probably for studies. Lilith Augustus. The girl slightly inclined her body, performing a standard noble greeting. The legitimate daughter of Duke Augustus, also tasked to report to the Royal Magic and Martial Academy in the royal capital. Lord Li Wei, thank you for saving my life. Her etiquette was impeccable, showing a good upbringing. Duke Augustus. Li Wei searched through the original owner's memories. The Augustus family was the de facto ruler of the southern provinces of the empire, famous for their wealth and strong private army, a top-tier noble family in the empire. No wonder she could easily produce an expensive item like the tranquility potion and readily promise compensation for the losses. Miss Lilith need not be so formal. The situation was critical at that time, and I was merely acting in self-defense. Li Wei said, then curiously asked. However, why would the legitimate daughter of the Augustus family only travel with a merchant team and encounter an assassination from the Shadow Kill Hall on the road? Moreover, it seemed that the assassin was specifically sent for you. Lilith's expression darkened, and a hint of gravity and fatigue that belied her age flickered in her azure eyes. She paused for a moment, seemingly weighing her options, but ultimately decided to be honest with him. Lord Li Wei, you saved my life, so I should tell you these matters. She took a deep breath. My trip to the royal capital appears to be for enrollment, but in reality it is also a political refuge. Refuge? Li Wei furrowed his brow. Yes. Lilith nodded, her voice low. The Augustus family controls the largest magic crystal mine and several important trade routes in the southern part of the empire. We have developed rapidly over the years, but this has also offended many people. Among them, the family with the deepest conflict with us is the northern Fernandez Marquis family. Fernandez Marquis. Li Wei recognized that name, also a top noble of the empire, reportedly with significant influence in the military. 2 months ago, at a noble banquet in the royal capital, the eldest son of the Fernandez Marquis attempted to assault me and was publicly injured on the face by my ice arrow technique. Lilith's face revealed a hint of coldness. This incident caused the Fernandez family to lose face. Although His Majesty intervened to mediate and superficially quelled the incident, the revenge in the shadows came swiftly. My father sensed that they might target me, so he had me leave early and disguise myself as a merchant team, hoping to reach the royal capital quietly. As long as I entered the academy under His Majesty's watchful eye, it would be difficult for them to act openly. Lilith gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect they would directly hire assassins from the Shadow Kill Hall and find us so quickly. I see now, Li Wei exclaimed, realizing the ruthless intrigues among the great nobles. To eliminate their rivals, they would even resort to assassinating their own direct heirs. I truly apologize for involving you in this danger, Lilith said again. Once we reach the royal capital, I will immediately contact my family's influence there to strengthen our defenses. Such a thing will never happen again. Do not blame yourself too much. Li Wei looked at Lilith, this seemingly fragile girl whose inner strength was far greater than she appeared. However, will the shadow assassins not send even stronger people after their failed attempt? Lilith shook her head. The shadow assassins have their own rules. If a mission fails, unless the employer increases the bounty, they will not issue a second mission for the same target in the short term. Moreover, using a fifth-tier assassin to assassinate a duke's daughter is already a very hefty cost. The Fernandez family should not and dare not escalate the situation any further for the time being. After all, if this matter is verified by His Majesty, it would be a grave sin of extermination. She paused, the glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. However, after this incident, my enmity with the Fernandez family is completely set. Once we arrive in the royal capital, while a direct confrontation can be avoided, the hidden dangers will be hard to guard against. Li Wei gazed at this girl who could still analyze calmly in the midst of danger, feeling a sense of admiration. She was not only beautiful but also wise and resilient. What was even more admirable was her willingness to step forward and take responsibility at critical moments, even willing to sacrifice herself to protect others. It seems that life in the royal capital will not be too peaceful. Li Wei chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of anticipation. Sir Li Wei, you. Lilith looked at Li Wei, hesitating for a moment before asking what exactly was that. Celestial horse meteor fist you used yesterday. It was neither magic nor fighting chi. I have never seen such a peculiar and powerful force before. Li Wei was already prepared for this. The commotion of the celestial horse meteor fist was too great to be hidden from Lilith. That was the last life-saving card left to me by my mother. Li Wei continued with his previous explanation, his expression subtly infused with nostalgia and sorrow, an ancient one-time power inheritance. Once used, it will be gone forever. Is that so? A flicker of understanding crossed Lilith's eyes, soon followed by deeper guilt. Such a precious life-saving item, yet you used it to save me. I truly do not know how to repay this kindness. Miss Lilith, we have shared life and death. There is no need to keep expressing gratitude. Li Wei waved his hand, changing the topic. By the way, you said you are also going to the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Which department are you in? I am in the magic department, majoring in water magic, Lilith said, a hint of pride appearing on her face. I passed the level 4 mage assessment last year. A 16-year-old level 4 mage. That talent is quite astonishing. No wonder she could fend off a fifth-tier assassin for a moment. Impressive. Li Wei sincerely praised. I am in the summoning department. Summoning department. Lilith was somewhat surprised. Sir Li Wei, were those warriors you summoned yesterday your summoned creatures? They were so unique, they did not seem like ordinary elemental beings or contract beasts. Sort of. Li Wei replied vaguely. It is a rather special summoning technique that requires high mental strength, but the summoned creatures themselves lack intelligence, and can only execute simple commands. He described the domain soldiers as somewhat puppet-like, which is not uncommon in this world. Now I see. Lilith nodded, not probing further. Everyone has their secrets, especially summoners whose summoned creatures are often their greatest trump cards. During the rest of the journey, the atmosphere between the two became much more harmonious. While Li Wei was recovering, he chatted with Lilith. Lilith was knowledgeable, having a deep understanding of imperial history, noble lineages, and magical theories, rapidly enriching Li Wei's understanding of this world. Meanwhile, some of Li Wei's ideas that surpassed this era also intrigued Lilith. The journey no longer felt tedious. The speed of the convoy was not fast. On one hand, it was to take care of the injured, and on the other hand, both Lilith and Li Wei believed that after experiencing an assassination attempt, it was safer to proceed cautiously. A few days later, Li Wei's mental strength had recovered significantly, and he could even summon a few domain soldiers again. He did not summon them anymore, only persisting in meditation daily, as the seed of his small universe seemed to be slowly and steadily taking root and sprouting. That evening, the convoy camped in a sheltered valley. By the campfire, Lilith used magic to conjure clear water, washing some wild fruits picked along the way. The dancing firelight illuminated her delicate profile, making it appear exceptionally gentle. Li Wei, after several days of interaction, their addresses became more casual. Lilith softly said, "What are your plans once we reach the royal capital?" Aside from enrolling. Li Wei gazed at the flickering campfire, pondering. First, settle down and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Then strive to become stronger. He turned to look at Lilith, his gaze firm. In this world, ultimately strength reigns supreme. Without power, one cannot even grasp their own fate, let alone protect those they wish to protect. Lilith met Li Wei's gaze, her heart quaking slightly. She sensed the determination in his words and saw the flame of ambition within his eyes. This boy from a small border town was certainly not ordinary. You are right. Lilith nodded, also making a certain resolve. Li Wei, once we arrive in the royal capital, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to find me. The Augustus family still holds some influence in the royal capital. And be careful at the academy. The people from the Fernandez family are also there, and they may cause you trouble. Thank you for the warning. Li Wei smiled. However, I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. He looked towards the distant lights faintly visible in the direction of the royal capital, the center of the empire, a place where countless ambitions and dreams intertwined. Royal capital, I am coming, Li Wei silently said in his heart. Beside him, Lilith also gazed in the same direction, her expression complex. She knew that this trip to the royal capital would completely change her fate. And this mysterious boy by her side might just be the greatest variable. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the exquisite window panes into the violet courtyard. Li Wei had already finished a round of meditation and changed into a new outfit prepared for him by Lilith, a black fitted attire made of fine fabric, understated yet elegant, with silver patterns at the collar and cuffs suitable for his student status without appearing too shabby. The recovery speed of my mental energy is faster than expected, Li Wei thought, feeling the fullness of mental energy in his mind, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The effects of yesterday's deep meditation were remarkable. Not only had his drained mental energy mostly recovered, but his upper limit seemed to have subtly increased. Though there was still some distance to awaken his sixth sense, this steady feeling of growing strength was reassuring. Master Li Wei, the young lady requests your presence in the main hall for breakfast, came the respectful voice of a maid from outside the door. Coming. The main hall of the Augustus villa was spacious and bright, with a long dining table already laden with exquisite breakfast dishes. Lilith was already seated at the main position, wearing a water blue academy robe today. Her golden hair was simply tied up with a silver hairpin, giving her a more intellectual appearance of a magic apprentice, lacking the extravagance typical of a noble lady. Good morning. Lilith smiled slightly at Li Wei, signaling him to sit down. Good morning, Lilith. Li Wei took a seat opposite her, gazing at the spread of food: golden brown toasted bread, steaming meat, soup, fresh seasonal fruits, and even a few pastries emitting faint magical fluctuations. This is the magic muffin, made from the eggs of low-ranked magical beasts and flour infused with traces of magic, capable of slowly restoring magical energy. It is a common breakfast for mages, Lilith introduced, handing a piece to Li Wei. You can try it as well, it should help with your mental energy recovery. Li Wei took a bite. It was soft and sweet, melting in his mouth, and indeed there was a gentle energy spreading through him, invigorating his spirit. Good stuff. I'm glad you like it. Lilith chuckled, beginning her meal. Her dining etiquette was impeccable, every movement exuding the unique elegance of nobility. Breakfast proceeded in a quiet and comfortable atmosphere. Butler Robert stood by, occasionally refilling their hot drinks. It was only as the meal neared its end that Lilith finally brought up the main topic. Today we need to report to the academy. Lilith placed down her silver napkin. I have prepared a carriage. However, Li Wei, there is something I must remind you before we go. Please go ahead. The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is the highest institution in the Empire, with a very high threshold. Each year thousands apply, yet only a few hundred are admitted. Lilith's expression grew serious. The Academy is divided into various departments: magic, warriors, alchemy, summoning, military command, and so on. Among these, the magic and warrior departments are the most popular, with the fiercest competition. Your situation is special. There are no signs of magical or combat energy fluctuations, which is almost unprecedented in the Academy's history. You will likely find it very difficult to pass the standard tests. Li Wei nodded in understanding. From the memories of the original owner, those who could enter the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts were either exceptionally gifted geniuses or noble offspring with strong backgrounds. People like him, classified as 3-Nos, would normally not even qualify to apply. Therefore, you need a reasonable reason to convince the Academy to admit you against the rules. Lilith continued. I have submitted a recommendation letter to the summoning department in the name of the Augustus family. Although the summoning department has declined in recent years with few students, it is still a legitimate department of the Academy. Moreover, your summoning technique is real. This will be your advantage. I understand, Li Wei said gratefully. Lilith, I really owe you one this time. I should be the one thanking you. Lilith shook her head, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. But you need to be mentally prepared. Not everyone in the Academy knows how to respect others. Especially those noble offspring who pride themselves on being geniuses. They probably won't be kind to you. Li Wei smiled, his expression carrying a hint of coldness. Don't worry, I'm used to it. His 16 years of being labeled a waste in Hongye town had given him a deep understanding of the harshness of the world. Mockery and disdain. Just part of everyday life. Half an hour later, 2 carriages bearing the emblem of the Augustus family set off from the villa, heading northeast towards the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The closer they got to the Academy area, the more young people appeared on the streets. Most of them wore various Academy robes or fitted outfits, gathered in groups full of vigor. The air was thick with the essence of youth, mixed with the residual fluctuations of various magical experiments, and the sounds of training grounds. Eventually, the carriages stopped in front of a magnificent bronze gate. The gate stood 10 feet tall, flanked by towering stone pillars intricately carved with complex magical patterns. Above the gate, a few gilded characters were inscribed in the ancient common language of the continent: Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The lettering was strong and powerful, hinting at some form of pressure. Inside and outside the gate, a crowd was gathered. Today was the last day for new students to report, and countless young faces filled with anticipation, anxiety, and pride converged here. There were civilian prodigies accompanied by their parents, noble offspring surrounded by servants, and adventurers' descendants arriving alone. As Lilith and Li Wei stepped down from the carriage, they attracted quite a bit of attention from those around them. Look, it's the emblem of the Augustus family. That must be Miss Lilith, right? I heard she was already an intermediate mage last year. Who is that boy beside her? I haven't seen him before, and he doesn't look like a noble. The whispers floated around. Lilith was clearly used to such attention. She remained calm and nodded at Li Wei. Let's go, we need to head to the new student registration area first. As they passed through the gate, a vast expanse opened up before them. The interior of the academy was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. In the wide square, statues of powerful figures from various eras stood tall. In the distance, various buildings were lined up, towering mage towers, massive circular arenas, ancient libraries, and an array of training grounds and dormitories. The concentration of magical elements in the air was several times higher than outside, indicating that the entire academy was enveloped in a vast magical array. The new student registration area is in the central square. Follow me. Lilith seemed very familiar with this place, expertly guiding Li Wei through the crowd. In the central square, several long lines had already formed. In front of each line there was a table where academy mentors or upperclassmen sat processing the registration of new students. Magic department, warrior department, alchemy department, summoning department. Lilith glanced around, pointing to the shortest line on the left. That one's for the summoning department. There are the fewest people. They'll accompany you there first. The two of them walked toward the registration point for the summoning department. Compared to the other bustling lines, the summoning side was indeed pitifully quiet. Behind the table sat an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a wrinkled gray robe, dozing off with his head resting on the table, a suspicious crystalline drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. In front of the table, only 2 or 3 new students were in line, all looking dispirited. It seems the summoning department really doesn't have many people, Li Wei whispered. Lilith smiled helplessly. The threshold for becoming a summoner is too high and the growth is slow. With weak initial combat power, naturally fewer people choose this path. This should be Mentor Old Jack, a friend of my father's. The two reached the end of the line. Just as they got settled, a commotion erupted from the nearby magic department line. Next, Lilith Augustus. A booming voice rang out. Behind the registration point for the magic department, a middle-aged instructor dressed in a red mage robe adorned with a hexagram badge on his chest stood up with a warm smile. Lilith signaled to Li Wei, saying, I'll go ahead and be back soon. All right. Lilith walked towards the magic department. As soon as she appeared, gasps of admiration erupted around her. Is that Lilith Augustus? So beautiful. I heard she is only 16 and already a mid-level mage. Her affinity for the water element reached level 8. The legitimate daughter of the Augustus family with such high talent, she will definitely be a significant figure in the Empire's magic world. Amidst the envious, jealous, and admiring gazes, Lilith calmly approached the registration table of the magic department. Miss Augustus, welcome to the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts Magic Department. The instructor in the red robe was exceptionally polite, even with a hint of respect. He handed her a transparent crystal ball, saying, please place your hand on it, we need to conduct a simple talent verification. Lilith nodded and placed her fair palm on the crystal ball. Buzz, the crystal ball instantly lit up with dazzling blue light. The brilliance intensified, ultimately forming a slowly rotating ice crystal snowflake within the crystal ball. Surrounding the snowflake were 8 clear blue halos. Water affinity level 8. Magic power purity is top-notch. Mental strength. My god, it has already reached the threshold of a high-level mage. The red-robed instructor couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Lilith as if she were a rare treasure. Miss Augustus, you can directly enter the advanced class of the magic department. No, I will report to the dean immediately. You qualify for the special talent treatment. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Water affinity level 8. My goodness, this is my first time witnessing this in my life. Directly entering the advanced class. She's only 16. Special talent treatment. I heard that every year there are less than 5 people in the entire academy who receive it. Lilith retracted her hand, her expression calm as if she had anticipated such results. She slightly bowed, saying, thank you, instructor. However, I hope to start from the basics to solidify my foundation. Humble. So humble. The red-robed instructor praised her repeatedly, quickly recording on the registration book, Miss Augustus, here is your student badge and dormitory key. You have been assigned to the 7th floor of the Elemental Tower, which is one of the best dormitories for magic apprentices in the academy. Lilith took the badge and key, thanked him again, and then walked back to Li Wei under countless gazes. Congratulations, Li Wei said sincerely. Lilith's talent was indeed astonishing. Thank you? Lilith smiled, just about to say something when suddenly a harsh voice came from beside her. Oh, isn't this Miss Lilith? What's this, bringing a sidekick to register? A few people turned to see several young individuals dressed luxuriously, their demeanor arrogant, approaching. Leading them was a blond young man, handsome in appearance, but with a lewd gaze and a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. He wore a noble outfit adorned with golden threads, with a badge of a soaring eagle on his chest, the family crest of the Fernandez family. Lilith's expression immediately turned cold. Carlos Fernandez, she coldly uttered the name. That's me. Carlos Fernandez, the 3rd son of Marquis Fernandez, stepped closer, his eyes greedily scanning Lilith, filled with distasteful avarice. Miss Lilith, long time no see. I heard you encountered a bit of trouble on the way. Hope you're all right. His words seemed concerned yet were filled with provocation and malice. Lilith's gaze turned icy. Thanks to you I'm still alive. That's good, that's good. Carlos chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Li Wei, sizing him up with undisguised disdain. And you are? Oh, I remember now, you're that one from a small border town. What's your name? Li Weiss. I heard you couldn't even condense fighting energy. You're a magic insulator. His voice was loud, attracting the attention of many around. So that's the second son of the Li Weiss family. I heard he's a waste. How could Miss Lilith be with someone like him? Maybe he's a distant relative brought along to see the world. Whispers erupted, filled with mockery and disdain. Li Wei remained unfazed, calmly gazing at Carlos. What's wrong, not speaking? Carlos, seeing Li Wei's silence, became even more arrogant. Kid, this is the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, the highest institution in the Empire, not a place for trash like you from the countryside. I advise you to roll back to your Red Leaf town early. Don't embarrass yourself here. Carlos. Lilith shouted angrily. Li Wei is my friend, watch your words. Friend. Carlos exaggeratedly widened his eyes, then burst into laughter. Miss Lilith, are you confused? Being friends with such trash? Don't we noble families have any face left? The followers behind him laughed along. At that moment, from the summoning section, the sleepy old instructor Jack seemed to be woken up by the noise, groggily lifting his head and mumbling, what's all the fuss about? Can't a person sleep? Upon seeing this, Carlos's eyes glinted with malice. He pointed at Li Wei and said loudly, hey old man from the summoning department. This waste says he wants to register for your summoning department, will you accept him? Old Jack rubbed his sleepy eyes, glanced at Li Wei and then at Carlos, yawning, register. Then come over for a test. Why are you making noise? Carlos, feeling even more triumphant, taunted Li Wei, did you hear that? Waste, go test. Let me see what you who can't even sense magic elements can summon. You won't even be able to summon the lowest level elemental sprite, will you? Ha! More and more people gathered to watch. Many looked at Li Wei with mocking and eager expression. In their view, someone without any magic or fighting energy fluctuations wanting to enter the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts was simply a pipe dream. Lilith's face turned pale with anger, just about to explode when Li Wei gently pressed her arm. Li Wei shook his head at her, then stepped towards the summoning department's registration table. His steps were steady, his expression calm, as if the mocking gazes and harsh words around him didn't exist. This kid can really put on an act. Let's see how long he can pretend. When the test comes, his true nature will be revealed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Wei stood before old Jack. Old Jack squinted at him, his murky eyes flashing a hint of perceptible brilliance. He slowly pulled out a dusty crystal ball from under the table and pushed it toward Li Wei. Place your hand on it and concentrate. Old Jack's voice was unclear. The first test for summoner's mental strength test. Without sufficient mental strength, everything is just talk. Li Wei placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball showed no response. No light, no fluctuations, just like an ordinary piece of glass. Look! I told you. No reaction at all. Haha, he really is trash. Hurry up and leave, don't waste everyone's time here. Carlos and his followers burst into laughter and a chorus of boos erupted around them. However, old Jack's brow furrowed slightly. He stared at the unresponsive crystal ball, then looked at Li Wei's calm face, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This crystal ball is specifically designed to test mental strength. Even the weakest magic apprentices would show a glimmer. But this kid placed his hand on it, and the crystal ball acted as if it were broken. No, it wasn't that there was no response, but rather. Old Jack suddenly reached out and pressed on the back of Li Wei's hand. In the next moment, his murky eyes widened in shock. He felt a vast, condensed yet extremely restrained mental strength surging from Li Wei. This mental strength was so powerful that it even surpassed many mid-level mages. But strangely, this mental strength was completely different from the lively and outgoing mental energy of mages. It was deep, heavy, like a sleeping volcano or the vast starry sky. The reason the crystal ball showed no reaction was not that Li Wei's mental strength was weak, but because his mental strength had a unique nature that was incompatible with the magical detection array preset in the crystal ball. This is... Old Jack looked at Li Wei in shock, opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Just then Li Wei spoke. Instructor, is the mental strength test over? In the central square, the air seemed to solidify. All eyes were focused on the old man in the gray robe, old Jack, and the calm-faced Li Wei before him. Carlos Fernandez's mocking grin still lingered on his face, but it appeared somewhat stiff due to old Jack's unusual silence. The onlooking freshmen and seniors whispered among themselves, their eyes darting between Li Wei and the crystal ball. What's going on? Is the crystal ball broken? That can't be. How could the Academy's equipment be faulty? Then does this kid not possess a shred of spiritual power? A complete magicless individual. Old Jack ignored the surrounding noise. His calloused hand remained on Li Wei's hand, but within the murky depths of his eyes a turbulent wave flashed that was difficult for others to detect. Having lived for nearly 100 years, he had immersed himself in the niche field of summoning for most of his life and had witnessed various types of spiritual power. The spiritual energy of a mage is vibrant and sensitive like flickering flames. A warrior's spiritual energy is refined and resilient akin to tempered steel, and some special races or professions have their unique characteristics of spiritual energy. But this young man before him, his spiritual energy was vast as the sea, calm as a deep abyss. It was not lifeless but rather restrained and condensed in a way he had never seen before, as if it were nurturing something. Even more peculiar was that this spiritual energy seemed to inherently possess a shielding quality resisting conventional external detection methods. The earlier lack of response from the crystal ball was not due to weak spiritual energy but rather because this power was too advanced or special, clashing with the standard array designed to test magical apprentices within the crystal ball. Mentor. Seeing old Jack remain silent for a while, Li Wei gently reminded him again. Old Jack suddenly came to his senses and slowly withdrew his hand. He gazed deeply at Li Wei, his expression complex, filled with shock, inquiry, and a hint of indescribable excitement. Ahem. Old Jack cleared his throat, his voice still muffled but carrying an undeniable authority. The spiritual power test has passed. What? Passed? How is that possible? The crystal ball clearly didn't light up. The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar, and Carlos even shouted, Old man! Are your eyes failing you? That worthless crystal ball didn't light up at all. On what grounds do you say he passed? Old Jack lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at Carlos, saying, The boy from the Fernandez family. Are you questioning my judgment, or are you doubting the testing standards of the summoning department? His voice was not loud, even somewhat weak, but Carlos was intimidated by that seemingly murky gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat and instinctively take a half step back. It dawned on him that this seemingly disheveled old man was one of the longest-serving mentors at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Although the summoning department had declined, old Jack's strength and status were said to command some respect even from certain vice deans. I just feel it's unfair, Carlos said, puffing out his chest. Everyone can see that the crystal ball showed no reaction. Who knows if he used some trick or if you are deliberately favoring him. The last part he said in a low voice, but it was loud enough for those around to hear. Old Jack scoffed, picked up the dull crystal ball, and tossed it casually. This thing tests for the resonance of spiritual power within the standard magical circuit. Some people's spiritual energy, is quite special, not following the usual path, and it cannot be detected. Kid, if you're unconvinced, you can go ask the dean to have him retested using the soul balance method. Upon hearing the word soul balance, Carlos' expression instantly changed. That was a legendary magical item cherished by the Academy, said to directly measure the weight of souls and the essence of spiritual power. However, activating it once consumed immense resources. Unless under special circumstances, it was impossible to use it for a new student. The surrounding crowd also quieted down. Old Jack's words were tantamount to indirectly acknowledging that Li Wei's spiritual power was special and so extraordinary that even conventional methods could not detect it. This itself indicated something unusual. So what if the spiritual power is special? One of Carlos' lackeys muttered. A summoner is not judged solely by spiritual power, they must also be able to summon something. This remark reminded Carlos, who immediately regained his spirit and shouted, Exactly. Special spiritual power doesn't mean he can be a summoner. The essence of a summoner lies in the summoning contract. Old man, do you dare let him summon something on the spot? If he fails to summon anything or conjures up something useless, then no matter how special his spiritual power is, he is still a waste. This remark garnered agreement from many. Yes, at the end of the day, a summoner must be able to summon something. There have been historical examples of individuals with special spiritual power who were unable to form a contract with any summoned entity. Lilith looked at Li Wei with concern. She knew that Li Wei could summon those mysterious warriors, but that was the power of the scroll left by his mother, not a contract with the summoned entity himself. And the Academy's summoning test specifically assessed the summoner's ability to establish a contract with the summoned being. Old Jack also looked at Li Wei, his eyes inquiring. Li Wei's mind raced. Summoning dominions from the holy domain. That definitely wouldn't work, it couldn't be explained. But if he didn't show something, he might not get through this hurdle today, as Carlos and his group would cling to it. Just as he was contemplating a strategy, old Jack suddenly spoke again, his tone tinged with impatience. All right, what are you making such a fuss about? Is it your call or mine to decide the testing process? He glared at Carlos, then waved at Li Wei. Kid, come here. Li Wei stepped forward. Old Jack rummaged through his pockets for a while and pulled out a black fist-sized stone pockmarked on the surface and placed it on the table. Here, put your hand on this stone, concentrate, and imagine what you want to summon. What is this? Li Wei looked at the unremarkable stone, somewhat confused. When I say put it, you put it, no need for so much chatter, Old Jack said impatiently. This is the contract resonance stone, which can test the affinity between a summoner and specific types of summoned entities, much more reliable than having a new student summon on the spot. This way you won't suffer backlash from failed summons or conjure something dangerous to scare the little ones. Carlos wanted to say something, but upon being glared at by old Jack he swallowed his words. The contract resonance stone is indeed a commonly used auxiliary testing tool, although not as intuitive, as on-site summoning it can still reflect potential. Li Wei followed his instructions and placed his hand on the stone. The stone felt icy to the touch, its surface rough. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate. What to summon? It definitely couldn't be the Holy Domain's minions. He recalled the most common basic summoned entities and the memories of the original host: elemental spirits like little flames or small water balls, low-level magical beasts like wind wolves or earth lizards, or some unconscious constructs or ghost fragments. He attempted to visualize the image of the most ordinary and harmless summoned entity, a tiny palm-sized light spirit with no offensive capability. At the moment his intention focused and his spiritual power connected with the stone, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The pitch-black stone suddenly trembled violently. Following that, a brilliant golden light beam, as if condensed from starlight, erupted fiercely from the stone, soaring into the sky. The light beam was not thick, but within it countless light points seemed to swirl and flicker, and faintly one could hear a divine and ethereal chanting. What? What is this light? Everyone was stunned. The contract resonance stone emits different colors and intensities of light based on the summoner's affinity with the summoned species. Red represents fire elemental affinity, blue is water, green is nature, gray is for the undead, white is for ordinary magical beasts or constructs, but gold. And it carries starlight and sacred songs. What the hell is this? Old Jack abruptly stood up from his chair, his eyes, which were always half closed, now wide open, fixated on the golden light beam, his lips slightly trembling. The light beam lasted for about 3 seconds before abruptly retracting and vanishing. The surface of the black stone seemed to have gained some extremely fine golden star-like patterns. A dead silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared blankly at Li Wei, then at the stone, and finally at old Jack. Old Jack took several deep breaths to barely calm the turbulent waves in his heart. He looked deeply at Li Wei, his gaze resembling that of someone staring at a rare treasure, yet also like he was looking at a huge summoner. Li Wei, see. Old Jack's voice was no longer vague but carried an unprecedented solemnity. Contract resonance test passed. Affinity type determined as special unknown category, affinity level extremely high. He picked up a feathered pen and swiftly wrote several lines in the registry, then pulled out a dull gray iron badge engraved with a 6-pointed star and summoning array pattern, slapping it down in front of Li Wei. From today onward you are a new student of the Royal Martial Academy's summoning department. This is your student badge, take good care of it. Li Wei picked up the badge that still bore the warmth from old Jack's palm, feeling it icy cold. He did not expect such a commotion. The reaction of that broken stone was too exaggerated. Special. Unknown category. Extremely high affinity. Carlos was dumbfounded. After a while he managed to sputter out, "Old man, you can't be mistaken, right? Is that broken stone malfunctioning?" "Whether it's malfunctioning or not you don't get to decide, I do." Old Jack returned to his lazy demeanor, sat back down in his chair, and waved his hand as if swatting away flies. All right, the test is done, hurry up and leave, don't disturb my sleep. Kid, take the badge to the logistics department to collect your things, then find your own dormitory. The dormitory for the summoning department. It's that dilapidated building on the far west side of the academy, go find it yourself. He paused and added in a voice only Li Wei could hear, "Kid, keep a low profile, don't show off unnecessarily." Li Wei's heart stirred and he nodded. "Thank you, mentor." Li Wei touched the recommendation letter from his father in his pocket, thinking that since the test passed there was no need to use such underhanded tactics. He put away the badge, exchanged a glance with the still dazed Lilith, and the two quickly left that troublesome place. Behind them Carlos' frustrated voice and the noisy discussions of the crowd could still be heard. Special unknown category. What does that even mean? I've never heard of it before. But that golden light is indeed extraordinary. So what if it's a bit special? The summoning department is already in such a state, going in is just wasting resources. This was Carlos' final unwilling sarcasm. Walking on the academy's wide stone-paved road, Lilith finally snapped out of her shock. She looked at Li Wei, her azure eyes filled with curiosity and disbelief. "Li Wei, was that caused by your special summoning technique just now?" "Maybe," Li Wei replied vaguely. "I'm not really sure what happened with that stone." He quickly changed the subject. "Let's head to the logistics department first." Lilith noticed Li Wei's reluctance to talk more and wisely refrained from pressing further. Everyone has their own secrets. The logistics department is located on one side of the academy's main building complex and is a massive warehouse-like structure. The two presented their badges and received the new student supplies, 2 sets of gray robes for summoning students. The fabric was noticeably coarser than that of other departments, a thick, academy rules, Book a simple academy map, a brass key, and a meager living allowance of 5 silver coins for the month. 5 silver coins! Lilith looked at the few pitiful silver coins in Li Wei's hand, then at the exquisite robes, basic staff, beginner meditation crystals, and 50 gold coins allowance given to her by the magic department. The difference was simply heaven and earth. The summoning department is indeed not well regarded. Li Wei was not too concerned and packed his things. Money. He has a system, so he would definitely not lack it in the future. Resources? He has the sanctuary summoning and does not need the academy's ordinary resources. He came to the academy mainly for a reasonable identity and a channel to acquire knowledge. Following the map's guidance, the two traversed most of the academy, going further into a remote area. The surrounding buildings gradually transitioned from tall and magnificent to low and dilapidated, and the number of people dwindled. Eventually they stopped in front of a building that could at least be called a structure. It was a 3-story building with a mixed structure of stone, and with the paint on the outer walls was peeling, and many of the windows had broken glass hastily boarded up with wooden planks. Weeds grew abundantly in front of the building, and there wasn't even a proper sign, only a crooked wooden sign hanging from the doorframe with the words, "Summoning Department Dormitory," written in charcoal. This. Lilith looked at the building that could be described as a dangerous structure. Her delicate brows furrowed. This is way too shabby, right? It's even worse than the lowest servant quarters in our family. Li Wei also frowned. He knew the summoning department was in decline, but he didn't expect it to be to such an extent. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a musty smell mixed with dust rushed out. The corridor was dimly lit with stains and cobwebs covering the walls. The rooms were distributed on the first and second floors, while the third floor was said to be abandoned. Li Wei looked at the number on the key, 107. It should be on the first floor. The second to last room at the end of the corridor. The paint on the door was nearly all gone, and the door itself was a bit crooked. Li Wei used the key to open the door, and an even more unpleasant smell wafted out. The room was small, about 10 square meters, containing 2 simple wooden beds, an old table, and 2 chairs. The floor was uneven and muddy, and in the corner one could even see traces of dampness and mold. There was a window, but one half of the glass was broken, covered with a piece of tattered oil paper. The conditions here were 10 times worse than Li Wei's room in Hongye Town. How can anyone live here? Lilith's face showed anger. I want to go complain to the academy. Even the summoning department cannot treat students like this. Forget it, Lilith. Li Wei grabbed her and shook his head. Complaining won't help. Since the academy arranged it this way, it shows they don't care about the students of the summoning department. Since we are here, we should just make do with it. He walked into the room and placed his luggage on the empty bed by the window. Although the environment was harsh, at least it was an independent place to stay. At that moment, heavy footsteps and panting sounds could be heard from outside. A round figure appeared at the door, nearly blocking the entire doorframe. It was a chubby man of a similar age to Li Wei, dressed in a set of faded coarse cloth clothing which was stained with dirt and sweat. He had a round face, small eyes, and a bulbous nose with disheveled hair. At that moment he was carrying a worn-out backpack that was even larger than him, panting heavily. Upon seeing Li Wei and Lilith in the room, the chubby man was clearly taken aback, especially when he noticed Lilith's noble attire and stunning beauty. His small eyes widened in shock and an anxious expression crossed his face. You. Hello, I am Cam Shirchui. The chubby man set down his backpack, rubbed his hands together, and smiled innocently, revealing a set of white teeth. I am a new student this year assigned to this dormitory. Are you? Are you too? His accent bore a strong rural flavor, and his clothing and appearance clearly indicated he was from a common background, perhaps even a poor one. Li Wei examined him, noticing his sturdy arms and the solid muscles on his calves, as well as the thick calluses on his palms. This was a person who had been engaged in physical labor or martial arts training for a long time. Hello, Cam. I am Li Wei. Li Wei's also a new student assigned to this dormitory. Li Wei smiled and extended his hand. This is Lilith Augustus, my friend. Cam clearly had not heard of the Li Wei's family, but seemed to have heard of the Augustus surname, and immediately became more nervous, wiping his hands on his clothes before cautiously shaking Li Wei's hand. You. Hello, brother Li Wei. Miss Augustus, you. Hello. Lilith nodded at Cam, acknowledging him. She had no prejudice against commoners, but was not in a good mood at the moment, and had little desire to converse. Well, brother Li Wei, which bed do you choose? Cam pointed to the 2 beds in the room. I'll take the one by the window, Li Wei said. All right. Then I'll take the one inside. Cam grinned and began to huff and puff as he unpacked his belongings. His luggage was quite simple, consisting of a few patched-up old clothes, some dry rations, and a short sword that looked old with a dull blade. Cam, which department are you in? Li Wei asked casually while tidying his bed. I am in the warrior department. Cam's eyes lit up at this mention, but quickly dimmed again. But I have poor talent and slow progress in fighting chi training. My family is also poor, unable to afford good martial skills and medicinal materials, so I was assigned to the worst foundation class, and my dormitory ended up here. His voice grew smaller, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed and helpless about being placed in the summoning department dormitory. The warrior department and the summoning department were recognized in the academy as brothers in hardship, with the warrior department's lower students suffering from overcrowding and unequal resource allocation, while the summoning department was utterly forgotten. Li Wei understood. It seemed that Cam, like himself, was also one of the lower-tier students in the academy. It's fine, the foundation class is still part of the warrior department. If you practice diligently, there will always be opportunities. Li Wei consoled. Yes. I think so too. Cam nodded vigorously, his face once again displaying an innocent smile. My dad said that being able to enter the Royal Mage Martial Academy is a tremendous blessing, and I must cherish it and learn my skills well. Brother Li Wei, are you also in the summoning department? Then we will be neighbors from now on, and we can look out for each other. Looking at Cam's sincere smile and his dreams for the future, Li Wei also smiled back. All right, let's look out for each other. Although the dormitory was shabby and his roommate seemed like a bumbling commoner, Li Wei felt that perhaps it wasn't too bad. At least Cam seemed to be a genuine person. Lilith watched this scene and sighed softly. She could see that Li Wei truly did not care about this harsh environment. This quality was indeed much stronger than many noble children she had encountered. Li Wei, you settle in first. I need to return to the magic department to handle some paperwork, Lilith said. I'll come back later to find you and bring some living supplies. She looked at the empty room, which even lacked bedding, and was genuinely worried. No need to trouble yourself, Lilith. Li Wei shook his head. I can manage. It's no trouble, Lilith said firmly. You saved my life, this small matter is nothing. Cam, right? She turned to the chubby man. Cam nodded quickly. Yes, that's me. Take this money and go buy 2 sets of bedding and some daily necessities. The rest is for your trouble. Lilith pulled out a few gold coins from her money pouch and handed them to Cam. Cam stared at the glimmering gold coins with wide eyes, waving his hands repeatedly. No, Miss Augustus, that's too much, I can't accept it. If I say you can take it, then take it. Lilith insisted as she stuffed the gold coins into Cam's hand. Li Wei is my friend, if you take good care of him, I won't shortchange you. Cam looked helplessly at Li Wei. Li Wei understood Lilith's good intentions and knew she didn't want him to live too poorly, so he nodded at Cam. Take it and thank Miss Lilith for us. Only then did Cam carefully accept the gold coins, patting his chest and assuring, Miss Augustus, don't worry. I will take good care of Brother Li Wei. I will definitely look after him. Lilith reminded Li Wei a few more times before turning to leave. She still had to arrange her accommodation in the magic department and find out what the special unknown affinity meant. Only Li Wei and Cam were left in the room. Cam looked at the gold coins in his hand, then at Li Wei, grinning foolishly. Brother Li Wei, Miss Augustus is really nice to you. You too. Heh. He had a knowing smile. Li Wei chuckled. Don't think too much, we are just friends. Oh. Cam didn't ask further and began enthusiastically planning. Brother Li Wei, let's clean the room first. The dust is too thick. Then I will go to the market to buy bedding, buy some food, and get some wooden boards to fix the windows. By the way, we also need to get some pest-repelling herbs, there must be many bugs in this place. Watching Cam bustle around chattering away, Li Wei suddenly felt that this shabby dormitory seemed to have a hint of home about it. He walked to the window and looked at the desolate scenery outside and the splendid architectural spires of the academy in the distance. The Royal Mage Martial Academy. I've arrived. Li Wei murmured to himself. Let's start from this shabby dormitory. He clenched the bronze badge on his chest, his eyes shining with determination. No matter how harsh the environment, no matter how low the starting point, he believed that with the Holy Domain summoning system he would definitely carve out a place for himself here. At that moment, on the other side of the academy, at the top of the magic tower, an elderly man with white hair dressed in a starry robe was listening to his subordinates report everything that had happened today. When he heard the contract resonant stone erupted with golden starlight, the old man's eyes slowly opened as if stars were flickering within them. Special unknown type. Golden starlight. The old man repeated softly, his withered fingers gently tapping on the table. This little friend may be quite extraordinary. Go tell old Jack that we in the magic department want this student. His subordinate was taken aback. But Dean Li Wei has already. I know he entered the summoning department. The old man, who was also the vice-chancellor of the Royal Mage Martial Academy and the head of the magic department, said slowly. But rules are dead. Such a special mental power trait would be wasted in the lifeless place of the summoning department. Go tell old Jack that the conditions are up to him as long as he is willing to let him go. His subordinate was shocked. He did not expect that the anomaly of merely the contract resonance stone would attract the attention of such a high-ranking figure as the vice-chancellor, who would even break the rules to snatch a student. Yes, Dean, I will go at once. The subordinate bowed and withdrew. The old man Odric gazed out the window, his eyes deep. Golden starlight. Divine chant. Could it be the legendary holy power affinity? Or something from a summoning system that has never been discovered before? It seems that the academy, which has been calm for too long, is about to welcome some interesting changes. A meaningful smile appeared on his aged face. Not long after the conversation at the top of the magical tower concluded, the dilapidated summoning department teaching building, which was practically a 2-story wooden house barely better than the dormitories, welcomed its first noble guest in many years. Vice Dean Odric did not bring any attendants, nor did he wear his starry robe, a symbol of supreme authority. Instead, he donned a plain gray magical robe resembling any unremarkable old lecturer in the academy. Stooping over, he leaned on a humble wooden staff and slowly walked into the dusty, musty classroom of the summoning department. The classroom was empty, with only old Jack present. He was dozing at the lectern, saliva nearly dripping onto the open brick-thick volume of Basic Summoning Theory. Bang bang. Odric gently tapped the floor with his staff. Old Jack jolted awake, groggily lifted his head, wiped the corner of his mouth, and upon seeing the visitor rolled his murky eyes. I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just you, old fossil. What brings you to my shabby place instead of fiddling with those stars in your magical tower? I don't have any wine to offer you here. Odric, unfazed by old Jack's disrespectful address, smiled and sat down in a creaky chair in the front row. Jack, after all these years your temper hasn't changed a bit. Changed? Not in the slightest. Old Jack yawned. If you've got something to say, spit it out, but don't disturb my sleep. At my age, I'm relying on sleep to live a few more years. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Odric's smile faded and his gaze sharpened. I want the new student from your summoning department, Lyra Orphée. Lyra Orphée. The one who made the resonance stone emit golden starlight in the square today. Old Jack dug at his ear, doubting his hearing. Odric pronounced each word clearly. His mental power is extraordinarily unique. It would be a waste to keep him in your summoning department. Bring him to my magical department, where I can personally guide him, provide the best resources, and even let him directly enter the Starry class. Starry class? Old Jack raised an eyebrow. That was the highest level genius class in the magical department, with no more than 10 students allowed in each year, each a flickering hope for the future of the Empire's magical realm. Odric, you really are willing to invest big. It's worth it, Odric replied succinctly. His mental power is something I have rarely seen in my life. The vast contained fluctuations, imbued with a certain sacred quality, though difficult to explain within conventional magical frameworks, absolutely harbored immense potential. Keeping him in the summoning department to learn your outdated contract theories and communication skills is simply a waste. Old Jack fell silent for a moment, then scoffed. Waste? Odric, you're regressing. That kid came to report to my summoning department, and I personally issued his badge. He is a student of my summoning department. What is your magical department so domineering now that you want to snatch the few seedlings we have left? It's not about snatching, it's for his own good. Odric frowned. Jack, we both know what the summoning department is like. It's been years since we've had a student worth mentioning. Lacking resources, the only mentor is you, a half-dead old man and with no decent practice space. Can you bear to watch a good seedling waste away here? Waste away? Old Jack suddenly sat up straight in his chair, his usually half-closed eyes fully open, gleaming with an obsessive light Odric hadn't seen in years. Odric, you can see that the kid's mental power is special. Do you think I can't see it? Golden starlight, a reaction never seen from the resonance stone. What does this mean? It means he might possess an entirely new, unknown summoning talent. This could be the hope for the revival of the summoning department. The opportunity to break through the existing shackles of summoning magic. You want me to hand him over? Hand him over to your magical department to be constrained by your rigid theories. Dream on. Odric looked at old Jack's flushed face, which was becoming increasingly agitated, and sighed. Jack, you're still as stubborn as ever. Even if his talent is extraordinary, without proper guidance and sufficient resources, how far can he really go? What does the summoning department have? Your outdated theories. Or those tattered books in the basement that are nearly eaten through by bugs. Outdated. Tattered books. Old Jack sneered. Odric, have you forgotten who saved your life in the Void Corridor? Who summoned the Void Walker with a soul contract, holding off that legendary demon for 3 seconds, giving you the chance to chant that forbidden spell? Times have changed, Jack. Odric's expression faltered, a hint of nostalgia and complexity flashing in his eyes as he recalled events from over 50 years ago. The times have changed, Jack. The current summoning techniques can no longer keep pace with the era. The risks of contract backlash, the uncontrollability of summoned objects, the long growth cycle, any one of these issues is enough to stifle a genius. Hand him over to me and at least I can guarantee his safe growth. Safe? Old Jack laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. Is being a magician really safe? Hiding in a magical tower for a lifetime studying stars is safe. Odric, true power has never been gained in safety. That kid has fire in his eyes, ambition, and a sense of dissatisfaction. What he needs is not a greenhouse but a true path that belongs to him. A path that may be fraught with thorns but also leads to the vast sea of stars. The two old men, one representing the Academy's most authoritative and orthodox magical path, the other steadfastly adhering to the declining marginal path of summoning, clashed in this dilapidated classroom over a newly enrolled student. After a long silence, Audric slowly stood up. It seems we can't reach an agreement. Jack, I can offer you resources, access to the best meditation rooms, library privileges, and even research funding as long as he is willing to be affiliated with the magical department and occasionally attend classes. This is my final concession. Resources? I don't care for them, old Jack retorted. That kid is from my summoning department, born a student of the summoning department, and will die a student of the summoning department. Want him? You'll have to step over my dead body. Of course, the premise is that your old bones can still take me on. Audric looked at old Jack, who was so stubborn he was ready to roll up his sleeves for a fight, and knew today's discussion was not going to end well. Forget it. Audric shook his head and turned to leave. You can keep the person. But Jack, don't hold him back. If I find out that you can't teach him, or if he chooses the wrong path, I will still intervene. As he reached the door, he paused and did not turn back. Additionally, my open classes on elemental essence analysis and advanced applications of mental power are available for him to audit. This is a privilege of the Dean, you cannot stop it. With that, he leaned on his staff and slowly walked out, disappearing into the dim corridor. Old Jack spat at the empty doorway. Bah! Old fool just knows how to flaunt his authority as Dean. However, a quiet sigh of relief escaped his taut face. Early the next morning, Li Wei arrived punctually at the dilapidated two-story wooden house of the summoning department. In the classroom, only old Jack was present. He hadn't slept today and was casually reading a book with a nearly worn-out cover. Master, Li Wei greeted respectfully. Although this old man seemed unreliable, he remembered how Jack had withstood pressure to keep him here yesterday, granting him the privilege to audit the Vice Dean's classes. You're here. Old Jack lifted his eyelids and pointed to a seat in the front row. Sit down. Li Wei took his seat. The classroom was sparse, containing only a few worn-out desks and chairs. On the walls hung several faded charts depicting various summoning arrays, and in the corner lay some dust-covered unidentified materials. You heard about yesterday's events, right? Old Jack got straight to the point. Li Wei nodded. I heard some things. It seems that Vice Dean Audric from the Magic Department wants me to transfer departments. Not just once, he nearly snatched you away. Old Jack huffed. That old fellow, relying on his status as a Grand Magus, thinks he can bully us in the summoning department because we seem weak. But don't worry, with me around he can't take you. Since you've entered the summoning department, you are now my disciple, old Jax. Li Wei felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, master. Hold on, no need to thank me just yet. Old Jack waved his hand. I kept you because I think you have some potential. But whether you can truly become a summoner depends on yourself. Our summoning department does not nurture idlers, nor do we raise useless people, though we may appear to be a place that does just that. He paused and looked at Li Wei. Now tell me, how much do you know about summoning magic? Summoning magic is the art of calling forth living or non-living entities from other realms, elemental planes, or other locations through a special mental contract to fight or serve for oneself. It requires strong mental power and specific affinity talents. Li Wei replied after considering the memories of the original owner and the information he had gathered from Lilith over the past few days. That's a fair enough textbook explanation. Old Jack nodded but then shook his head. But that's old news. Current summoning magic is more complex and awkward. He stood up and walked to a dusty blackboard, wiping it with his sleeve before sketching a few simple patterns. The core of summoning lies in contracts and communication, Old Jack said as he drew with a piece of charcoal he had found. Using your mental power, construct a stable passage that connects you to the space where the summoned entity resides. Then with your will and strength persuade, coerce, or offer benefits to make the beings of that world respond to your call, crossing the passage to serve you in this world. Sounds easy enough, Li Wei remarked. Of course it sounds easy. Old Jack glared at him. But in practice it can be deadly. First, constructing the passage requires vast and precise mental control. If you aren't careful, your mental energy could backlash, at best leaving you a fool, at worst shattering your soul. Second, communication. Do you think those beings from other realms, elemental spirits, or void entities, are easy to talk to? Some are cunning, some are brutal, and some have no rational thought at all. What makes you think they'll listen to you? By suppressing them with mental power. Can you handle that? By binding them with contracts. Can you withstand the backlash of a high-level contract? Old Jack became more animated as he spoke. So why are there fewer summoners now? Because the risks are too high. The rewards are too low. A magician can achieve some success over decades by methodically studying and meditating from apprentice to novice. A warrior can hone their body and cultivate their fighting spirit, and even if their talent is slightly lacking, they can still scrape by. But what about summoners? You toil for decades and you might not even manage to summon a stable low-level entity. Even if you do, the growth of the summoned entity is painfully slow, and it can throw tantrums and backfire. The input and output are completely disproportionate. Who would still want to learn this? Li Wei fell silent. He understood why the summoning department had fallen into decline. It was a high-risk, low-reward profession with an extremely unfriendly growth curve. So, Master, what do we learn now? Li Wei asked. Learn what? Old Jack tossed aside the charcoal and clapped the dust off his hands. We start from the basics. The 17 basic configurations of summoning arrays, the 300 common summoned entities' spiritual frequency charts, the 97 symptoms of contract backlash, and first aid measures. He pointed at a pile of dust-covered tomes in the corner. There they are, read them yourself. If you don't understand, well, try to figure it out yourself for 3 days, and if you still can't, then ask me. I'm getting old and need to sleep. Li Wei thought to himself, this teaching method is indeed quite. However, Old Jack suddenly changed his tone and squinted at Li Wei. Those materials might not be of much use to you. Li Wei was taken aback. Why? Because your mental power characteristics are unlike any of those described in the books. Old Jack returned to the podium, slumping back into his chair. Conventional summoning requires first sensing and locating the summoned entity, then using mental power to construct the passage, and finally binding it with the contract. But your mental power, he seemed to weigh his words carefully, is too hard and too static. It is not as lively as a magician's mental power, which can easily sense and communicate with external elements, nor is it as condensed as a warrior's mental power, which focuses on enhancing oneself. Your mental power resembles an unrefined raw gem or a dormant volcano. It is introverted, stable, and difficult to express outwardly, yet the underlying quality and quantity are astonishingly high. Li Wei was secretly amazed. This Old Jack looked disheveled, yet his insight was sharp. What he said perfectly aligned with the characteristics of the little universe. The little universe taps into the cosmic energy within the human body, emphasizing internal combustion and explosion rather than external communication and contracts. Thus, the traditional path of summoning magic won't work for you, Old Jack concluded. At least not in the early stages. Forcing yourself to learn those array configurations and frequency charts will only yield diminishing returns and could even backfire, dulling your mental power further. So what should I do? Li Wei asked. If the traditional path of the summoning department would not work, then what was the point of being here? Old Jack stared at Li Wei for a while, then suddenly sighed. He rummaged through his clothes for some time and pulled out a thin, small booklet bound with some kind of animal leather, tossing it to Li Wei. This book, Stellar Meditation Technique, is a worn-out item I unearthed from an ancient relic in my youth. It's not about summoning, it's just a clumsy method for cultivating mental power. It doesn't discuss communication or contracts, only how to visualize stars and temper the mind, making your mental power more solid, pure, and resilient. Old Jack's voice sounded somewhat weary. Once mastered, it may not be of great use, just that you'll have better mental stamina, tire less easily, and be less susceptible to mental attacks. If you can't master it, it won't kill you. Li Wei received the booklet. The leather was already yellowed, the edges frayed, and the text inside was written in a dark red pigment, crooked and resembling some ancient script, yet he could understand it. What? Li Wei began. What? Old Jack waved his hand impatiently. Take it and scram. From now on, practice this in the morning and audit that old fellow Audric's class in the afternoon. Since he had opened his mouth, it would be foolish not to attend. Although Audric's theories on elements and mental power were tedious, they were still somewhat useful for building a foundation. As for the courses here in the summoning department, come if you want, but you'll just be sleeping anyway. Li Wei tightened his grip on the booklet, stood up, and deeply bowed to Old Jack. Thank you, Master. He knew that the seemingly inconspicuous stellar meditation technique and the opportunity to audit the Vice Dean's courses were probably the best things Old Jack could offer him in this declining summoning department. This seemingly lazy old man was actually sharper than anyone else. Stop with the flattery. Old Jack turned over, facing away from Li Wei. Get lost and don't disturb my sleep. By the way, how's your dorm? How are you getting along with that chubby guy? Li Wei replied. The dorm is acceptable. Cam is quite nice and diligent. Yesterday Cam used the money Lilith gave to not only buy bedding and daily necessities, but also clean the dorm inside and out. Although it's still shabby, at least it's livable now. That chubby guy is in the basic class for warriors. He has average talent, but he's earnest and hardworking. You two make a good pair. Old Jack's voice gradually lowered. Go now. If you don't understand anything, ponder it for 3 days. Then ask. Before he finished speaking, snoring had already begun. Li Wei looked at Old Jack curled up in his chair, feeling a surge of complex emotions. He bowed again and gently exited the classroom. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Li Wei opened the animal leather booklet in his hand, and on the first page, written in ancient characters, was a phrase. Gaze upon the stars to realize your own insignificance, introspect your own heart to behold the vastness of the universe. Li Wei closed the booklet and gazed at the clear blue sky. The traditional path of the summoning department might not work, but he had the sacred domain summoning system, the Little Universe meditation method, and now this stellar meditation technique, along with the opportunity to audit the Vice Dean's classes. The path is forged by those who walk it. The path Li Wei is destined to tread is bound to be unlike anyone else. After leaving old Jack's classroom, Li Wei did not return to the dormitory immediately, but instead sought a secluded spot within the academy, a small grove located at the edge behind the summoning department's dilapidated building. This place was overgrown with weeds almost devoid of human presence save for a few severely weathered boulders scattered about. Standing here, one could vaguely hear the shouts of warriors in the distant training grounds and the occasional explosive sounds from the magic experiment area, but in comparison to the clamor at the center of the academy, this was indeed a rare sanctuary of tranquility. Li Wei sat cross-legged on a relatively flat stone, taking a deep breath of the earthy air mixed with the scent of grass, and would then carefully open the leather-bound tome, Starry Sky Meditation Technique. The tome was quite thin, containing only a dozen pages. The text was written in a dark red pigment that resembled dried blood, with ancient twisted characters that were not part of the modern common language. Strangely, however, Li Wei could understand its meaning without any hindrance. Li Wei silently recited the phrase, a subtle epiphany stirring within his heart. Was not the cosmo, the saint's inner power, a manifestation of the cosmic energy latent within the human body? This stellar vault meditation art emphasized visualizing stars and introspecting one's inner self, its cultivation philosophy resonating strangely with that of the cosmo. What followed was a unique mental visualization technique. Unlike conventional magical meditation, which sought to commune with external elements or construct arcane channels, it required practitioners first to vividly envision a boundless starry firmament within their minds, then imagine their consciousness transforming into a single celestial body among them, resonating with the myriad stars and absorbing stellar chi, a hypothesized pristine form of spiritual energy used to temper and expand the very source of their mental essence. No incantations. No elaborate rituals. Only pure visualization and the deliberate circulation of spiritual force. This technique seems focused solely on refining both the quality and quantity of spiritual energy, not its application. Li Wei pondered inwardly. Old Jack claimed it was useless, merely sharpening one's alertness. But for me, a flash of keen intelligence gleamed in his eyes. His sanctuary summoning system hinged entirely upon spiritual energy. The stronger his spirit, the more powerful and numerous the saints he could summon. The stellar vault meditation art was quite literally forged for him, a perfect auxiliary cultivation method. Moreover, the awakening and enhancement of the cosmo were intrinsically tied to mental willpower and spiritual fortitude. Robust spiritual energy would undoubtedly accelerate his comprehension of the cosmo. Without further hesitation, Li Wei adjusted his breathing, banished all distractions, closed his eyes, and began visualizing the starry vault as instructed in the manual. At first it did not go smoothly. The stellar panorama in his mind remained hazy and indistinct, the stars dim and fleeting, impossible to sustain. Yet he did not falter. Again and again he attempted, blending insights from the cosmo meditation art about the inner cosmos, until gradually a resonance emerged. He ceased forcing the image of the stars and instead sank his awareness deep within, feeling for that dormant, unlit universe nestled in the core of his being. Slowly, within the infinite void of darkness, faint points of light began to flicker, like newborn stars emerging from primordial silence. His spiritual energy commenced a slow, steady rotation akin to a spiraling nebula. With each revolution it seemed to draw forth a trace of delicate yet exquisitely refined energy from the void, integrating seamlessly into his spiritual origin. Time slipped away unmarked. When Li Wei opened his eyes again, the setting sun had gilded the horizon in molten gold and crimson. Ha! He exhaled deeply, feeling utterly refreshed, his mind lucid and crystalline. The fatigue lingering from his use of the Pegasus Meteor Fist trial card and the arduous journey had vanished without a trace. More importantly, he distinctly sensed his total spiritual energy had increased. Modestly, yes, but undeniably. Truly extraordinary. Li Wei thought, elated. Such results from a single session promised immense potential, if cultivated consistently. Instantly he connected with the system embedded in his mind. Host profile. Name: Li Wei. Cosmos sixth sense unawakened. Spiritual energy 158180 slowly recovering. Summon sanctuary gruntsy rank. Item: sacred garment restoration stone fragment 1. Spiritual energy cap increased from 150 to 180. Li Wei was stunned. One session had raised his cap by 30 points, an efficiency far surpassing his earlier self-taught cosmo meditation art. Moreover, his spiritual energy now felt denser, more obedient, more responsive to his will. If before it had resembled a diffuse mist, now it carried the first subtle signs of liquefaction, easier to command, more precise in execution. Let me test summoning. Li Wei willed. The bronze insignia over his chest warmed faintly. A low hum resonated, then blinding white light flashed repeatedly. 1, 2, 3, 15 sanctuary grunts materialized before him standing in flawless formation. 15. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Previously he could barely sustain 10 grunts simultaneously, and only briefly. Now 15 stood unwavering before him, while his spiritual reserves still felt abundant. And upon closer inspection these grunts appeared subtly altered. Their bronze armor gleamed with heightened luster, their gaze, though veiled by helmets, felt sharper, more penetrating. Their aura radiated at least 30% greater intensity than before. System, display detailed attributes for sanctuary grunts. Li Wei commanded inwardly. Sanctuary grunt enhanced. Rank E formerly E. Spiritual cost 1. 5 per unit formerly 1. Max summonable 15 capped by host spiritual capacity and control, previously 10. Description: sanctuary grunts whose base attributes have been modestly elevated through nourishment by the host's strengthened spiritual energy. Strength, speed, and endurance enhanced, combat instincts slightly optimized. Loyalty, absolute obedience. Current summons 1515. Rank upgraded to E. Attributes improved. Max summon count increased. Li Wei beamed with delight. The Stellar Vault meditation art delivered immediate tangible results. He directed 8 grunts to execute intricate tactical maneuvers, dispersion, encirclement, crossover, testing precision and coordination. They obeyed flawlessly, fluid, synchronized, and instinctively harmonious, far removed from their prior mechanical rigidity. Li Wei sensed his commands transmitted with unprecedented clarity and speed. The spiritual link between himself and his summons had grown markedly tighter. Excellent. Excellent. Li Wei clenched his fist in exhilaration. Enhanced spiritual energy had directly catalyzed a quantum leap in his summoning prowess. Though the grunt's individual ceilings remained modest, the dual elevation in number and quality vastly expanded his tactical versatility. And he sensed, intuitively, that continued spiritual growth would hasten his grasp of the cosmos. Once the sixth sense awakened, his power would undergo a qualitative transcendence. It appears choosing the summoning path, and apprenticing under Master Old Jack, was the right decision. Gratitude swelled within Li Wei toward that disheveled elder. Though he'd merely tossed him what seemed like worthless scrap, the opportunity bestowed was priceless. Dismissing the grunts, Li Wei glanced at the sky, rose, brushed dust from his clothes, and set off toward the dormitory. Just as he reached its base, he spotted Fat Cam trudging toward him, laboriously hauling a large sack. "Brother Li Wei, you're back." Cam's broad, honest face broke into a grin as he hurried forward. "I went to the market, bought food, daily essentials, and even some insect-repelling herbs. I'll burn them tonight, guaranteed no bugs will bite you." Li Wei watched sweat glisten on Cam's brow and felt warmth stir in his chest. "You've worked hard, Cam. How much did it cost? Did you return the rest to Miss Lilith?" "Plenty left." Cam lowered the sack and wiped his brow. "Miss Augusta's gold coins are worth a fortune. I bought top-grade wool blankets and padding, plus enough dried meat and black bread to last us half a month. As for the remainder..." He scratched his head sheepishly. "I saw a second-hand longsword at the market, old yes but well-maintained, so I took the liberty of buying it. Brother Li Wei, you won't be angry, will you?" With that he drew a sheathed longsword from the sack. Its leather scabbard showed where, yet the hilt fit comfortably in the hand. Cam unsheathed it. The blade shimmered with cold brilliance, bearing only faint scratches, yet its edge remained keen. "I figured even though you're a summoner, troublemakers might still seek you out here at the academy. Better to have a sword than bare hands," Cam chuckled warmly. "Don't worry, I check students may carry weapons so long as no lives are lost." Li Wei accepted the sword. It bore pleasing heft, perfectly balanced. Though no master swordsman, he'd learned basic forms from palace guards in his past life. A few experimental swings confirmed its intuitive responsiveness. "Thank you, Cam," Li Wei said sincerely. This kind-hearted, heavy-set youth, having known him less than 2 days, had already shown genuine selfless care. "No need for thanks, we're roommates." Cam waved dismissively, then leaned in conspiratorially. "Oh, and Brother Li Wei, something else this afternoon when I reported to the Warrior Division's beginner class. Guess what I heard?" "What is it?" "Something concerning us." Cam glanced left and right, ensuring no one was near before whispering, "That Carlos from the Fernandez family, the one who harassed you yesterday, he's declared publicly that he'll make you look foolish in the academy tournament. And he added that he'll teach this worthless summoner the difference between nobles and commoners." Cam's face flushed with indignation. How utterly despicable. "Brother Li Wei, don't fear, I'll stand with you. I may lack finesse, but I've got strength to spare." A glint of icy resolve flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Carlos. Predictably, he would not let matters rest. The academy tournament, held 1 month after enrollment, served as a formal assessment of new students' progress, offering exceptional rewards and mentorship opportunities to top performers. If he wishes to play, I shall oblige him. Li Wei's voice remained calm, but those who knew him recognized such quietude as the harbinger of true fury. Exactly, let's smash him. Cam punched the air, then sobered slightly. Still, Brother Li Wei, though Carlos lacks virtue, his talent is reputed solid. He's already an intermediate warrior, and masters his family's inherited combat art, Gale Wind Slash. He won't be easy to beat. Are you truly confident? Li Wei clapped Cam on the shoulder, smiling without answering directly. Let's go. First we'll store these things. Tonight I'll treat you to a feast. A feast? Cam's eyes sparkled instantly, forgetting his worries. What kind? Is there meat? Plenty. Laughing together, they entered the weathered dormitory building. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the cobblestones. Li Wei touched the slender volume of the Stellar Vault meditation art tucked inside his robe, sensing the steady pulse of his augmented spiritual energy. Gazing toward the luminous opulent towers at the Academy's heart, his spirit settled into profound stillness. Carlos. The Fernandez family? The Academy tournament. With the Stellar Vault meditation art, with ever-strengthening spiritual energy, and sanctuary summons, he had been quietly seeking precisely such a trial. Night deepened. In the imperial capital of Salem, where golden lamps bloomed across vast avenues, a youth from a remote frontier town stood quietly gathering strength, preparing to unleash the storm that would be his own. Meanwhile, deep within the Academy, Vicedine Aldrich stood before a crystal orb used for stellar observation, his brows faintly furrowed. Strange, just now I sensed an exceedingly subtle, yet remarkably pure, surge of spiritual energy, originating from the summoning division. The elder stroked his snow-white beard, eyes narrowing with curiosity. Was it that boy? Or has old Jack once again meddled with something perilous? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. So long as the boy remained within the Academy, his nature would inevitably reveal itself. Aldrich had ample time to observe. Elsewhere, old Jack sat in his ramshackle wooden hut, cradling a bottle of cheap barley wine, cheeks flushed crimson, muttering drunkenly, Stellar Vault meditation art. Heh, brat, don't disappoint me. Hick, that technique isn't for just anyone. Succeed. Heh. This decrepit Academy's about to get interesting. Days slipped by, and there was less than half a month before the Academy officially began classes. In that time, Li Wei's life settled into a steady, fulfilling rhythm. Each morning he unfailingly made his way to the small grove behind the summoning department building to practice the Xinqiang meditation technique. Afternoons were spent at the magic department's main tower auditing Vicedine Aeodelicus' open lectures. Evenings he returned to the dormitory to exchange cultivation insights with Camus, or to listen to that honest stout fellow grumble about the harsh training in the warrior department's basic class. The effects of the Xinqiang meditation technique were nothing short of astonishing. Li Wei's spiritual energy seemed to grow at a rate visible to the eye, advancing a little each day. His visualization of the starry vault became ever clearer and more stable. Occasionally he would feel a faint, cool thread of distant star force merging into his mind, extremely subtle yet impeccably pure. The combat capability of the Xingyu minions he summoned also strengthened. Li Wei experimented: when coordinated properly, 10 such minions could easily surround and slay a mid-level warrior, and even pose a serious threat to an advanced warrior. Yet just as his spiritual energy ceiling was about to breach the 200-point mark, a bottleneck arrived, as if on schedule. No matter how he intensified his visualization, or urged his spiritual energy to flow, the rate of growth suddenly slowed until it stalled completely. His spiritual energy felt locked behind an invisible barrier, rigid and immovable despite every assault he launched against it. He could even sense that the star force drawn by the Xinqiang meditation technique continued to seep in, yet that influx was like stones cast into the sea, unable to increase the quantity of his spiritual energy by so much as a fraction, only making the barrier feel thicker and tougher. 200 points, could that be a threshold? Li Wei ended a fruitless meditation with a frown. He knew he had encountered the first true bottleneck on his path of cultivation. He realized with clarity that merely accumulating quantity would no longer suffice. What he needed was a breakthrough in quality, or perhaps an external opportunity to catalyze the change. He turned his thoughts to the afternoon lecture he planned to audit, Vicedine Aeodelicus. Advanced Applications of Spiritual Energy. Perhaps the Grand Mage's lessons would offer some inspiration. The Magic Department's main tower, 7th floor, Great Lecture Hall. The 300-seat hall was packed to capacity. Many students even stood in the aisles and at the back. On the lectern, Vicedine Aeodelicus still wore his plain gray robe and supported himself with an ordinary wooden staff. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to every corner. Therefore, the application of spiritual energy is not merely a matter of piling up quantity, it rests upon the mastery of structure and frequency. Aeodelicus sketched a complex model of spiritual energy on the board, countless intersecting lines forming a three-dimensional ever-shifting polyhedron. It is like constructing a house. Bricks, symbolizing the amount of spiritual energy, are certainly important, but what matters more is whether the building's structure, the form of spiritual energy, can bear the weight, and whether it can resonate harmoniously with the surrounding environment, targets, or magical elements. through proper frequency. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the eager faces below, and lingered for a moment on Li Wei. Many young magi, including some of you present, Aeodelicus' words drew a ripple of low laughter. Pursue only the total amount of spiritual energy, believing that greater energy automatically yields greater magical power. There is nothing wrong with that thinking, yet it is a clumsy and inefficient path. True masters know how to wield the least spiritual energy to pry the greatest force. Li Wei sat in a corner at the back row listening with rapt attention. Although Aeodelicus spoke from a magician's perspective, his concepts of spiritual energy's structure, frequency, and resonance unlocked a sudden clarity in Li Wei's mind. Was not the Shengdushi's inner cosmos also a particular arrangement of spiritual energy, its own structure and frequency? To ignite the inner cosmos was to alter that configuration and vibration, unleashing astonishing power. Perhaps my bottleneck does not stem from a lack of spiritual energy per se, but from its form being too singular and primitive. Li Wei mused. The Xingqiang meditation technique granted me a vast compact reserve of spiritual energy, yet that reserve is like an unworked mass of iron, heavy and difficult to manipulate with finesse. I must discover a way to forge it, to make it more agile, more malleable, so that it can resonate more deeply with my inner cosmos. Aeodelicus then began to explain concrete methods for tempering spiritual energy exercises and spiritual energy shaping, frequency resonance practice, and multi-threaded cognitive control. These were fields only high-level magi normally touched. To the freshmen below they sounded abstruse and obscure, prompting many to furrow their brows or drift toward sleep. But Li Wei listened as if spellbound. The techniques opened a new doorway for him. He tried to simulate in his mind the structures Aeodelicus described using his own great compact spiritual energy. At first it was agonizingly difficult. His spiritual energy felt like a stubborn stone resisting any attempt to reshape it. Yet when he combined the star visualization from the Xingqiang meditation technique, imagining his spiritual energy as a nebula in the heavens capable of rotating, condensing, and dispersing, the recalcitrant stone seemed to loosen, if only a little. When the lecture ended, Li Wei did not leave immediately. He waited until most students had dispersed before stepping forward. Vice Dean Aeodelicus. Li Wei bowed respectfully. Aeodelicus was tidying the notes on the lectern. Hearing him, the old man looked up, and upon seeing Li Wei, a gentle smile crossed his face. "Oh, it's you, Li Wei. You sat in on a few lessons. How did you find them? Is this old man's class terribly dull?" "Not at all, Vice Dean. Your lecture benefited me greatly," Li Wei replied earnestly. "Especially your exposition on the structure and frequency of spiritual energy. It gave me a new understanding of its essence." A flicker of interest passed through Aeodelicus' eyes. "Oh? Do tell. You are a student of the summoning department. Your spiritual energy bears particular traits. Perhaps you have a distinct perspective." Li Wei chose his words carefully, avoiding mention of his inner cosmos and Xingyu summons. He spoke only of his crude thoughts on the form of spiritual energy, and the nature of resonance. "I feel spiritual energy may not be an immutable clump of power, but rather a material that can be shaped. Different methods of shaping and different vibrational frequencies granted varied properties and functions, like clay that can be formed into a bowl or fashioned into a sword." Aeodelicus listened intently. When Li Wei finished, the old man's eyes showed approval. "A fine analogy. Though coarse, it captures the crux of the matter. That you grasp this in the freshman stage is rare. Looks like Lao Jeka wasn't mistaken this time." He set his notes down and regarded Li Wei, speaking slowly. "You have encountered a bottleneck, haven't you?" Li Wei's heart jolted. He hadn't expected the other to perceive his condition so instantly. He nodded. "Yes, Dean. My spiritual energy reserves appear to have reached a ceiling. Further growth seems impossible." "That is perfectly normal," Odric replied, unsurprised. "Your foundation in spiritual energy is exceptionally robust, but it lacks refinement and guidance. It is like a surging river. If one only hoards its waters without dredging its channels or constructing embankments, it will inevitably flood in chaos, or stagnate in silt." He extended a finger and tapped the air. A faint yet astonishingly condensed mote of spiritual energy shimmered into existence, like a miniature star. "Observe, this is my spiritual energy. Its quantity may be less than yours at present, yet its quality, its structural stability, and its frequency controllability far surpass yours." Li Wei focused his perception, and indeed, though the mote was dim, it radiated an unshakable solidity and seamless harmony, as if concealing infinite potential for transformation. "What you require now is not more water, but the art of water management." Odric withdrew the mote. "The Stellar Vault meditation art Master Jack gave you emphasizes water accumulation, a peerless foundational cultivation method. Yet to break through your bottleneck, you must also master channeling and application." "Please guide me, Dean," Li Wei said respectfully. "Guidance would be overstating it. I am not your mentor." Odric shook his head. "Still, I offer this suggestion. Within the Academy's trial spire lies the spiritual corridor, on its first level. There a specialized magical array simulates diverse mental pressures and environments, an ideal place to hone control over spiritual energy and shatter bottlenecks. Though designed primarily for mages, it should still benefit you. The Trial Spire. The Spiritual Corridor. Li Wei committed the names to memory. However, Odric's tone shifted, his expression turning grave. The Spiritual Corridor is no sanctuary. Its mental pressure dynamically adjusts to the intruder's strength. A single misstep may cause mild spiritual injury, leaving one with days of migraines, or severe damage to the core of one's spirit, jeopardizing future cultivation. Each year, overconfident students suffer there. Given your current state, the risk is substantial. Whether to enter, or refrain, is your own decision to weigh. Thank you, Dean, for this warning. Li Wei bowed again. That Odric had even revealed the location was already extraordinary generosity. Leaving the arcane tower, Li Wei had already made up his mind. The Trial Spire, the Spiritual Corridor. He gazed toward the academy's northwestern corner where a gray-black spire loomed, a jagged fusion of metal and stone. This was the Trial Spire, famed for its trials and opportunities, the crucible where the academy forged students' combat prowess. Risk and opportunity walk hand in hand. His gaze hardened. Stagnation offered no path forward, it contradicted his very nature. If conventional cultivation had hit a wall, then he would seek breakthrough in peril itself. He did not head straight to the Trial Spire. Instead, he returned first to the summoning department's dilapidated building. Master Jack was as expected, dozing off in the classroom. Master, Li Wei called softly. Class dismissed. Jack lifted his head drowsily. Spotting Li Wei, he yawned. Oh, it's you, lad. How was old Odric's lecture? Did it sound like celestial scripture? Profoundly illuminating, Li Wei succinctly recounted Odric's insights on spiritual energy structure and bottlenecks, and the recommendation regarding the Trial Spire Spiritual Corridor. Jack's sleepiness seemed to lift slightly. He sat upright, his cloudy eyes fixed on Li Wei for a long moment before speaking slowly. The Spiritual Corridor. That old fox certainly knows how to point you toward trouble. Yes, it is useful. And yes, it is dangerous. With your puny frame and that bizarrely dense yet utterly unruly spiritual energy, stepping inside would be little better than walking to your slaughter. Li Wei remained silent. He knew Jack spoke truth. But... Jack shifted, rummaging inside his robe, not for a book this time but for a grimy pouch stitched from beast hide which he tossed to Li Wei. Hold this beneath your tongue before entering. In moments of crisis it will preserve a sliver of clarity in your mind, keeping you from being shattered outright by illusions and pressure. Remember, when you feel you can no longer endure, exit immediately. Do not stubbornly persist. Your death matters little, but I rarely take a liking to a student. Don't force me to bury a black-haired youth while I'm still not white-haired. Li Wei caught the pouch. It felt featherlight. Opening it, he found a translucent pale blue crystal the size of a longan fruit, exuding a cool, refreshing aura. What is this? A shard of spirit-calming crystal, the scrap left over from my own days. Jack waved dismissively as if it were worthless. Now scram, don't disturb my nap. Li Wei clenched the crystal tightly, feeling its soothing chill seep into his palm. He bowed deeply to Jack. Thank you, master. Get lost, get lost. Jack grumbled, turning away, and within moments his snores echoed anew. Leaving the summoning department, Li Wei bypassed the dormitory entirely, and strode directly toward the Trial Spire. On the way he encountered Kem rushing toward him. Brother Li Wei. I've been searching everywhere for you, Kem panted heavily. This afternoon's warrior department sparring session, I got paired with a noble's scion. That fellow fights dirty, aiming straight for vital points. I got thrashed. Kem rolled up his sleeve. His arm was a tapestry of purple and green bruises. Li Wei's eyes turned icy. Who did this? A minor branch of the Fernandez family, Roar they call him. Close to Carlos. Kem spat bitterly. Carlos must have ordered it. Brother Li Wei, beware. They'll surely come after you next. Understood. Li Wei placed a firm hand on Kem's shoulder. Go rest, apply some salve. This debt I'll remember. Carlos, and his lackeys. A glacial light flickered in Li Wei's eyes. So even before the Academy Grand Tournament they'd already begun their underhanded maneuvers. Brother Li Wei, where are you headed? Kem noticed Li Wei wasn't walking toward the dorms. To the Trial Spire, Li Wei answered without concealment. The Trial Spire? Kem recoiled in alarm. That place is lethal. Upperclassmen say it's crawling with monsters and traps. Freshmen who enter don't walk out alive. Brother Li Wei, don't lose your mind. Relax, I'm only visiting the spiritual corridor on the first floor to temper my spiritual energy. Li Wei reassured him. I'll be fine. After much persuasion he finally sent the anxious Kem back. Alone Li Wei arrived before the Trial Spire's massive black metal gates. The gates stood sealed. Before them sat an elderly man in grey robes fast asleep. Beside him rested a sign: Trial Spire, entry requires authorization. First-year students enter at your peril. Li Wei stepped forward and presented his student insignia. The elder opened one eye, glanced at the badge, then at Li Wei, muttering, "Summoning department. Unusual. Which level?" "First level, the spiritual corridor," Li Wei replied. The elder seemed mildly surprised, gave Li Wei 2 sharp looks, then pointed toward an inconspicuous side door beside the main gate. "The spiritual corridor lies that way. Enter on your own. Remember, if you falter, crush your insignia. It will teleport you out instantly. But once crushed, you may not re-enter this month." "Thank you." Li Wei nodded and approached the side door. It slid open automatically, revealing a steep downward spiraling stone staircase bathed in gloom, its air thick with the scent of ancient decay and raw magic. Li Wei drew a deep breath, placed the pale blue crystal beneath his tongue, and instantly a wave of cool clarity flooded his mouth and surged upward into his mind, sharpening his focus. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The staircase wound far down. Bioluminescent moss clung to the walls, casting feeble wavering light. The deeper he descended, the heavier the invisible pressure grew, like countless unseen eyes watching from the dark, or hushed guttural whispers echoing just beyond hearing. At last the stairs ended. Before him rose a stone door etched with intricate magical sigils, and upon its surface a recess shaped precisely to fit a student insignia. Li Wei pressed his insignia into the recess. The door slid inward soundless. An overwhelming chaotic surge of spiritual energy crashed against him. Beyond lay a corridor stretching into infinity, woven from shifting light and mist. Its walls, floor, and ceiling flowed and transformed ceaselessly, now a breathtaking starfield, now a writhing nightmare landscape, now an utter void. Li Wei steadied himself, and stepped across the threshold. The stone door sealed behind him. Instantly an invisible hammer struck his mind. A tidal flood of disordered thoughts, images, and sounds crashed upon him, grief, fury, terror, ecstasy, extreme emotions erupting without warning. The surrounding light warped violently, threatening to swallow him whole. Li Wei grunted, a low pained sound, as his spiritual energy bucked wildly like a fragile skiff in a hurricane teetering on the edge of annihilation. The spirit-calming crystal beneath his tongue flared with intensified coolness, barely shielding the core of his consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he forced calm, and activated the stellar vault meditation art, visualizing the vast serene cosmos to anchor his spirit. "So this is the spiritual corridor." A sharp, incisive light flashed in Li Wei's eyes, and he strode forward into the corridor's depths toward the unknown challenge awaiting him. He knew the key to breaking his bottleneck might well lie along this arduous path. As for external troubles, men like Carlos, he would settle those accounts upon his return. As he took a step forward, the world around him abruptly transformed. Li Wei felt as though he had plunged into a kaleidoscope of bizarre colors. The solid walls around him morphed into countless shattered, twisted, and flickering fragments of light and shadow. Sad cries, furious roars, frenzied murmurs, and seductive whispers. A myriad of voices blended together, crashing directly into his mind. Even more terrifying was the omnipresent mental pressure. It was not a physical force, but a heavy weight directly bearing down on his soul, as if it aimed to crush, grind, and dissolve his consciousness into the chaos. Humph! Li Wei let out a muffled grunt, feeling as though countless needles had simultaneously pierced his brain, causing excruciating pain. Instinctively he wanted to retreat, but the stone door behind him had vanished. He immediately exerted all his strength to activate the starry sky meditation technique, attempting to envision the tranquil starry sky within his mind. However, the meditation state that he could easily enter in the past was now incredibly difficult to achieve. Chaotic thoughts surged like a tidal wave, constantly battering against his mental defenses, and the faint outline of the stars he had just sketched was instantly shredded. Is this the power of the mental corridor? Li Wei gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The crystal of concentration under his tongue continued to radiate a cool sensation like a lighthouse in a storm, barely preserving a sliver of clarity to prevent him from losing himself immediately. He realized that staying still and passively resisting would only lead to being overwhelmed by the increasingly strong pressure. He had to move forward. Adapt in motion, temper himself under pressure. Li Wei struggled to take his first step. As his foot landed, the surrounding light and shadow suddenly transformed. No longer chaotic fragments, it morphed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Broken weapons, grotesque corpses, flowing blood. The intense smell of blood and the aura of slaughter almost solidified, assaulting his senses fiercely. Kill! 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 It felt as if countless voices were shouting in his ears, stirring the violence within him. Li Wei's heart raced and his breath quickened. The illusion was too real, he could even feel the sticky blood beneath his feet. Yet he clung tightly to the sliver of clarity in his mind, constantly reciting the incantation of the starry sky meditation technique, envisioning himself amidst the boundless starry sky overlooking the world's bloodshed. It's all fake. Just an illusion, he growled, bracing himself against the overwhelming intent to kill, stepping forward once more. The illusion shifted again. This time it was a land of tenderness, a paradise of bliss. Countless enchanting figures danced gracefully before him, seductive melodies tugging at his heartstrings, and the air was filled with intoxicating sweetness, as if he were in heaven. Surrender. Enjoy. Why struggle so hard? The tempting voices penetrated his mind directly. For a fleeting moment Lewi's gaze turned hazy, but the coolness under his tongue jolted him back to awareness. He bit down on his tongue sharply, the pain dispelling the enticing thoughts. My heart is like a star unchanging through the ages. His eyes regained their determination as he kept moving. With each step a new illusion unfolded, and with each step a new pressure bore down. Sometimes it was a freezing, despairing ice field, other times a boundless sea of fire that consumed everything, at times a suffocating deep sea, and at other times an infinite descent into the void. Each illusion targeted the most vulnerable corners of the human heart, while each pressure tested the limits of his mental strength. Liyue had no idea how long he had been walking. It could have been just a few minutes or several hours. His mental strength was rapidly depleting. Sweat had soaked through his clothes. His face was pale as paper, and darkness flickered before his eyes. Yet he continued to move forward. Under the extreme pressure, the starry sky meditation technique operated faster and smoother. The chaotic mental shocks seemed to transform into iron hammers, refining his mental strength, striking again and again, polishing his originally solid but somewhat dull mental strength into something purer and more condensed. He could feel that the layer of barrier constraining the growth of his mental strength was beginning to loosen and crack under such intense impacts. At that moment, the swirling light and shadow ahead suddenly coalesced into a towering phantom clad in iron armor and wielding a spear. The phantom's face was obscured, but two eyes burned with the flames of the soul locking onto Liyue. Intruder! Die! The hoarse roar exploded directly in Liyue's mind. The phantom moved. The spear in its hand transformed into a black bolt of lightning carrying a chilling intent to kill, aimed straight at Liyue's forehead. This strike was not a physical attack but a pure mental shock. If it struck, the lightest consequence would be severe mental trauma, turning him into an idiot. The worst would lead to the shattering of his soul, resulting in instant death. Come at me! An astonishing light burst forth from Liyue's eyes. He knew this was the guardian generated by the mental corridor based on his condition, and it was the final test. With no retreat and no escape. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Liyue experienced a mental breakthrough. No longer was he merely passively envisioning the starry sky, but he ignited all his mental strength, all his will, and all his unwillingness and anger. My mental power is not mere stone or flowing water, but the manifestation of my will. It is the reflection of the universe within me. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The envisioned scene of the starry sky meditation technique shattered with a thunderous crash. What replaced it was a dark, silent, and infinitely deep void. In the void, a faint yet tenacious light suddenly illuminated. It was the flame of his will, the source of his life. Following that, a second point, a third point. Countless points of light lit up in succession, swirling, converging, and burning. No longer were they stars envisioned from the outside, but they ignited the dormant universe within him. Boom! It felt as if something had exploded deep within his soul. The solid mental barrier shattered into pieces like glass in this internal explosion. A brand new blazing power, as if capable of burning everything, surged forth from the depths of Liyue's body. It instantly coursed through his limbs and bones, washing over every meridian and every cell. Liyue couldn't help but throw his head back and howl. As the howl echoed, an invisible wave of energy radiated from him, causing the surrounding light and shadow illusions to scatter like smoke blown away by a storm, shattering and dissipating. The chaos and pressure of the mental corridor retreated rapidly before this new vibrant power, like snow melting under the blazing sun. He felt that the nature of his mental power had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was no longer merely an accumulation of energy, but possessed a certain activity, as if it had its own pulse and breath. It became more agile, more vast, and more filled with both destructive and creative potential. This is my little universe. Liyue clenched his fist, feeling the power within him swirling and burning like a galaxy, his heart surging with emotion. He had finally awakened his sixth sense. He had ignited his own little universe. Though it was merely a nascent and weak form, far from comparable to the Saint Warriors, it undoubtedly marked a qualitative change from 0 to 1. From now on, he was no longer a mere imitation summoned by the system, but had truly embarked on the cultivation path belonging to the Saint Warriors. He immediately communicated with the system. Host information: name Liyue, microcosm, sixth sense, beginner, spiritual power 280400, continuously growing. Summoned object: Saint Domain Minion, E grade, special authority, unlock, bronze Saint summoning. Current summonable: Bronze Saint Unicorn Tsitsia Wu, highest compatibility skill Pegasus Meteor Fist, experience card X1, item Saint Armor Repair Stone Fragment X1, microcosm, awakening. The limit of spiritual power surged to 400. Moreover, the system prompted that he could summon the Bronze Saint. Liyue's gaze fell upon the name Unicorn Tsitsia Wu. As one of the earliest bronze saints in the Saint Seiya series, Sia's strength may not match the later 5 greats, but it certainly far exceeds that of ordinary minions, making him a true saint. Now is the time. Li Wei felt excited and couldn't wait to try. He focused his thoughts communicating with the bronze badge, no longer summoning minions but locking onto the target unicorn seat Xiaowu. Burn my microcosm! Li Wei exclaimed, the microcosmic flame that had just awakened within him blazing fiercely. This time the summoning sensation was entirely different. It was no longer the simple spiritual power-consuming materialization of before but a deeper resonance. He felt that in the depths of endless time and space a being that resonated with the frequency of his microcosm responded to his call. The bronze badge on his chest suddenly erupted with a light more intense than ever before. No longer the white summoning light but a fierce bronze-hued glow. The light gathered and took shape before him. A tall, agile figure filled with a sense of power gradually became clear in the light. He had short brown hair, a handsome face with a hint of defiance, and eyes sharp as an eagle. Dressed in a bronze armor with a white base adorned with purple patterns, the armor's design resembled a unicorn rearing up and neighing with smooth lines in the chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg guards, embodying the beauty of strength and speed. Especially the striking golden horn on the helmet shimmering with a faint light in the dim corridor. The unicorn seat bronze saint, Xiaowu, has descended. He knelt on one knee, right hand on his chest, looking up at Li Wei, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, confusion, scrutiny, but ultimately transforming into a recognition and submission that came from the depths of his soul. In accordance with the ancient contract, I respond to your call. I am the unicorn seat bronze saint Xiaowu. Master, please instruct me. His voice was clear, infused with the youthful vigor unique to young men, yet filled with strength. Li Wei looked at this true saint before him, feeling the vast microcosmic fluctuations emanating from him far stronger than those of the minions, and his excitement was beyond words. Xiaowu, rise. Li Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions. Xiaowu obeyed and stood up, his movements crisp and decisive. He curiously surveyed the constantly changing light and shadow around him, frowning slightly. Master, is this some sort of spiritual realm? Chaos and fragility. This is the Academy's trial ground used to hone spiritual power, Li Wei explained, silently praising him. Xiaowu immediately discerned the essence of the spiritual corridor, his insight far surpassing that of ordinary people. I see. Xiaowu nodded, then his gaze fell on Li Wei, carefully sensing him, revealing a look of surprise on his face. Master, has your microcosm just awakened? But why does it feel so different? He evidently also sensed the uniqueness of Li Wei's microcosm, which was not the traditional Saint Seiya microcosm, but a new power infused with the spiritual characteristics of this world. This matter is complex. Li Wei did not elaborate, as he was more concerned with Xiaowu's strength. Xiaowu, what is your current condition? How much has your strength recovered? Xiaowu clenched his fist, sensing the microcosmic power flowing within him, replied, the armor is currently in the lowest projection state, with power greatly restricted. My microcosm has also weakened due to cross-border summoning, and can only exert about 1/10 or 1/12 of my full strength. However, he smiled confidently, dealing with so-called high-level warrior level in your world should pose no problem. If it's just ordinary fish, their numbers mean nothing before me. 1/10 or 1/12 of his power could rival a high-level warrior. Li Wei was taken aback. And this is just a bronze saint. How powerful would the silver, gold, or even divine armor levels be? Excellent. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. With Xiaowu, his safety at the academy was finally more assured, and he now had real confidence against provocations from the likes of Carlos. We should not linger here, let's head out first, Li Wei said. Although the illusion of the spiritual corridor had temporarily dispersed due to the eruption of his microcosm, the pressure still lingered, and he had just broken through, needing to stabilize his realm. Xiaowu naturally had no objections. Li Wei oriented himself. After the awakening of his microcosm, he had become much more sensitive to the flow of energy around him, clearly sensing the location of the exit. The two walked in the direction they had come from. This time the illusions and pressures of the spiritual corridor seemed to have lost their effect on them. Wherever Xiaowu passed, exuding the dignified aura of a saint, the chaotic light and shadow retreated as if they had encountered their nemesis. Soon the stone door engraved with magical patterns appeared before them. Li Wei pressed his hand against the groove of the stone door, and the student badge glowed faintly. The stone door silently slid open, revealing the upward stone steps. Stepping out of the side door of the trial tower, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. The old man dozing at the entrance was still napping, seemingly oblivious to everything that had happened inside the tower. Li Wei took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, feeling as if he had returned from another world. The brief experience of just a few hours had brought about a crucial transformation. Master, where shall we go next? Xiaowu asked. He had already automatically adapted to the titles of this world. Li Wei glanced at the sky, then felt the surging power within him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. First, let's return to the dormitory. And then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, let's go find Carm. Some accounts need to be settled. Stepping out of the trial tower, the afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, a stark contrast to the cold and chaotic mental pressure within the corridor. Li Wei took a deep breath, feeling the air had become much fresher. With a thought, a faint glow enveloped the figure of Xiaowu beside him, whose form gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the bronze badge on Li Wei's chest. This was a newly discovered ability of Li Wei. When not in battle, he could temporarily retract the summoned Saint Warrior back into the summoning space, conserving mental energy while avoiding unnecessary attention. After all, a youth dressed in peculiar attire and radiating an unusual aura suddenly appearing in the academy would be hard to ignore. His spiritual sense swept across the badge's summoning space where Xiaowu was quietly floating, eyes closed, maintaining the bare minimum of existence. Li Wei could sense that maintaining Xiaowu's presence consumed significantly more mental energy than that of ordinary soldiers, but for him, whose mental energy had surged and who possessed a small universe, this consumption was entirely bearable. First, back to the dormitory. Li Wei steadied himself and quickly made his way toward the dilapidated building of the summoning department. Along the way, a few students occasionally cast curious glances at him, primarily focused on his slightly pale yet exceptionally bright eyes, as well as the faintly lingering unusual aura about him. However, Li Wei hurriedly passed through the less populated area. Pushing open the creaky wooden door of dormitory 107, he found that Kem was not there, likely off training or headed to the cafeteria. The room was kept tidy by Kem, with 2 beds covered in fresh bedding, the windows sealed with new oil paper, and a corner lit with insect-repelling herbs exuding a faint fragrance. Li Wei locked the door behind him and sat cross-legged in front of his bed. He did not rest immediately, but eagerly began to examine his own changes. First was the small universe. At the location of his dantian, a warm and intense energy was slowly swirling, resembling a miniature nebula. This was the fire of the small universe he had just ignited. Although still weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, it existed undeniably and was continuously absorbing the energy drifting in the air, gradually growing stronger. Is this the feeling of the first stage of the sixth sense? Li Wei contemplated carefully. Unlike before, when he relied solely on mental energy, the power of the small universe was more introspective and vast, as if it stemmed from the essence of life itself, brimming with endless possibilities. He attempted to channel a thread of small universe energy throughout his body, instantly feeling a slight overall enhancement in strength, speed, and perception. If he were to face the previous fifth-tier assassin now, even without the Tianma Meteor Fist experience card, with the boost of the small universe and Xiaowu, he could easily defeat his opponent. Xiaowu said, "My small universe is unique, likely a result of merging with the spiritual energy characteristics of this world," Li Wei speculated. The Saint Warriors summoned by the system also seemed to have adapted to the rules of this world, their power system small universe resonating and merging with his own, imparting a unique mark upon his awakened small universe. Next, he attempted to practice the starry sky meditation technique taught by old Jack. This experience was entirely different from before. As his thoughts sank into visualization, the familiar shadow of the starry sky resurfaced. However, this time the starry sky was no longer just an image in his mind, but seemed to resonate with the small universe burning within him. The nebula of the small universe slowly rotated, echoing the imagined starry sky. His spiritual energy was no longer passively receiving the star power for refinement, but driven by the small universe actively, and greedily absorbed a purer form of energy from the void. Part of this energy integrated into his spiritual energy, making it more refined and agile. Another part flowed into the small universe like kindling, causing the nebula's fire to burn even more vigorously. Not only that, when the power of the small universe circulated through his meridians following the meditation technique, Li Wei was astonished to discover that his body was undergoing subtle yet continuous changes. His muscle fibers seemed to grow tighter and stronger, his bones appeared more resilient, and even his senses sharpened slightly. This enhancement was not sudden but a gentle, nourishing process. If his body had previously been at the level of an ordinary person, now he felt his physical quality was steadily progressing toward the realm of superhuman. The burning of the small universe not only increases energy but also strengthens the physical body in all aspects, Li Wei realized. The superhuman physique of the Saint Warriors evidently stemmed not just from training but fundamentally from the small universe's elevation of the essence of life. After completing a full cycle of meditation, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his gaze. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Feeling significantly lighter and full of strength, he casually picked up the second-hand longsword that Kem had bought and swung it effortlessly. Swish. The air resonated with a clear sound of slicing wind. Though devoid of any fighting aura, the speed and power of this swing far exceeded his previous capability, even rivaling some low-tier warriors. Just a single cycle of meditation has yielded such results. Li Wei was overjoyed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his physical attributes caught up to or even surpassed those of warriors at the same level. However, an even greater surprise lay ahead. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the progress of his small universe, his spiritual sense subconsciously swept through the meridians that had been naturally blocked, which the original Li Wei had attempted to break through countless times in vain. With that sweep, Li Wei was completely stunned. He saw that those originally impenetrable and lifeless blocked meridians now exhibited extremely faint yet undeniably present magical fluctuations at the ends of several major meridians close to the core of the small universe. Yes, magical fluctuations. They were wisps of faint blue energy resembling mist so weak they were nearly undetectable, yet they were undeniably there, slowly and stubbornly seeping through the walls of the meridians that had been moistened by the power of the small universe seemingly loosening up. How is this possible? Li Wei could hardly believe his senses. The original Li Wei was a magical insulator with naturally blocked meridians that could not sense or store any magical elements. This was confirmed by the Empire's Grand Mage personally, and it was the fundamental reason he was deemed a waste. Yet now, after the awakening and activation of the small universe, these stubbornly blocked meridians surprisingly showed signs of loosening. And magical energy began to seep in. Li Wei forced himself to calm down and analyze carefully. The small universe is life energy, a reflection of the human Bodhis universe. Its power seems to surpass the magical elements and fighting aura of this world. Could it be that while the small universe is strengthening my body, it is also forcibly breaking through or purifying some of the blockages in my meridians in a more fundamental and domineering way? And perhaps this magical energy that is seeping in was attracted by the small universe. Or could it be that under the transformation of the small universe my body's affinity for magical elements has changed? Regardless of the reason, this was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. If his meridians could truly be gradually unblocked by the small universe, then he might break free from the shackles of being a magical insulator and genuinely cultivate the magic and fighting aura of this world. At that time, with the small universe of a saint warrior, the summoning system coupled with magic or fighting aura, what kind of power would that be? Of course, for now this magical energy was still pitifully weak, far from being able to genuinely practice magic, and even inferior to the most basic magical apprentices. But at least it opened a window allowing him to see infinite possibilities. It seems the starry sky meditation technique can not only cultivate mental energy and the small universe but also has remarkable effects on unblocking meridians. This scrap that mentor old Jack gave me is truly a rare treasure. Li Wei felt immense gratitude toward the seemingly lazy old man. He sat back down on his bed, calming his excited heart. The awakening of the small universe, the enhancement of his physical quality, and the loosening of his meridians. This journey through the spiritual corridor had yielded far beyond his expectations. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door, accompanied by Cam's anxious voice. Li Wei, brother. Li Wei, are you there? Something's wrong. There's been an incident. Li Wei furrowed his brows and got up to open the door. There stood Cam, breathless with an expression of anger and worry and several new bruises on his body. What happened, Cam? Take your time and explain. Li Wei ushered him into the room. It's Roy. And Carlos and the others. Cam gasped. In the afternoon practice battle that Roy deliberately picked a fight and injured me. I thought I could just endure it, but they stole my living allowance for this month, which I just received. All 5 silver coins. That's my food money and money for medicine this month. Cam's eyes turned red as he spoke, filled with humiliation and worry for his livelihood. Li Wei's gaze turned icy in an instant. Robbery. Stealing Cam's living allowance, which was essential for a common student to survive. This was no longer just provocation, but outright bullying and humiliation. Where are they? Li Wei's voice was calm, but those who knew him well understood this was a sign of his rising fury. They should be at the advanced training ground of the warrior department. They often gather there to show off. Cam looked at Li Wei's cold gaze and for some reason felt a bit more settled, but then worry crept back in. Li Wei, brother, don't act impulsively. That Roy is an intermediate warrior and Carlos is on the verge of breaking through to being an advanced warrior. They have the numbers. We can't defeat them. If the money is gone, it's gone. I'll find another way. Money can be earned again, but this humiliation cannot be left unchallenged. Li Wei interrupted Cam, patting his shoulder. Lead the way. Li Wei, brother. Cam tried to dissuade him again. Don't worry. Li Wei smiled slightly, his smile carrying an unprecedented confidence. I'm exactly in the mood to settle the score with them. The small universe flowed slowly within him, bringing a warm and powerful sense of strength. The faint magical fluctuations in his meridians might not yet be useful for combat. However, the small universe he had just awakened along with the genuine saint warrior in the summoning space was no mere decoration. Carlos, Roy. Since you can't wait to show yourselves, let's see how my first battle after rebirth goes with you. The advanced training ground for warriors is located on the east side of the academy, a vast outdoor area paved with blue stones. Various training equipment stands at the edges of the field. Iron Man posts, weighted stone locks, and moving target positions, among others. At this moment during the evening, many senior students from the warrior department, having finished their day's classes, are here sweating profusely with shouts and the sounds of clashing weapons ringing out. When Li Wei and Cam arrived, they immediately spotted a group of noble youths gathered at the side, chatting and laughing. At the forefront was Carlos Fernandez, dressed in an exquisite training suit embroidered with golden eagle patterns, standing with his arms crossed and a habitual arrogant smile on his face. Beside him was a tall, thin young man with a sinister gaze and a shallow scar on his left cheek, playing with a few silver coins, Roy. Behind Carlos were 7 or 8 lackeys, all from noble backgrounds, their strengths ranging from mid-level junior warriors to early-level senior warriors. They huddled together, pointing and laughing at a commoner student in the field who was struggling to lift a heavy stone lock. "Look at that big fool, his face is turning purple from lifting. Tsk tisk with that strength, how dare he come to the warrior department? Hey! Mud-legged fool! Put in more effort if you can't lift it, don't expect dinner tonight." The mock commoner student's face turned red, his coarse cloth shirt soaked with sweat, but he gritted his teeth, and dared not retort, only lifting the stone lock with all his might. Lewi's gaze turned colder. "Roy!" Cam couldn't help but shout, his voice trembling with anger. Roy turned his head, seeing it was Cam, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's our punching bag Cam who doesn't fight back. What, haven't you been beaten enough? Come looking for trouble again?" His gaze swept past Cam and landed on Liwei, the disdain on his face becoming more apparent. "You brought a helper. Isn't this the useless summoner? What, you two useless ones together planning to put on a show for us?" The surrounding noble lackeys immediately joined in with raucous laughter. Carlos also looked over, his gaze filled with condescension and a hint of amusement. "Liwei, I heard you made it out alive from the mental corridor. Lucky you. However, some places can't be accessed just by good fortune. Like here." He pointed to the training ground beneath his feet. "This is where only the strong can stand. You too." He shook his head, seemingly too lazy to say more. Liwei ignored Carlos' taunts and walked straight to Roy, his voice calm yet filled with undeniable chill. "Return the silver coins you took. Then apologize to Cam." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. "Ha! What did he say? Apologize? Is this useless guy scared silly in the mental corridor? Roy, he wants you to apologize." "Ha ha." Roy seemed to hear the biggest joke, laughing uncontrollably for a while before stopping, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Liwei. "Kid, do you still not understand the situation? Apologize to me. Just because of you, a useless one without even any fighting spirit. And this mud-legged fool only fit for me to practice on." He weighed the silver coins in his hand, looking provocatively at Liwei. "The coins are right here, if you have the guts, come and take them yourself." The surrounding noble youths immediately surrounded them, forming a half-encirclement, their faces showing expressions of amusement. The commoner students in the distance also paused their training, anxiously looking over, but no one dared to step forward. Cam, sweating profusely, grabbed Liwei's sleeve. "Brother Liwei, forget it, let's go. The money. Let it go." Liwei gently shook off Cam's hand, stepped forward, and looked directly at Roy. "So you refuse to return it?" "Of course." Roy sneered. A surge of pale blue fighting spirit suddenly erupted from him, revealing him to be a 4th-level warrior. "Want to take it back? Fine, kneel down, give me 3 kowtows, call me grandpa 3 times, and maybe I'll consider giving you a handout." "Very well." Liwei nodded, a fleeting glint of cold light in his eyes. He did not immediately summon the domain soldiers, nor did he unleash his full power. He needed to resolve this conflict as reasonably as possible in front of everyone. "Since that's the case, let's settle this the warrior way," Liwei declared loudly. "Let's have a duel. If I win, you return the silver coins and you apologize. If I lose, you can do as you wish." "A duel? Just based on you?" Roy seemed to have heard an even more ridiculous joke. "Ha! You're just asking for death." Carlos frowned slightly but did not stop him. In his view, Liwei's action was purely self-humiliation, perfectly allowing Roy to humiliate him further while also suppressing this summoner waste who had recently been gaining some attention. The surrounding noble lackeys were even more excited, cheering him on. "Roy, teach this arrogant waste a good lesson. Show him what true power is." "The match has begun. Bet on how many moves it takes for Roy to take him down." "Kid, don't say I'm bullying you." Roy cracked his knuckles, grinning maliciously. "I'll let you strike first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even get the chance to strike." "As you wish." A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Liwei's mouth. His thoughts stirred, but he did not unleash his full power. He merely activated a small fraction of it, silently merging it with his mental energy while communicating with the bronze badge on his chest. Buzz! 5 beams of not particularly dazzling white light lit up in front of Liwei, transforming into 5 domain soldiers, reinforced type, dressed in simple bronze armor, and wielding long spears and shields. "Oh, these tin cans again." Roy, seeing the familiar soldiers, looked even more disdainful. "I thought you had some new tricks. You think these broken pieces of copper and iron can compete with me?" He knew Li Wei could summon these warriors, but based on previous observations and the information provided by Carlos, each of these soldiers was only equivalent to a peak 3rd level warrior, and 5 together might be able to entangle an average 4th level warrior for a moment, but they could never defeat him, an experienced 4th level peak warrior who also mastered the family's fighting techniques. "They're enough to deal with you," Li Wei directed his thoughts, issuing commands. The 5 domain soldiers moved silently. But this time their movements were completely different from before. They no longer fought individually or coordinated simply, but quickly formed a peculiar battle array. 2 held shields in front, 2 with spears on the flanks, and 1 in the center coordinating. The 5 acted as one, their steps, breaths, and even the faint fluctuations of their small universe synchronizing subtly. This was a simple battle array that Li Wei had initially conceptualized, combining insights from the Star Vault meditation technique and the small universe, as well as understanding the combat methods of the domain soldiers during his time in the mental corridor. At the moment the array was formed, the 5 soldiers' momentum suddenly changed. The originally dispersed weak fluctuations of the small universe subtly linked together, forming a more stable and oppressive force field. Roy's expression slightly changed, sensing something was amiss, but at this moment the arrow was already on the bowstring. "Stop the tricks. Break it for me," he shouted, unleashing the full force of a 4th level warrior's fighting spirit, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow towards the centrally coordinating soldier, his long sword imbued with pale blue wind-type fighting spirit aiming directly for its throat. The speed was incredibly fast, the sword technique ruthless, accompanied by a shrieking sound that tore through the air. It was precisely the low-level fighting technique, swift wind stab, of the Fernandez family. Facing this fierce strike, the central soldier did not evade but raised his shield simultaneously with the 2 shield-bearing soldiers beside him. The 3 shields tilted at subtle angles, instantaneously combining into one entity. Clang! A sound far more muffled and resonant than expected. Roy's determined sword strike actually failed to pierce the seemingly simple shield formation. The sword tip only left a faint white mark on the shield surface, and the immense recoil made his arm numb, causing him to falter. "What?" Roy was taken aback. How could these soldiers' defensive power be so strong? Just as his old strength was exhausted and new strength had yet to arise, the 2 soldiers holding spears moved. 2 long spears shot forth like venomous snakes from their lairs, angled and precise, striking at Roy's ribs and knee with impeccable timing. Roy hurriedly raised his sword to block while twisting his body to evade. Clang! He barely managed to deflect the spear aimed at his ribs, but the thrust toward his knee was disrupted by the recoil of his shield, causing him to be unable to fully dodge it. Swish! The spear grazed his calf, leaving a trail of blood. Though not a severe injury, the stinging pain and sudden stumble filled him with shock and fury. "You bastard!" Roy roared, his fighting spirit erupting once more as his sword swept horizontally, releasing a pale blue wind blade that sliced toward the spear-wielding foot soldier on his left. This was a technique of externalizing fighting spirit that only intermediate warriors could master. The strike held considerable power. However, the spear-wielding foot soldier on the left did not meet it head-on, but instead swiftly shifted positions with the nearby shield-bearing soldier. The wind blade struck the shield, emitting a piercing, cutting sound, sparks flying. A deep crack was carved into the surface of the shield, and the foot soldier was pushed back 2 steps by the immense impact, yet the formation remained intact. The foot soldier on the right immediately filled the gap, thrusting his spear toward the opening Roy had exposed while executing the wind blade. Roy stumbled back in a panic, his mind swirling with tumultuous waves. These foot soldiers were far from the 3rd-tier level he had imagined. Their defenses and strength were not much weaker than his, and most importantly, their coordination. Such harmonious movements, precise timing, and an integrated offense and defense formation resembled a finely honed elite squad. They were nothing like the clumsy and disjointed tin cans he had envisioned. Little did he know the Holy Domain foot soldiers were the most basic combat units of the Holy Domain, undergoing coordinated training year-round. Previously, Li Wei's mental power was insufficient, and his control was lacking, allowing them to only display their most basic combat instincts. Now that Li Wei's small universe had awakened, his control over mental power had significantly increased, enabling them to exhibit a level of coordination closer to the true standard of Holy Domain foot soldiers. The tide of battle shifted instantly. Under Li Wei's mental command, the 5 foot soldiers moved as if they were a war machine with 5 limbs. Shields blocked spears, thrust formations rotated. They kept Roy, a 4th-tier warrior, trapped in the center. Although Roy's fighting spirit was slightly stronger than that of the foot soldiers, every attack was cleverly countered and each defense faced threats from multiple directions. He felt as if he was battling against an invisible yet omnipresent iron thorn. Swish! Another spear cut across his arm. Bang! The shield collided, causing a heaviness in his chest. Clang! The blocking sword was nearly knocked from his grip. In just a few breaths, Roy had sustained 7 or 8 wounds. Though none were fatal, he was bleeding profusely and looked utterly disheveled. His fighting spirit was heavily drained and his breathing became labored. The laughter around him had long since faded. Both the noble entourage and the distant civilian students stared in shock at the battle unfolding. How could 5 seemingly ordinary tin cans force a 4th-tier warrior into such a predicament? How could this be possible? Carlos' expression darkened. He saw more clearly than others that the coordination and combat skills of these foot soldiers were far beyond that of ordinary summoned creatures. That kid Li Wei, as expected, was hiding something strange. Useless. You can't even handle a few summoned creatures. Carlos muttered under his breath, yet did not intervene. He took pride in his status, and wanted to see just how capable Li Wei truly was. In the arena, Roy's eyes had turned red. He could not accept the fact that he was being suppressed by a few summoned creatures. Die for me. Roy poured all his fighting spirit into his sword, which erupted with a blinding blue light, a violent pressure of wind radiating from him. Gale Slash. He unleashed one of his family's stronger low-tier combat techniques. This strike was enough to sever fine iron. In the face of this desperate attack, Li Wei's gaze sharpened. The 5-foot soldiers instantly changed formation. No longer trapping the enemy but consolidating. 2 shield-bearing foot soldiers stood firmly on either side, slamming their shields into the ground to form a solid barrier. The 3 spear-wielding foot soldiers stepped back half a pace, their spears extending through the gaps in the shields, their tips angled forward. It was not a hard resistance but a counterattack to absorb the force. Boom! The blue sword light struck fiercely against the shield formation. The violent wind-type fighting spirit sliced through wildly. The shields trembled violently, cracks spreading, and the 2 shield-bearing foot soldiers were pushed back repeatedly, yet they did not shatter. Just as Roy's sword momentum was exhausted and his stance unstable, 3 spears like 3 bolts of black lightning suddenly thrust forth from behind the shields. Aimed at his wrist, shoulder, and abdomen. No! Roy's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, but his old strength had waned and new strength had yet to rise, leaving him with no time. Thud. Thud. Swish. His wrist was pierced, causing his sword to slip from his grasp. His shoulder was pierced, blood gushing forth. That spear aimed at his abdomen at the last moment. Li Wei's thoughts stirred. The foot soldier adjusted his wrist, and the spear shaft struck hard against Roy's gut. Wow! Roy was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the blue stone ground several meters away, coughing up blood, completely losing his combat ability. The 5 silver coins rolled from his loosened grip, now stained with dirt and blood. The 5 Holy Domain foot soldiers sheathed their spears and held their shields, standing in solemnity, as if the fierce battle just now had been merely an inconsequential drill. The arena fell into silence. Only Roy's pained groans echoed in the empty training ground. Li Wei stepped forward, bent down to pick up the 5 blood-stained silver coins, wiping off the dirt. He approached Roy, handing the silver coins back to the waiting Cam behind him, his voice still calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Apologize. Roy lay on the ground, staring into Li Wei's calm yet profound eyes, feeling fear for the first time in his heart. He knew that if he dared to utter a single no, the other would undoubtedly not hesitate to strike again. Sorry. Roy struggled to spit out a few words, his voice faint as a mosquito's, filled with humiliation. Louder, be clear, who are you apologizing to? Li Wei said blandly. Roy's body trembled as he glanced at Cam, who was both angry and fearful yet somewhat relieved, gritting his teeth and raising his voice slightly. Cam. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your money. I shouldn't have hit you. Cam looked at Roy, who had just been arrogant, now lying on the ground like a dead dog, apologizing. The pent-up anger in his heart finally released, his eyes misting. He looked at Li Wei, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Only then did Li Wei nod, turning to face the pale-faced Carlos. Young Master Carlos, your men seem to lack discipline. Li Wei's tone was flat, as if stating a fact. I hope next time such unpleasantness does not occur again. Carlos glared at Li Wei, his eyes burning with anger, but looking at the 5 silent and solemn foot soldiers, their breaths coalescing into one, and the entourage around them who were beginning to show signs of fear, he realized that he had completely lost face today. Good, very good. Carlos squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Li Wei, I remember you. Well, meet at the Academy's grand competition. With that he snorted coldly, not even glancing at the groaning Roy on the ground, and turned to leave. The entourage hurriedly helped Roy up, following behind in dejection. The onlookers' gazes toward Li Wei had completely changed. Shock, curiosity, fear, and even a hint of admiration. Li Wei paid no attention to those gazes. He dismissed the Holy Domain foot soldiers and walked over to Cam. Let's go, Cam, time to get you some medicine. Li Wei, brother. Cam was so excited he didn't know what to say. It's fine now. Li Wei smiled. From now on no one will dare to bully us casually. Under the setting sun the two left the training ground side by side. Li Wei felt the small universe within him flowing gently along with the subtle yet real traces of magical power in his meridians, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. The Academy's grand competition. That would be the stage for him to officially emerge. And today's battle was just the beginning. The news of the battle in the training ground spread like wings, reaching the new student area of the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy overnight, catching the attention of many senior students. Have you heard? That new waste from the summoning department. Oh no, it's Li Wei who defeated Roy from the warrior department. Is that true? Isn't Roy a fourth-tier warrior? Isn't he from the Fernandez family's collateral line? I've heard he practices combat techniques quite well. Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Li Wei summoned 5 warrior-like iron cans and completely overwhelmed Roy. Their coordination was simply divine. 5 summoned beings defeating a 4th-tier warrior. How strong must Li Wei's mental power be? How precise his control? Hey, this is going to be a good show to watch. Carlos and his gang suffered such a huge loss, will they just let it go? I heard Li Wei has a good relationship with that young lady from the Augustus family. Who knows? But this kid is likely to become famous. Just as the rumors circulated, Li Wei indeed became famous. The next morning, as he prepared to head to the small woods for training as usual, he found several people gathered outside the dormitory. There were those with beaming smiles claiming to be from various merchant associations wanting to invest in him as a future summoning master. There were eager students hoping to exchange and learn summoning techniques, though there weren't many in the summoning department with him, or students from other departments. There were even 2 claiming to be servants of a certain viscount wanting to invite him to visit their estate. Li Wei politely but firmly declined them all, citing his busy training schedule. In the following days, similar situations continued to unfold. People came to establish connections, probe for information, issue challenges covertly, and even attempted to use charms to win him over. A girl claiming to be the daughter of a certain baron coincidentally encountered him shyly asking about magical questions. Li Wei grew weary of it all and simply changed his schedule. He woke up before dawn to train in the small woods, and by the time most people were getting up he had already finished training, went to show his face to old Jack even though old Jack was probably still asleep, and then dived into the academy library, not emerging until evening when it closed. The library became his new sanctuary. This enormous circular building housed an ocean of books, not only containing insights on various schools of magic and combat energy practices, continental history and geography, monster manuals, herbalism and alchemy, but also some rare and incomplete texts about ancient ruins and lost civilizations. Li Wei absorbed knowledge with an insatiable thirst. He focused on researching the cultivation of mental power, the history of summoners, and the various strange powers and legacies of the continent, hoping to find clues related to the little universe or sacred domain summoning, or at least to gain a deeper understanding of the cultivation system in this world to guide his own path. Unfortunately, he found nothing about the sacred warriors or the little universe. However, he came across vague descriptions in some extremely ancient and obscure mythologies and legends mentioning warriors clad in starry armor, and heroes harboring the brilliance of the universe, but they were all attributed to the nebulous mythological era, making their authenticity hard to discern. Nevertheless, the books on the fine control of mental power, the characteristics of different races and beasts, the distribution of continental powers, and even the noble genealogies and unspoken rules greatly benefited him. He was like a parched sponge frantically soaking up moisture. Occasionally Lilith would come to the library to find him. This young lady from the Duke's family seemed to appreciate Li Wei's state of being unconcerned with matters outside, focused solely on reading the classics. Sometimes she would bring some exquisite snacks, and they would share them quietly in a corner of the library while discussing magical theories or interesting anecdotes from the academy. Lilith also mentioned the incident at the training ground, expressing surprise and curiosity about how Li Wei managed to easily defeat Roy, but tactfully refrained from probing into his secrets, merely reminding him to be cautious of retaliation from Carlos and others. Carlos is a man who holds grudges and his methods are vicious. You embarrassed him in front of so many people, he will not let this go easily. The challenges on the surface may have some restraint, but the covert maneuvers. A hint of worry flickered in Lilith's azure eyes. Be very careful during the freshman competition. Freshman competition. Li Wei looked up, shifting his gaze from a book titled Complete Compendium of Continental Beasts. You don't know. Lilith looked somewhat surprised and then explained. It's a tradition of the academy held a month after each new class starts. Second-year students act as examiners and conduct practical assessments of the first-year students. The format changes every year. Sometimes it's a tournament, sometimes it's a team task, and sometimes it's even a simulated battlefield. She paused, lowering her voice. Officially, it's to test the new students' learning outcomes and show them that there are greater heights. But in reality, it's also a good opportunity for various families and forces to observe the potential of new students and settle some private grievances. On the platform, cases of accidentally injuring others are not uncommon. Li Wei's expression tightened. He understood the implication behind Lilith's words. The freshman competition could very well become the ideal stage for Carlos and others to take revenge on him. In a fair competition, accidentally injuring him severely or even incapacitating him would not only quench their anger but also avoid drawing public outrage. Thank you for the reminder, I will be cautious. Li Wei nodded. With half a month left until the freshman competition, he needed to hurry and become stronger. Time passed quietly in this tense and fulfilling rhythm. During the day, Li Wei immersed himself in the library, absorbing knowledge while simultaneously practicing the starry meditation technique to steadily consolidate and enhance his little universe. In the evenings, he returned to the dormitory to discuss their training with Kem, occasionally guiding him in some basic force application techniques. Thanks to the enhancement of the little universe and his extensive reading in the library, his insights and theoretical knowledge were more than sufficient to teach Kem. Kem increasingly admired Li Wei, working harder in training and often coming back with bruises, yet his eyes shone brighter. Xiaowu had been summoned by Li Wei for practical training several times, mainly during the quiet of the night in the depths of the small woods. Through battling Xiaowu, of course, the majority of his power was suppressed. Li Wei gained a more intuitive understanding of utilizing the little universe combat instincts and the fighting styles of the sacred warriors, making rapid progress. Under the continuous nurturing of the little universe and the tempering of the starry meditation technique, the traces of magical power in his meridians, although growing slowly, firmly persisted and showed signs of gradually expanding. Li Wei could feel that the blocked meridians were being gradually washed and widened. Given time, perhaps he could truly open them. One day, as Li Wei exited the library preparing to grab a bite at the cafeteria, he was unexpectedly stopped by someone. The person blocking his way was a tall, slender young man dressed in a gray academy robe, wearing a pair of crystal glasses, appearing to be around 20 years old, with a gentle demeanor and a perfectly timed smile. "Li Wei Jr., please hold on." The young man spoke politely. Li Wei stopped and assessed him. He did not recognize the person, but from the badge on his chest it was clear he was a student from the alchemy department, and a senior. "Is there something you need, senior?" Li Wei asked calmly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Vincent, a fourth-year student in the alchemy department." The young man adjusted his glasses, maintaining his smile. "I apologize for the interruption. I would like to invite you to join our Knowledge Society." Knowledge Society. Li Wei had not heard of this organization. Yes, it's a club spontaneously formed by students within the academy who love knowledge and pursue truth. Vincent explained. "We regularly hold reading sessions, academic discussions, share our research insights, and occasionally organize expeditions to explore ruins and collect materials in safe areas near the academy. I notice you often frequent the library, so I assumed you are also a diligent learner. The Knowledge Society needs someone like you." Li Wei understood in his heart. This was yet another attempt to recruit him, albeit in a more elegant manner. The alchemy department held a unique status in the academy. Although they were not strong in combat, they had extensive connections, were well informed, and often maintained ties with major merchant associations and even the royal family. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior," Li Wei politely declined. "However, I just started school and am quite busy with my studies. I fear I won't have the energy to participate in club activities." Vincent seemed to have expected this response, and was not offended. He continued to smile. "You don't need to rush to refuse. The doors of the Knowledge Society will always be open for you. Moreover," he changed the subject, lowering his voice, "are you aware that the list of examiners for this freshman competition has been tentatively finalized?" Li Wei's eyes moved slightly. "If you have something to say, senior, please speak directly." Vincent looked around, leaned in closer, and said in a voice only the two could hear, "I received news that Carlos Fernandez used family connections to bring one of his cousins, Bloodhand Barton, a third-year student from the warrior department who has reached the peak of a fifth-year warrior, into the examiner group for the freshman competition, and he will likely be assigned to assess your summoning department's new students." A peak fifth-year warrior. Li Wei's heart sank. This was at least a tier stronger than Roy. Moreover, the nickname Bloodhand sounded ominous. "Why tell me this?" Li Wei looked at Vincent, clearly sensing that the other party did not mean well. "Our Knowledge Society appreciates promising juniors." Vincent chuckled. "Moreover, we have never seen eye to eye with some arrogant families. An enemy's enemy may become a friend. If you change your mind, you can find me in the alchemy department's lab No. 3 at any time." After saying this, he nodded at Li Wei, turned and disappeared into the crowd. Li Wei stood in place, watching the direction Vincent left, his gaze deepening. "Bloodhand Barton. Peak fifth-year warrior." He repeated the name softly. Carlos' revenge had indeed come, and it was fierce, directly involving one of the top combatants from the second year. The freshman competition was unlikely to be peaceful. "It seems I need to speed up my progress." Li Wei touched the bronze badge in his pocket, feeling the calm yet powerful fluctuations of the little universe within Xiaowu, as well as the growing strength within himself. Half a month was more than enough. He turned around, not heading to the cafeteria but towards another place within the academy, the relatively secluded practical training area in the northwest corner, which was said to be a place where senior students often settled grievances privately. Having only theoretical knowledge and steadily growing the little universe was not enough. He needed more intense practical combat to hone his battle instincts and adapt to the rhythm of fighting real strong opponents, even if they were suppressed like Xiaowu. Freshman competition. Examiner Barton. Li Wei's lips curled into a cold arc. "Then let's see who will test whom." The rules and examiner list for the freshman tournament were officially announced 1 week before the competition. Unsurprisingly, it was indeed an unknown arena battle. The competition was held at the Glory Arena in the center of the academy, and all freshmen were required to participate, facing off against designated second-year examiners according to the draw results. Victory and defeat were not the only criteria. The examiners would score the freshmen based on their performance, potential, willpower, and various other factors to determine whether they passed the assessment, and what kind of evaluation they would receive. As soon as the list was released, it caused a stir among both new and old students. Bloodhand Barton. It's really him. It's over, any freshman who draws Barton is doomed. This guy nearly killed a second-year senior in last year's year-end competition, and was locked up for a month. I can't believe he is here as an examiner this year. I heard he has recently reached the threshold of becoming a battle master, just waiting for an opportunity. The Fernandez family is blatantly seeking revenge. Whoever draws Barton should just pray for their luck. The focus of the discussions was entirely on Bloodhand Barton. This notorious figure among the second years earned his title due to his brutal fighting style and ruthless attacks. It is said that he once tore apart a raging gale wolf with his bare hands during a mission, thus earning the nickname Bloodhand. His strength was beyond doubt at the peak of a 5th-tier warrior, just a step away from becoming a 6th-tier warrior, making him a top contender among the second years. When news of him being an examiner broke, nearly all freshmen prayed fervently not to draw this calamity. 3 days later, the draw ceremony was held at the Glory Arena. All freshmen lined up by department, taking turns to draw their opponent numbers from a magical crystal ball. The numbers corresponded to the order on the examiner list. The atmosphere was so tense it felt almost frozen. Every freshman stepping forward to place their hand on the crystal ball held their breath. When the light illuminated a number, some cheered, some sighed, while many were filled with anxiety. When it was Li Wei's turn, countless gazes from the audience focused on him. There was curiosity, schadenfreude, sympathy, and indifference. Li Wei calmly placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball flickered with light before finally settling on a number, 17. A senior student responsible for recording glanced at the list, his expression instantly becoming strange. He looked back at Li Wei, then at the list, and loudly announced summoning system freshman Li Weici against examiner, second-year warrior Barton. Boom. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a huge uproar. Number 17. It's really Barton. My heavens. What kind of bad luck did Li Wei have? This isn't a draw, it's a death sentence, isn't it? It's over, Li Wei is doomed. Barton will definitely not let him go. The Fernandez family? What a scheme. The discussion surged like a tide, and nearly everyone looked at Li Wei with the same gaze as one would give a dead man. In everyone's eyes, drawing Barton was no different from being sentenced to death. The only difference was how badly Barton would maul him in the arena, seriously injured. Disabled. Or would he accidentally kill him outright? Kem stood beside Li Wei, his face suddenly turning pale, gripping Li Wei's arm with a trembling hand. Li Wei, brother. This. Lilith was also in the crowd not far away, and when she heard the result, her azure eyes suddenly widened, instinctively tightening her grip on her robe, her face filled with worry. Even on the high platform, the few mentors supervising the draw frowned. One burly middle-aged man in a warrior mentor's robe leaned closer to a nearby female magic mentor, and whispered, "Isn't this draw a bit too coincidental?" The female mentor replied expressionlessly, "The draw is determined randomly by the magical crystal, fair and transparent." Despite her words, anyone could see the underlying intrigue. The magical crystal could be interfered with, especially when the operator possessed sufficient authority and skill. Li Wei seemed oblivious to the commotion around him. He simply calmly withdrew his hand, nodded at the recorder, and turned back to join the line. His expression was so calm that it sent chills down people's spines. "Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up." Not far away, Carlos, along with a group of followers, was staring at Li Wei with mocking and malicious eyes. Roy stood beside him, his arms still wrapped in bandages, looking at Li Wei with a gaze filled with resentment. "Cousin Barton will take good care of him. He'll make sure he knows the consequences of offending our Fernandez family," Carlos said with a cold smile. The draw ceremony concluded in an eerie atmosphere. From that day on, Li Wei's surroundings became utterly quiet. Those who had previously tried to befriend him seemed to vanish overnight without a trace. While walking down the hall, the classmates he encountered either avoided him from a distance, or cast pitying or gloating looks. Even the few freshmen from the summoning department looked at him as if he were a plague, hastily lowering their heads to pass by. The coldness of the world could not be more evident. Everyone was convinced that Li Wei was doomed. A freshman who had just enrolled for a month and had barely attended a few official summoning classes was facing the strongest Bloodhand Barton of the second year. The outcome was without suspense. Associating with Li Wei now not only brought no benefits but could also offend the powerful Fernandez family. Only 2 people were exceptions. Cam still unwaveringly accompanied Li Wei every day, eating and training together. This honest fat man spoke less, but his eyes grew more resolute, training harder, as if he wanted to turn himself into an indestructible wall in just a couple of weeks to protect Li Wei during the tournament. Lilith also continued visiting the library every day or seizing opportunities to chat with Li Wei. She no longer urged Li Wei to withdraw or find ways to avoid the battle. She knew that was impossible. She simply focused more on explaining some common characteristics of warrior techniques and possible tactics that Barton might employ, even secretly giving Li Wei several highly effective healing potions and a precious berserk potion. Li Wei promised me no matter what, stay alive and get off the arena. When they parted, Lilith looked into Li Wei's eyes and said seriously, as long as you are alive there is still hope. I will, Li Wei replied, taking the potions with a solemn nod. In addition to them, there was one more person secretly in contact with Li Wei. On the night of the third day after the lottery results were announced, Li Wei finished his training and was on his way back to the dormitory when Vincent appeared again, leading him to a secluded corner of the library. Junior brother Li Wei, the situation is worse than we anticipated. Vincent was no longer as calm as before, his expression somewhat grave. I have confirmed through various channels that the lottery was indeed tampered with. One of the teaching assistants responsible for maintaining the lottery formation has close ties to the Fernandez family. Li Wei was not surprised. I had guessed some of it. What about the information on Barton? Vincent pushed his glasses and took out a scroll of parchment from his pocket, handing it to Li Wei. This is the most detailed information I've gathered about Bloodhand Barton. It includes his combat skills, fighting style, commonly used tactics, and even some personality weaknesses and past achievements. Li Wei took the parchment and quickly skimmed through it. The records were very detailed. Barton, 19 years old, a second-year warrior, peak 5th-tier warrior, majoring in wind and fire, dual attribute fighting chi but leaning more towards the violent offensive of the fire attribute. Combat skills: flame slash, clevel, strong, explosive, power, gale, step, clevel, enhances speed, berserkers, roared, level, boosts attack power, and dulls pain for a short time. Fighting style: aggressive like fire, enjoys suppressing opponents with fierce attacks, has a strong desire for battle, relishing the pleasure of crushing enemies. Weakness: speed is not top tier, endurance in prolonged battles is relatively average, berserkers roar, consumes a lot, easily kite by agile opponents. Personality: violent, irritable, vengeful, extremely loyal to the Fernandez family. Key intelligence: according to reliable sources, Barton has been trying to fuse wind and fire fighting chi to create his own unique fusion combat skills, but seems to have hit a bottleneck, and is very emotionally unstable. Past achievements: once independently killed a 5th-tier magical beast, blazing tiger, severely injured an opponent in last year's year-end competition. The opponent was not strong and was suppressed afterward. There are rumors of suspected torture of captives during an academy mission, unverified. After reading the information, Li Wei had a clearer picture of Barton in his mind. He was a typical aggressive warrior with violent attacks, but speed and endurance were his shortcomings. His emotional instability could be the breakthrough point. Thank you. Li Wei put away the parchment, sincerely expressing his gratitude. This information was very important. No need to be polite. Vincent waved his hand. I told you the enemy of my enemy can be a friend. Also, I see great potential in you. If you can survive this time, the Seekers will always welcome you. He paused, lowering his voice. Furthermore, be careful of Carlos. I've heard that he might have more than just Barton prepared. You also need to be cautious outside the arena. Li Wei's expression hardened. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Vincent nodded and silently vanished back into the shadows of the library. Returning to the shabby dormitory 107, Cam was still awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, awkwardly polishing the second-hand longsword, his face filled with worry. Brother Li Wei, you're back. Seeing Li Wei, Cam quickly put down the sword. That's Senior Vincent. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? No, he came to deliver some information about Barton to me. Li Wei handed the parchment for Cam to see. Cam was not very literate, and after stumbling through it, his face turned even paler. A peak 5th-tier warrior, and he has such formidable combat skills. Brother Li Wei, should we just concede? Although conceding is shameful, it's still better than. Li Wei shook his head, his gaze calm and resolute. Cam, some things cannot be retreated from. Once you take the first step back, you will never be able to stand again. Also, do you think they will let me go if I concede? Cam fell silent. He understood Li Wei's meaning. The Fernandez family was clearly seeking revenge, and there might be rules limiting the arena, but if Li Wei conceded and left the stage, the opponent might resort to even more insidious means. Then, what should we do? Cam anxiously scratched his head. That Barton is too strong. Can your tin cans handle it? It's all about effort. Li Wei said, no more patting Cam's shoulder. Rest up early. Starting tomorrow, we'll practice more. Deep into the night, Li Wei sat cross-legged on the bed, not immediately starting his training. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the summoning space. The figure of Jabu appeared in the void, still wearing the bronze holy armor of the unicorn, exuding a heroic presence. Master, your aura has become more refined. Xia Wu sensed Li Wei's arrival and slightly bowed. Xia Wu, if the opponent is a warrior near the 5th tier level in the Saint Seiya system, roughly equivalent to just touching the threshold of the 6th sense, but not fully mastering it, adept in violent fire attribute, attacks with average speed but great strength, and has a violent temperament. Li Wei detailed Barton's information. Xia Wu listened carefully, pondering for a moment before speaking. Based on your description, this person follows a path of brute force to overpower others. The small universe, according to this world's terms, leans towards explosive fighting chi but is rough in control and lacks variation. Against such opponents, a direct confrontation is not the best strategy. What do you mean? Hit and run, exhaust them, look for openings. A gleam of battle light flashed in Xia Wu's eyes. His explosive power is strong, but his endurance is insufficient, and his emotions are unstable. We can utilize our speed advantage to avoid his sharp attacks continuously disturb, and provoke him, making him angry and causing mistakes. When his strength is depleted and his mind is unstable, that will be our opportunity for victory. You've thought of what I was thinking. Li Wei nodded. The information provided by Vincent and Xia Wu's analysis coincided perfectly. However, his combat skills cannot be underestimated, and your holy armor is only in a projection state with limited defensive power. We need to be especially cautious. Rest assured, Master. Xia Wu smiled confidently. As a Saint Seiya, combat is our instinct. Even with only 1/10 or 1/12 of our power, it's enough to deal with such a brute force opponent. Moreover, he paused. Master, your small universe is also growing stronger day by day. When we fight side by side, our strength will not simply be additive. The upcoming days will require us to engage in targeted special training, Li Wei said. Simulating battles against Barton, especially how to deal with his flame slash and berserker's roar. Yes, Master. Exiting the summoning space, Li Wei opened his eyes and gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside the window. The date of the arena match was drawing near, and the atmosphere in the academy was becoming increasingly subtle. Sympathy, ridicule, anticipation, indifference. Various gazes intertwined. Li Wei knew that this battle was not only for passing the freshman assessment, but also the first true hard battle he would face in this world where strength is paramount. He clenched his fist, his small universe slowly igniting within him. Barton. Blood hand. Then let your blood pave the way for my rise. The day of the freshman tournament has finally arrived. In the early morning, the Glory Arena is already filled with the sounds of a bustling crowd with every seat occupied. The massive circular arena is constructed of obsidian and white marble surrounded by tiered seating capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. At this moment, not only are nearly all the freshmen and upperclassmen present, but many faculty members as well as some nobles from the royal capital who received news have appeared in the VIP section. The air is thick with excitement, tension, and a faint hint of blood, an atmosphere accumulated over years in the arena. The freshmen stand in a line in the center of the arena, the mood ominous. Many faces are pale, nervously rubbing their hands or whispering prayers. On the high platform across from them sit more than 20 second-year examiners, their auras heavy and imposing. In the center sits a burly young man with a sinister scar across his face and a gaze as fierce as a wolf. This is Bloodhand Barton. With his arms crossed, he scans the ranks of freshmen like a predator, ultimately locking his gaze on Li Wei, a cruel smile spreading across his lips as he licks them and makes a gesture across his throat. The provocation is unmistakable. In the VIP section, Carlos Fernandez is joking and laughing with several nobles occasionally glancing at Li Wei in the arena, his eyes filled with a chilling determination. Beside him sits a middle-aged man clad in a magnificent mage robe, his expression stern. He is a family uncle from the Fernandez clan stationed in the royal capital, a 7th-tier grand magician evidently also here to observe. Lilith sits at the front of the magic department's freshman group, her posture upright and her face calm, but her tightly clenched fists reveal her inner worries. Next to her are several young members of the Augustus family in the royal capital, subtly shielding her in the center, but that is all they can do. In the face of such blatant retaliation from the Fernandez family, the Augustus family cannot directly interfere with the academy's normal assessments. Cam stands nervously beside Li Wei, his chubby body tense, sweat beading on his forehead, muttering something that sounds like encouragement for Li Wei or perhaps a comfort for himself. Li Wei, wearing a faded gray summoner's robe, blends into the ranks, his eyes slightly closed as if the surrounding commotion has nothing to do with him, quietly adjusting his breathing and state. Within him, his small universe resembles a stable rotating miniature nebula, slowly burning and radiating warm, powerful energy. After nearly a month of frenzied training, spending days in the library absorbing knowledge and practicing the stellar meditation technique, and nights engaging in high-intensity simulated battles with Xia Wu, his small universe has solidified from its initial stage and has grown considerably. His mental energy limit has quietly surpassed the 500 mark, reaching 520 points. Even more astonishing is that with the continuous nurturing of his small universe and the refinement from the stellar meditation technique, the trace of magical energy in his meridians has grown to a level where he can clearly perceive and initially control it. Although the total amount remains pitifully weak, roughly equivalent to the most inept magical apprentice, he can now attempt to guide this magical energy to simulate some rudimentary magical effects. For instance, he can concentrate a small fireball the size of a pigeon egg at his fingertips, or make a small stream of water swirl in his palm. He can even cause a feather to float for a few seconds. These magics hold no practical combat value, are slow to release, and have nearly zero power. Moreover, due to the nature of the magical energy seemingly having been filtered or transformed by his small universe, they exhibit a completely different wave pattern from conventional magic, failing to elicit any response from the Academy's detection crystals even at close range. This confirms his suspicion his magical energy is an exotic magical energy transformed through the small universe, incompatible with the mainstream magic system of this world. This presents both a hidden danger unable to undergo conventional testing, difficult to explain, and potentially a significant advantage difficult to detect and target. Li Wei decides to keep this as his deepest trump card, revealing it only when absolutely necessary. Xiaowu, how is your state? He communicates within the summoning space. Ready to fight at any time, Master. Xiaowu's voice is steady and powerful. The holy armor projection has stabilized considerably under the nurturing of your small universe, and I can exert about 20 of my power equivalent to my peak form. That should be enough to deal with someone named Barton as long as the tactics are appropriate. To tense. Li Wei feels a surge of joy in his heart. This is a significant improvement compared to half a month ago. It seems that the enhancement of the small universe has a direct boosting effect on the summoned Saint Warrior. Remember our tactics. Focus on attrition. I will use the foot soldiers to disrupt him and seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. Li Wei instructs. Understood. Just then an elder in a golden mage robe, his aura deep as the sea, stands up on the high platform. His silver hair is meticulously styled and his expression is serious. He is Grand Saint Roland, the headmaster of the Royal Magic and Martial Academy, one of the few 9th-tier Grand Magisters in the Empire. As he stands, an invisible pressure envelopes the entire arena, instantly silencing all noise. Silent. Headmaster Grant's voice is not loud, yet it clearly reaches the ears of everyone present. The freshman tournament is a tradition of the Royal Magic and Martial Academy designed to assess the learning outcomes of freshmen, to temper your will, and to make you understand that true power comes from relentless effort and surpassing oneself. The rules are simple. According to the draw, freshmen will engage in unknown battles with the examiners. Examiners will judge based on your performance in battle. The evaluation criteria are not merely win or lose. Willpower, wisdom, adaptability, and potential are all factors to consider. However, he suddenly shifts his tone, his voice becoming stern. In battles, injuries are inevitable. The Academy encourages full-hearted sparring, but it is strictly forbidden to intentionally cause disability or death. Violators will be severely punished. At the end of his statement, a powerful mental pressure sweeps across the arena like a tangible force, causing many freshmen to turn pale and even making the examiners, including Barton, change their expressions. Now let the competition begin. The first match is between the Magic Department freshman Catherine and the Magic Department examiner Elia. As the headmaster announces, the tournament officially commences. Battles unfold on the giant arena at the center. Magic clashes with dazzling brilliance, fighting energy surges with raw ferocity. The freshmen give their all, some perform exceptionally, earning resounding applause. Others, lacking strength, quickly lose but receive encouragement from the examiners, and some, due to nerves, fail to perform and leave in dejection. The atmosphere grows increasingly lively, with cheers, gasps, and expressions of regret echoing throughout. Li Wei quietly observes, analyzing the various battle styles and techniques on stage, silently simulating his battle with Barton in his mind. Cam stands nervously beside him, flinching at every instance a freshman is injured, his gaze toward Li Wei filled with increasing concern. Lilith's match was scheduled for the middle segment. Her opponent was a mid-level water mage examiner. As the battle commenced, Lilith showcased magical prowess far beyond that of ordinary newcomers, skillfully controlling intricate water spells, making calm judgments, and maneuvering flexibly. She quickly suppressed her opponent, and ultimately won with a stunning Ice Ring Bind, combined with Water Arrow Barrage, earning high praise from the examiner and a thunderous applause from the audience. Meanwhile, Carlos from the Fernandez family wore a grim expression. Time passed second by second. Finally, the 17th match, summoning system newcomer Li Weici against the warrior system examiner Barton. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena through amplification magic. In an instant, all gazes converged on Li Wei like a spotlight. Sympathy, pity, curiosity, schadenfreude, anticipation. A myriad of complex emotions intertwined in the air. Finally here. Carlos straightened up excitedly, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. Lilith tightened her grip on her staff, her knuckles turning white. Cam's lips trembled, wanting to say something but unable to make a sound. Li Wei slowly opened his eyes, a calmness in them like that of an ancient well. He adjusted his inconspicuous gray robe and stepped out of the line, walking towards the enormous arena. His steps were steady, neither fast nor slow, as if he were not heading towards a life-and-death battle, but simply taking a casual stroll. As he ascended the arena's steps, his feet rested on the hard, cold obsidian. Across from him, Barton leaped down from the platform like a meteor, crashing heavily on the opposite side of the arena, producing a dull thud. He was a full head taller than Li Wei, with bulging muscles that stretched his black combat gear tight. The scar on his face twisted with his ferocious grin, exuding a savage aura akin to that of a fierce beast. "Kid, I didn't expect you to actually dare to stand up here." Barton cracked his neck, making a sound like cracking bones, his voice rough and unpleasant. "I thought you'd be scared enough to wet yourself and beg for mercy. That would make the kill too boring." Li Wei ignored his trash talk, simply looking at him calmly as if observing an inanimate object. Such disregard utterly infuriated Barton. "Looking for death?" Barton roared, fiery red combat aura suddenly erupting from him. The scorching air waves radiated outward from him, raising the temperature of the arena floor. The pressure of a peak advanced warrior was unleashed without reservation, crushing towards Li Wei like a mountain. However, Li Wei remained standing in place, his figure unmoving. The violent pressure bore down on him like a stone sinking into the sea, causing not a single ripple. Only the hem of his grey robe fluttered slightly under the pressure of the aura. A flicker of surprise crossed Barton's eyes, soon replaced by a more intense ferocity. "There's something to you, no wonder you could defeat that waste Roy. But this is where it ends." He stomped his right foot on the ground, creating a web-like crack in the hard obsidian. His body shot forward like a cannonball, a red shadow streaking towards Li Wei. His right hand became a claw-gathering combat aura, fingers seeming to burn with flames aimed directly at Li Wei's throat. Flame Claw. A lethal strike right from the start. His speed was astonishing. Many newcomers barely caught a glimpse of the red shadow flash by. "Li Wei, brother!" Cam couldn't help but exclaim. Lilith's heart leapt to her throat. In the VIP section, a cruel smile appeared on Carlos' face. Just as Barton's flame claw was about to reach Li Wei's throat, Li Wei moved. He neither retreated nor blocked. He merely tilted slightly to the side, a minimal movement that perfectly allowed the scorching claw wind to graze past his neck. At the same time, he raised his left hand seemingly casually, with his index and middle fingers together at a speed so fast it was nearly imperceptible, lightly tapping a specific spot on the inside of Barton's right wrist that was exposed from his forward rush. This tap was devoid of any combat aura or magical glow, and even the sound of wind was almost inaudible. However, the aggressive Barton felt as if struck by lightning. His forward momentum abruptly halted, his right arm trembled violently as if electrocuted, the gathered flames of combat aura instantly becoming chaotic and dissipating. His entire arm felt sore and numb, lacking strength. What the hell? Barton was greatly alarmed, hurriedly retreating, looking bewilderedly at his intact yet numbed wrist, then at Li Wei, who still stood in place, calm and composed. What was that just now? An acupuncture strike. But this kid clearly had no fluctuations of combat aura. Not only Barton but even the instructors and older students below with keen eyes showed expressions of astonishment. What was that just now? Did you see it clearly? It seemed like he just tapped Barton's wrist. Without using combat aura nor magic. How did he do that? Just a coincidence. It must be that Barton charged too recklessly, causing a disturbance in his combat aura. Li Wei retracted his fingers, inwardly pondering. The enhancement of my small universe on the body, as well as the keen perception of energy flow, truly is useful. That tap just now interrupted a node in the flow of combat aura in his wrist. Although it only disturbed for a moment, that was enough. This was a small technique he had developed by combining the perception of his small universe with the rudimentary knowledge of combat aura operation learned from the library. He didn't expect the initial use to yield such good results. You bastard! How dare you play me? After a brief moment of confusion, Barton was completely enraged. In front of so many people, a peak advanced warrior was made to look so disheveled by a waste, using an unknown method. I will tear you to pieces! Barton roared, no longer holding back. With a grasp into the air, a massive double-handed sword as wide as a door panel and glinting with a cold light appeared in his hand. As soon as the giant sword appeared, the crimson combat aura around him blazed like it had been doused with oil, increasing in fire-scale giant sword, Barton's signature weapon forged with the crystal core of a fire-type magical beast, greatly amplifying the power of fire attribute combat aura. Kid, to die under my fire-scale sword is your honor. Barton gripped the sword with both hands, flames igniting along the sword's body, his aura reaching its peak. He no longer rushed in, but instead raised the giant sword high above his head, allowing the scorching fire-type combat aura to gather wildly. Flame slash! With a violent shout, Barton swung the giant sword down fiercely. A massive sword aura 3 meters long and entirely composed of crimson flames surged forth like a fire dragon emerging from the abyss, tearing through the air with the intent to incinerate everything, slashing down towards Li Wei. Crade combat skill Flame slash. Barton's famed ultimate technique. Its power is enough to shatter stone and melt steel. Before the sword aura even arrived, the scorching air waves were already rushing towards Li Wei, causing his hair and robe to whip backward. Gasps erupted from the audience. It's Flame slash. Barton is serious now. It's over. With this sword there won't even be a trace left of Li Wei. Get out of the way. Kem desperately closed his eyes. Lilith suddenly stood up, her staff glowing blue, seemingly wanting to do something, but was firmly held back by a family member beside her. In the VIP section, a victorious smile appeared on Carlos' face. Facing a strike capable of evaporating him, Li Wei finally displayed a serious expression for the first time. He took a deep breath, the small universe within him suddenly spinning at an accelerated pace. The bronze badge on his chest grew slightly warm. Now is the time. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with determination, stepping forward in defiance of the cataclysmic fire sword aura. At the same time, his right hand formed a strange hand seal in front of his chest, and he chanted, "With my small universe as a guide, the light of the Holy Realm descend. Summon, Holy Realm Legion." Li Wei's low murmur was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a peculiar rhythm, piercing through the roaring sound of the flaming sword, she clearly reaching the ears of every spectator focused on this battle. "With my small universe as a guide, the light of the sacred domain descends." As the last syllable fell, the bronze badge on his chest erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. This was not the ordinary white light seen when summoning minions, but a more refined radiance tinged with a faint golden starlight. Amidst the glow, 10 figures materialized from the void, instantly appearing before Li Wei like the most loyal barrier, firmly guarding him from behind. These were precisely the 10 sacred domain minions, nourished and enhanced by the small universe. Their bronze armor gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster, and the long spears and round shields in their hands were perfectly aligned. The 10 of them moved as one, exuding a killing aura that even subtly pushed back the scorching heat wave. More of those tin cans again. 10. Can he summon 10 at once? No, wait. Look at their aura, it's much stronger than when we fought Roy. What kind of summoning technique is this? It feels completely different from magical fluctuations. The audience was in an uproar. They had seen summoners before, but summoned beings were usually elemental creatures, magical beasts, or undead. Never had they encountered humanoid, uniformly equipped and disciplined summoned beings like an army. Moreover, to summon 10 at once requires an immense amount of mental strength. Even the mentors on the platform revealed astonished expressions. Old Jack had appeared at the edge of the mentors' seating area, still looking drowsy, but a glint of barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his murky eyes. In the VIP area, Carlos' smile froze on his face. Lilith let out a slight sigh of relief, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish. She knew this was just the beginning. Just as the thought crossed their minds, Barton's flames had already roared towards them. The intense heat distorted the air. Form the formation. Guard. Li Wei urged, with his mind continuously infusing the power of the small universe into the 10 minions through their mental link. The 10 minions moved in perfect unison, the front 5 instantly crouching down, slamming their round shields heavily onto the ground, angled upwards. The rear 5 stepped forward, placing their shields atop the front row's shields. The 10 shields tightly interlocked, instantly forming an impenetrable arc of steel. This was the defense formation Li Wei had devised by integrating the concept of the star formation from the starry meditation technique with the characteristics of the sacred domain minions. Iron wall formation. Boom. The flaming sword sheath slammed solidly against the shield wall. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. The crimson flames erupted like fireworks, engulfing half of the arena. The violent fiery energy wildly crashed against the shield wall, producing a sound of metal distortion and energy annihilation that sent chills down the spine. The scorching waves swept across, causing nearby spectators to feel their faces burning. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, staring intently at the sea of flames. As the flames gradually dissipated, when the scene became clear again, everyone gasped in shock. The 10 sacred domain minions still maintained their defensive stance, their feet having carved deep grooves into the obsidian ground. They had been forcibly pushed back nearly 3 meters. The front row's shields were glowing red, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with some areas even slightly deformed. However, the shield wall remained intact. None of the 10 minions had fallen. They radiated a faint, weak yet extraordinarily resilient silver glow, power of the small universe, having withstood a terrifying blow capable of injuring or even killing an ordinary Tier 5 warrior. Did they block it? My heavens! What kind of shield is that? What kind of summoned beings are those? This defense is absurdly strong. Li Wei's control over his mental strength is simply terrifying. The 10 summoned beings are defending as if they were one. Gasps of astonishment surged like a tide. Those who had originally deemed Li Wei destined for death now widened their eyes in disbelief. Barton's sinister grin had completely frozen, replaced by a mix of surprise and rage. His full-powered flame slash was actually blocked by 10 inexplicable tin cans. Although it was clear that those shields were severely damaged and the summoned beings had also consumed a considerable amount of energy, he still could not accept this outcome. Bastards! Damn tin cans! Barton's eyes turned red, his inner fury fully ignited. He felt that his authority had been seriously provoked. Let's see how many times you can block. Shatter for me! He roared, his fighting spirit erupting again, even more violently than before. Gripping the fire-scaled giant sword, he flashed forward, no longer using the energy-consuming long-range sword chi but charging directly towards the minion formation. He intended to personally smash these tin cans, to drag out that despicable little brat behind them and tear him apart. Change formation. Strangle. Li Wei's gaze was calm as he immediately altered the command. The 10 minions instantly dispersed. The iron wall formation transformed into a flexible attack formation. 5 held shields and maneuvered, blocking and deflecting Barton's giant sword slashes, while the other 5 like phantoms attacked from the sides and rear, launching swift and cunning thrusts with their long spears. Clang. 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 The dense sound of metal clashing erupted like rain. Barton's giant sword wielded tremendous force, each slash carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones. The minion shields had already been damaged while blocking the flame's slash, and now under the relentless strikes of the giant sword the cracks continued to expand, producing groans of unbearable strain. Occasionally a minion would be shaken back by the immense force, and even shields would break, leaving their bodies wounded by the sword chi. Yet the minions fought valiantly, their cooperation reaching an extraordinary level. While their attacks might not inflict fatal damage on Barton, who was shielded by fighting spirit, they always targeted his joints, eyes, and armpits, areas of relative weakness, during moments of transition, forcing him to defend or evade, repeatedly interrupting his attack rhythm. In an instant the arena presented a strange stalemate. A peak Tier 5 warrior was being held back by 10 summoned beings whose individual strength was far inferior to his, relying on incredible synergy and tenacious defense. Barton felt as if he was trapped in a thicket of steel thorns filled with violent power but unable to exert it anywhere. Every attack was cleverly neutralized or disrupted, while those annoying long spears lurked like venomous snakes waiting for the right moment to strike. Though he held an absolute advantage, continuously injuring and pushing back the minions, he still could not break through the death line formed by the 10, failing to harm Li Wei in the slightest. This sense of frustration nearly drove him mad. "Arg! You insignificant insects, get away from me!" Barton roared like a feral beast. Crimson battle aura contracted violently around his body, then erupted with volcanic fury. Its hue deepened from crimson to ominous maroon, its presence growing increasingly savage and chaotic. His eyes drowned entirely in blood-red haze, bulging muscles strained against taut skin, thick veins surging across his frame. His entire physique seemed to swell with raw bestial power. Raging War Cry. A Class D supportive battle technique that temporarily amplifies strength, speed, and pain resistance, yet accelerates battle aura depletion and erodes rational thought. Barton, now halfway into Berserker Fury, surged forward with startling acceleration, his strength exploding beyond all prior limits. Die! He ignored the spears lashing at him, locking onto a shield-bearing foot soldier. With a shriek of tearing air, his fire-scale greatsword cleaved downward, faster, heavier, deadlier than before. The soldier raised his shield to block. Crack! This time the badly damaged shield shattered outright. The greatsword's momentum remained unbroken, slamming into the soldier's chest with thunderous force. Boom! He flew backward as if struck by a siege ram. Bronze armor crumpled inward, fractured beyond repair, and midair his body dissolved into shimmering motes of white light. An instant kill. Barton's berserk-enhanced might was terrifyingly absolute. The first. He snarled, a cruel grin twisting his lips as his bloodshot eyes locked onto the next target. The tide turned abruptly. With one comrade fallen, the soldier's formation fractured. Fueled by berserker rage, Barton's speed and strength soared. Dulled pain perception rendered him fearless, and he began trading wounds for breakthroughs, shattering their lines by sheer brutality. Boom! 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 3 more thunderous impacts followed in rapid succession. 2 more soldiers fell, one after another, shields splintered, bodies obliterated, vanishing in flashes of white light. The remaining 7 soldiers fought desperately, clinging to each other, but their formation had collapsed, defeat looming unmistakably. Wounds multiplied across their bodies, their movements slowed, faltering under mounting exhaustion. Li Wei's face paled slightly. Though fallen soldiers could be resummoned, each death inflicted psychic backlash, draining his mental energy. Losing 3 enhanced soldiers in such short order exacted a heavy toll on his spirit. Below the arena, the brief surge of hope and astonishment sank once more, replaced by deeper dread and weary sighs. "It's over, we still can't stop him. Barton is simply too strong. He's unstoppable when enraged. Li Wei has done remarkably well, but the gap in strength is simply too vast. What a pity!" Cam stomped his foot in frustration. Lilith's staff flickered with unstable sapphire light, her composure visibly shaken. In the VIP section, Carlos wore a triumphant smile once more. "Just a final futile struggle. Once Barton's elder cousin truly commits himself, crushing Li Wei will be no harder than squashing an ant." High above, old Jack had closed his eyes again, seemingly indifferent to the fierce battle unfolding below. Yet almost imperceptibly his bony fingers tapped a faint peculiar rhythm upon the armrest of his chair. On the arena floor, Barton grew ever more ferocious, like a rampaging beast, driving the last soldiers backward, closing relentlessly upon Li Wei. "Brat! Your pathetic puppets are useless now. Next, you're mine. As he swung his greatsword, Barton unleashed a bloodthirsty laugh. I'll break every bone in your body. And make you crawl like a worm. Li Wei watched Barton advance, watched his soldiers dwindle and stagger under relentless assault, yet his gaze remained calm, even gleaming with quiet triumph. Is that so? He spoke suddenly, voice clear and piercing in Barton's ears. Then tell me, does your battle aura feel unnaturally accelerated? And your heartbeat, is it not racing far beyond normal? Barton's charge halted mid-stride. Only then did he realize, somewhere along the way his surging battle aura had begun to fray at the edges, roaring with chaotic instability beneath its fury. His heart hammered like war drums, threatening to burst from his chest. A sudden wave of searing heat and irrational agitation surged from his core, deepening the crimson veil over his vision as his reason drowned beneath a rising tide of slaughterlust. This was not a known side effect of raging war cry. The technique dulled pain and intensified consumption. It did not induce aura turbulence or cardiac arrhythmia. What have you done to me? Barton demanded, furious and terrified, his scarlet eyes locked onto Li Wei. Li Wei said nothing, only curled his lips into a cold, knowing smile. Of course he had done something. From the very first clash, while appearing merely defensive, he had been directing his soldiers, and simultaneously guiding with extraordinary subtlety the faint yet unique alien magic coiled within his own body. Though too weak to manifest as conventional spells, this magic seeped forth, carried on the soldiers' strikes, drawn in with Barton's breath, even drifting invisibly through arena dust, until it saturated Barton's immediate surroundings. The magic itself bore no offensive intent, but it shared its origin with the cosmos, imbued with innate properties of disruption and amplification. When Barton unleashed his volatile fire tribute battle aura, and especially when he activated Raging War Cry, a technique already prone to clouding the mind, this infiltrating alien magic ignited like sparks in oil, silently intensifying his aura's volatility and magnifying his emotional instability. This was Li Wei's deepest, most concealed stratagem, not brute force but precise guidance and catalysis. Damn you! Whatever sorcery you wield, it's meaningless before absolute power! Barton crushed down his rising panic and irritation, blaming it all on trickery, and roared anew in blind fury. Die! Ignoring the remaining soldiers, he channeled every ounce of battle aura into his legs and exploded forward with a mighty thrust. Boom! A shallow crater blasted open in the arena floor. Barton became a crimson artillery shell, velocity surging to its apex, as his fire-scale greatsword trailed behind, carving a dazzling lethal arc of flame straight toward Li Wei. Strike the leader first. He would end this wretched boy, not with finesse but with overwhelming, annihilating dominance. This blow concentrated all his strength, wrath, and killing intent, its destructive power dwarfing even his earlier flame slash. Facing this inescapable, soul-rending strike, Li Wei slowly closed his eyes. Within him his cosmos spun with sudden supernova-like acceleration. His mental energy surged like a breached dam, flooding his bronze metal at the chest. The farce ends now, he murmured softly, then snapped his eyes open. Galaxies detonated in his gaze, the Milky Way recoiled in reverse. Descend now, the true saint! Pegasus Saint, Xiaowu! Boom! A bronze-hued pillar of light erupted skyward, tenfold, 100-fold brighter than any summoning before. A cosmos far vaster, holier, and brimming with indomitable spirit descended upon the arena, like a slumbering dragon awakening in full majesty. As a dazzling bronze-colored pillar of light erupted skyward from before Li Wei, the entire glory arena fell into utter silence. All clamor, gasps, and sighs were instantly swallowed by that vast sacred presence, ancient as the starry firmament itself. Within the luminous column stood a tall, lithe figure, powerful as a hunting leopard, materializing swiftly from ethereal haze into solid form. His short chestnut hair stirred gently in the radiant flames, his handsome, untamed face bore eyes sharp as a falcon's gaze. Most striking was his bronze saint cloth, white as moonlit snow, adorned with opulent violet traceries shaped like a rearing, trumpeting unicorn, refracting a cold, regal gleam beneath the sun. He stood motionless, yet radiated an aura so commanding he became the very axis of heaven and earth. At his appearance, Barton, the previously ferocious and brutal warrior, faded like fireflies before the full moon. What is that? A new summon? No, this feels utterly different. It's impossibly powerful. 10 times stronger than those clanking iron shells. This power must be at least 6th tier. That armor, that design. I've never seen its like. After a brief hush came an even more thunderous wave of astonishment, everyone stunned by this sudden, unfathomable being beyond all known summoning lore. In the VIP box, Carlos's smug grin froze, replaced by sheer disbelief. Beside him, the 7th-tier archmage of the Fernandez family sat bolt upright, his eyes blazing with startling intensity, as he fixed them upon Xiaowu on the arena floor. Lilith covered her mouth, her sapphire eyes wide with shock, and a flicker of inexplicable exhilaration. From that golden figure she sensed a purer, fiercer light than even Li Wei's Pegasus meteor fist had ever unleashed. High atop the dais, old Jack, who had been meditating with eyes closed, had opened them without a sound. His cloudy pupils shimmered with uncanny light as he murmured this resonance. This life, dear boy, just what did you summon? Even Dean Grant, whose expression was usually as still as a placid lake, showed a rare flicker of emotion. On the arena floor, Barton's ultimate strike, charged with his full might and surging with lethal intent, froze midair the moment Xiaowu appeared. It wasn't hesitation, it was compulsion. Under the overwhelming sacred pressure of that boundless cosmos aura, his raging battle-chi recoiled, instinctively churning and retreating as if confronted by its natural predator. A primal terror cold as venomous serpents seized his heart in an instant. His crimson eyes locked onto Xiaowu, tracing the strange armor, then meeting that calm, piercing gaze, as an unprecedented sense of peril enveloped him entirely. You, what are you? Barton roared, his voice hoarse as if shouting could banish the dread coiling within him. Xiaowu didn't even glance at him. Instead he turned slightly and knelt on one knee before Li Wei, right hand over his chest, a gesture fluid. Ancient reverend master, forgive my tardiness. Such a rabble is unworthy of your attention. Leave him to me. Li Wei nodded, his face pale from spiritual exhaustion, yet his eyes remained bright and clear. Make it swift. As commanded. Rising, Xiaowu finally turned his gaze toward Barton, who now stood rigid, braced for. His expression was serene, so utterly tranquil it verged on indifference, as though before him stood not a peerless master warrior, but merely a slightly sturdier insect. So Xiaowu said, his voice clear and resonant, laced with unassailable authority, it was you who dared harass my master, Hocuspicus. Enraged beyond reason by such contempt, Barton let fury consume his fear. No matter what abomination you are, I'll send you straight to oblivion. He forced down his turbulent battle-chi, channeling every ounce of terror and rage into raw power. Raising the fire-scale greatsword high, he flooded its blade with seething crimson energy. The weapon thrummed, flames erupting violently, radiating blistering heat. Blazing Mountain Splitter. A technique surpassing even the blazing slash in power and cost, the pinnacle of his mastery. Before the blade descended, its scorching aura blackened the arena floor. With this single stroke he intended to reduce both this arrogant interloper and the detestable Li Wei to ash. Faced with a blow capable of shaking seasoned grand battle masters to their core, Xiaowu merely shook his head, disappointment flickering across his features. Too slow. Too many openings. He spoke softly. Then, he moved. No thunderous roar. No flamboyant flourish. He simply raised his right hand, and clenched it into a fist. Then with effortless grace he struck, not at Barton but at the descending flame-veined greatsword. Boom! The air shattered. Not metaphorically, literally. To every onlooker the instant Xiaowu threw his punch, the air before him compressed under unimaginable force, then detonated outward with cataclysmic violence. A visible ring-shaped shockwave of white air expanded outward, and his fist in motion left behind a trail of crisp, lingering afterimages. These were no mere illusions born of speed, they were tangible ripples, the violent tearing of air suspended mid-flight. As if countless fists struck the same point simultaneously. Crunch. A deafening bone-deep impact, like a colossal hammer striking a tenth-a-santon anvil. Barton's mighty blazing mountain splitter, a torrent of condensed battle-chi and roaring flame, met that unassuming fist, and shattered. Not deflected. Not parried. But pulverized, like glass, starting from the tip, splintering inch by inch. The burning flames snuffed out. The steel blade fractured into countless shards, scattering like shrapnel. No, impossible. Barton's roar twisted into a shriek of despair as a crushing, star-shattering force surged up the sword's hilt. Then, his arm. Crack. Crack. A sickening chorus of snapping bones echoed through the arena. From fingertips to shoulder, Barton's right arm twisted grotesquely, bones pulverized, tendons shredded, by an invisible titanic torque. Before agony could reach his mind, that same force slammed into his chest. Sputter. He flew backward, faster than he charged, struck as if hit heated by a rampaging dragon. Midair blood gushed forth in torrents, spattered with fragments of internal organs. Tum. He crashed onto the arena's far edge, cracking the obsidian black stone beneath him into a web of fissures. His body crumpled like a discarded ragdoll, chest caved in, eyes bulging wide with ultimate terror and bewilderment, utterly unconscious, fate unknown. Even the aftershock of that devastating punch tore beyond the arena's boundary, carving a trench over 10 meters long and several centimeters deep into the ground behind Barton. Silence. A deathly silence. In the entire glory arena, tens of thousands of people were utterly silent. Everyone gaped in disbelief, their eyes as wide as bells, staring at the figure on the stage that seemed to descend like a deity, and at the distant limp body of Barton resembling a dead dog. One punch. Just a single punch. There was no glow of fighting spirit, no magical fluctuations, just a plain and unadorned punch. It shattered the full-force strike of a peak advanced warrior, crushed the steel greatsword, disabled one of Barton's arms, and utterly defeated him. What terrifying power is this? What unbelievable speed! Did that multitude of fists truly strike in an instant? How is this possible? Jabu slowly withdrew his fist as if he had merely completed a trivial task. He shook his hand as if brushing off some dust, then glanced at the fainted Barton in the distance, his brow furrowed slightly, and murmured in a voice only he could hear, filled with discontent and confusion, "Are the warriors of this world so weak?" His voice was soft, but in this moment of dead silence in the arena it seemed magnified countless times, clearly reaching the ears of those closer to the stage, including the perceptive experts in the VIP section. "Not even worthy of forcing me to use unicorn gallop." Puff. Just as Barton, who had been urgently treated and revived with a life-saving potion, was regaining consciousness, he happened to hear this sentence in a daze. Not even the ultimate move can be forced out." The words echoed in his mind, and as he looked at his twisted arm, his sunken chest, feeling the emptiness of his fighting spirit, and the shattered meridians within, the ultimate humiliation, the incomprehensible defeat, and the bone-deep fear erupted like a volcano. "Ah!" He suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out an extremely piercing and unwilling scream, then, overwhelmed by anger and distress, spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. His head tilted, and he fainted again, his breath weak to the extreme. This time he truly fainted from anger, adding injury to injury. Jabu, however, no longer looked at him. He turned to face Li Wei and knelt on one knee again, saying, "Master, the lunatics have been eliminated." Li Wei looked at the distant unconscious Barton, and then at the respectful Jabu in front of him, his heart filled with shock. He knew Jabu was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. The peak advanced warrior Barton was so easily defeated in front of him. This is the true saint warrior. Even if he is merely bronze, even with only 20% of his power, his might far exceeds the conventional understanding of this world. He took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Return now." Jabu transformed into a beam of golden light and merged into the badge on Li Wei's chest. On the stage, only Li Wei remained, along with the distant, pitifully unconscious Barton. The referee seemed to finally snap back to reality from utter shock, trembling as he walked onto the stage, checked Barton's injuries, and his face turned even paler. He raised his hand and announced in a hoarse voice, "The winner. The victor, the summoner newcomer, Li Weiss." As his voice fell, it was like igniting a powder keg. Boom! A thunderous uproar erupted instantly. Gasps, shouts, doubts, discussions merged into a tidal wave that almost threatened to topple the dome of the arena. He won. Li Wei won. One punch. Just one punch. My heavens! What is that warrior in golden armor? So strong. Barton is finished. His arm is completely shattered, his internal organs damaged. Even if saved, he is ruined. The Fernandez family has lost face big time this time. Li Wei. Someone first shouted Li Wei's name, and soon more and more voices joined in, forming a harmonious roar. Those gazes that were once sympathetic, pitiful, or even gleeful, all transformed into shock, reverence, and fervor. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power itself is the hardest truth. With a nearly crushing victory, Li Wei earned everyone's respect and fear. In the VIP section, Carlos' face was as pale as paper, his body slightly trembling, whether from anger or fear. The 7th level mage beside him had a gloomy expression that seemed ready to drip water, staring intently at Li Wei on the stage with killing intent flickering in his eyes. Lilith tightly covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes, a mixture of joy and fear. She knew Li Wei had a trump card, but never expected it to be so astonishing, so domineering. On the high platform, Dean Grant looked deeply at Li Wei, then nodded to the mentor beside him. Immediately, healing mentors and priests rushed onto the stage to provide emergency treatment for Barton. Old Jack had closed his eyes again at some point, as if everything that had just happened was unrelated to him, but the slight smile at the corners of his mouth indicated that he seemed to be in a good mood. Li Wei stood on the stage, feeling the various gazes directed at him from all directions, his heart calm. In this battle he had won. He won cleanly and impressively. But this was just the beginning. The Fernandez family would never let this go. Moreover, the power of the Saint Warrior had truly been revealed to this world for the first time. The path ahead is destined to be anything but peaceful. He lifted his head, gazing at Carlos in the VIP section with a pale face, and the 7th level mage with a cold gaze, his expression devoid of fear, only a cold and resolute determination. Then he turned and slowly walked down the stage under the watchful eyes of countless spectators. Behind him lay the still unconscious, utterly ruined Barton, and an academy of royal magical martial arts that had been completely overturned in its perception of this summoner waste. The freshman tournament ended in a way that no one had anticipated. The name Li Wei shone like the most brilliant comet, instantly piercing the sky above the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, leaving a vivid mark in the noble circles of the capital. One punch. Just one punch. Summoning a mysterious golden warrior, he defeated the peak 5th warrior Bloodhand Barton in a single blow. This dramatic feat of absolute power quickly spread and fermented through various channels. Discussions about the mysterious bronze warrior became the hottest topic both inside and outside the academy. Some speculated that it was a lost ancient spirit, some and others believed it was a creature from another world, and some even linked it to certain legendary holy beings. As the summoner Lee Weiss' reputation underwent a dramatic transformation overnight. The label of summoning waste was completely torn apart, replaced by various halos such as Mysterious Summoner, Strongest Freshman, and Incomprehensible. His name prominently appeared at the top of various strength rankings for freshmen within the academy, and even began to secure a place in some highly prestigious comprehensive rankings. The once deserted, derided summoning department building, seen as the academy's garbage dump, now had a few curious figures peek. Some students who had previously looked down on the summoning department began to inquire with old Jack about the possibility of joining, although they were all brushed off by the old man's snores. Lee Weiss' dormitory was no longer quiet. Visitors came in droves seeking to pay their respects, extend invitations, gather news, or simply catch a glimpse of the first freshman. There were common students admiring his strength, noble airs, hoping to befriend him, and testers from various factions. However, to everyone's surprise, Lee Wei displayed an almost indifferent detachment towards it all. He almost turned down all visits and invitations. Whether it was invitations to noble banquets, enthusiastic recruitment from student organizations, or generous sponsorships offered by certain guilds, he politely yet firmly declined them all. "Sorry, I'm busy with my studies and my cultivation comes first." This was his most commonly used excuse, simple and direct, leaving no room for rebuttal, yet it also exuded an air of distance that kept others at bay. He seemed to have returned to the monastic lifestyle he led before the tournament, even more so with greater depth and simplicity. In the early morning he quietly left his dormitory before dawn, heading deep into the small woods to practice the stellar meditation and refine his small universe. In the morning he would occasionally show his face at old Jack's, who was still mostly asleep, or immerse himself directly in the library. In the afternoon he consistently went to the main tower of the magic department to audit Vice Dean Aldrich's classes, eagerly absorbing advanced knowledge about the essence of mental strength, elemental applications, and energy structures. Returning to his dormitory at night, aside from simple exchanges with Cam, he would silently review the day's cultivation gains or simulate battles in his mind with Xiaowu. His life was almost rigidly disciplined, a level of diligence that was astonishing. That tranquility and focus stood in stark contrast to his current soaring fame, adding an air of mystery. Only two people could slightly break this monk-like routine of his. One was Cam. This honest and chubby boy, after experiencing initial joy and fear, had his admiration for Li Wei reach its peak, while also resolutely determined to grow stronger. He was no longer just Li Weiss' roommate, he resembled a loyal follower and protector, willingly taking on tasks such as filtering visitors, preparing meals, and managing chores, allowing Li Wei to focus more on his cultivation. Li Wei also generously offered guidance, designing a more effective regimen for physical training and foundational combat energy cultivation for Cam, who had mediocre talent, combining Xiao's understanding of body techniques with knowledge from the library, allowing this chubby boy to improve rapidly. The other person was naturally Lilith. This young lady from the Augustus family, after the tournament ended, not only did not change her attitude due to Li Wei's sudden rise to fame, but rather grew closer to him. She seemed to completely understand and approve of Li Wei's choice of low-key diligent cultivation, never mentioning those annoying social engagements or recruitment, instead sharing insights on magic cultivation, discussing academic challenges, and occasionally bringing some exquisite snacks and potions that aid in mental recovery. The two often walked side by side in quiet corners of the library, or on less traveled paths by the academy lake, engaging in soft-spoken conversations. One was quiet and resilient, the other elegant and intelligent, creating a harmonious scene that made many secret observers marvel and also sparked more speculation and deeper jealousy from certain individuals. He just got lucky and summoned something impressive. Does he really think he's something special? In a training ground of the warrior department, Carlos Fernandez struck a training dummy fiercely with his sword, severing its head, his expression dark and terrifying. Several trusted followers gathered around him, the atmosphere oppressive. "Young master, there's news from the family," one follower cautiously remarked. The master said to refrain from provoking that Li Wei for the time being. The summon he displayed was extraordinary, possibly tied to some unknown force or legacy. Until the details were clarified, it was unwise to act rashly to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to the family. Trouble. Barton was publicly crippled by him, and our Fernandez family's reputation is in tatters. "Is that what you call trouble?" Carlos growled, his eyes bloodshot. "Are we just going to let it go?" "The master means to endure for now." On the surface, another follower lowered his voice, but in secret, with the academy being this large, accidents are always unavoidable. Moreover, the Abyss trial in 3 months. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Carlos' eyes as he slowly calmed down, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Abyss trial. Good. That was a practical mission organized by the academy, delving into the outskirts of the Misty Mountains to exterminate monsters where casualties were inevitable. Li Wei, let you enjoy your moment of glory for a few more months. When the time comes, I will bury you and your summons in the belly of a beast. He gazed towards the library as if he could see through the walls to that figure he despised deeply. And that wretched Lilith, she will be mine sooner or later. Inside the library, Li Wei was closing a hefty tome on ancient runes and contracts, gently rubbing his brow. Continuous intense reading and contemplation had left him feeling somewhat fatigued even with his current mental strength. Still reading these? Lilith approached with a cup of warm, fragrant herbal tea, placing it beside Li Wei. You've been at it for 4 straight hours. It's always good to learn more. Li Wei accepted the teacup, expressing his thanks, the warm sensation revitalizing him. Especially the records of ancient contracts and summoning rituals, although most are absurd, perhaps they could provide some inspiration. He referred to better understanding the sacred domain summoning system or other summoning systems he might encounter in the future. Lilith sat across from him, her azure eyes fixed on him, softly asking Li Wei, aren't you worried? Though the Fernandez family has temporarily quieted down, from what I know of them, they will not let things rest. And there are others in the academy watching you. Li Wei took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting towards the deepening twilight outside, his voice calm. Worrying does not resolve problems. They seek revenge, merely leveraging the academy's rules or creating accidents. As long as I am strong enough within the rules, they cannot touch me. Outside the rules, they may not succeed either. He paused, looking at Lilith. But you, Lilith, have been getting too close to me lately, which might bring you trouble. Lilith smiled gently, her smile like a clear spring under moonlight, carrying an undeniable resolve. The Augustus family is not afraid of the Fernandez. Besides, your conflict with Carlos arose because of me. We are friends, aren't we? Friends should support each other. If you feel uncomfortable, then treat me to a proper meal soon. She made a small joke. Li Wei chuckled. Absolutely. Once this storm passes? He understood Lilith's good intentions and kept them in mind. This sincere friendship in adversity felt particularly precious in this cold otherworld. By the way, Lilith recalled something becoming serious. I heard that the Academy is preparing for the Abyss trial in 3 months. It's a large-scale combat mission that all second-year students and above must participate in, but each year a select few outstanding first-year students are also chosen to participate for early training. Given your current fame and strength, you are likely to be selected. Li Wei's eyes flickered slightly. The Abyss trial. He had seen relevant records in the library before, detailing missions to the outskirts of the Mist Mountains in the northern border of the Empire to cleanse the violent beasts corrupted by demonic energy, and to explore some ancient ruins or resource points. The danger level was high, with casualties every year, but the rewards and training value were also immense. That's an opportunity, but also a trap. Lilith whispered. The mission's circumstances are complex and accidents can easily occur. If you are selected, you must be extremely careful. If possible, try not to act alone. Li Wei nodded. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. The two chatted for a while longer until the closing bell of the library rang and they parted ways. Returning to the still shabby yet warm 107 dormitory, Kem had prepared a simple dinner, and excitedly told Li Wei that he felt his fighting spirit had solidified a bit more during training today. Li Wei encouraged him a bit but began to contemplate the Abyss trial that Lilith mentioned. 3 months. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness sinking within. The nebula of his small universe slowly rotated, having grown larger and more solid than before the competition. His mental strength was steadily increasing. The strange alien magic power in his meridians was also gradually increasing. Though still weak, he could manipulate it more freely, perhaps allowing him to develop some more practical auxiliary techniques such as temporarily enhancing vision or hearing or executing more precise energy interference. In the summoning space, Jabu was resting with closed eyes. Upon sensing Li Wei's consciousness, he opened his eyes. Master, your aura has become more refined. Not enough. Li Wei replied. Jabu, how confident are you against a 6th-tier opponent, or even stronger? Jabu pondered for a moment. With the over 20% of my strength that I have currently recovered, coupled with your small universe's enhancement, defeating an ordinary 6th-tier powerhouse is not a problem. However, if I encounter a top-tier 6th-tier expert, or an opponent with powerful combat skills or special abilities, it would require a tough battle. As for higher realms... He shook his head. The gap in power is too great, tactics cannot compensate. Unless I can recover more strength, or your small universe makes a qualitative leap. Li Wei understood. The power of a Saint Seiya was indeed formidable, but it was limited by the summoning projection and his own small universe level. To cope with the potentially fiercer storms ahead, enhancing his strength was always the top priority. I understand. Continue your training? Additionally, we need to start researching how to maximize the power of your unicorn gallop in this world and how to deal with potential enemies possessing special magic or bizarre abilities. Yes, Master. Exiting the summoning space, Li Wei opened his eyes, gazing at the boundless night sky outside where the stars twinkled. Fame, glory, undercurrents, and killing intent. All these are external things. Only the power in hand is real. The Abyss trial in 3 months may present a crisis, but it could also be an opportunity. He must accumulate enough strength to tear apart all shadows in this calm before the storm. The night grew deep and the lights in dorm 107 went out, leaving only the rhythmic breathing and faint chirps of insects outside. And in the shadows of various corners of the academy certain plans and conspiracies were quietly brewing. Once again it was a tranquil afternoon, with sunlight streaming through the tall stained glass windows of the library, casting dappled shadows on the ancient heavy wooden bookshelves. The air was thick with the unique scent of aged paper parchment, and magical ink, so quiet that one could only hear the soft rustling of a feather quill gliding across the pages, along with the occasional faint sound of turning pages. Li Wei sat at his usual spot by the window, a hefty tome titled Analysis of Ancient Magical Patterns and Theories of Spatial Folding spread open before him. This book was obscure and profound, delving into numerous long-lost ancient magical scripts and complex theories of space, making it a rarely sought-after text in the library. However, Li Wei was engrossed as he vaguely discerned similarities between the ancient magical patterns and the operation of small cosmic energy, along with the spatial fluctuations of the sanctum summoning system, which could aid him in understanding the essence of his own power more deeply. He had been sitting there for a full 3 hours, immersed in a sea of knowledge. Lilith had been called away by her magical mentor for an important experiment today, leaving him alone. Just as he was fully focused attempting to decipher a complex three-dimensional magical pattern array, a slender fair hand with neatly trimmed nails suddenly reached over from the side and pressed down on the page he was about to turn. "Wait a moment!" A clear, melodious voice, as pure as a spring yet laced with an undeniable authority, rang out beside him. Li Wei furrowed his brows slightly and lifted his gaze from the page. What came into view was a face so exquisite that it seemed to have been crafted by the hands of a deity. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her golden hair flowed like liquid gold, tied back simply with a blue silk ribbon, revealing a smooth, full forehead and elegantly defined jawline. Her pair of azure eyes resembled the purest glacial lake, now displaying a hint of curiosity and a barely perceptible urgency as they focused on him, or rather on the book before him. She wore a well-tailored gown of light gold, simple yet regal, with silver star patterns embroidered at the neckline and cuffs complementing her golden hair and azure eyes, making her appear as if she were walking moonlight, noble, cool, and radiating an air of untouchable sanctity. Li Wei quickly searched through the original owner's memories but found no matching face. However, the attire and demeanor were unmistakably those of someone not from an ordinary noble family, likely a royal member or a core descendant of a prestigious noble clan. "May I ask what the matter is?" Li Wei suppressed a twinge of astonishment and inquired calmly, noticing the girl's gaze primarily focused on the ancient tome. The girl seemed to realize her action was somewhat abrupt, retracting her hand from the page, yet her gaze remained fixed on the book. "May I borrow this book, Analysis of Ancient Magical Patterns and Theories of Spatial Folding, to take a look? I've been searching for it for quite some time." Her tone was polite, yet the inherent nobility and commanding presence within her demeanor inadvertently surfaced. Li Wei glanced at the book he had only partially read, then at the girl's unabashed desire and urgency, shaking his head. "Sorry, I haven't finished reading it yet. Besides, the library's rule is first come, first served." The girl's brows knitted slightly, almost imperceptibly, as if she had not expected someone to refuse her. She scrutinized Li Wei closely. He was clad in the drab, unremarkable robe of a summoning student, youthful in appearance, yet his calm eyes showed no signs of unease or astonishment. In the face of her gaze, only a serene demeanor. "Can you understand this book?" the girl asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. This ancient tome was written in a mix of ancient High Elvish and Dragon language interspersed with numerous lost magical symbols. Even many professors specializing in ancient magical languages at the Academy might struggle to fully decode it. Could a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat shabby summoning freshman comprehend it? "I understand a little," Li Wei replied honestly. Thanks to the knowledge structure from his past life and the unique perception brought by his spiritual strength and small universe after his transmigration, he felt an inexplicable familiarity while deciphering these ancient and obscure pieces of knowledge. Although his progress was slow, it was not entirely incomprehensible. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, quickly replaced by a stronger interest. Rather than getting angry at being refused, she sat down across from Li Wei. "Let me introduce myself, Elena St. Roland," the girl stated, her voice remaining clear, yet the air of nobility became even more pronounced. "Roland." Li Wei's heart stirred. St. Roland, that was a surname of the imperial family. The person before him was actually a princess. Li Wei's a freshman in summoning." Li Wei briefly introduced himself, maintaining a respectful yet confident demeanor. So what if she was a princess? In this world where strength reigned supreme, status was important, yet one's own power was fundamental. "Li Wei's." Princess Elena tilted her head slightly, as if searching her memory for the surname. "Is it the Li Wei's family from Maple Leaf Town?" "Exactly." Li Wei nodded. He was not surprised that she knew it was normal for someone of royal lineage to pay attention to a recently emerging freshman. "So it's you." Princess Elena's eyes flickered with understanding, evidently having heard about the events of the freshman competition. She redirected her gaze to the ancient tome, her tone softening slightly. "Classmate Li Wei, this book is crucial for a current research project of mine. The magical pattern structures concerning void anchor points within it may pertain to a lost technology for stabilizing spatial teleportation. I can wait until you finish reading, but could you let me take a look at the section regarding Chapter 3 Node 7 in the meantime? I only need to refer to a few key runes. Her attitude compared to earlier was less commanding and carried more of a negotiating tone, even tinged with a hint of urgency typical of a researcher encountering a problem. Li Wei glanced at her, sensing that her thirst for knowledge was sincere, not the kind of entitlement displayed by a spoiled rich kid. His own interest in this book lay in the macro structure of magical runes and the commonality of energy flow rather than the specific technical details of the void anchor technique. Sure. Li Wei pushed the book forward slightly, flipping to the vicinity of the third chapter. The content of the seventh node is on this page. You may take a look first. Elena's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned in closer, engrossed in reading. She read quickly, her gaze focused, occasionally furrowing her brow in thought, at times tracing a rune structure in the air with her delicate fingers, softly chanting ancient incantations, completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, momentarily forgetting everything around her, including Li Wei sitting across from her. Li Wei did not disturb her, quietly observing her. At that moment Elena shed the noble aura of a princess, and resembled a scholar immersed in exploration, her focus and purity radiating a different kind of enchanting brilliance. After about 15 minutes Elena seemed to have resolved a crucial difficulty, gently exhaling, and when she lifted her head she found Li Wei had been watching her, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks, though she quickly regained her composure. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. She pushed the book back to Li Wei. Thank you. This part has been quite enlightening for me. Li Wei took the book and casually asked, Are you interested in spatial magic, Your Highness? Elena nodded, not hiding her enthusiasm. Yes. I believe that stable and controllable spatial transportation technology holds strategic significance for the Imperial border defense resource allocation and even in responding to potential threats from the demon world. Unfortunately, most related ancient technologies have been lost to time. Li Wei felt a stir in his heart. This princess was somewhat different. Her focus was not on romance or power struggles, but rather on tangible magical technology and imperial strategy. In this book, the section on spatial folding mentions a conjecture stating that a stable spatial channel not only requires anchoring 2 points but also needs a constant force field throughout the channel to counteract spatial turbulence. This might reference certain constant magical barriers or the principles of energy circulation. Li Wei pointed to a passage in the book. This was his own thought while reading earlier. Elena's eyes lit up, immediately asking, constant force field. What does it specifically refer to? Energy properties. Or the specific structure of rune arrays? The two of them began to discuss the obscure ancient text in hushed tones. Although Li Wei's mastery of specific ancient magical scripts was not as profound as Elena's, his thought processes from another world and the unique perspective brought by his small universe often allowed him to propose refreshing and enlightening viewpoints. Elena's solid foundation in magical theory and her extensive knowledge of ancient texts also resolved many of Li Wei's doubts. Unbeknownst to them, the light outside the window gradually slanted toward the west. So it can also be understood from this perspective regarding the closed loop of energy circuits. Elena pondered, her gaze toward Li Wei, now completely different, transforming from initial skepticism and curiosity into genuine appreciation and respect. Li Wei, your insights are quite unique, and they've been very enlightening for me. Are you truly a student of the summoning department? Absolutely, Li Wei replied with a smile. The essence of summoning might also involve space and contracts, making it analogous in nature. Analogous in nature. Elena softly repeated the phrase, her azure eyes reflecting the evening glow outside, shimmering with colors. It seems I know too little about the summoning department. Mentor Jack, he is a true sage. To teach such a student, that seemingly lazy old Jack must be truly remarkable. Elena's evaluation of the sole mentor of the summoning department rose a notch. It's getting late. Li Wei glanced at the sky, closing the book. I've read most of this book. If your highness is in urgent need, you may borrow it for now. Elena, however, shook her head. No need, I have already taken notes on the key parts. This book is difficult to understand. It's impressive that you managed to read through it, and there may be new discoveries in the future. She paused, looking at Li Wei with sincerity. I'm very glad to have discussed this with you today. Your thoughts have been a great help to me. I hope we can have the opportunity to exchange ideas again in the future. You are always welcome. Li Wei stood up, placing the ancient text back where it belonged. Elena also rose, her golden hair shining with a warm glow in the evening sunlight. She looked at Li Wei and suddenly asked, will you be participating in the Abyss trial 3 months from now? If the Academy selects me, I will go. Li Wei replied calmly. It's a dangerous place, but there are many opportunities. Elena implied, be careful of the Fernandez family. Additionally, if you encounter unsolvable spatial disturbances or issues relating to ancient magical relics, you might consider consulting me. I have researched these topics to some extent. This was already a subtle gesture of goodwill and promise. Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. Li Wei nodded slightly. The friendship of a princess knowledgeable in spatial magic is invaluable. The two walked side by side out of the library, exchanging simple farewells at the entrance. Elena left accompanied by a silently appearing subtly powerful old woman, clearly a guardian sent by the royal family, while Li Wei walked alone toward the direction of the summoning department. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. His unexpected encounter and deep exchange with Princess Elena today gave him a more intuitive understanding of the upper power structure of this world, and unexpectedly he gained a potentially important ally. This princess not only possessed extraordinary beauty but also exhibited wisdom and breadth of mind that were remarkable. A royal princess. Spatial magic. The Abyss trial. Li Wei silently pondered these pieces of information. The academy seemed to have returned to calm, but the undercurrents beneath the surface would only grow more turbulent. The revenge of the Fernandez family might be delayed, but it would certainly not be absent. The Abyss trial could very well be the next stage. What he needed to do was to become strong enough before the storm arrived, strong enough to face any challenge. He touched the bronze badge in his arms, feeling the tranquil yet powerful fluctuations of the small universe within alongside the unwavering will emanating from the summoned dark warrior. As night fell and the stars began to rise, Li Wei's steps were steady and resolute. Regardless of whether the path ahead was filled with schemes or perilous trials, he was confident that with these gradually clenched fists, and those willing to stand by his side, he would carve out a path that belonged to him. 3 days after his chance meeting with Princess Elena in the library, an invitation bearing the royal crest and a faint floral scent was delivered to Li Wei's dormitory 107 by a servant clad in court livery. Li Wei Luisi, Your Excellency, Princess Elena cordially requests your presence at a court banquet to be held this evening in a side hall of Xinghui Palace in gratitude for the insights you offered during scholarly discussion. The servant spoke with a respectful, measured tone, placed the card into Camu's hands, bowed, and then withdrew. Camu cradled the gilded invitation as if it were a red-hot brand, equal parts astonished, delighted, and flustered, stammering, Li Wei, brother. A court banquet, an invitation from the princess, this is. Li Wei accepted the invitation, glanced at it, and remained composed. He was not surprised by Elena's summons. Their exchange had left a favorable impression on both sides, and a polite supper offered under the pretext of academic thanks was reasonable. Still, events of this nature are difficult to evade. I suppose one cannot escape such social obligations. Li Wei sighed, yet he knew that to refuse a princess, especially in so formal a manner, would be unwise and could be read as arrogance, or even insult to the crown. Of course we must go, exclaimed Camu with unbridled excitement. This is a tremendous honor, Li Wei, brother, you have truly outdone yourself. There is nothing extraordinary, I merely happened to have some thoughts about that book, Li Wei said, shaking his head while inwardly considering the possible occurrences at the banquet. The Fernandez family would certainly be among the invitees, bringing their barbed tongues and perhaps more insidious schemes. He intended to attend with discretion, quick in and out. Word reached Lily's almost at once, for there are no secrets in the academy, and gossip of a royal princess inviting the so-called top freshman spreads like wildfire. At dusk, Lily's arrived at the summoning department's weathered building. She wore a water-blue evening gown of impeccable cut that accentuated her graceful figure, her golden hair pinned up to reveal a swan-like neck. The austerity of a magic apprentice had been traded for the refined splendor of a noble heiress. Yet her complexion held an odd tension, and when her azure eyes turned to Li Wei there was a faint, scarcely perceptible resentment. Did you receive an invitation from Princess Elena? Lily's asked directly, her tone outwardly calm but laced with a subtle sourness. Yes, I just received it, Li Wei nodded, studying the plainly elaborate styling of Lily's with curiosity, and asked, what is this for? I happen to be attending the banquet as well. Lily's lifted her chin, trying to sound nonchalant. The Augusta family is also among the invitees, so since our routes coincide, let us go together. Li Wei paused and then understood, a small smile tugging at his lips, warmed by the thought that Lily's might be jealous, and had come to keep him company and guard against trouble. Very well, together, he replied without exposing her feelings, his smile gentle with assurance. Having you there will help spare me some trouble. Lily's felt some of her awkwardness ease at his ready acceptance, and softened as she urged him to change. You cannot attend Xinghui Palace in that grey robe. Li Wei glanced at his standard summoning uniform and admitted to himself that it did look rather humdrum. Fortunately, he had prepared ahead. Among the clothes Lily's had once gifted him was a relatively formal black suit, not of the finest cloth but well tailored and sufficient for most occasions. When he emerged from the dressing room, she brightened slightly at the sight. The black suit lent him an upright poise, wiping away the dust of practice and the bookish air of the library, bestowing instead a composed, reserved dignity. His calm, fathomless eyes were all the more striking in its shadow. Not bad, Lily's murmured, a flush rising to her ears. They boarded a carriage provided by the Augusta family and set off for the palace at the heart of the capital. Xinghui Palace served as the court venue for small and medium gatherings, and tonight it shimmered with light. Palace musicians drew graceful strains, and nobles in sumptuous attire clustered with crystal goblets, speaking in low, cultivated voices. The air was rich with perfumed wine and the scent of delicate dishes. Li Wei and Lily's arrival drew many gazes. After all, he was the recent enigmatic sensation dubbed the top freshman, and she the much-noticed heiress of the Augusta family. Their joint appearance provided ample fodder for conversation. Look, Li Wei is here, someone whispered. Is that the fellow who defeated Baden? He seems rather ordinary, and beside him is Lily's Augusta. They actually came quiet down. The Fernandesi family is here too, murmured others. Li Wei kept his composure and walked into the hall shoulder to shoulder with Lily's. Lily's resumed the poised bearing expected of a countess daughter, reserved and elegant, nodding and greeting to acquaintances and smoothly introducing Li Wei into several small circles. Trouble arrived sooner than expected in the form of a group of well-dressed young nobles bearing the insolent air of privilege. Leading them was a brown-haired youth with a hooked nose whose look toward Li Wei brimmed with undisguised contempt. "Oh, is this not the celebrated new face?" Li Wei said, the hooked-nosed youth in an exaggerated tone. "Does the summoning department teach you courtly manners now, or is it the custom of a country baron to think that donning an all-black outfit earns one entry to Xinghui Palace?" His companions promptly offered their low mocking laughter in chorus. Lilith's expression darkened, and she was about to reply when Li Wei gently stopped her with a hand, stepped forward and met the hooked-nosed youth with a calm, steady gaze. Etiquette is a discipline that restrains oneself and honors others, not a device for ostentation or for belittling people, Li Wei said quietly, his words measured yet carrying through to those nearby. As for dress, neatness and suitability to the occasion suffice. I believe the princess values the character and learning of her guests more than the color or price of their clothes. What say you, sir? His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, composed and dignified, exposing the crudeness of the other youth while elevating the tone of the banquet and its hostess. Several nobles who had originally come to gawk now showed looks of approval. Li Wei possessed a certain bearing after all. The hooked-nosed youth found himself speechless, his face flushing and paling in turn. He had not expected this provincial upstart to wield such sharp tongue. Before he could continue, he caught sight of Princess Elena's glance sweeping in their direction, and chilled, no longer daring to press his advantage. With a cold snort he slunk away with his followers. Lily's regarded Li Wei with a flicker of admiration. She had not anticipated that he would be not only formidable but also so adept in such social confrontations. Merely a vainglorious buffoon, do not mind him, Li Wei told Lily softly. Subsequently a few more groups of people came over to test or provoke, some out of jealousy, and some instigated by others such as the collateral members of the Fernandez family, but all were deftly diffused by Li Wei with a demeanor of calmness, wit, or outright disregard. He maintained a demeanor that was both serene and resolute, neither overly eager to please nor arrogantly proud. His maturity, far beyond his years, and the subtle confidence he exuded caused many who had initially underestimated him to reconsider. Princess Elena, as the host of the banquet, continuously mingled among the guests, exuding grace and responding appropriately. Occasionally she would glance in Li Wei's direction, nodding slightly in acknowledgement when their eyes met. As the banquet reached its midpoint and the atmosphere was lively, a palace maid quietly approached Lilith and whispered a few words. Lilith frowned slightly, looking at Li Wei. My mentor Vice Dean Aldrich seems to have urgent matters for me. I need to go to the side hall for a moment. Go ahead, important matters take precedence, Li Wei reassured her. I will be fine. After Lilith left, another maid approached Li Wei and bowed, saying, Your Excellency Li Wei, Her Highness the Princess requests your presence at the rear terrace garden. Here it comes. Li Wei understood. This was the true purpose of his invitation tonight. He followed the maid through a small door at the side of the banquet hall, arriving at a tranquil terrace garden. Here, far from the clamor of the banquet, only a few magical lamps emitted a soft glow, illuminating the carefully trimmed flowers and the sparse stars in the night sky. Princess Elena stood alone at the edge of the terrace railing, gazing at the distant lights of the palace. She had changed into a more comfortable moon-white long dress, with her golden hair cascading down, appearing less regal and more ethereal. Li Wei, I apologize for inviting you in this manner. Elena turned, the moonlight and lantern light intertwining on her perfect profile. The banquet is too noisy for a proper conversation. Your Highness is too polite. Li Wei stopped a respectful distance beside her. Elena assessed him. The youth stood tall under the moonlight, his gaze still calm, showing no signs of excitement or fear even in front of a princess of the Empire. I apologize for the noise caused by those boring individuals tonight, Elena remarked lightly. Such disturbances are hardly worth mentioning. You perceive matters quite clearly, Li Wei responded. Your insights are keen. A glint of appreciation flashed in Elena's eyes as she shifted her tone, her azure gaze fixed on Li Wei with curiosity. Li Wei, I am quite curious. You come from Hongye Town, the second son of Baron Li Weiss, with a talent assessment of magic insulator rendering you unable to cultivate battle chi. This information is easily obtainable. However, within a mere month of enrollment you summoned a formidable humanoid warrior, defeating a mid-level warrior. Then at the freshman competition you summoned that mysterious bronze warrior who defeated a peak high-level warrior in a single blow. Your spiritual power traits have even been detected by the contract resonance stone as special unknown. All of this contradicts your apparent credentials and talents. The evening breeze brushed gently, carrying the fragrance of night flowers from the garden. However, the atmosphere on the terrace grew somewhat subtle due to Elena's words. Li Wei understood that this was the real test. Princess Elena represented not only herself but also to some extent the curiosity and attention of the royal family. Are you suspecting my background, Your Highness? Li Wei retorted. Not suspicion but curiosity, Elena corrected. The Empire needs talent, especially someone as unique as you. But any unknown power comes with unknown risks. The royal family has a duty to understand potential variables. Her tone was calm, not aggressive, but the implication was clear. You need to provide a reasonable explanation, or at least clarify your position. Li Wei paused for a moment, the moonlight casting a faint shadow on his face. He slowly spoke, his voice still steady. Your Highness, everyone has their own secrets and opportunities. My summoning technique derives from the legacy left by my mother. As for why it is unique and differs from conventional magic, it may be because it originates from a long-lost ancient system diverging from the current mainstream magical paths. He looked at Elena, his gaze sincere. What I can guarantee is that I, Li Wei of the Li Weiss family, am a citizen of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the son of the Baron of Hongye Town. I entered the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts to gain knowledge, enhance my abilities, and hope to contribute to the Empire and protect this land in the future. My power will not be used to harm the Empire and its people. He spoke afterwards, attributing everything to my mother's mysterious legacy and the lost ancient system, which explained the uniqueness while avoiding specific details, simultaneously clarifying his stance. Elena listened quietly, her eyes under the moonlight deep as the sea, as if assessing the veracity of Li Wei's words. After a long pause, she exhaled softly, the tense atmosphere seeming to ease somewhat. An ancient and lost legacy, is it? That makes sense. Elena nodded slightly. Mentor Jack is a respected sage, and your ability to gain his recognition is itself unusual. She did not press for further details, seemingly accepting this explanation, or at least not intending to delve deeper for now. Li Wei, the royal family is pleased to see the growth of the Empire's young talents. Your potential and that unique summoning technique have already caught the attention of many, including my father the king. As long as your path aligns with the Empire, a vast future awaits you. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a reminder. The underlying message was clear: the royal family recognizes your potential and is willing to offer support, but you must also remain diligent. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Wei bowed slightly. Gaining the royal family's acknowledgement, at least from this princess, was more beneficial than detrimental to him. Let us conclude our conversation for tonight. Elena turned, facing the garden. Miss Lilith should be returning soon. She is a good girl, and the Augustus family is also an important pillar of the Empire. Li Wei caught her implied meaning and did not respond. The banquet is nearing its end. I will have someone see you out. Elena called the maid and nodded to Li Wei. I look forward to our next academic discussion, Li Wei. It is my honor, Your Highness. Li Wei left the terrace garden under the maid's guidance. When he returned to the banquet hall, Lilith had just come back, looking slightly anxious. Seeing Li Wei safe and sound, she finally relaxed. Are you all right? Lilith asked softly. I'm fine, just chatted with the princess about ancient magic, Li Wei replied casually. Lilith glanced at him and did not press further. The banquet concluded shortly after. In the carriage on the way back, Lilith seemed somewhat quiet, lost in thought. Li Wei gazed out at the passing night scenery, reflecting on his conversation with Princess Elena. The royal family's attention, the hostility of the Fernandez family, and the scrutiny from various forces, the road ahead remained shrouded in mist. But regardless, he had already placed a piece of himself on this vast chessboard of the capital. Next, it was about how to navigate this intricate game, to carve out a path for survival, or even to take control. The night was deep. The carriage rolled over the cobblestone road, creating a rhythmic sound as it headed toward the academy. After the turmoil of the banquet, life seemed to return to a state of tranquility. Li Wei continued his arduous routine, moving between the dormitory, library, and the small grove. Occasionally, Princess Elena would send someone to deliver books or manuscripts about ancient magic or spatial theory, annotated with her own comments and questions. Li Wei would reciprocate with his own insights. A tacit understanding formed between them, bonded by their academic exchanges. Lilith seemed to have some reservations about this but did not intervene. Instead, she sought Li Wei more frequently to discuss magic theory or academy affairs, and their relationship grew increasingly close. Camus was astonished to learn of Li Wei's academic exchanges with the princess, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief, and his admiration for Li Wei surged like a torrential river. Vincent also visited once, bringing news about the latest developments concerning the Fernandez family. They appeared to be lying low for now, with no apparent actions, but their investigations and surveillance were ongoing. Vincent subtly expressed his interest in recruiting Li Wei into the Knowledge Society again, but Li Wei politely declined, expressing his desire to maintain their friendship. Beneath the calm surface, time quietly passed. Li Wei's strength steadily and firmly increased amidst this almost rigorous self-cultivation. The greatest breakthrough came from the cultivation of his small universe and magical power. The Starlight meditation technique complemented the cultivation of his small universe. Each day Li Wei envisioned the galaxy and introspected himself. The small universe, resembling a nebula, grew increasingly solid and vast, with faint sounds of wind and thunder echoing within him. His mental power surged impressively, reaching an astonishing 800 points. This meant he could not only maintain the existence of the evil martial spirit for extended periods, but also had enough strength for more complex summoning and combat. What delighted him the most was the peculiar foreign magical power coursing through his meridians. After continuous nurturing from the small universe and the Starlight meditation technique, this magical power finally broke through a certain critical point. It was no longer merely passively existing at the end of his meridians but could now be actively guided and gathered by Li Wei, forming effective magical effects externally. Although limited by its total amount, and foreign attributes, the types of magic he could currently use were very few and their power was far inferior to that of orthodox mages at the same level. However, they possessed extremely high concealment and unexpected effects. For instance, he could compress magical power to form a razor-sharp, nearly invisible wind blade powerful enough to cut through ordinary leather armor, or he could transform magical power into searing heat, enhancing the destructive power of his fists and weapons. He could even simulate a faint mental shock to distract his opponents. These magics lack the dazzling light and shadow of orthodox magic and the complexity of incantations, enabling faster activation with vastly different energy fluctuations, making them extremely difficult to detect and defend against, becoming his hidden trump card. On this day, Li Wei was in a quiet corner of the library attempting to infuse a strand of magical power into his fingertips to simulate the effect of searing touch, controlling the temperature to create a small, nearly transparent flame at his fingertips, flickering in brightness. Suddenly the Academy's bell tower rang out with a melodious yet urgent peal, ringing 9 times in succession. "It's the emergency assembly bell." The surrounding students stood up, their faces filled with alarm. Li Wei furrowed his brow, dissipated the flame at his fingertips, quickly packed his belongings, and hurried out of the library. He saw a large number of students pouring out from various teaching buildings and training grounds, converging towards the central square of the Academy. When he arrived, the square was already crowded with students buzzing with discussions. On the high platform, the Academy's senior officials had almost all gathered. Dean Grant stood in the center, flanked by Vice Dean Aldrich, the head of the Warrior Department, and the head of the Alchemy Department, all bearing solemn expressions. "Silence." Dean Grant's aged yet authoritative voice resonated through the amplification magic, instantly quelling all chatter. "We have just received an urgent report from the Empire's military department." Dean Grant stated directly and gravely. "To the northwest of the royal capital, approximately 300 miles away in the dark forest, there have been large-scale abnormal energy fluctuations recently. Within the forest, magical beasts have become inexplicably violent and mutated, increasing their aggressiveness, and have begun to swarm and attack surrounding villages, with several villages already suffering heavy casualties." The square erupted in an uproar. Although the dark forest was not a high-level magical beast zone, it was home to many first to third-tier magical beasts, which usually behaved quite docile. How could they suddenly go berserk? Attacking the villages. The military's preliminary assessment suggests that there may be a powerful magical source point deep within the forest, or that dark sorcerers or demon cultists are conducting evil rituals that have tainted the magical beasts. Dean Grant continued, "The Imperial Army has already moved to the borders to seal off the main exits of the forest, but the terrain is complex deep within, making it difficult for the army to deploy. A highly mobile elite team is needed to investigate further, and if possible eliminate the mutated magical beasts to delay the formation of the beast tide." His gaze swept over the young and vibrant faces in the crowd. "Therefore the Empire and the Academy jointly announced the urgent task of the Abyss trial. All second-year students and above must participate. First-year freshmen in the top 30 of strength assessments may volunteer to join. The task will be carried out in teams formed independently with no fewer than 3 and no more than 7 members per team. The objective is to delve into the dark forest, investigate the source of the mutations, eliminate or disperse the mutated magical beasts, and bring back valuable clues or evidence. The deadline for the task is 15 days. The rewards will be based on the completion level and the value of the evidence brought back, including Academy points, gold coins, equipment, and even special cultivation resources. Those who perform outstandingly will receive dual rewards from both the Empire and the Academy. Attention! Dean Grant's tone suddenly turned severe. The danger level of this task is Cupper Note. Academy tasks are generally categorized into 4 levels A, B, C, D, with C level representing dangers that require formal professionals to handle. The strength of the mutated magical beast is unknown, and there may be unforeseen dangers. All participating students must sign a death waiver. Now begin forming teams and signing up. Tomorrow morning we gather at the north gate of the Academy to set off. With his words, the square erupted in chaos once more. Cupper level. Oh, my typically only seasoned adventurers would take on such tasks. The dark forest. I've heard the terrain is very complex with toxic swamps and miasma. The rewards are so generous. Academy points. And special cultivation resources. But the danger is great, we have to sign a death waiver. Let's go for it. Fortune favors the bold. The students were excited, some eager to try, some showing fear, while others quickly began searching for teammates. Li Wei stood amidst the crowd, his gaze sharp. The Abyss trial. Just as Lilith and Vincent had predicted, it was advanced and in the form of such an urgent task. Cupper danger, mutated magical beasts, magical source point. This is undoubtedly a crisis, but it also harbors great opportunities. Academy points can be exchanged for higher library access, rare materials, and even opportunities to enter special cultivation rooms. Special cultivation resources are even rarer. Moreover, delving into perilous areas and fighting for one's life is the best opportunity to test and hone one's strength. The new powers he had mastered also needed practical combat to refine. Without hesitation, Li Wei made his decision. He would participate and form a reliable team. His gaze swept through the crowd, quickly locking onto several targets. The first was naturally Lilith. She was quite powerful, a mid-level mage adept in both offensive and defensive water magic, and with the Augustus family as her backing, she had advantages in information sources and resource supply. Next was Camus. Though this plump fellow had average talent, he was reliable in character. After this period of hard training, his fighting spirit had stabilized at the mid-level of a third-tier warrior. More importantly, he had a warm heart and the courage to face danger, making him a dependable companion. Lastly, he thought of Vincent. A fourth-year alchemist, knowledgeable, especially skilled in potions, traps, and the identification and repair of magical items. The role of an excellent alchemist in an adventuring team can sometimes be more important than that of a pure combat profession. Furthermore, Vincent's knowledge society was well informed, which might provide more information about the Dark Forest. Though he was somewhat mysterious and purposeful, he had thus far displayed more goodwill and willingness to cooperate. Determined, Li Wei immediately began to take action. He quickly found Lilith among the crowd of magic users. Upon hearing the news, the Countess' daughter was also searching for reliable teammates. Seeing Li Wei, she walked over with a questioning look and a hint of expectation in her azure eyes. "Team up," Li Wei replied succinctly. "Of course." Lilith nodded without hesitation. "I can't think of a more reliable teammate than you. I have received some internal news." She paused, lowering her voice. "The recent anomalies in the dense forest are quite unusual and may involve some ancient entities. Be sure to be careful." "Understood." Li Wei nodded. Lilith's information network was broader than his, and her warning was crucial. Next, he found Cam, who was anxiously scanning the crowd of warriors. Seeing Li Wei, Cam's eyes lit up as if he had found his anchor. He squeezed through the crowd and exclaimed, "Li Wei, brother, can I join your team? I may not be powerful, but am strong and can carry things and am not afraid of dying." Looking at Cam's flushed face from nervousness and excitement, Li Wei smiled and patted his shoulder firmly. "Welcome aboard, Cam. We need a reliable shield." Cam was so excited he could hardly speak, simply nodding vigorously. Finally, Li Wei found Vincent, who was quietly discussing with a few classmates on the alchemy side. Vincent pushed up his crystalline glasses and revealed a knowing smile upon seeing Li Wei. "Junior Li Wei, it seems you plan to venture into the Dark Forest as well. Would you need an excellent alchemist? I have some research on toxins, magical materials, and ancient relics, and I can provide some special potions and gadgets." "That's exactly what I need." Li Wei extended his hand. "Welcome aboard, Senior Vincent." Vincent shook Li Wei's hand with a meaningful smile. "A wise choice. I believe this journey will be quite interesting." The foreman team has now formed. Team leader Li Wei, summoning system. Team members: Lilith, Augustus, magic system level 4 water mage. Cam, Stonema, warrior system level 3 intermediate warrior. Vincent, alchemy system 4th year, proficient in potions, traps, and identification. This combination has core output Li Wei, summoned creatures, ranged control Lilith, frontline and labor Cam, as well as support and logistics Vincent, making a quite reasonable configuration. Amid the envious, curious, or scrutinizing gazes from many around, the four of them approached the registration desk to log their team information. Li Wei's team. The Li Wei from the summoning system. And Miss Lilith, the daughter of the Augustus family. That chubby guy seems to be from the warrior system, and there's a senior from alchemy. This team is quite interesting. After completing the registration and receiving temporary team badges along with a brief map of the Dark Forest and mission briefing, the four agreed on a time and place to gather the next morning before dispersing to make final preparations. Li Wei returned to his dormitory, closed the door, and immersed his consciousness into the summoning space. The figure of Xia Wu immediately appeared, bowing respectfully. "Master, your aura has become more solid and powerful." "Xia Wu, how is your power recovery?" Li Wei asked directly. "Thanks to Master's ever-boosting small universe, I can currently exert about 50% of my full strength steadily. The holy garment projection has also stabilized significantly." Xia Wu replied, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. 50%. Li Wei felt joy in his heart. This was even better than his previous estimate. It seemed that his small universe's progress had a greater enhancement effect on summoning the holy knights than he had imagined. "Very well. Additionally, I sense that I can attempt to summon a second bronze saint now," Li Wei said. With the surge of mental strength and the stabilization of his small universe, his connection with other bronze constellations in the badge grew clearer. "Oh, who does Master intend to summon?" Xia Wu asked curiously. He knew there were many bronze saints in the sanctuary, each with their own unique traits. Li Wei focused his thoughts on the badge, feeling the flickering stars. In the end, his consciousness locked onto a star that emitted a chilling and mysterious aura. Water Snake. Li Wei murmured the name softly. The Water Snake Saint, also an early appearing bronze saint though not as prominent as the 5 heroes, possessed formidable power, especially adept at poisonous attacks and agile movements, which might prove effective in certain environments. With my small universe as the guide light of the sanctuary, descend. Summon, Water Snake, sure. With Li Wei's intent, the bronze badge lit up once more. Unlike the golden brilliance filled with power and speed when summoning Xiaowu, this light bore a dark, deep sea-like quality. Amidst the glow, a somewhat slender figure with a sinister gleam in his eyes materialized. He had short dark green hair and wore a bronze holy garment primarily in dark green adorned with silver snake scale patterns, the garment's design resembling a coiling venomous snake, appearing eerie and dangerous. Most striking were his long fingers with nails faintly tinted purple as if coated in deadly poison. Here at your summons, master. Shi knelt on one knee, his voice somewhat soft, slightly raising his head, his narrow eyes gazing at Li Wei, a hint of scrutiny and curiosity within, but more so obedience. Bronze Saint of the Water Snake, sure, at your service. Rise, sure. Li Wei nodded. He could sense Shi's small universe characteristics, cold, eerie, with corrosive and paralyzing powers entirely different from the direct strength and speed of Xiaowu. Master, did you summon me to handle some unsavory matters? Shi stood up, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his voice laced with amusement. Li Wei glanced at him, knowing this saint had a rather unique personality, and was unfazed. There will soon be a practical mission deep within a dangerous area, and I need your power. Practical combat. Interesting. A glint of excitement flashed in Shi's eyes. My fangs have not tasted blood in a long time. I hope the opponents won't be too dull. There will be opportunities for you to showcase your skills. Li Wei waved his hand, briefly explaining the situation and objectives of the Dark Forest. Both Xiaowu and Shi listened attentively. For the saints, combat was a daily affair, merely a change of world and opponents. Mutated beasts. Magical pollution. Sounds like some dark forces are at play. Xiaowu analyzed. My unicorn gallop is suitable for frontal assaults and quick strikes, while Shi's fangs are ideal for stealthy kills and dealing with special enemies. Master, we will surely complete the mission successfully. Master, my poison may have a remarkable effect against those corrupted by darkness. Shi licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Looking at the 2 bronze saints before him, each with distinct styles but brimming with battle intent, and feeling the surging small universe within him along with the unique magic power hidden within, Li Wei felt a surge of confidence. The Dark Forest, mutated beasts, unknown dangers. He clenched his fists. This would be his first true team adventure since arriving in this world, serving as a litmus test for all the hard-earned results of his recent cultivation. Tomorrow we set off. On the following morning, the thin mist had yet to disperse. At the north gate of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, dozens of teams gathered here. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and a faint hint of murderous intent. Most students had changed into suitable outfits for outdoor activities, wearing agile clothing or leather armor, armed with various weapons, quietly conversing and checking their gear. The 4 members of Li Wei's team arrived on time. Lilith wore a light blue magic robe that allowed for ease of movement, holding a staff inlaid with blue magic crystals and carrying several small potion pouches at her waist. Cam was clad in sturdy leather armor, carrying a well-maintained second-hand longsword on his back and additionally shouldering a bulging backpack stuffed with rations, a water pouch, and basic tools, presenting a picture of diligent willingness. Vincent still wore his gray academy robe, but over it was a multi-pocketed leather vest. He had several potion bottles and tool pouches of various colors hanging at his waist, his face adorned with a habitual gentle smile, though his eyes, hidden behind glasses, scanned the surroundings keenly. Li Wei, on the other hand, was dressed in black tactical gear layered with plain leather armor issued by the Academy, looking rather unremarkable. Only he knew that a bronze badge at his side was faintly radiating warmth, while in his spiritual space the evil martial spirit and Shijing awaited his summons. Is everyone here? A booming voice echoed. A burly man dressed in an academy instructor's robe and wielding a massive battle axe stepped forward, the practical combat instructor of the warrior department known as Master Hawk. Beside him stood several other instructors from different departments responsible for coordinating and providing emergency rescue during the trial. Although a life-and-death contract had been signed, the academy would not truly allow students to perish. No more nonsense. Master Hawk's voice boomed like a bell. The situation in the Dark Forest has been outlined in the briefing. Remember, your task is to investigate and eliminate threats, not to seek death. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, immediately signal for help. Preserving your own life is the priority. Now, in team order, each of you will collect your supply packs and distress flares before we set off. Good luck. The supply packs contain 3 days' worth of food, clean water, basic healing potions, insect repellent powder, and a more detailed map. The distress flares were alchemical products capable of emitting a striking magical glow and a sharp whistle. Li Wei's team collected their supplies and, blending into the crowd, stepped out of the academy's north gate. Outside the gate, dozens of large carriages awaited. These were hired by the academy to transport the students to the supply point closest to the dark forest, Greystone Town. The carriages rattled as they departed from the prosperous royal capital. The atmosphere inside was somewhat somber, filled only with the sounds of wheels and hooves accompanied by the hushed conversations of the students. Li Wei closed his eyes to rest, but in reality continued to operate his small universe, familiarizing himself with the spiritual links to the two holy knights. Lilith silently adjusted the magic crystals on her staff. Cam nervously polished his long sword. Vincent took out a small notebook, writing and sketching seemingly recordings. After a long journey, the convoy arrived at Greystone Town. This small town had developed around forest resources, yet at this moment it was filled with an air of tension. The simple fences had been reinforced and Imperial soldiers guarded the town's entrance. Inside, many injured adventurers and soldiers could be seen, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of blood and herbs. "Attention all teams!" Master Hawk shouted from a raised platform at the town's entrance. "Use Greystone Town as your base and explore towards the forest." The map marked 3 areas of suspicious energy fluctuations for priority investigation. After 15 days, regardless of whether you have found anything, you must return here to regroup. Now disperse and act separately. With the command given, the teams immediately sprang into action like droplets merging into a stream, swiftly scattering into the wilderness outside the town, heading towards the vast forest shrouded in a faint black-gray mist. "Let's go." Li Wei unfolded the map, determining a direction, and pointed to a nearby area known as the Toxic Marsh, said to have relatively complex terrain. "Well, head to the outskirts of the Toxic Marsh. The terrain there is low-lying with many water and poison-type magical beasts. The mutations might be more apparent, making it easier to leave clues. Senior Vincent, how are your antidotes and poison resistance preparations?" "Don't worry, I have 3 bottles of advanced antidote, a portion of general poison resistance potion for each person, and filters for the common miasma." "Good. Lilith, once we enter the marsh, pay attention to sensing changes in the water elements and potential underwater threats. Cam, you are responsible for guarding the rear and flanks. Keep an eye on the ground and above your head." Li Wei quickly assigned tasks. During the past half-month of intensive study at the library, he had read extensively about the dark forest and the habits of magical beasts. "Understood." Lilith and Cam responded in unison. The 4-member team left the main road and embarked on the path leading to the forest. Initially they could still see the figures of other teams, but as they ventured deeper, the surrounding trees became more dense, the light dimmed, and other teams chose different directions, quickly leaving only the 4 of them, while at least they appeared to be 4. A faint odor of humus and a barely detectable scent of blood began to permeate the air. The surrounding trees exhibited an unhealthy dark green hue, their branches and leaves twisted vines entwined, and beneath their feet lay thick layers of fallen leaves and slippery moss. "We have entered the outer edges of the forest," Vincent whispered, pulling out several small metal devices, detecting as they walked. "The energy readings are slowly rising. The elemental flow here is somewhat chaotic." Li Wei also sensed it. His small universe had a sharper perception of the environment than ordinary mental strength. He could feel that the magical energy, or rather the magical elements of this world in the air, was indeed becoming more active, but also more turbulent, with a hint of an uncomfortable cold aura mixed in. "Something is approaching." Li Wei, walking at the front, suddenly stopped and whispered a warning. In his small universe perception, behind the bushes on the left, several life forces filled with malice and frenzy were rapidly closing in. Swish. The bushes were violently pushed aside, and 3 black creatures resembling wild boars but larger in size and with longer tusks burst forth. Their eyes were blood-red and foul black breath escaped their mouths, their skin covered in a bumpy hard keratin layer, appearing fierce and repulsive. "It's the corrupted warty boar. A first-tier magical beast, but they usually do not attack humans unless provoked. However, their appearance is not right." Lilith immediately recognized the type of magical beast, but the corrupted warty boars before them were clearly more frenzied, exuding a darker aura. "They've been contaminated. Be careful of their toxic gas and charges," Vincent shouted, quickly retreating and pulling out several small vials from his bag. "Leave it to me," Cam roared. Though slightly anxious, he bravely raised a regular round shield he had bought before setting out, standing at the forefront. 3 corrupted venomwort boars let out guttural roars and charged straight at Kamu. At that moment Li Wei moved. He did not summon Xia Wu or Shur, instead he wanted to test the new power he had just mastered. He stepped half a pace forward with his left foot and drew his right fist to his waist. His inner microcosm instantly accelerated. A searing force surged through his meridians into the fist, while an almost imperceptible strand of alien demonic energy transmuted by that microcosm was quietly condensed upon his knuckles. "Ha!" Li Wei uttered low, and his right fist blasted forth like a cannon. There was no ornate chi radiance, no dazzling magical spectacle, only the dull tearing whistle of air split by the strike. Thud. A muffled impact. The lead boar's hardened frontal keratin collapsed inward, leaving a great dent upon its brow. The enormous body was hurled backward by the tremendous blow, rolled into a nearby trunk, twitched twice, and lay motionless. The strand of compressed, blistering demonic energy on Li Wei's fist penetrated the boar at impact, instantly scorching its brain into a smear of gore. The other two boars flinched at their companion's sudden death, yet their berserk instincts drove them onward to continue the charge. Lilisi swept her staff, and a pale blue magical halo formed before her, rapidly expanding with a brittle crackling. The boar's forehooves and the ground beneath them froze in an instant into a thin sheet of ice. Their charging momentum was abruptly halted, and they toppled, losing their balance. A good opening. Kamu seized the chance, steeled himself, stepped forward, and brought his long sword down hard at one boar's neck. The blade bit through the tough hide but was stopped by bone. The other boar scrambled to its feet, crimson eyes fixed on Lilisi as she cast rear hooves scraping the earth to launch another strike. At that moment, a hair-thin ink-green beam shot out from the shadow of a nearby tree like a viper's tongue, moving at an impossible speed and angle and plunging precisely into that boar's eye. SSS. The boar let out a sharp, tragic hiss. Its body stiffened and then collapsed with convulsions. Purple-black blood foamed from its mouth and nostrils, and it was dead in an instant. Kamu finally wrenched his long sword free and delivered several finishing cuts to the icebound boar. The skirmish had begun and ended within a handful of breaths. When Sinte pocketed the explosive vial he had not yet thrown and glanced toward the origin of the ink-green beam, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. From the shadow, Shur's figure emerged like a wraith. He flicked his fingers as if brushing off dust, a soft, almost effeminate smile at his mouth. Master, are beasts of this caliber worthy of your personal attention? My venom fangs dispatch them far more conveniently. Li Wei dispelled the lingering heat from his fist and showed no surprise at Shur's intervention. He had kept Shur trailing them as both an insurance and a concealed blade. I only wanted to try my hand, Li Wei said as he approached the boar he had slain with one punch and crouched to inspect it. Sure enough, at the nape near the spine there was a small, unnaturally black patch like corrosive scarring, exuding a faint, loathsome dark aura. Is this the source of the contamination? Lilisi asked as she approached and probed with precise magic. It is faint but undeniably a dark energy saturated with negative emotion. It has eroded their minds and amplified their aggression. Winston stepped closer, withdrew a small pair of tweezers and a glass vial, and carefully scraped a sample from the black blotch. I will need to analyze this further, he said. It seems the contamination is shallow, enough to drive them mad but with limited enhancement to their strength. Li Wei rose and said, Proceed on and remain vigilant. He added, The deeper we go, the worse the contamination may be and the stronger the beasts we will encounter. After the first real fight, the team's tacit understanding had deepened. Kamu was utterly impressed by the force of Li Wei's punch. Lilisi and Winston were privately unsettled by Shur's uncanny one-strike lethality. Their estimation of Li Wei the summoner rose once more. The party pressed deeper. As they approached the Duzhang swamp area, the environment grew progressively harsher. A faint green miasma with a sickly sweet metallic tang began to permeate the air. The ground turned to mire with decaying trunks and bubbling quagmires punctuating the landscape. The trees contorted into even more grotesque forms, their leaves taking on a morbid purple-black hue. Winston distributed filtration masks and lit a specially prepared anti-miasma incense. The pale smoke barely sustained a small bubble of relative safety around the group. Watch your step, there may be venom leeches and lurking marsh crocs, Winston warned as his detector began to beep. There are strong energy and life signals ahead, quite a number of them. Li Wei also sensed it. In a relatively open stretch studded with black ponds and rot-choked vegetation, numerous life signatures had gathered, all brimming with frenzy and malice. They crept toward a dense thicket bearing fat purple-black leaves and parted the branches to peer out. In the swamp, dozens of iron-armored pincer crabs, each the size of a water buffalo, shells gleaming darkly and armed with massive claws, crawled in a tight mass. These beasts, ordinarily second-tier and relatively docile unless provoked, now had blood-red eyes and shells etched with fine black veins. Their pincers clicked with a brittle sound as they writhed through the mire, colliding and agitating one another. At the heart of the swamp, a singular strange plant drew the eye, wholly black and twisted into the grotesque semblance of a malformed human hand. It bore no leaves, only several black tendrils that writhed like fingers, each tipped with an eye-like blossom that emitted a dark purple glow. Visible coils of black mist exhaled from those eyes, seeping into the surrounding miasma. The armored pincer crab seemed drawn to, or corrupted by, that plant, gathered here as if compelled by its spreading black fumes. Corrupted demonic taro, Winston whispered, astonished and grave. A rare dark plant that grows only in the most filthy places. He continued. It emits spores that mentally contaminate nearby creatures, driving them into madness and binding them to its will. The plant itself ranks as a third-tier apex flora. Combined with so many corrupted armored crabs, this is a serious problem. Lilisi's face paled. Dozens of enhanced second-tier beasts paired with a third-tier apex plant formed a force capable of annihilating a standard adventuring party. Kamu tightened his grip on his sword until his throat worked. Li Wei narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the scene. The corrupted demonic Taro, this was very likely one of the sources of the region's monstrous mutations, and a crucial piece of evidence for their mission. Master, let me take action alongside Xia Wu, echoed a voice in Li Wei's mind brimming with battle intent. These contaminated crustaceans are just perfect for stretching our muscles and bones. Shi's soft voice chimed in. That black flower looks quite delectable. My venomous fangs should relish its juice. Li Wei quickly contemplated. Summoning Xia Wu and Shi to work together to clear these poisonous crabs and devil yams shouldn't be too difficult, but it would inevitably expose most of his strength. Moreover, this was merely the outskirts of the marsh. The real danger lay deeper within. No, we will resolve this ourselves, Li Wei decided. He needed real combat to sharpen his team and to validate some of his thoughts. Lilith, your water magic has an advantage in the marsh environment. Try to create obstacles and control limiting the movement of the crab horde, prioritizing attacks on their joints and eyes. Vincent, is there a way to interfere with or weaken that corrupted devil yam? Or perhaps create a large-scale irritant gas to disperse the crab horde? To interfere with the devil yam, I will try a mixture of bright powder and calming potion smoke, which should temporarily suppress the spread of its psychic contaminating spores. Vincent quickly rummaged through his bag for materials to disperse the crab horde. The iron-shelled poisonous crabs detest the smell of sulfur and strong alcohol. I can prepare simple incendiary vials. Good. Can you and my summoned minions, referring to the Riato summoned sanctuary soldiers, will hold our flanks and rear to prevent being surrounded. I will take the main offensive and attempt to destroy that devil yam. Li Wei quickly formulated a tactic. His small universe power combined with that unique magical power might inflict additional damage on the dark attribute devil yam. Action. With a low shout from Li Wei, the battle instantly erupted. Lilith struck first, her staff-waving water wall. The murky water in the marsh surged as if alive, rising to form a thick wall of water before the crab horde, temporarily blocking their charge. Ice spike. Immediately, countless sharp ice spikes crystallized before her, shooting towards the foremost poisonous crabs like a torrential downpour, striking precisely at their joints and compound eyes. Crack. Splurt. The sound of ice spikes shattering and shells cracking echoed as several poisonous crabs emitted painful shrieks, their movements becoming sluggish. Vincent acted swiftly, mixing several powders and liquids, packing them into small ceramic jars, lighting the fuses, and forcefully throwing them towards the direction of the corrupted devil yam. Bang! 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 The jars exploded near the devil yam, erupting with blinding light and a cloud of pungent smoke. The corrupted devil yam convulsed violently, as if stimulated. The speed at which it emitted black mist significantly slowed, and the surrounding crab horde fell into disarray. Now is the time. A glint of sharp light flashed in Li Wei's eyes as his small universe roared to life. He did not rush forward directly, but instead held his hands in front of him, concentrating his thoughts. Compress. Coalesce. Transform. The sparse water elements in the air and some of the free-floating dark energy from the corruption of the devil yam were forcibly gathered and blended by him, using his small universe as a guide with that unique exotic magical power as the medium. In the next moment, a fist-sized pitch-black energy sphere with a faintly glowing white core appeared in his palm. This was his first attempt at creating a composite energy attack, combining the explosive property of his small universe with the shaping and energy-absorbing characteristics of magical power alongside a crude guidance of the energy present in the environment. Go! Li Wei shouted lowly, hurling the extremely unstable black-and-white energy sphere with all his might towards the corrupted devil yam in the center of the marsh. The energy sphere silently sliced through the air, clearing even the faint green miasma in its wake, leaving behind a brief vacuum trail. The corrupted devil yam seemed to sense the threat. Several black tendrils flailed like tentacles, attempting to intercept. However, as the energy sphere neared the devil yam, the internal balance between the bright white and pitch black powers faltered. Boom. It was not a deafening boom, but a dull and bizarre explosion, as if space itself were being torn apart. The interwoven black and white light burst forth. Half of it was filled with purifying bright light, while the other half was composed of dark energy with corrosive, devouring properties. The two completely opposite forces forcibly blended together, clashed violently, and annihilated, generating a peculiar destructive effect. The corrupted devil yam emitted a soundless wave that resembled a soul's shriek. The black tendrils attempting to intercept were instantly scorched by intense heat, and corroded by strong acid, rapidly wilting, carbonizing, and disintegrating. The eyes on the main trunk also dimmed and withered in an instant. The surrounding iron-shelled poisonous crabs seemed struck by an invisible hammer, their shells cracking with a pop, and their crimson eyes quickly dimmed, their movements becoming stiff and chaotic, with some even beginning to attack one another. The effect is better than expected. Li Wei felt a surge of joy. Though the strike consumed significant energy, it proved that his approach was viable. This attack, which melded the characteristics of his small universe, exotic magical power, and environmental energy, had a remarkable effect on dark attribute creatures. Now is our chance. Attack! Lilith seized the opportunity, unleashing ice spikes and water arrows with even greater ferocity. Kem also gathered his courage, slaying the confused poisonous crabs with the cover and coordination of the 5 sanctuary soldiers that Li Wei summoned at the opportune moment. Vincent seizing the moment threw several incendiary vials filled with sulfur and strong alcohol into the crab horde, igniting a great fire and further inducing chaos. The battle lasted about 15 minutes. When the last iron-shelled poisonous crab was pierced through the skull by Lilith's ice spear and the corrupted devil yam completely withered into a pile of charred remains, the small marsh was left in disarray. Everyone was panting, covered in mud and the bodily fluids of magical beasts, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and a hint of exhilaration after exhaustion. "We did it. We defeated a corrupted devil yam and so many poisonous crabs," Kem exclaimed, waving his long sword excitedly. Lilith looked at Li Wei, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The power of that black and white energy sphere made her once again feel the unfathomable depths of Li Wei's strength. Vincent cautiously approached the remains of the corrupted devil yam, beginning to collect samples and the few devil yam eyes that were not completely destroyed. To a qualified alchemist, those were valuable dark materials. Li Wei stood in place, slightly adjusting his breath, reflecting on the gains and losses of that last strike. The power was acceptable, but the consumption was high, and the energy control was not precise enough. It nearly exploded in his hands. It seemed he needed more practice and real combat. "Master, something is approaching rapidly. It's moving very fast from deep within the marsh." Shur's warning suddenly echoed in Li Wei's mind, laced with seriousness. "Its aura is strong and filled with malice, far beyond those contaminated fools." Almost simultaneously, the detection device in Vincent's hand emitted a sharp, piercing alarm. "Be careful. High energy reaction. At least peak level 3. No. It's still rising." Vincent's expression changed dramatically. From deep within the marsh, the murky, filthy water suddenly roiled violently, and a massive black shadow exuding a suffocating stench and terrifying pressure slowly emerged. The murky sludge churned as if boiling, and the stench suddenly intensified tenfold. A colossal creature slowly emerged from the depths of the swamp, its portion above the water resembling a small hill. It was a giant lizard that defied conventional definition. Its entire body was covered with thick dark green scales, slick with slime and infested with barnacles, with a phosphorescent green glow flickering between the gaps in its scales. Its massive and grotesque head resembled a legendary evil dragon, but it possessed only a single twisted horn atop its skull, unlike the dual or multiple horns of typical dragons. Its eyes were a murky yellow with slitted pupils filled with pure brutality and greed. Its gaping maw was filled with dagger-like teeth dripping with putrid saliva, and more horrifyingly, a dim green glow was gathering deep within its throat. Most striking were the 2 rows of towering bony spikes along its back, resembling skewed masks covered with tough membranes that, although seemingly inadequate for flight, clearly endowed it with astonishing mobility in the swamp. "Swamp Shadow Dragon Lizard. Mutated." Vincent's voice trembled slightly as he stared intently at the wildly fluctuating readings on the detection device. "Energy level 6th tier. No, it's already approaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier. This creature typically slumbers in the deepest parts of the swamp. How could it appear on the outskirts? Furthermore, its size and aura. It is at least twice as powerful as the ordinary swamped shadow dragon lizards recorded. Absolutely a product of severe pollution. A 6th tier magical beast, and one that has been mutated and enhanced to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. This was nearly a cataclysmic presence for their team, whose average strength was below the 5th tier. Cam's face instantly turned pale, his sword-wielding hand trembling. Lilith instinctively took a half-step back, the tip of her staff glowing blue, but against such a terrifying enemy her water magic seemed utterly feeble. Only Li Wei's pupils constricted slightly, yet his face showed no fear, only an extreme calm. He could feel that the dark aura emitted by this mutated dragon lizard was far more intense and pure than those of the corrupted warty swine and iron-armored venomous crabs, even carrying a primitive chaotic evil. It was likely the core of the pollution in this area, or at least one of the cores. Roar! The swamped shadow dragon lizard seemed extremely enraged by the destroyed corrupted magic yam, and its fallen minions, letting out a deafening roar, and a wave of putrid air swept over, causing everyone's clothes to flutter wildly. Its murky yellow slitted pupils locked onto Li Wei, who stood at the forefront. This little insect radiated an aura that both repulsed and tempted it. "Fall back. Find cover," Li Wei shouted sharply while urgently thinking. "Xia Wu. Sure. Prepare for battle." There was no time to hesitate. Facing a monster of this caliber, preserving strength was tantamount to courting death. Golden light and dark green phosphorescence flared simultaneously beside him. Xia Wu and Shur appeared, one on each side of Li Wei. Xia Wu stood tall and heroic, the unicorn saint armor radiating a faint glow even in the dim swamp, while Shur appeared slightly blurred, as if merging with the shadows, with only his narrow eyes and purple glowing nails revealing the danger he posed. The sudden appearance of the 2 bronze saints revitalized the previously despairing Cam and Lilith, while Vincent's eyes sparkled with disbelief. This summoning method and this level of life and energy fluctuation were far from ordinary summons. Master, leave this big fellow to me. Xiaowu stepped forward, his small universe slowly igniting a surge of fighting spirit rising. Though its power is strong, it seems to lack agility in its movements. Be cautious of its poison gas and the light in its throat, it should be a corrosive breath. Shi's soft voice echoed as he stealthily moved to the side. I will search for its weaknesses. These thick-skinned beasts always have weak joints and eyes. Lilith, provide ranged interference, freeze its movements, especially its limbs and tail. Vincent, do you have anything to weaken its defenses or disrupt its senses? Chem, fall back and stay alert, protect Lilith and Vincent. Li Wei issued orders rapidly while his own small universe operated at full power, his mental energy highly concentrated, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Just as he gave the command, the swamped shadow dragon lizard moved. It did not charge directly but suddenly swung its thick spiked tail with tremendous force. Boom! The sludge surged like a tsunami, forming a murky wave several meters high that crashed down upon everyone. Even more terrifying was that the wave was filled with sharp bone fragments shattered from its tail, and the highly acidic slime secreted from its body. This strike had a wide coverage, almost blocking all escape routes. Crystal wall. Lilith reacted swiftly, her staff striking the ground, heavily, magic surging forth, as a thick wall of ice shimmering with blue light instantly rose before them. Puff, puff, puff. The sludge bone fragments and acidic liquid slammed violently against the ice wall. The wall trembled violently, with its surface rapidly corroded, pits forming and cracks spreading. It was clear it wouldn't hold for long. If we can't dodge, then let's break through. Hedon. Unicorn charge! Xiaowu shouted softly, his small universe erupting. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint golden trail in the air. He wasn't charging towards the dragon lizard but rather towards that murky wave. His speed reached its peak as if he truly transformed into a galloping unicorn, tearing through the air, creating a vacuum path through the muddy wave. The splashing bone fragments and acidic liquid were evaporated or deflected by the golden aura surrounding him before they could touch his body. In almost an instant, Xiaowu had traversed the muddy wave and appeared at the dragon lizard's flank. With his right fist clenched, the golden aura gathered at the tip of his fist. Sonic fist. Without charging, without flourish, he unleashed the simplest and most direct punch. However, at the moment of the punch, Xiaowu's fist seemed to transform into countless afterimages. These were visual remnants produced after breaking the sound barrier. Countless fist shadows converged into a golden torrent, mercilessly slamming into the relatively softer flank of the dragon lizard. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds like beating drums merged into one. The thick scales on the dragon lizard's flank sank deeply inward under the terrifying impact of the sonic fist, as if being struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. Scales shattered, flesh and blood mingled. Roar! The dragon lizard let out a roar of pain and rage, its massive body slightly tilting from the sudden blow. It violently twisted its thick neck, opening its blood-filled maw. The dark green glowed deep within its throat, suddenly blazing bright. Watch out for its breath! Shi's warning echoed from the shadows. A dark green beam as thick as a water barrel and exuding a nauseating stench along with terrifying corrosive energy spewed forth from the dragon lizard's mouth, aimed directly at Xiaowu, who had just completed his attack and hadn't yet adjusted his stance. This strike was incredibly fast and had a wide coverage, almost sealing off all escape routes for Xiaowu. At this critical moment, a slender dark green figure appeared before Xiaowu like a ghost. It was Shi. He extended his 10 fingers, the purple light at the tips instantly becoming rich and dripping like 10 poisoned daggers. He did not confront it head-on, but instead drew an unusual arc in front of himself at a speed almost imperceptible to the eye. Water snake venom fang. As he moved, the dark green corrosive beam seemed to crash into an invisible, sticky and tough venomous net. The speed of the beam visibly slowed and distorted, with some of the corrosive energy neutralized and decomposed by the dark green venomous energy, emitting sizzling sounds and producing large clouds of white smoke. Shi's face turned slightly pale. It was evident that withstanding such a breath took a toll on him, but he successfully bought Xiaowu precious time to evade. Xiaowu's figure flickered, breaking free from the breath's range, glancing at Shi, and nodding. Though they did not communicate, their cooperation was already seamless. Now's the time. Ice sealing chains. Lilith seized the opportunity while the dragon lizard was momentarily stunned from the breath, her staff glowing brilliantly with blue light. The mud and water around the dragon lizard's limbs and tail instantly froze, turning into solid ice. Although it couldn't truly trap this behemoth, it did delay its movements once again. Vincent was also busy. He quickly threw out several specially made potion vials which exploded near the dragon lizard's head, releasing a pungent smoke and bright light to disrupt its sight and sense of smell. Attack its eyes and throat. Those are its weakest defenses. Li Wei transmitted information to Xiaowu and Shi through their mental link while also moving into action. He no longer attempted the unstable composite energy sphere, but instead concentrated the power of his small universe in his feet, moving around the dragon lizard like a swift wind, while transforming that unique exotic magic into countless fine spikes shooting silently towards the dragon lizard's wounds exposed by Xiaowu's sonic punches. These magical spikes were not very powerful, but they possessed strong penetration and disruption properties, burrowing into the wounds like maggots, destroying the energy circulation and nerve transmission within the dragon lizard, amplifying its pain and numbness. Roar! The dragon lizard became even more frenzied, struggling madly as the icy shackles shattered piece by piece, but its massive body and somewhat clumsy movements revealed numerous vulnerabilities before the three saint warriors who coordinated seamlessly and moved with incredible speed. Xiaowu took the lead, his sonic punches striking like a tempest, targeting the dragon lizard's joints, sides and neck, its relatively weak points, with every punch delivering shattering force, leaving behind a series of concave imprints and cracked scales. Sure, like a hidden poisonous snake, moved unpredictably, always appearing in the dragon lizard's blind spots or during attack gaps, with his poisoned claws striking like the sharpest daggers at the dragon lizard's eyes, nostrils, and ears. Although the lizard's eyelids and eardrums had scale protection, Shure's venom had strong corrosive and nerve-paralyzing effects, causing the dragon lizard great distress as it roared repeatedly. Li Wei's distractions and the constraints from Lilith and Vincent further made the dragon lizard unable to focus. The battle fell into a stalemate. The dragon lizard relied on its robust defenses and vitality to withstand attacks, occasionally spewing corrosive light beams or sweeping with its massive tail, forcing everyone to keep dodging. However, its attack struggled to truly hit the extremely fast Xiaowu and Shure, instead only adding new wounds. Li Wei's strange magic penetration was causing the energy flow within it to become increasingly sluggish, and its movements began to slow down. Almost there. A glint of excitement flashed in Li Wei's eyes as he sensed the dragon lizard's aura becoming unstable. The frenzied dark energy was also starting to become chaotic. Give it the final blow. Xiaowu aimed for its reverse scale on the jaw. Sure, disrupt its perception. Understood. Leave it to me. Xiaowu took a deep breath, his golden small universe flames burning to the utmost, transforming him into a golden meteor, his speed increasing once again. He no longer used scattered sonic punch shadows but concentrated all his power in his right fist, where a miniature high-speed rotating vortex appeared. Unicorn Charge Meteor Stab. This punch combined extreme speed with penetrating power, targeting the dragon lizard's jaw, where the reverse scale was slightly lighter in color and relatively soft, one of the weaknesses of most lizard-type magical beasts. At the same time, Shure's figure seemed to melt away into the shadows, and in the next moment, he appeared directly above the dragon lizard. He plunged his 10 fingers deep into the gaps of the scales on the dragon lizard's head, avoiding the hard horn, injecting purple-black venom as if it were a living entity. Water Snake Venom Nerve Erosion. The massive body of the dragon lizard suddenly stiffened, its yellow vertical pupils dilating, letting out an extremely shrill wail. At that moment, Shure's neurotoxin had a lethal effect. Although it couldn't truly kill such a massive creature, it plunged it into a brief but unbearable agony and paralysis. Now is the time. Xiaowu's meteor stabbed like a comet, piercing through the night sky, precisely stabbed into the dragon lizard's reverse scale on its jaw. With a pop. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the dull sound of a blade piercing flesh. The golden fist force penetrated violently, destroying the internal bones and organs. Immediately after, the explosive small universe energy contained within erupted. The dragon lizard's wailing abruptly stopped, its entire jaw along with a portion of its neck blown to pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The massive body collapsed as if all its strength had been drained, crashing down into the swamp mud, kicking up a storm of filthy mud, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. The murky mud gradually settled, leaving only the dragon lizard's corpse resembling a small mountain and a chaotic battlefield. Silence reigned. All that remained were the heavy breathing of the group and the subtle sound of bubbles bursting in the swamp. Did we win? Did we? Take down a peak level 4th grade mutated swamp shadow dragon lizard. Kem opened his mouth wide, staring at the massive corpse, then at the somewhat disheveled but still standing straight Xiaowu and Shure, and finally at Li Wei, whose face was pale but whose eyes shone brightly, feeling as if he were dreaming. Lilith leaned on her staff, her chest slightly rising and falling. The continuous casting moments ago had drained her magic, but the shock and excitement in her eyes were hard to conceal. Vincent adjusted his glasses, looking at the energy readings on the detector returning to 0, then glanced at Li Wei, his gaze behind the lenses filled with curiosity and contemplation. This junior summoned creature is a bit outrageous. Moreover, during the battle just now, Li Wei's unique utilization of energy also caught his attention. Xiaowu and Shure returned to Li Wei's side, their holy armors shimmering slightly, clearly showing that the recent battle had also drained them significantly, yet both of their eyes burned with the flame of battle satisfaction. Master, we didn't disappoint you. Xiaowu slightly bowed. Its blood is highly toxic, but I have absorbed the essence. The taste isn't bad. Shure licked his lips, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. Li Wei nodded, taking a deep breath to calm the turbulent energy and small universe within him. The battle that seemed smooth was actually perilous. If it weren't for Xiaowu and Shure's formidable strength and perfect teamwork, along with the support of Lilith and Vincent, they alone could not have so easily killed this mutated dragon lizard. A peak level 4th grade magical beast possesses an extremely tenacious life force. Even if half its head is shattered, it may not die immediately. He approached the dragon lizard's corpse, carefully sensing it, confirming that its life force had completely vanished. Then his gaze fell on the dragon lizard's shattered neck wound. There, besides flesh and blood, there seemed to be a trace of an unusual, deeper, dark aura slowly dissipating. "Vincent, please collect samples focusing on its brain and near the heart, and..." Li Wei pointed at the dragon lizard's corpse. "The nearby water sources and soil. I suspect that the source of its mutation may lie deep within this swamp." Vincent immediately became alert. "Leave it to me." As an excellent alchemist, he had a great interest in such mutated creatures and potential sources of pollution. Lilith also began to assist, using magic to condense clean water to wash the collection tools while carefully sensing the residual dark energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment. Cam took it upon himself to be on guard. Although his legs were still a bit weak, his gaze had become much more resolute. Li Wei, on the other hand, moved aside, sitting cross-legged to begin recuperating. At the same time, he divided part of his consciousness to communicate with Xia Wu and Shi. "How did the battle feel? How do the magical beasts in this world compare to the enemies you once faced? The power is brutish, but the techniques are crude and the use of energy is very primitive," Xia Wu assessed. "However, that dark polluted energy is somewhat troublesome, possessing corrosive and chaotic characteristics. The toxicity is decent, but too monotonous. It doesn't compare to my ever-changing poison." Shi's voice carried a hint of pride. "However, this large lizard's vitality is indeed vigorous, making it good material." Li Wei pondered. "It seems that the magical beasts in this world excel in physicality and innate abilities, but in combat skills and fine energy manipulation they fall far short of the saint warriors. However, that dark polluted energy requires extra caution." "Master," Xia Wu suddenly added gravely, "at the moment we killed this dragon lizard, I felt that something deeper in the swamp seemed to take a look at us. That aura was more obscure and dangerous than that of this dragon lizard." Shi's expression also became serious. "I felt it too, although it was fleeting, it was unmistakable. That thing is likely the true master of this swamp." Li Wei's heart tightened. "A presence more dangerous than the peak-level 4th grade mutated dragon lizard. Could it be 5th grade? Or even higher?" He gazed into the depths of the swamp, where the mist thickened and the darkness deepened, as if it were a giant mouth ready to devour. "It seems that this abyssal trial is far more perilous than imagined. Yet it is also more valuable." He stood up, looking at his teammates busy collecting samples, his eyes once again filled with determination. "Rest for half an hour to regain strength, and then..." He pointed toward the dark depths of the swamp. "We continue forward. The real target is likely still inside." "Master, the corpse of this dragon lizard, especially the core area infused with dark polluted energy, has a tremendous nourishing effect on my venomous fangs." The voice of Shi resonated in Li Wei's mind, tinged with a rare desire. "If I can refine and absorb it, not only will my strength be fully restored, but it may also advance further, enhancing the quality of my toxins." Hearing this, Li Wei's heart stirred. He looked at the massive corpse of the dragon lizard, especially where its neck had been severed, from which a faint yet extraordinarily pure dark energy and a vast vitality emanated. The strength of a Saint Seiya originates from the small universe. Could the expansion of the small universe also be accelerated by absorbing nutrients from the outside world? Especially something like this, which contains powerful vitality and special energy from a magical beast? Li Wei asked. "I need a little time to set up a simple formation to extract its life essence and dark origin, merging it with my venomous power," Shi explained. "The process may produce some unusual phenomena and must not be interrupted." Li Wei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "All right. Vincent, Lilith, Cam, let's stay on guard nearby and take a moment to rest. Shi needs to handle this corpse." Lilith and Vincent, although curious about how Shi would deal with such a massive corpse, did not ask further due to their trust in Li Wei and Shi's stunning performance in the previous battle, simply nodding in agreement and finding a relatively clean place to rest while vigilantly observing their surroundings. Cam was particularly obedient to Li Wei, immediately shouldering his shield and standing on a higher rock as a sentinel. Shi, having received permission, revealed a sinister smile. He approached the corpse of the dragon lizard quickly, forming several complex and ancient hand seals with both hands. Dark purple poisonous energy flowed from his fingertips like living ink, rapidly sketching a magical array about 3 meters in diameter on the ground filled with bizarre runes, or rather a special formation formed by the fusion of the small universe and toxic energy. The moment the formation was completed, a chilling, eerie yet life-infused aura spread out. The array shimmered with ghostly purple light, resonating with the residual dark energy from the dragon lizard's corpse. Shi sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, his hands pressing down on the focal point, closing his eyes and reciting an obscure incantation. Buzz! The refining formation suddenly lit up. The ghostly purple light surged, completely enveloping the corpse of the dragon lizard. Immediately an astonishing scene unfolded. The massive corpse of the dragon lizard visibly shriveled and withered at a speed observable to the naked eye. It appeared as if countless invisible roots had burrowed in, frantically siphoning its flesh, bones, and even remnants of its soul. Streams of mixed dark red and jet black light were forcibly extracted from the corpse like rivers flowing back to the sea, pouring into the refining formation and ultimately merging into Shur's body. A mixture of pain and pleasure crossed Shur's face as his body trembled slightly, the dark green hair swaying without wind and the serpent scale patterns of his water snake armor seemed to come alive, flashing with eerie purple light. His aura was rising and transforming at an astonishing speed. What shocked Li Wei even more was that at the same time Shur absorbed the essence of the dragon lizard, a pure and massive warm current flowed through the invisible link between their souls, rushing back into his body. This warm current was not dark energy but the purest life force, free of impurities and pollution. It surged into Li Wei's limbs and bones, merging into the swirling small universe nebula in his dantian. The small universe seemed to be rejuvenated by a long-awaited rain, its rotational speed suddenly accelerating, visibly expanding and solidifying. The point of light at the center of the nebula, which represented the core of his sixth sense, became increasingly brilliant. Li Wei could even feel that his control over the small universe and his sensitivity to the surrounding energy were rapidly improving. Is this life feedback? Or is it the symbiotic effect of the summoning contract? Li Wei was both shocked and delighted. He never expected that Shur's refining and absorption could provide him, the summoner, with such tremendous benefits through the summoning contract. Meanwhile, on the other side, Evil Marshal also emanated a faint golden light, with his aura steadily increasing as well. Clearly, as Li Wei summoned Saint Seiya, his soul was connected to Li Wei, and the expansion of Li Wei's small universe directly benefited him. Time passed second by second. The corpse of the dragon lizard became increasingly smaller, eventually leaving only some dull bones and a dried-up skin. And within the refining formation, Shur's aura had surged to a completely new height. The once somewhat illusory projection of his armor had become incredibly solid, its dark green sheen deep and restrained, exuding a chilling aura of danger. He slowly opened his eyes, the narrow pupils flashing with a purple light that seemed capable of corroding a person's soul. It succeeded. Shur stood up, flexing his wrist, the dark purple poisonous light swirling more intensely around his fingertips, an indistinct shadow of the dragon lizard howling within it. The life essence and dark origin have been completely absorbed, and my venomous power has reached a new realm. Now even true dragon blood I can poison it. Li Wei also felt that his small universe had expanded by a third due to this feedback. His mental power limit had directly broken through the 1,000 barrier, reaching 1,200 points. His internal strength surged and his condition was unprecedentedly good. Xiaowu stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Li Wei, saying, "Thank you, Master. My power has fully recovered, even more refined than in my prime at the Holy Realm. The speed of the unicorn and the power of the sonic punch have both increased significantly. Fully restored. Even stronger." Li Wei felt exhilarated. With the two bronze saint warriors at full strength, their support was immense. However, the surprises did not end there. Just as Li Wei completely refined the essence of the dragon lizard, the moment his microcosm broke through, the bronze badge on his chest suddenly trembled violently, emitting a searing brilliance. A brand new and unfamiliar yet primal and powerful idea surged through the badge into Li Wei's mind. It was a deep and powerful roar. It was as if an ancient giant bear awakened beneath the starry sky. The third bronze constellation lit up. His consciousness sank into the summoning space where, next to the star representing the water snake constellation, another originally dim star was now radiating a rough and dazzling earthen yellow light. The pattern of the stars vaguely formed a giant bear standing upright, roaring at the starry sky. The Great Bear Constellation. Li Wei focused his mind, and information about this saint warrior flowed through his heart. The Great Bear Constellation is known for its unmatched strength and defense as a bronze saint warrior. Its ultimate skill is the inverted Great Bear that can shatter stars. Another bronze saint warrior. Moreover, one adept at direct offense and strength defense. Li Wei suppressed the impulse to summon the herald immediately. Now was not the time. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of starry brilliance flickered in the depths of his gaze. "Li Wei, are you all right?" Lilith keenly sensed the change in Li Wei's aura, a deep and vast feeling brimming with fiery vitality, much stronger than the two summoned warriors' auras had also become unfathomable. Vincent's eyes burned with curiosity as he stared at the badge on Li Wei's chest. Although its brilliance had dimmed, he glanced at the desiccated remains of the dragon lizard on the ground, adjusted his glasses, and spoke with a tone full of research and exploration. "Was that energy fluctuation an ancient summoning secret technique that involved the absorption and transformation of life?" "Li Wei, you are hiding secrets that are becoming increasingly fascinating." Cam looked at him with admiration and awe, feeling that Li Wei was akin to the legendary ancient heroes who could consume the essence of magical beasts to enhance themselves. "I'm fine. In fact, this misfortune has turned into a blessing and my strength has improved," Li Wei briefly explained. "The secret technique of the city benefits us all. Now that we have all recovered even better than before, it is time to delve deeper." He gazed toward the deeper parts of the swamp, an area shrouded in thick mist and ominous darkness. The more dangerous presence sensed by Xiaowu, and the city is right there. With two fully restored bronze saint warriors alongside his own surging microcosm and mental power, and the newly lit Great Bear constellation heralded as a trump card. Li Wei's confidence was unprecedentedly strong. Based on the pollution marks and energy residue on the dragon lizard, the source of the pollution should be in that direction, approximately 5 to 10 miles from here. Vincent pointed toward a particularly dark area deep within the swamp where the miasma appeared ominously purple-black. The energy readings are unusually active, and there are regular fluctuations which do not resemble a naturally occurring pollution source. Regular fluctuations? Lilith frowned. Could it really be man-made? A dark magic ritual? Or a rift to the demon realm? We'll know once we investigate, Li Wei said in a deep voice. Everyone be cautious, the road ahead is likely not as easy as before. The group composed themselves, took the stamina recovery and antidote potions provided by Vincent, with the city leading the way, Xiaowu guarding Li Wei's side, Lilith and Vincent in the middle, and Cam bringing up the rear. They headed toward the deepest part of the swamp. The farther they went, the harsher the environment became. The mud beneath their feet turned as thick as glue, emitting a pungent smell of sulfur and decay. The fog was so dense that it was impenetrable, with visibility less than 10 meters, and the dark energy mixed and became even more concentrated, even beginning to actively erode the protective fighting chi or magical barriers of the group. Lilith had to continuously maintain a purification water ring to envelop the team, dispelling the approaching poisonous miasma. The surrounding plants had become increasingly bizarre, with numerous toxic mushrooms emitting a faint glow, thorny blood-draining vines, and even strange half-plant, half-animal creatures writhing in the mire, quickly submerging themselves upon spotting the group. Be careful, the ecosystem here has been severely twisted. Vincent recorded the characteristics of various mutated creatures while reminding, these creatures are extremely aggressive and may carry even more potent toxins or curses. Before he could finish, dozens of shadowy figures suddenly shot out from the mud pit ahead. They were black vines like long whips equipped with suction cup-like mouths, moving at lightning speed toward the city at the forefront of the team. A mere trick, the city scoffed, not even moving as the purple-black poisonous mist around him slightly swelled. Sizzle. The moment those vines made contact with the poisonous mist, they withered and melted as if doused with concentrated acid, turning into black liquid that dripped into the mud, producing a hissing sound. However, more vines surged from all directions as if the entire swamp had come alive. Simultaneously, from within the mud pit, behind rotting tree trunks, and from the depths of the dense fog, came a cacophony of rustling sounds and low roars, countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmering in the mist. They were surrounded. Moreover, all the mutated creatures in this thoroughly polluted swamp regarded them as prey. Prepare for battle, Li Wei shouted in a low voice, igniting his microcosm in an instant as his mental power spread out completely. A new challenge lay ahead. Meanwhile, the faint yet terrifying presence deep within the swamp seemed to stir slightly, as if sensing the approach of intruder. The dense fog surged and writhed as if it were alive, while the mire bubbled like boiling water, with countless creatures eroded by darkness rushing in from all directions. Leading the charge was a creature resembling a crocodile, but smaller and moving with extraordinary speed. The shadow came in. Its skin was jet black, covered in pus-filled sores, and it spewed foul-smelling venom from its short snout, striking like black arrows. Following closely were swarms of mire mantises with sharp, bony forelimbs capable of gliding briefly to launch aerial ambushes. Further away, several massive mire giants resembling moving hills of flesh crawled slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble. They could spit out sticky and corrosive mud projectiles. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty vines that had previously launched a sneak attack moved like phantoms through the mire and mist, waiting for the opportunity to ensnare, bind, and drain the life force of their prey. Lilith. Ice barrage restrict the air and ground. Vincent's smoke bombs and beast-repelling potions disrupt their perception and formation. Chem, hold the line, protect the spellcasters, Li Wei commanded rapidly while communicating mentally with Xiaowu. Ensure Xiaowu take care of the left side where the mantises and caimans are gathered. Clear the area with sonic punches. Sure, use your new venomous mist against the right side's mire giants, and vines slow them down, corrode their bodies. Understood. Leave it to me. Xiaowu's eyes burned with battle intent as his microcosm erupted, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that charged directly into the horde of beasts on the left. Countless shadows of punches exploded like a golden meteor shower, crashing into the leading shadow caimans and mire mantises, which collided with an invisible wall of copper and iron. Their bones shattered, either pierced through or blasted away, with blood and severed limbs scattering. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable, forcefully tearing a gap on the left. Sure smiled slyly, forming seals with both hands in front of him as a thick purple-black poisonous mist spread from him like a living creature, quickly expanding to the right. This newly refined poisonous mist not only possessed greater toxicity, but also bore the dark corrosive properties of the dragon lizard, along with an eerie effect that could dull nerve and energy operations. Wherever the poisonous mist spread, the resilient bloodthirsty vines quickly withered and broke apart, as if drained of moisture. The mud projectiles spat by the mire giants fell into the poisonous mist, which swiftly corroded and dissolved them, significantly reducing their power. The giants themselves emitted painful howls as their solid mud shells were rapidly stripped away and melted by the poisonous mist, exposing the weak, decaying flesh beneath and their movements became slow and stiff. Lilith swung her staff, and balls of ice radiating intense cold shot into the airborne and grounded beasts like cannonballs, exploding with a thunderous roar into countless sharp ice shards that sliced through the bodies of the monsters while creating smooth ice surfaces on the ground and in the air, greatly restricting their movement. Vincent continuously hurled various alchemical products. Flash bombs, noise grenades, and irritating smoke exploded in the beast horde, throwing them into chaos as they collided with one another. He even took the time to prepare a purification powder specifically for dark energy creatures, which, though limited in effect, could still weaken the strength of those heavily polluted beasts. Kem shouted loudly, wielding his shield and long sword firmly blocking the path in front of Lilith and Vincent, cleaving or smashing the few small beasts or vines that slipped through. Though his arms were numb from the impact and his body was splashed with venom, he endured thanks to the antidote given to him by Vincent. Li Wei, however, did not charge to the front lines. He supported from the center, his mental power highly concentrated, directing the overall situation while extending his unique perception, a blend of microcosm and magical energy, to the maximum range. He had to pay attention to every corner of the battlefield, guarding against lethal sneak attacks hidden in the shadows while constantly sensing the movements of the terrifying aura from the depths of the swamp. The battle was fierce and chaotic, but under the command of the fully restored Bronze Saint Xia Wu, ensure the situation quickly came under control. Though the number of ordinary mutated beasts was large, they posed no real threat in the face of absolute power and attribute suppression. At that moment, in Li Wei's perception, the terrifying aura that had been subtly fluctuating deep within the swamp suddenly became clear and violent. It was as if an ancient beast completely disturbed had awakened from its slumber. "Be careful. The main threat is coming," Li Wei warned sharply. Before his words fell, the mire ahead suddenly bulged upward, forming a gigantic mound. Immediately after, the mud erupted like a fountain into the sky. The outline of a colossal being slowly rose amidst the splashing mud. It was a creature beyond description. It appeared to be a massive conglomerate forcibly fused together in an extremely blasphemous and chaotic manner, composed of countless corpses of swamp creatures, twisted plant roots, decaying sludge, and ominous white bones. The main body could barely be discerned as a tenfold enlarged, half-rotten giant lizard's head, but it was entirely different from the previous mire shadow dragon lizard, with dozens of eyes of various sizes shimmering with chaotic light, and several massive mouths that opened and closed, dripping with black saliva. Its body consisted of numerous thick, slimy tentacles covered in suckers and barbs, each tentacle's tip embedded with different monster heads or severed limbs, featuring the giant jaws of crocodiles, the claws of giant lizards, the bone blades of mantises, and even a few shriveled heads of human adventurers, their dark eye sockets staring at the crowd, exuding an indescribable eeriness and terror. Its aura was several times stronger than that of the previous mire shadow dragon lizard. It was a pure, vast collection of dark energy filled with endless resentment, distortion, and a desire to consume. Peak level of the 4th tier. No, this aura had already surpassed that of a 6th-tier beast, almost touching the threshold of a 7th-tier beast. What? What is this monstrous thing? Kem trembled in fear, his teeth chattering, almost unable to hold on to his sword. An abyssal construct. No, rather a grotesque amalgamation forcibly forged from a massive convergence of dark corruption energy. Vincent's face paled. The screen of his detection device had already shattered, its energy readings spiking beyond measurement. At least tier 6 mid-level, and still rising. It is actively absorbing corruptive energy from the surrounding marsh. Lilith felt a suffocating pressure descend upon her, the azure glow emanating from her staff dimmed noticeably. Faced with this monstrous entity, so utterly alien and terrifying, conventional magic proved pathetically ineffectual. Xia Wu and Shur halted their cleanup of ordinary beasts, and solemnly retreated to Li Wei's side, flanking him protectively, one on his left, the other on his right. They sensed it instantly, this creature was unlike any foe they had ever encountered. Its power tier was vastly higher, steeped in chaos and omen. More critically, its nature subtly suppressed their abilities, rendering it exceptionally perilous. Roar! Dozens of colossal maws roared in unison, a deafening cacophonous shriek woven from the agonized cries of countless creatures. The sheer concussive force of that roar scattered the mist like smoke and churned the mud into violent froth. Its dozens of disordered, lidless eyes locked onto Li Wei, not merely upon him but upon the pure, potent life energy of his cosmo radiating within him, a feast of sublime allure, yet also an abomination of profound revulsion. Base. Life. Energy. Consume. Evolve. A fractured, static-laced telepathic impulse slammed directly into their minds, greedy, savage, and ravenous. Master, this creature is extremely dangerous. Its energy signature is profoundly chaotic, yet its total output is immense. Xia Wu intoned gravely, his cosmos surging at full capacity, poised for instantaneous eruption. Its core appears non-unified. Each head and severed limb emits faint, tormented soul waves, as if perpetually wailing while feeding its strength. Shur's corrosive mist cautiously advanced, yet the moment it brushed against the churning darkness shrouding the creature's body, it was swiftly neutralized and devoured. My toxins will likely have minimal effect. Its vitality is forged from the force fusion of countless lives, effectively inexhaustible. Li Wei's heart sank. A Tier 6 aberrant amalgam, vitality near infinite, energy properties wildly unstable, rendering conventional attacks severely diminished in efficacy. Though Xia Wu and Shi had regained their peak strength, confronting such an overturned monstrosity Hedon offered vanishingly slim odds of victory. We cannot fight it outright. We must locate its core or strike with power surpassing its own to purify it, annihilate it utterly. Li Wei's mind raced. Power exceeding its tier. His own Cosmo, though exquisitely refined, paled drastically in sheer magnitude. The Pegasus Meteor Fist Experience card. Only a single use, and even then unlikely to fully eradicate a being whose regenerative tenacity defied comprehension. Once expended, it would be gone forever. Perhaps he could attempt that. His gaze fell upon the bronze insignia glowing faintly warm against his chest, the third star ignited upon it Ursa Major Shi. A bronze saint famed for indomitable strength and unyielding defense. If he were to manifest, summoning Shi now alongside Xia Wu and Shi, 3 bronze saints united, might just tip the scales toward battle. Yet the creature's chaotic near-infinite energy remained an overwhelming obstacle. At that very moment it seemed to grow impatient, or rather lost tolerance for the intoxicating aura emanating from Li Wei. Its colossal form, woven from countless writhing tentacles, lurched violently. Dozens of limbs, each crowned with distinct horrific organs of assault, lashed out like a tempest of destruction, bludgeoning, piercing, and rending from every conceivable angle toward Li Wei's squad. Each tentacle bore apocalyptic force and thick corrosive darkness, engulfing the entire formation. Space itself seemed sealed shut by the ferocity of that onslaught. No time to evade, defend! Li Wei roared, simultaneously weaving his cosmo and psychic energy into a shimmering pale gold barrier before them, a defense imbued with arcane resonance. This was his self-crafted technique. Stellar Radiance Shield, forged through synthesis of the Stellar Cave meditation art master Odric's teachings and his own unique aptitude. Lilith gritted her teeth and unleashed multiple water shields, layer upon translucent layer shielding the group ahead. Cam braced his shield rigidly before him, eyes tightly shut. Xia Wu and Shi moved as one. Xia Wu blurred, his fists erupting into a golden tempest, intercepting the lashing, stabbing tentacles seeking to repel or shatter them. Shi expelled torrents of venomous fog, corroding and slowing the tentacles' advance. Yet the monster's might dwarfed all expectation. Boom! 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 A staccato barrage of impacts detonated like bursting firecrackers. Xia Wu's supersonic fists shattered surface-level darkness and even severed fragments, but the tentacle's inner structure, a resilient fusion of countless biological tissues and dense corruption, resisted total destruction. From each wound fresh waves of black energy surged forth, attempting rapid regeneration. And there were simply too many tentacles. Shi's toxin eroded outer layers, yet was swiftly overwhelmed and dispersed by denser corruption welling up from within, its efficacy collapsing. Li Wei's Stellar Radiance Shield cracked under repeated strikes, trembling on the verge of collapse. Lilith's multiple water shields shattered like brittle glass one after another. Crunch! A tentacle crowned with a monstrous crocodilian maw slammed brutally into Cam's shield. Cam was hurled backward, crashing into a dead tree, spitting blood, his shield flying from his grasp, his long sword snapping in two. He collapsed, combat incapacitated. Cam! Lilith cried out. Damn it! Li Wei's eyes hardened. Another tentacle tipped with a razor-sharp bony stinger darted like a viper toward the fallen Cam. There was no more time for hesitation. By my Cosmo as the conduit, Starlight force descend. Summon Ursa Major Shi. Li Wei held nothing back. His psychic energy surged like a breached dam into the bronze insignia, resonating with the newly kindled star, symbol of raw power and steadfast guardianship. Rowayer. A thunderous primordial roar echoed, as if tearing from the dawn of time, silencing the entire marsh in stunned stillness. Bronze light, dense and weighty as ancient earth, erupted before Li Wei. From that radiant blaze emerged a figure, towering, iron-hard and immovable, striding forward with deliberate earth-shaking steps, embodying unbreakable resolve and titanic might. He stood over 2 meters tall, his physique astonishingly robust, muscles bulging like granite stretching the brown and black bear-claw-patterned bronze armor tightly around him. He had a square, resolute face, short hair standing upright like steel needles, and beneath his thick brows were a pair of brown eyes filled with wildness and strength. Just standing there, he exuded an immovable weight akin to a mountain. The bronze saint of the Great Bear, Xia, has arrived. Master, I heard your call. Xia's voice was deep and resonant, echoing like the depths of the earth. He glanced around at the environment, and the fearsome creature, not even furrowing his brows, simply clenching his massive hands into fists, the joints cracking with a sharp sound. It seems there are some blind fools who need a severe lesson. Xia's gaze locked onto the terrifying conglomerate wreaking havoc, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. Xia, this monster is tough with a strong life force and chaotic energy. We need your strength to break it down, Hedon, Li Wei said quickly. Leave it to me. Xia growled, not even waiting for Li Wei to elaborate on the tactics. His mighty body launched forward like a cannonball, charging straight into the forest of flailing tentacles. He did not employ any flashy techniques. It was the simplest, most direct, and most violent approach, charging. Boom. 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 Those tentacles capable of shattering rocks and piercing steel struck violently against Xia's body. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The moment the tentacles made contact with Xia's body, a dull roar erupted akin to a booming drum. The bronze armor of the Great Bear Saint radiated a dense coppery glow as the tentacles struck against it, like hitting the ancient, unchanging, majestic mountains. Aside from slightly slowing Xia's charge and sparking a few flames and splintered dark energy, they could not inflict any substantial damage on him. Xia's charge was like a battering ram traveling at high speed, smashing through every obstructing tentacle regardless of thickness, or what adorned their tips, all shattered, broken, and flung away by his terrifying strength and indestructible armor. The power of the bear! Xia roared, having reached the core of the conglomerate before the decayed giant lizard's head, pulling back his palms, the muscles in his arms instantly bulging to their limits, the coppery glow of his small universe gathering at the tips of his fists like a volcanic eruption. The ultimate move of the Great Bear, Upside Down Bear. Xia's massive palms reached for the core of the giant lizard. There was no sonic boom, no afterimage, only a pure feeling of power capable of collapsing space itself. The air in front of his palms was compressed to the extreme, forming a visible white shockwave. Before his palms even made contact, the terrifying pressure had already caused the dark energy and rotting flesh on the surface of the conglomerate's head to cave in deeply. The numerous chaotic eyes on the decayed giant lizard's head all revealed expressions of utter horror. It sensed a deadly threat. All the tentacles frantically retracted, trying to intercept, trying to entangle, trying to drag Xia away. Yet in the face of absolute power, all was in vain. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. Xia's palms pressed firmly against the center of the decayed giant lizard's head. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately after, centered around his palms, the immense body of the conglomerate violently contracted inward, then exploded. Not the kind of explosion with flesh and blood flying everywhere, but a more thorough collapse and annihilation on an energetic level. Countless dark energies, twisted flesh, shattered bones, and wailing soul fragments surged and scattered in all directions like smashed glassware. The earth-colored destructive energy of the small universe surged wildly, purging and washing away every inch of darkness. That distorted existence, forcibly fused from countless creatures and spawned by dark, polluted energy under this strike that shattered the stars, could not even emit a final wail, its massive body disintegrating like sand sculptures reduced to the most basic energy particles, completely purified and dispersed by the earth-colored force. In the swamp, a massive pit over 50 meters in diameter appeared, and everything within the pit, including mud, toxic water, and mutated plants, was evaporated and purified, revealing relatively cleaner soil beneath. The edges of the pit were smooth as a mirror, as if cut by invisible blades. The thick mist was mostly dispelled, and sunlight struggled to penetrate the sparse miasma, casting a few mottled beams of light. Silence. Only Xia slowly withdrew his palms, the earth-colored glow gradually retracting from his body. He turned to Li Wei, grinning and revealing his white, solid teeth. Master, it's done. This kind of bulky, feeble waste was taken care of with just one palm. Li Wei, Lilith, Vincent, the recently struggling Cam. Everyone stared blankly at the massive pit, then at Xia, who stood by the pit as if nothing had happened, their minds utterly blank. One palm. Just one palm. That terrifying creature whose aura filled them with despair and whose life force seemed nearly limitless and nearly fifth their distorted conglomerate, was taken down. Not even a scrap left. What kind of terrifying power is this? Li Wei took a deep breath of the relatively fresh air, suppressing the shock within. He knew that the Great Bear was known for its strength, but he never expected such power to be of this magnitude. This was far more than just a bronze saint. The explosive power could easily rival that of some slightly weaker silver saints. However, he could also feel that after Xia unleashed that palm strike, his aura had noticeably diminished, clearly indicating that such a powerful move like the upside-down bear was extremely taxing on him, and could not be used lightly. Well done, Xia. Li Wei approached and patted Xia's arm, which was harder than steel, cool to the touch and solid. Go rest for now. Xia nodded, transforming into a beam of copper light that vanished into the badge. Cough, cough. Vincent was the first to regain his senses. He rushed to the edge of the pit, gazing at the thoroughly purified bottom, then at Li Wei, his eyes reflecting a fervor that was beyond mere excitement, resembling someone staring at a treasure trove of endless knowledge that could walk. Li Wei Jr. No, Li Wei, my lord. Was that just now? Your other summoned warrior. This power. It's nothing short of a miracle. From which ancient summoning school did you inherit this? Lilith also approached Li Wei, her azure eyes filled with complex emotions. Shock, curiosity, reassurance, but also a faint hint of concern. The greater Li Wei's displayed power, the more attention and danger it attracted. Li Wei, brother. You. You. Cam clutched his chest, limping over, gazing at Li Wei, speechless, and finally managed to utter, "You are incredible." Li Wei forced a bitter smile, and shook his head, offering no explanation. He knew that after this battle the aura of mystery surrounding him would deepen. But this was not the time for such thoughts. He walked to the center of the pit, carefully sensing. As the conglomerate was completely annihilated, the dense, unsettling, dark, polluted energy in the surrounding air was rapidly dissipating. The terrifying aura that had always made his heart race deep within the marsh seemed to weaken and recede somewhat, though it had not disappeared entirely, as if retreating to a more core hidden place. It seems that this conglomerate was merely an outer guardian or byproduct. The true source of pollution lies deeper within, Li Wei said solemnly. Moreover, it seems to have been disturbed and may take action. Do we need to continue deeper? Lilith hesitated. Although Li Wei's summoned creature had displayed great power in the previous battle, it also deeply reminded her of the dangers present here. Cam was injured and both she and Vincent had expended considerable energy. Vincent, how is Cam's injury? Can he continue? Li Wei looked at Vincent. Vincent checked Cam's injuries and administered 2 bottles of healing potion. 2 bones are broken and his internal organs are shaken, but it's not a fatal injury. My potions can stabilize his condition, but he can't engage in intense combat for a while. Yet Cam struggled to stand up, picked up his broken sword and gritted his teeth. I'm fine. I can still walk. Li Wei, brother, wherever you go I go. Li Wei looked into Cam's stubborn eyes, then glanced at Lilith and Vincent. Continuing deeper would undoubtedly increase the risks. But retreating now would likely alert the enemy and also prevent them from completing their core mission of investigating the pollution source. Erase the plan, Li Wei decided. Lilith, Senior, Vincent, you will escort Cam, taking the samples we just collected, including the dragon lizard remains, the corrupted demon Yamai, and various pollution samples previously collected by Vincent, back to Greystone Town to deliver the information and samples to the Academy and military. At the same time, report the presence of a near 7th-tier twisted creature and a deeper source of pollution requesting stronger support. What about you? Lilith immediately asked. I will continue to explore deeper. Li Wei's gaze turned towards the depths of the marsh, still shrouded in thick darkness and mist. With Xia Wu sure and she present, I will be more agile acting alone. I need to confirm the exact nature and location of the pollution source at the very least to understand what it truly is and whether it is really related to the demon realm. No. It's too dangerous. Lilith immediately opposed. That monster just now was already terrifying. The things deep within must be even more dangerous. You alone. It is precisely because of the danger that mobility is necessary. Li Wei interrupted her, his tone resolute. Alone I have a smaller target, and can maneuver freely. If things go awry, I will retreat immediately. Besides, I have a feeling that whatever lies deep within seems particularly interested in me, or rather in the small universe energy within me. He recalled the greedy thoughts that had come from the conglomerate just before its death. But Lilith wanted to persuade him again. Miss Lilith, Li Wei has a point. Vincent calmly analyzed. With the strength he just exhibited as a summoner, his survival ability and mobility when acting alone are indeed superior to our whole team acting together. Moreover, sending back the existing information and samples to request support is the most rational choice right now. If we stay, we might become a burden instead. Lilith fell silent. She knew Vincent spoke the truth, but the thought of letting Li Wei face the unknown horrors alone filled her with unease. Trust me, Lilith. Li Wei looked into her eyes and said earnestly. I will be careful. Moreover, I will not joke with my life. After you return to Greystone Town, if I do not return within 3 days or do not send any news, immediately request the Academy and military to send strong individuals to search for me. That is the safest plan. After a long pause, Lilith finally nodded slowly, her voice somewhat heavy. All right. You promise me you must return alive. I promise you. Li Wei solemnly committed. He then turned to Vincent and Cam. Senior Vincent, I leave Cam in your care. Cam, take care of your injuries and wait for my return. Li Wei, brother, you must be careful, Cam said with reddened eyes. Don't worry, I'm looking forward to uncovering more of your secrets. Vincent smiled, but his eyes were filled with concern. The 4 of them redistributed the remaining supplies, and Li Wei only took 3 days' worth of rations, clean water, and necessary potions, setting off lightly. The moment of parting had arrived. Lilith took one last look at Li Wei as if wanting to say something, but ultimately only whispered, Take care. You too. Watching Lilith and the others supporting each other as they made their way back along the path, their figures gradually disappearing into the miasma, Li Wei withdrew his gaze and turned to face the depths of the marsh. There the darkness was as thick as ink, silent and still, like a giant mouth waiting for prey to throw itself into the net. Yet Li Wei's eyes shone brighter and sharper than ever. The small universe within him flowed slowly, resonating with the bronze badge on his chest. The thoughts of Xia Wu sure, and she served as the most solid backing, providing him with boundless courage and strength. Let's go, let's meet the true master of this marsh and discover what it truly is. He stepped forward alone, treading into the absolute darkness where even sunlight seemed to be devoured. After parting ways with Lilith and the others, Li Wei concealed his aura and stealthily advanced towards the depths of the swamp, guarded alternately by Xia Wu, skilled in high-speed advances and direct assaults, and sure adept at stealth reconnaissance, and poisoned towards the most obscure and dangerous source of dark energy. She was temporarily recalled by Li Wei into the summoning space as a trump card for critical moments. The earlier strike upside-down bear was incredibly powerful, but also consumed a great deal of energy, requiring time to recover. The deeper he ventured, the more desolate the environment became. Even the previously rampant mutated creatures had vanished, as if something in this area instilled such fear in them that they dared not approach. The air was thick and viscous, filled with a bizarre smell that mingled decay, sulfur, rust, and a certain sickly sweet aroma. The mud beneath his feet was no longer soft but had become hard and cold, exhibiting an unnatural dark purple hue covered in dried bloodstains and strange rune carvings. Li Wei's heart gradually sank. These marks were clearly not naturally formed, but rather remnants of some wicked ritual. Finally, after passing through a grotesque forest of withered and twisted trees resembling a bone forest, the scene before him opened up, or rather became even more chilling. Before him lay a forcibly cleared circular clearing about 100 meters in diameter. In the center of the clearing, a massive, intricate, dark magical array radiated a thick and ominous aura. The array was outlined with dark red material resembling congealed blood, as countless twisted runes writhed and flickered within the formation as if they were alive. At the nodes of the array, dozens of black bone stakes were embedded with the heads and hearts of desiccated magical beasts hanging from the tips, and even a few human corpses that had turned to bones. In the core of the array, a mountain of magical beast remains was piled up, various organs, bones, and shells haphazardly stitched and stacked, emanating a nauseating stench. Above this mountain of corpses, a dark red crystal the size of a fist pulsated continuously like a black heart. A thick, almost tangible dark pollution energy continuously emanated from the crystal, merging into the array and spreading throughout the swamp. Indeed, it is man-made. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. This was not a naturally occurring point of magical corruption, but rather an evil formation designed to utilize a large number of lives as sacrifices to cultivate and refine dark pollution energy. All the mutated magical beasts encountered earlier, including that terrifying amalgamation, were likely byproducts of this array. Master, the crystal at the core of the array exhibits extremely evil and powerful energy fluctuations, at least reaching the level of a 7th grade magical beast core, and it has been specially treated to become a source of pollution. Shi's voice rang in Li Wei's mind, carrying a note of gravity. The person who set up this array is a master, and his heart is incredibly wicked. There is a living presence over there. Xia Wu pointed towards the edge of the clearing, where a crude hut made of beast skins and dry bones was shrouded in shadows. As if sensing the arrival of uninvited guests, the curtain of the hut was lifted by a bony hand covered in greenish-black veins and strange tattoos. A figure hunched over, cloaked in tattered black robes, slowly emerged. He wore a half-rusted metal mask, revealing a lower face that was as gaunt as a skeleton, with lips of a bizarre purple-black color. A pair of murky eyes like a vulture eyeing rotten flesh locked onto Li Wei tightly. He. Another little bug that doesn't know it's going to die has come. The black-robed man let out a hoarse, piercing laugh, his voice grating like metal scraping. You managed to break in here and even dealt with my lovely collectibles. Quite interesting. However, just in time. I've been in need of high-quality experimental materials with pure life energy, and you seem very suitable. He scanned Li Wei from head to toe with unmasked greed and fanaticism in his murky eyes. Who are you? Why have you set up such an evil array here, harming lives and polluting the swamp? Li Wei questioned sternly, fully on guard. This black-robed man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. His strength was unfathomable, at least a 7th grade powerhouse, and he was well versed in dark alchemy. Who am I? You can call me Master of Decay, the black-robed man chuckled mischievously. As for why? Of course it is for the sake of great research. The fusion of life, the extraction of power, the ultimate evolution. Look, what a beautiful creation. He suddenly swept his black robe's sleeve dramatically. The heap of magical beast corpses in the center of the clearing suddenly began to writhe violently. Under the influence of the dark array's power, countless severed limbs, broken arms, and bones were drawn towards the center, crazily converging, compressing, and merging. Flesh grew, bones stitched together, shells covered. In just a few breaths, a creature appeared in the center of the array, larger, more monstrous, and more orderly than the previous amalgamation. It had a dragon-like skeleton as its main body, covered in the heavy scales of a swamped shadow dragon lizard, with its limbs adorned with the massive pincers of an iron-clawed poison crab and the sharp claws of a shadow alligator. Its back sprouted twisted meat wings composed of various magical beast wings, while its tail was formed by dozens of bloodthirsty vines intertwined with sharp bone spikes at the tip. Its head was unmistakably formed from the skull of the previously mutated swamped shadow dragon lizard, the core of a corrupted magical yam, and several human skulls. Dozens of eyes of varying sizes flickered with chaotic and violent light, and several massive jaws opened and closed, emitting an incomprehensible roar mixed with the cries of countless creatures. This was no longer a chaotic amalgamation, but a meticulously designed and stitched war monster. Its aura unmistakably reached the terrifying level of 7th grade. Moreover, due to its conscious creation, its energy operation and body structure were far more stable and coordinated than the previous amalgamation, undoubtedly making it more powerful in combat. Do you see? This is art. The pinnacle of life alchemy. The master of decay spread his arms wide as if admiring a masterpiece. I call it, 100-headed stitch beast. Go now, my darling, capture that little bug alive. His life energy will be your best supplement, and the core of my next creation. Roar! A 100-headed stitched beast unleashed an earth-shaking roar, its massive grotesque form surging forward with shocking speed, quadrupedal and thunderous like a heavy armored vehicle bearing down upon Li Wei. Though its fleshy wings could not grant flight, they generated immense thrust and agile maneuverability. And its Vinian bone-tipped tail lashed out first, a colossal whip sealing off Li Wei's every retreat. Xiaowu. Sure. She. Li Wei bellowed, holding nothing back. 3 bronze-hued lights blazed simultaneously. Xiaowu, Sure, and She, the 3 bronze saints, materialized before him in unison, standing firm against the monstrous stitched abomination. Sonic Fist. Water Serpent Fang. Hanging Bear Strike. Xiaowu became a golden blur, countless fists hammering at the beast's joints, and eyes sure exhaled a torrent of virulent poison mist coalescing into spectral serpents that gnawed at its wounds and energy nodes. She roared, slamming his fist into the ground, palms whirling like a maddened bear's claws sweeping low to cripple the monster's base. Boom. 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 Fierce combat erupted in an instant. The 3 bronze saints fought in flawless coordination, each unleashing their unique mastery, clashing fiercely with the 7th-rank 100-headed stitched beast. The concussive blasts of colliding energies, the sickening thud of torn flesh, the sizzling hiss of corrosive venom, and the beast's frenzied howls echoed across the shadow-draped clearing. Li Wei too channeled his cosmo to its absolute limit, pushing his spiritual awareness to its peak, commanding the saints while simultaneously attempting to disrupt the dark ritual array with his unique magical interference, or seeking a flaw in Master Fuji's defenses. Yet the 100-headed stitched beast proved far more formidable than imagined. Its meticulously forged body possessed extraordinary resistance, not only to physical assault but also to energy strikes and even toxic corruption. Xiaowu's sonic fists left only faint white scratches upon its armored scales. Shure's poison mist was largely repelled by a self-generating barrier of dark energy shimmering across its hide. She's earth-shaking shockwave made it stagger, but multiple pairs of fleshy wings instantly stabilized it. Conversely, the beast's own attacks were devastatingly powerful, infused with dark corrosive energy, forcing the 3 saints into desperate evasions, each moment fraught with peril. Worse still, the dark ritual array continued feeding it energy, and even regenerated minor injuries. Meanwhile, Master Fuji stood calmly before the shack, observing the battle with detached amusement, cackling intermittently as if victory were already assured. Hee hee! Futile. Utterly futile. Before the sublime art of life alchemy, your crude applications of power are no more than a mantis raising its arms against a chariot. Master Fuji laughed triumphantly. Once I seize you and extract your primordial life essence, fusing it into my next creation, I may well forge a perfect life form imbued with true divinity. Ha! Pressure, unprecedented suffocating pressure. Faced with this near-invincible stitched monstrosity and the inscrutable Master Fuji, Li Wei felt his spiritual energy draining at a terrifying rate, and his cosmos straining at its absolute breaking point. Though valiant, the 3 bronze saints gradually faltered under the enemy's home-ground advantage and relentless energy augmentation. Xiaowu's armor cracked, Shure's toxic mist shrank in scope, She's breath grew ragged and labored. A flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Li Wei's eyes. He recalled the breakthrough he'd achieved within the mental corridor, and the boundless potential slumbering within his cosmo. The power of the saints springs from burning will and indomitable souls. Pressure. The deeper the despair, the fiercer the eruption. Burn! My cosmo! Amidst the crushing weight of life and death stakes, and fueled by fury at his comrade's desperate struggle, Li Wei threw back his head and roared, pouring every ounce of will, spirit, and vital force into the swirling nebula within his soul. Kra! As if echoing the universe's primordial explosion, a thunderous detonation resounded deep within his consciousness. The Cosmo Nebula swelled, doubling, tripling in volume. Its rotation accelerated beyond all limits, the central core blazing with supernova brilliance. An unprecedented force, vast, searing, teeming with both destruction and creation, surged forth like a breached galactic river. The pinnacle of bronze saint power. The apex of the 6th sense. In that instant, Li Wei's cosmo finally shattered through to the ultimate threshold attainable by a bronze saint. Only a single step now separated him from awakening the 7th sense. This was not mere quantitative growth, it was a profound qualitative transcendence. His command over his own power, his perception of ambient energies, and his comprehension of combat, all ascended to an entirely new plane. Simultaneously, the bronze insignia upon his chest flared, radiating golden light as fierce and brilliant as the sun itself. Within the insignia's vast star chart 3 previously dim stars blazed forth, ignited by the transcendent radiance of his cosmo. Leo Minor. Sirius. Chameleon. By the fire of my burning cosmo let the glory of sanctuary descend. Summon, Leo Minor Man. Sirius Naji. Chameleon Jenny. At Li Wei's commanding defiant shout 3 new cosmo lights, distinct in character yet equally potent and resolute, erupted skyward. The first light glowed like a newborn dawn, wild, vibrant, and unyielding in spirit. From within it emerged a youth with short brown hair and fiercely defiant eyes clad in bronze armor shaped like a young lion, fists raised high. Leo Minor Bronze Saint, Man. Master. Man has arrived. Let me shatter that grotesque abomination. The second light gleamed like a lone wolf beneath moonlight, cold, swift, lethal. From it materialized a youth with deep blue short hair and eyes sharp as blades wearing silver-gray bronze armor crowned with a wolf-head pauldron, his form flickering like a phantom. Sirius Bronze Saint, Naji. I answer your call, Master. The claws of Sirius shall rend all enemies before you. The third light shimmered softly and fluidly, like forest camouflage, elegant, elusive, and ever-changing. From it stepped a maiden with pale golden long hair and delicate features draped in lightweight green bronze armor modeled after a chameleon. Chameleon Bronze Saint, Jenny. Master Jenny is at your service. My leather whip will bind the enemy's steps. 3 new bronze saints descended. With Xiaowu sure and she already present, there were now 6 bronze saints circling Li Wei. 6 little microcosms of uneven strength but burning martial intent converged, forming a majestic aura that seemed capable of staining heaven and earth. The smile on Fuji Master's face froze instantly. His murky eyes revealed astonishment for the first time. No, impossible. What kind of summoning art is this? How could he possibly summon 6 beings so powerful at once? Even the 100-headed patchwork beast seemed shaken by the sudden appearance of so many strong foes and emitted an uneasy roar, its assault faltering. Now. Li Wei's eyes blazed as the peak of his microcosm lent him uncanny clarity. Xiaowu she strike from the front and hold its main attacks. Sure Naji target its joints, eyes, and energy nodes, find the weak points. Man use your cub bombardment to smash its cranial core. Jinni bind its tail and wings with your rainbow whip. Understood. The 6 saints answered in unison, their fighting spirit surging to its zenith. Unicorn charge. Inverted bear. Water serpent fang. Death roar. Cub bombardment. Rainbow whip. 6 assaults like war machines tempered by 1,000 battles converged from different angles and in varied forms, striking the patchwork beast at once. Xiaowu and Shi's brutal fists struck heat, forcing the beast to concentrate on defense. Sure and Naji's poison fangs and sharp claws attacked the relatively weak points and disrupted energy flow. Man's cub bombardment, full of primal explosive force, slammed like artillery into the core assembled from many heads, and Jinni's supple tenacious chameleon whip wrapped like a living vine around the beast's tail, and multiple wings greatly restricting its movements. The combined strikes of the 6 bronze saints produced a qualitative transformation, no longer a mere accumulation of power but a wondrous resonance and mutual complement. Under such dense potent assault, the dark energy barrier on the patchwork beast's hide shattered with a thunderous crack. Its sturdy scales were torn, thick bones splintered, and its stitched flesh was corrupted and ripped apart. It uttered a wail of unparalleled agony and writhed violently, but the chains that bound it and the saint's encirclement left it riddled with openings. No. My perfect masterpiece. Fuji Master howled in a mix of rage and panic. He could no longer restrain himself, his gaunt hands flung upward as he chanted arcane incantations, attempting to activate the dark array to empower the beast or lash out at Li Wei and the others. But Li Wei had foreseen this. The instant his microcosm broke through to the peak of bronze, his mastery over his peculiar demonic power rose to a new height. Now. A fierce light flashed in Li Wei's eyes as he took the trace of the microcosm's poxy evil-purging attribute and fused it with all his magic, forging an invisible but unbearably purifying and disruptive spiritual shock. Like a pointed lance it drove into the very node where Fuji Master sustained his spellcasting. Ah! Taken off guard, Fuji Master felt his mind as if impaled by a red-hot iron spike. The incantation snapped off. He staggered back with a muffled groan, black blood seeping from his mouth as his vitality crumpled. Li Wei's psychic assault, though not fatal, severely disrupted the casting and wounded the man's soul. Deprived of Fuji Master's immediate aid and the array's full bolster, the patchwork beast's plight only worsened. Final blow. Lend me your strength. Man roared as his cub constellation burned to its limit, his whole being transformed into a roaring golden lion. Cub bombardment. The other 5 saints understood at once, siphoning part of their microcosmic power through some mysterious link and pouring it into man's strike. The cub bombardment, infused with portions of 6 bronze saints' power, condensed into a several meter-wide fist of terror, like a bronze lion's maw, carrying righteous radiance that shattered all filth, and it smashed into the already crippled core head of the patchwork beast. Boom! A detonation more staggering than she's earlier crushing stars rent the air. Golden light swallowed everything. Under the purifying fist of six-star power, the beast's vast body melted away like ice beneath the sun, dissolving, disintegrating, and being cleansed. Sturdy bones, tainted flesh, and the dense dark energy alike were transmuted into nothing beneath the golden radiance. When the light waned, only a deeper pit remained, along with several items that had survived the blaze, each gleaming with its own luster: a fist-sized dark crimson and ebony crystal core of violent energy. The monstrous beast crystal core, a small vial of viscous mercury-like dark red liquid exuding faint draconic majesty and shadowy aura. Dragon blood essence, a few pieces of silvery gray metal of extraordinary quality, rare alchemical materials such as mean and other scattered valuable monster materials. The terrible 100-headed patchwork beast, along with the countless wailing souls and dark energies within it, had been utterly purified and annihilated. Wah! Fuji Master spat another mouthful of black blood. His life force had withered to the utmost. His greatest creation lay ruined and his soul was wounded. He stared at Li Wei and the six saints, like celestial weapons descended, with eyes full of terror, hate, and a flicker of fear. Kid, I will remember you. You ruined my plans, destroyed my masterpiece. Cough, this is far from over. Fuji Master rasped, crushing a black bone talisman in his hand. A plume of dense black smoke erupted, shrouding his form. When it cleared, the spot was empty, leaving only a pool of black blood and a faint, nauseating ripple of spatial distortion. A spatial teleportation escape device. Li Wei frowned. The opponent indeed had a backup plan. However, after sustaining such serious injuries and losing the formation and the stitching beast, they should pose no threat in the short term. He gazed at the dark formation, which was rapidly dimming and collapsing as it lost its host, and then glanced at the materials left in the deep pit. Xiaowu, go check the formation for any lingering dangers or valuable information. Jenny Ji, keep watch around. Man City, rest for a bit. Yes, master. Li Wei walked to the edge of the deep pit, looking at the various materials. The stitching monster's core was filled with chaotic dark energy, making it unusable for ordinary people, but it might be of reference value for Lilith's research on dark magic pollution. Although the bottle of dragon blood essence was contaminated, if purified it would be an unparalleled treasure for a warrior like Kem who followed the path of strength. As for the mithril and other materials, they were exactly what alchemists like Vincent dreamed of. He carefully collected these spoils. Although this battle was perilous, the rewards were immense. Not only did his small universe break through to the pinnacle of bronze, but he also summoned 3 new bronze saint warriors in one go, greatly increasing his strength. More importantly, he had destroyed the source of this evil pollution, achieving the core objective of the mission. Master, the core of the formation has completely collapsed and the residual dark energy is dissipating rapidly. The surrounding environment will slowly purify itself, but it will take a long time. Xiaowu reported back. Okay, let's leave this place. Li Wei nodded. This place was not suitable for a prolonged stay. Although the Master of Decay had escaped, there was no guarantee there were no accomplices. He sent the Bronze 5 Little Weak to temporarily return to the summoning space to rest, leaving only the relatively unscathed Jenny to keep watch in the shadows. Then he determined the direction and quickly departed towards the route they came from, heading in the direction of Greystone Town. When he dragged his weary yet powerful body out of the oppressive edge of the dark forest, and once again saw the normal sunlight and trees outside, it was already the evening of the 3rd day. In the distance he saw 3 familiar figures eagerly awaiting him by the temporary camp at the forest's edge. It was Lilith, Vincent, and Cam, who despite still looking pale could now stand upright. Seeing Li Wei's figure appear, Lilith's azure eyes lit up instantly, and she hurriedly ran over without caring about her demeanor, stopping suddenly when she got close, carefully examining Li Wei from head to toe, her eyes filled with relief and lingering fear. You're okay. That's great. Her voice was slightly choked. Vincent also breathed a sigh of relief, pushing up his glasses, revealing a sincere smile. It seems you have gained quite a lot this time, Junior. Kem was even more excited and wanted to rush over, but the movement pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he smiled like a child. Li Wei, brother. You're back. I was so worried. Looking at the genuine concern and anticipation, Li Wei felt warmth in his heart. The fatigue brought by the life-and-death struggle and solitary exploration over these 3 days seemed to dissipate significantly. I'm fine, the mission is complete. Li Wei smiled as he took out the 3 main spoils from his bosom. He handed the dark red crystal core, which exuded an ominous aura yet was filled with immense energy, to Lilith. This is for you. It is one of the cores of the pollution source. Although it is contaminated, it may be helpful for your research. Handle it with care. Lilith took the crystal core, feeling its cold and heavy weight, sensing the terrifying and chaotic energy within, shocked yet even more touched by Li Wei's trust and intention. She solemnly nodded. Yes, I will be careful. Li Wei then handed the bottle of dark red dragon blood essence to Cam. Cam, this is for you. It is the essence extracted from a contaminated draconian lizard. Although it is also tainted by darkness, its essence is powerful dragon blood. Once Senior Vincent finds a way to purify it, using it to strengthen your body will greatly benefit your fighting spirit and strength. Cam looked at the dark red liquid which seemed to have life as it flowed slightly. Although he didn't know its specific value, he understood it was extraordinarily precious. Trembling with excitement, his eyes reddening. Li Wei, brother. This is too precious. I take it you are our team's solid shield and you need to grow stronger. Li Wei patted his shoulder. Finally he handed the pieces of mithril and other rare alchemical materials to Vincent. Senior Vincent, these materials should be more useful for your research. Completing the mission this time was also thanks to your potions and intelligence. Vincent took the materials, running his fingers over the cold surface of the mithril, and its strange energy conductivity, his eyes bursting with fervent research light. Mithril. And star-patterned steel, earth heart, jade. My God. These are all extremely rare, priceless, top alchemical materials. Junior, this gift is too much. This is everyone's shared spoils, it should be shared. Li Wei said. Moreover, without your support and assistance I might not have come out so smoothly. Looking at the precious gifts in their hands and then at Li Wei, who although weary had a deeper and brighter gaze, Lilith and the others were filled with an indescribable feeling. They knew that this journey into the dark forest not only allowed them to witness Li Wei's true potential and that incredible summoning power, but also strengthened the bonds between them. The afterglow of the setting sun cast long shadows on the four of them. Ahead lay the road back to the academy, where there were rewards, new challenges, and countless pairs of eyes, both visible and hidden, watching them. But at this moment the camaraderie forged in battle, and the heavy spoils in their hands filled their hearts with confidence for the future. Let's go home. Li Wei looked towards the direction of the royal capital, a slight smile on his lips. The abyssal trial has ended. But his legendary journey had just begun a new chapter. Leaving the temporary camp at the edge of the dark forest, the journey back to the royal capital began peacefully. Lilith rode alongside Li Wei on the gentle white horse they had just purchased from Greystone Town. From time to time she subtly glanced at the quiet young man beside her with her peripheral vision. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined his chiseled profile, and his deep-set eyes seemed to reflect the stars. Despite recently experiencing a thrilling adventure, he showed no signs of restlessness or arrogance, only a calm, reassuring steadiness. She recalled his resolute figure facing the unknown terror deep within the forest, remembered his bright gaze upon returning despite his exhaustion, and thought of how he had entrusted her with that precious and dangerous crystal core, a gesture of unwavering trust. Unconsciously a string in her heart was gently plucked, and an indescribable sense of reliance and closeness began to quietly grow, entwining around her heart like vines. Li Wei, Lilith said softly, breaking the silence of the journey. What do you plan to do with those materials once we return? The Academy and the military will definitely ask for detailed accounts of the situation in the Dark Forest, especially regarding that dark formation and the Master of Decay. You'll report truthfully, but the specifics regarding my summoned items will be appropriately simplified. Li Wei had already prepared his response. The threat posed by the Master of Decay needs to be made known to the Academy and the Empire's higher-ups. Such a deranged dark alchemist is a danger that must be dealt with. As for the materials, he glanced at Lilith. Your crystal core should ideally be processed using specialized purification formations under the guidance of the Academy's mentors before further study. Cam's dragon blood will also require some effort from Senior Vincent. He should know how to use those alchemical materials. Lilith nodded, hesitating for a moment before lowering her voice. This time. Thank you? Not just for this, but because you returned safely. Her cheeks were tinged with a light blush under the sunset, resembling the most beautiful evening glow. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled gently. We are a team, it is only right to look out for each other. You have helped me a lot too, Lilith. Receiving his response, Lilith felt a sweetness in her heart, her lips unconsciously curving into a charming arc. Vincent watched the two from a distance, adjusting his glasses with a meaningful smile. Cam, riding a pack horse laden with luggage despite the lingering pain in his chest, wore a hearty smile, thinking how well Li Wei and Miss Lilith complemented each other. As the sun gradually sank below the horizon, dusk settled in. With less than 50 miles to the royal capital at this speed, they would likely reach the city before midnight. For safety reasons, they chose not to travel overnight, but instead set up camp on a sheltered hillside, preparing to enter the city early the next morning. The campfire crackled, dispelling the early autumn night's chill. After a simple dinner, Vincent began tinkering with his alchemical instruments, studying the newly acquired materials. Cam took his medicine and wrapped himself in a blanket, falling into a deep sleep, snoring like thunder. Lilith sat beside Li Wei, hugging her knees and gazing at the dancing flames, lost in thought, occasionally stealing glances at Li Wei's calm profile. Li Wei appeared to be meditating, but in reality his consciousness had sunk into the summoning space, communicating with the 6 holy warriors. This expedition into the forest not only greatly enhanced his strength, but the holy warriors also gained insights from the intense battles. Especially the newly summoned Manji and Jenny, who were quickly adapting to the combat rhythm of this world. The states of Xie and Xie had also largely recovered with Xie's tremendous consumption from that stunning strike now replenished. As he silently felt the surging small universe within him now at the peak of bronze and the increasingly tight soul link with the 6 holy warriors, the bronze badge on his chest suddenly vibrated lightly without warning. It was not the searing resonance of summoning, but a deeper, more profound tremor. It was as if deep within the badge, far beyond the starry scene, some ancient and resplendent existence was stirred by Li Wei's breakthrough to the limit of the small universe, slightly lifting an eyelid from its slumber. An indescribable oscillation of the small universe surpassing the bronze level spread out like a stone thrown into a calm lake, though faint it carried an awe-inspiring and sacred presence quietly rippling outwards. Silver Saint Warrior. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. This. Could it be a precursor to the Silver Saint Warrior? The system had once hinted that when his strength reached a certain level he would unlock the summoning rites for the Silver Saint Warriors. Could it be that the breakthrough of the small universe to the peak of bronze combined with this arduous battle and immense mental pressure finally met some conditions to make summoning a Silver Saint Warrior possible? Although that wave passed in an instant and the badge quickly returned to calm, Li Wei could clearly feel that it was different from before. It was as if a deeper door had opened within the badge, though he could not yet glimpse its specifics. The sense of the existence of higher level power was real and undeniable. Before the joy could dissipate, an unexpected chilling killing intent like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness suddenly coiled around Li Wei's perception. This killing intent was extremely concealed, bearing a professional and nearly perfect stealth. Had Li Wei not just experienced the breakthrough of the small universe and the omen of the silver, his mental perception would not have been sharp enough to detect it. It came from hundreds of meters outside the camp within a sparse shadow of bushes blending seamlessly into the night, with no hint of presence escaping, only pure relentless malice directed at him. A high-level assassin. Moreover, a top-notch killer skilled in stealth and lethal strikes. At least at the pinnacle of the 6th level. Possibly even higher. The hairs on the back of Li Wei's neck stood on end. He recalled Vincent's earlier warning and the vengeful nature of the Fernandez family. Carlos had indeed not given up. He had actually hired such a terrifying assassin on their way back, right under the royal capital's nose. This was an attempt to strike when he had just completed his task, was physically and mentally exhausted, and his guard was at its lowest. Summoning the holy warriors at this moment. It was too late. The other party's killing intent had already locked onto him, and any slight movement would likely bring a fatal attack in an instant. Furthermore, he had to lure the opponent out and strike decisively, otherwise allowing an assassin of this caliber to escape would lead to endless troubles. In the blink of an eye, Li Wei had formed a plan in his heart. He maintained a calm exterior, even keeping his eyes closed, only subtly altering his breathing rhythm. The small universe within him, which had just begun to settle, started to burn slowly again, but this time he suppressed the outward flow of energy, spreading all his perception like an invisible web quietly centered around himself, capturing the source and flow of that killing intent. Simultaneously, through the soul link, he issued commands to the 2 holy warriors within the summoning space who were best at stealth, ambush, and control. Jenny, sure, get ready. There is a high-level assassin lurking to the northeast in the shadow of the bushes about 350 meters away. The target is extremely adept at hiding. I need you to uncover his true form and strike decisively the moment I draw him out, leaving him no chance to escape. Understood, Master. Jenny's soft yet determined voice responded. He finally a decent prey. Don't worry, Master, my new poison is in need of a test subject. Shi's voice carried a bloodthirsty excitement. With the orders given, Li Wei no longer hesitated. He knew that any delay in the face of such a high-level killer would be fatal. He had to use himself as bait, creating that fleeting unique opportunity. He slowly opened his eyes as if just waking from a light sleep, rubbed his forehead, and revealed a perfectly timed hint of fatigue. He stood up and said softly to Lilith and Vincent, who were looking at him, I'm going to step aside for a moment and check the surroundings. Be careful, Lilith said without suspicion, offering a cautionary word. Vincent nodded as well, continuing to focus on his materials. Li Wei nodded, turned, and appeared to casually walk towards the edge of the camp into the darkness that was further away from the campfire's glow, and closer to the bushes. His steps were steady, his heartbeat controlled at a calm rate, but the blood within him had already begun to accelerate, the small universe building up destructive power like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He could clearly sense that cold killing intent like an insidious disease quietly adjusting its position as he moved, much like the most patient hunter waiting for him to step into the optimal attack distance and reveal even the slightest flaw. Now is the time. When Li Wei reached about 200 meters from the bushes in an area completely shrouded in shadows from the trees, he seemingly unconsciously stopped, turned around as if wanting to return to the camp. Just as he turned, exposing his entire back defenselessly to the bushes, now is the time. The killing intent surged. It solidified into a tangible form. In the shadows of the thicket, a figure emerged, deeper and more ethereal than the night itself, silently flowing forth. Its speed surpassed the limits of sight, appearing as if it had teleported the last 200 meters, materializing behind Li Wei. A dagger black as ink and devoid of any reflection struck like the fangs of a venomous snake, aimed coldly and mercilessly at Li Wei's back. This strike, in terms of timing, angle, speed, and power, reached the pinnacle of assassination. A fatal blow from a peak 6th-tier assassin. Even a typical 7th-tier powerhouse caught completely off guard by such a sneak attack would find it either fatal or severely injurious. However, Li Wei had been waiting for this moment. Burn my little universe, Starlight in sight. In the instant he turned, he ignited the suppressed energy of his little universe. Not for attack nor for defense, but to channel all his strength into perception. The full eruption of his peak bronze-level little universe brought forth a terrifying enhancement in perceptive power. In the split second before the dagger met his body, Li Wei saw it. Not with his eyes, but with the inner eye of his little universe. He saw the trajectory of the dagger, as it lunged towards him, and even glimpsed behind it the outline of the assassin perfectly merging with the shadows, nearly devoid of substance, with only a pair of cold, ruthless eyes visible. Location locked. Make your move. Li Wei roared within his heart. At the same time his body twisted sideways with an incredible flexibility and speed, defying the laws of physics. Not fully evading, but turning the deadly strike aimed at his back into a relatively less fatal blow to his shoulder. A soft thud echoed as the dagger pierced his flesh. A sharp pain surged, but Li Wei gritted his teeth, his movements unbroken as his left hand darted out like lightning, not to grab the dagger but to seize the seemingly empty shadow behind it. The power of the little universe coalesced at his fingertips, imbued with the qualities of disruption and breaking evil. Almost simultaneously, as Li Wei was struck, twisted, and counter-grabbed, two figures appeared as if born from the void, flanking the assassin. To the left, Jenny's figure blended seamlessly with the night wind, her peculiar chameleon skin whip seemingly made of light and energy shot forth silently, not to attack but to instantaneously weave an invisible yet incredibly resilient soft net around the assassin, greatly hindering movement and energy flow. The assassin's swift, ghostly movements suddenly felt like they were mired in thick glue, experiencing a slight but deadly stagnation from a master's perspective. To the right, Shur's assault was even more lethal. He emerged like a venomous snake from the shadows, with the purple-black toxic glow on his fingers reaching its zenith, no longer mist, but condensing into 10 thin yet lightning-fast fangs. As Jenny's whip delayed the opponent's movements, 10 toxic fangs struck with incredibly precise angles, piercing several key nodes of the assassin's energy channels, nervous system, and core energy operations. Shur's new poison, a fusion of the dark corrosion of the marsh shadow dragon lizard paralysis, and the ever-changing venom of his water snake, was so potent and bizarre that it far exceeded the ordinary. What? The assassin in the shadows finally emitted a short, horrified grunt. He had never encountered such an odd situation. The target not only evaded the fatal strike as if foreseeing it, but also disrupted his concealment and energy operation with a strange power. More terrifyingly, two distinctly dangerous presences managed to coordinate so perfectly, countering him the moment he struck. He attempted to withdraw to escape into the shadows, but Jenny's whip slowed his movement by a fraction of a second. He tried to circulate energy to dispel the poison, but Shur's fangs had already pierced his vital points. The potent toxin, which combined corrosion, paralysis, and destruction of energy flow, erupted within him like a maggot burrowing into flesh. Crack! Li Wei's left hand finally grasped the assassin's wrist, holding the dagger. Though it felt icy and slippery like grasping an eel, the power of the little universe erupted, crushing down hard. The sound of shattering bones echoed. The assassin let out a pained grunt, unable to hold on to the dagger any longer as it clattered to the ground. Fear and despair finally appeared in his eyes as black light flickered around him, seemingly attempting to unleash some form of self-injury escape technique. It's over. Shur's cold voice rang in his ears as his other hand formed a knife-like shape, the purple-black toxic glow condensing into a blade that gently sliced across the assassin's throat. No blood splattered, only a thin line of purple-black appeared. The assassin's figure fully emerged from the shadows. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man devoid of features. He clutched his throat tightly, life fading rapidly from his eyes, his body slumping down. In an instant, large patches of purple-black spots appeared on his corpse, quickly rotting and dissolving, ultimately turning into a foul black liquid with not a bone left behind. Shur's poison was truly terrifying. From the moment the assassin revealed himself to the counterattack that reduced him to a puddle of black water, the entire process took only 2 or 3 breaths. By the campfire, Lilith and Vincent only saw Li Wei stepping into the darkness, then a fleeting indistinct shadow flickering, and everything returned to calm. It wasn't until Li Wei returned to the campfire, clutching his bleeding shoulder and stumbling slightly, that they realized something was wrong. Li Wei. Your shoulder. Lilith exclaimed in shock, quickly getting up and, disregarding modesty, moved to support Li Wei. Seeing the wound on his shoulder, an open gash with purple-black edges clearly poisoned, her face turned pale, eyes filled with concern and anger. It was an assassin. The Fernandez family? Vincent's face turned ashen as he immediately rummaged through his bag for the highest grade antidote and healing potions. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. The poison has been temporarily suppressed by me. Li Wei waved his hand, signaling that he could still hold on, and sat down with Lilith's support. Jenny and Sher had quietly returned to the summoning space after dealing with the assassin. Vincent quickly cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it while checking for toxins. Fortunately, Li Wei's physique was reinforced by the little universe, granting him strong resistance. Moreover, Sher's new poison countered the toxin on the assassin's dagger, preventing it from penetrating deeply. It was a faceless level assassin from the Shadow Kill Hall. At least a peak 6th tier. Vincent inspected the remnants of the evaporating black water on the ground, his heart filled with lingering fear. Carlos truly spent a lot this time. A killer of such caliber commands a commission that could bankrupt a small noble family. To dare act in the outskirts of the royal capital is simply madness. He has become desperate. Li Wei's eyes turned cold. This assassination attempt had completely ignited his murderous intent. Carlos Fernandez and the family behind him must pay for this. Lilith tightly grasped Li Wei's uninjured hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. A mix of fear and anger surged within her, a glimmer of cold light flickering in her azure eyes. The Fernandez family. This matter cannot just end here. Once we return to the royal capital, I will report to my father immediately. First, we must return to the city to treat your wounds. Vincent said, it's not wise to linger here. What if the assassin has accomplices? There should be none. Such a level of assassination is usually done solo. Li Wei shook his head, but he did not oppose departing immediately. Though his shoulder wound had been treated, the blood loss and the previous battle had left him somewhat weak. Cam was also awakened, learning that Li Wei had been attacked. Anxious and furious, he was eager to grab his sword and confront Carlos. The four set off overnight, riding swiftly toward the royal capital. On the way, Lilith insisted on riding alongside Li Wei to care for him. Feeling the softness of the girl behind him and her unabashed concern, Li Wei felt a ripple in his heart. Though the assassination attempt was perilous, it also revealed much to him. The bronze badge on his chest seemed to still carry a trace of the immense wave of energy from before. Silver Saint Seiya. Li Wei gazed toward the faint lights of the royal capital in the distance, his eyes burning with unwavering flames. The Fernandez family, Carlos, and that fleeing master of decay. Wait for it. Once my injuries heal, once the silver light descends, all grudges will be settled one by one. As Li Wei and his group of four, weary, scarred, and laden with substantial achievements, finally arrived at the northern gate of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts just before dawn, the Academy's higher-ups, already informed by urgent reports from Huisher Town, had sent people to await their arrival. They were greeted by several healers and priests from the healing department. Lilith and Vincent briefly explained the circumstances, emphasizing the dark magic array in the depths of the Twilight Forest, the Master of Decay, the 7th-tier Stitch monster, and how Li Wei ventured alone to destroy the source of contamination, only to encounter high-ranking assassins from the Shadow Kill Palace on his way back. As for the specifics of Li Wei's summoned entities, the three had already agreed on a unified narrative stating that it was Li Wei's special summoning technique, powerful yet with a tremendous cost, leaving the details vague. The healing instructors were shocked by this harrowing experience, especially upon hearing about the 7th-tier Stitch monster and 6th-tier assassins, their faces becoming grim as they wasted no time in sending the heavily injured Li Wei and Cam to the Academy's healing center for meticulous treatment and examination. Although Lilith and Vincent were also exhausted, they were not seriously harmed and received basic treatment and recovery. News swept through the Academy like a hurricane. Have you heard? Li Wei's team completed the Abyss trial and reportedly destroyed a dark alchemical array, defeating a 7th-tier magical beast. 7th tier. My heavens. How did they manage that? Li Wei was attacked by a faceless level assassin from the Shadow Kill Palace on his way back. Right outside the capital city. The Shadow Kill Palace. The Fernandez family must be out of their minds. What happened? How is Li Wei? It seems he was injured, but the assassin was killed in retaliation. Not even a body was left behind. How many trump cards does Li Wei still have? In an instant, Li Wei's name was once again thrust into the spotlight, even more resounding than when he defeated Barton. Completing a high-risk mission and killing a high-ranking assassin, either of which would have been enough to make his name famous, especially occurring back-to-back. His status in the hearts of the freshmen and many upperclassmen had become nearly legendary. Meanwhile, the scandal regarding the Fernandez family's hiring of the Shadow Kill Palace to assassinate the Academy's talented students spread through the noble circles of the capital with astonishing speed, causing a great uproar. Although the lack of evidence pointing directly to Carlos due to the assassin's body being reduced to nothing left no direct proof, almost everyone understood the implications given the prior grievances. On the third day of Li Wei's recovery in the healing center, another explosive piece of news arrived. Marquis Fernandez, citing instability in the northern border and the need to return to his fief to oversee matters, hastily left the capital with key members of his family, including Carlos, before the Emperor could issue a definitive statement on the assassination event. Upon hearing this news, Lilith, who was slicing fruit for Li Wei, paused, a flicker of coldness and regret flashing in her azure eyes. They ran away. Li Wei, whose complexion had regained its rosy hue, merely raised an eyebrow in response, seemingly unfazed. The wound on his shoulder had healed significantly due to advanced healing magic and his own powerful recovery ability. Well, they sure are quick to flee. Vincent, sitting on a nearby chair, adjusted his glasses. It seems they realized the situation had escalated. Assassinating a key student of the Academy during such a sensitive period has crossed the royal line. Even without solid evidence, His Majesty will never let this slide. They're retreating to their nest to avoid the storm. What a pity! I wanted to confront that bastard Carlos in person. The monk may have run away, but the temple remains. Cam, whose injuries were worse than Li Weiss and still bandaged, pounded the bed in indignation. My voice is calm, but it carries an undeniable chill, Li Wei stated. This debt will be noted. When we have sufficient strength, or when they make a mistake, we will collect it with interest. He believes that with Carlos' vindictive and narrow-minded nature, he will not let this matter rest. Hiding in his fief may even allow him to act with greater impunity. And I too need time to digest the gains from this trial and further enhance my strength, especially regarding the omen of the Silver Saint fighter. Let's not dwell on them, Lilith said, handing the peeled apple to Li Wei, shifting the topic. I just received notice that this afternoon the Academy will hold a trial summary and award ceremony, and all participating teams must attend. You contributed the most, so you will definitely receive a heavy reward. Li Wei nodded, feeling some anticipation. The Academy's treasury, said to house a collection of various rare treasures, magical equipment, and martial arts scrolls gathered over centuries by the Empire, was a place long dreamed of by countless students. In the afternoon, the Glory Arena was once again filled to capacity. President Grant personally announced the results of the Abyss trial, highly praising the courage and efforts of the participating students, especially commending Li Weiss' team for discovering and destroying the dark contamination source and bringing back crucial intelligence. At the same time, he expressed stern condemnation of the assassination incident, and announced that the Academy and the Empire would jointly investigate the matter, showing no leniency. Following this, the exciting awarding segment commenced. According to the merit rankings, each team took turns on stage to receive their rewards, which included Academy points, gold coins, equipment, and martial arts or magical scrolls. Many teams reaped significant rewards, their faces filled with joy. Finally, it was time for Li Weiss' team, who had the highest achievements. Summoning Department Li Weiss. The instructor in charge of the awards called out the name loudly. Under the gaze of countless envious, admiring, and curious eyes, Li Wei, along with Lilith, Vincent, and Kem, stepped onto the high platform. President Grant personally approached them, a look of approval on his aged face. Li Wei, along with your teammates, your display of wisdom, courage, and responsibility in this trial has truly lived up to the title of a student of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Especially you, Li Wei, who ventured alone into peril, destroying the core of contamination. Your contributions cannot be overlooked. As per our regulations, you are entitled to enter the Academy's stellar treasury and select any one treasure as an additional reward. Your teammates will also receive corresponding points and resource allocations. Stellar treasury. Select any one. A chorus of envious gasps arose from the audience. The stellar treasury is the Academy's most coveted treasure trove, where even a single item could be worth a fortune outside. Li Wei was surprisingly allowed to choose anything. Thank you, President. Thank you, Academy. Li Wei bowed respectfully. Lilith and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Although they could not enter the treasury, to choose the extra points and resource allocations would significantly smooth their cultivation paths. Go on, child, choose your fortune. President Grant waved his hand. An elderly man dressed in a gray robe with a stern appearance and profound aura stepped forward and gestured to Li Wei. Follow me. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Li Wei followed the treasury administrator, leaving the arena and heading towards the depths of the Academy, towards the white giant tower heavily protected by magical barriers, its spire hidden within the clouds, the stellar treasury. After passing through several powerful magical restrictions and guards, the two entered the first floor of the treasury. The internal space of the treasury was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, as if employing space-folding technology. The high dome was embedded with glowing magical crystals, casting a soft light that illuminated the entire hall. Inside the hall stood rows of tall crystal display cabinets, and metal shelves meticulously arranged with various treasures. There were wands, long swords, and armor shimmering with multicolored magical auras, rare herbs and magical beast cores sealed in jade boxes or crystal vials, ancient scrolls or heritage crystals recording profound combat skills or magic, as well as some peculiar, unidentified ancient relics. He first overlooked the ornate weapons and armor. With the holy garment, these mundane equipments held little significance for him. Next were the scrolls of techniques. He currently possessed the little universe and the starry sky meditation, realizing that greed could lead to ineffectiveness, and the combat techniques and magic here might not suit him. His gaze primarily fell upon the rare materials, special potions, and unidentified relics. Perhaps he could find something to accelerate his little universe cultivation or strengthen the holy garment, or even assist in summoning. He passed by the counter displaying dragon blood essence far inferior to what he obtained from the stitching monster stellar iron and void crystal, and he also glanced at the heritage crystals marked with ancient combat technique mountain shatter and legendary magic fiery dragon's fury. Although he felt tempted, it always seemed like they weren't what he needed most. Time passed by minute by minute. The sand in the hourglass had already flowed down by more than half. Li Wei still had not found that item that made his heart stir, the one that felt indispensable. Some treasures, while precious, always felt like they were missing something. Should he just randomly choose the one with the highest value? He frowned slightly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the deepest corner of the hall, an inconspicuous spot. There were no ornate crystal cabinets, just an old wooden rack covered in dust, seemingly piled with miscellaneous items. On the rack lay a few items that looked gray and devoid of energy fluctuations, some broken Reniche stone slabs, a few rusty, oddly shaped metal parts, and a fist-sized crystal ball, dark golden in color, covered in dust and fine cracks appearing unremarkable, carelessly tossed on the bottom shelf. Li Wei had originally shifted his gaze away, but at that moment the bronze badge on his chest suddenly quivered lightly, almost imperceptibly. Meanwhile, the little universe within him, having reached its peak in bronze, seemed to be attracted by a presence of a higher level, accelerating its operations slightly on its own. That feeling was like sensing a blood relative amidst a vast sea of people. Li Wei suddenly halted, his heart racing uncontrollably. He fixed his gaze onto the dark golden crystal covered in dust. He stepped forward, disregarding the dust, and carefully picked up the crystal. It felt heavy and cold in his hand, the surface cracked like a spider's web. When he probed with his spiritual power, it felt empty. Testing it with magic yielded no reaction. From any angle it resembled a piece of ordinary crystal waste eroded by time, having lost all energy. But the tremor and resonance originating from the depths of his soul felt incredibly real. This sensation of the little universe being of the same source yet vast as a starry ocean could not be mistaken. Administrator. Li Wei tried to maintain a calm voice, pointing at the dark golden crystal in his hand. I would like to know the origin and information regarding this crystal. The treasure vault administrator opened his eyes, glanced at the shabby item in Li Wei's hand, and his stern face showed no expression. Number Stellar Relic 637, excavated from the Sighing Canyon ancient ruins. No. 7, found in a destroyed ancient altar base. After assessment by generations of alchemy masters, magic masters, and archaeologists at the academy, its internal energy structure was completely collapsed with no magical fluctuations, energy responses, or residual soul imprints. Its material is an unknown inert crystal which cannot be activated or utilized by conventional means. It has been classified as worthless research specimen stored here for over 150 years. Worthless research specimen. Stored for 150 years. Yet Li Wei felt increasingly certain. The fact that so many strong individuals at the academy could not identify it only highlighted its extraordinary nature. Perhaps only someone with the power of the little universe could sense its uniqueness. I choose it, Li Wei said decisively without hesitation. The treasure vault administrator finally showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. The academy rules state that whatever is chosen is what it is, even if one selects a rock, as long as it doesn't violate regulations he would not interfere. Are you sure? This item has been deemed worthless. You still have time to select other treasures. The administrator reminded him out of duty. I am sure I choose it. Li Wei tightly gripped the dark golden crystal in his hand, feeling the restrained yet vast resonance. As you wish, the administrator said no more, took out a heavy registration book to record Li Wei's choice, then retrieved a specially made box inscribed with magical seals, placing the crystal inside and handing it to Li Wei. After leaving the treasure vault, this item belongs to you. Take care of it. Thank you. Li Wei accepted the box, bowed to the administrator, and then turned to leave the starry treasure vault amidst the administrator's slightly puzzled gaze. When he returned to the arena and indicated the box to Dean Grant and others, many were taken aback. What is a broken box? What did Li Wei choose? Why does it have no treasure glow? Could it be a mistake? With his accomplishments, he could have easily selected a legendary equipment or top-tier technique. Lilith, Vincent, and Cam also cast puzzled glances. Li Wei merely nodded at the dean, offering no explanation. The award conference continued, with Lilith, Vincent, and Cam taking turns to step onto the stage to receive their generous academy credits and resource quotas. Lilith chose a high-level water magic tome and a tidal stone that could accelerate magical recovery. Vincent selected a top-tier set of alchemy tools and priority exchange rights for several rare materials. Cam opted for a solid earth-type combat skill cultivation technique and a fine magic tower shield. After the conference concluded, the four returned to the rest area of the treatment center. Li Wei, what exactly did you choose? Lilith finally could not contain her curiosity, and asked. I see the box the administrator gave you looks very ordinary. Vincent also adjusted his glasses, revealing an inquisitive expression. Li Wei placed the box on the table and gently opened it. The dark golden crystal covered in dust and cracks lay quietly on the soft velvet. Just this. Cam's eyes widened. A broken crystal. Brother Li Wei, were you scammed? Lilith and Vincent also frowned, sensing carefully yet feeling nothing. Li Wei did not respond directly. He simply extended his hand and gently stroked the cold surface of the crystal. As he touched it, the little universe within him seemed to be drawn and slowly circulating. A barely perceptible energy shimmering with starlight quietly flowed from his fingertips into the crystal. Buzz! A faint sound as if emanating from ancient times resonated in everyone's minds. The dust thickly covering the dark golden crystal seemed to be blown away by an invisible wind. Amidst the cracks, a weak yet incredibly pure and noble dark golden light suddenly ignited as if it could penetrate the an indescribable vast ancient and sacred aura yet carrying an endless majesty flickered like a sleeping dragon awakening only to vanish in an instant. The radiance and aura lasted less than 1/100th of a second before quickly retracting and the crystal returned to its shabby, unremarkable appearance. But just that fleeting glimpse left Lilith and the others frozen in place like wooden statues. Lilith felt her magical power nearly solidifying at that moment. Vincent seemed to see an endless starry sky unfolding before his eyes. Kem almost collapsed, his knees buckling beneath him. What is this? Vincent's voice trembled as he looked at Li Wei with eyes filled with awe. What exactly is this thing? Li Wei slowly closed the box, cutting off the restrained yet still shocking aura. He lifted his head to meet the astonished gazes of his teammates, a complex yet expectant smile appearing on his face. I don't know exactly what it is, Li Wei said slowly, his gaze settling on the box. But I know it is very important to me. Perhaps it is more important than any known treasure in this vault. Lilith looked into Li Wei's deep and bright eyes, then at the seemingly ordinary box, and suddenly understood something. She no longer pressed for answers, merely saying softly, "Since you believe it is important, then it must be the most suitable for you." Vincent also took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and looked at Li Wei with deep appreciation. "Junior, your opportunity is indeed remarkable. However, possessing something precious can lead to trouble. You must be cautious with it." Even though I don't understand, if Brother Li Wei thinks it's good, then it must be good," Kem said innocently. Li Wei nodded, carefully storing the box. He could feel that at the moment the energy of the little universe contacted the crystal, something deep within his soul was stirred. Perhaps when he had enough power to truly awaken this crystal, an earth-shattering secret would be revealed. And this might be the key to his path towards a higher level of power, the realm of the Silver Saint warriors, and even further. The day after the award ceremony, Li Wei officially completed his discharge procedures. The wound on his shoulder had mostly healed due to the powerful self-healing capabilities of his small universe, and the Academy's top-notch healing magic, leaving only a faint, almost invisible scar. Kem needed a few more days to recuperate, but he was no longer in serious condition. Just after Li Wei returned to his slightly shabby yet impeccably clean dormitory 107, an unexpected visitor arrived. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Li Wei opened it to find Princess Elena St. Roland standing elegantly in the soft morning light. Today she was not wearing her iconic court gown, but rather a simple and elegant light golden outfit. Her golden hair was loosely tied up with a jade hairpin, reducing the royal aloofness and adding a touch of youthful freshness. Sunlight bathed her perfect profile, enveloping her in a hazy glow. Her azure eyes resembled the purest of lakes, sparkling with a gentle smile as she quietly gazed at him. "Li Wei, congratulations on your recovery and discharge, and also on successfully completing the Abyss trial and returning in glory." Elena's voice was clear and melodious, filled with sincere congratulations. "Your Highness." Li Wei was somewhat taken aback and quickly stepped aside. "What brings you here? Please come in." Despite the dormitory's simplicity, he could not afford to be disrespectful to the princess. However, Elena did not enter. She simply stood at the door, her gentle gaze scanning the tidy yet modest interior of the dormitory before returning to Li Wei, her smile deepening slightly. "No need for that. I just came from the library and heard you were discharged today, so I stopped by to see you. Knowing you are fine puts my mind at ease." She paused, a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry flashing in her eyes. "I've heard a bit about your experiences in the dark forest. To venture alone into the source of contamination and even turn the tables on the faceless level assassin from the Shadow Kill Hall, Li Wei, you always managed to bring surprises, no shocks to people." "Your Highness flatters me. It was merely luck, and I owe much to my teammates," Li Wei humbly replied, though he remained vigilant in his heart. Elena's information was indeed well informed, even knowing the details of the counterkill against the assassin. Her visit was likely not just a simple congratulations. "Luck is also a part of strength." Elena smiled noncommittally, then took out a palm-sized flat box wrapped in silver silk from her exquisite bag and handed it to Li Wei. "This is a tranquility amulet that my father had me deliver to you after hearing of your deeds. It is not a precious item, but wearing it long-term provides calmness, aids in mental recovery, and offers slight resistance to mental attacks. Consider it a small token of appreciation and comfort from the royal family for your efforts in eliminating hidden dangers for the Empire and maintaining the Academy's reputation." A tranquility amulet. Li Wei's heart stirred. This was no mere small token, it was a valuable asset for cultivation, and could save his life in critical moments, representing the royal family's formal recognition and goodwill. He received it with both hands, feeling its coolness, and sensed the gentle and pure energy fluctuations emanating from the amulet within the box. "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Highness." "There is no need for thanks, it is what you deserve." Alina's gaze lingered on Li Wei's face for a moment, as if trying to discern something beneath his calm expression, but she ultimately only said softly, "The Fernandez family's matters are already known to my father, and he is not pleased. Their hasty departure from the capital is the best proof of that. Rest assured, in the royal capital and at the academy no one will dare to use such despicable means against you again. At least not openly." This was a subtle promise and protection from the royal family. Li Wei thanked her again. "Thank you for informing me, Your Highness." Additionally, Elena changed the subject, a glint of mischief flashing in her azure eyes as if she had discovered a fascinating new toy. "About that ancient inert crystal, have you really decided on it?" "No regrets." "Indeed." Li Wei understood now. It seemed his choice in the treasury had reached the ears of this princess. "Yes, Your Highness, I have chosen it. I feel it is fated to be with me." "Fated?" Elena pondered the words, her interest deepening. "For something that can catch the attention of Mentor Jack, accomplish the impossible task, and turn the tables on a top assassin, I am becoming more and more curious about it. It seems I need to delve deeper into my studies of ancient relics and lost civilizations. Perhaps we can discuss this next time when we exchange academic ideas." She extended an invitation for future discussion, her tone natural as if they were long-time academic peers. "You are always welcome to offer guidance, Your Highness." Li Wei nodded in agreement. Maintaining a good relationship with a princess proficient in spatial magic and knowledgeable about ancient lore would be more beneficial than detrimental. Then it's settled. Elena's face broke into a satisfied smile, blooming like spring flowers, radiant and enchanting. She glanced at Li Wei again as if she wanted to say something more, but ultimately only softly said, "You've just recovered from your injury, so take care to rest. I won't disturb you any longer." "Take care, Li Wei." "I bid you farewell, Your Highness." Li Wei slightly bowed. Elena nodded to him, turned and gracefully departed under the watchful eyes of two palace guards who had quietly appeared in the shadows of the corridor, their presence both subtle and powerful. Her golden hair traced a beautiful arc in the morning light. It was not until the prince's figure disappeared around the corner of the staircase that Li Wei straightened up, looking at the silver velvet box in his hand, then touching the box containing the dark golden crystal in his pocket, his eyes deep and contemplative. Li Wei turned around and saw Lilith standing at the other end of the corridor, having appeared there at some unknown moment. Today she wore the light blue magical robe again, seemingly holding something in her hands. Her azure eyes were fixed on him with a hint of distraction. Although she was trying to maintain her calm demeanor, the slightly pursed corners of her lips and tightly clenched fingers revealed her inner unrest. "Lilith, you're here," Li Wei said, pulling himself from his thoughts and smiling at her. Lilith stepped forward, her gaze quickly sweeping over the silver box in Li Wei's hand, then looking towards the direction Princess Elena had left, she quietly asked, "Was that Princess Elena just now?" "Yes, she came to congratulate me on my discharge and to pass on His Majesty's rewards." Li Wei casually placed the silver box on the table by the door, showing no intention to exhibit it. "Oh," Lilith replied, lowering her eyelids, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow on her fair cheeks. The air seemed to fall silent for a moment. "Did you need something from me?" Li Wei broke the silence. "Ah, yes." Lilith seemed to snap back to reality, hurriedly handing over the item she had been holding. "This is for you. It is a snow lotus dew balm made primarily from the ice crystal snow lotus sent by my family, which I had the alchemy instructor help prepare. It is remarkably effective for external scars and can also nourish the skin and restore vitality. Although your shoulder wound has healed, it may leave a scar. Applying this should help lighten it." Her voice was soft, carrying a trace of barely perceptible shyness and concern. It was a delicate small bottle made of white jade, warm to the touch, emanating a faint refreshing scent of lotus. Li Wei took the jade bottle, warmth surging within him. Lilith's thoughtfulness and care always managed to touch him unexpectedly. Unlike the politically charged tranquility amulets sent by Princess Elena on behalf of the royal family, this snow lotus dew balm felt much more personal and warm. "Thank you, Lilith. I appreciate your thoughtfulness," Li Wei expressed sincerely. He sensed that Lilith seemed a bit down, and recalling Princess Elena's visit, he vaguely understood what was troubling her. "It's nothing, we are friends after all." Lilith raised her head, trying hard to smile more naturally, but looking into Li Wei's gentle gaze and recalling the harmonious atmosphere when Princess Elena spoke to him, along with the evident admiration and interest in the princess' eyes as she left, the inexplicable sourness and disappointment in her heart just wouldn't fade away. She knew she shouldn't feel this way. Li Wei was exceptional, and it was a good thing that the princess valued him. Moreover, Princess Elena was of noble status, immensely talented, and stunning in appearance, so different from herself. Lilith bit her lip, forcibly suppressing the tumult of thoughts within her. You just got discharged, you should rest more. I won't disturb you any longer, Lilith said somewhat hurriedly, turning to leave. She feared that if she lingered any longer she would be unable to control the emotions that shouldn't surface. Lilith, Li Wei called to her. Lilith paused, not turning back. This trial I owe it all to you, Senior Vincent and Cam. Without your support and trust I wouldn't have made it to the end. Li Wei walked up behind her, his voice calm and earnest. To me you are not just teammates but important partners I can rely on. This bond of friendship I cherish immensely. He paused before continuing. Princess Elena represents the royal family's stance and academic exchange. But it is us who have experienced life and death together, supporting each other along the way. Lilith's body trembled slightly. She slowly turned around, her gaze meeting Li Wei's. His clear and resolute gaze seemed to carry a certain power, dispelling the inexplicable gloom that had settled in her heart. He didn't say anything inappropriate, but the clarity of his appreciation for partners transformed her inner bitterness into relief, even stirring a hint of sweetness within her. Indeed, they were partners, companions who had fought side by side, sharing life and death. This bond was unique. As for Princess Elena, she belonged to another world with a completely different stance and intersection. Yes, I know. Lilith finally revealed a sincere, relieved smile, her azure eyes brightening once more. We are partners. You are also very important to me as a friend. The last two words she spoke softly but firmly. Rest well. Once you've fully recovered we can study magic together or go to the library. Lilith regained her usual composure, her tone becoming lighter. All right, it's a promise. Li Wei nodded with a smile. Watching Lilith depart with a light step, Li Wei exhaled softly. When it came to matters of the heart he was not oblivious, it was just that there were too many more important things to attend to at the moment. To grow stronger, unravel the secrets of the bronze badge and the dark gold crystal, confront potential threats, the Fernandez family, the master of decay, and the faintly emerging path of the Silver Saint warrior. Romantic feelings had to be set aside for now. But he had taken note of Lilith's intentions and that pure concern. He turned back to his dormitory and closed the door. He carefully stored the tranquility amulet from Elena and the snow lotus dew bomb from Lilith, then solemnly took out the box containing the dark gold crystal. In the quiet room where he was alone, he cupped the crystal in his hands, closed his eyes, and cautiously infused a small amount of pure cosmic power into it. This time he could see more clearly. Deep within the web-like cracks beneath the dark golden surface it seemed to conceal a vast expanse of starry sky with countless phantom stars swirling within. An ancient, majestic, and sacred will tinged with a slight hint of desolation, and the passage of time lay at the center of that starry sky, breathing slowly like a slumbering giant. Although he still could not truly communicate or draw power from it, this shared resonance, and the vast imagery deepened Li Wei's understanding of the essence of power, and his perception of the small universe. Who exactly left you behind? What secrets do you contain? Li Wei murmured softly, his eyes filled with a desire to explore the unknown. He carefully tucked the crystal against his chest and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to operate the starry sky meditation technique. The dark gold crystal emitted a faint warmth against his chest, a warmth only he could sense, like a silent mentor quietly accompanying him as he embarked on a new path of cultivation. Outside the window the dawn light was just right. Life at the academy returned to its surface tranquility, but Li Wei knew that beneath the surface the undercurrents had never ceased to surge. And he would continue to forge ahead through the turbulent tides of this otherworldly realm, steadfastly moving toward the starry sea of the future. As for the quietly budding feelings, like the early blooms of spring branches, perhaps they would welcome their time to flourish at some moment in the future. But for now they were merely a gentle and beautiful embellishment amidst the scenery of his journey. On the day Kem was discharged from the hospital, the autumn sun was just right, filtering through the tall trees of the academy, casting dappled shadows on the stone path. Dormitory 107 came alive once more. Although Cam's complexion was still somewhat pale, his spirits were high. As soon as he entered he gave Li Wei a solid bear hug, nearly squeezing the breath out of him, and then eagerly began to tidy up the room, even though it was already quite clean. After lying down for so long my bones feel rusty. Cam chuckled as he wiped away the non-existent dust, saying, Li Wei, you have no idea, those healing potions were incredibly bitter. Nothing beats training and adventuring with you guys. Li Wei looked at Cam's honest face, filled with relief from surviving his ordeal and vibrant energy, and felt comforted in his heart. This simple chubby guy was the first true friend he had found in this world, willing to stand by him and shield him from harm. Before long Lilith and Vincent also arrived together. Lilith had changed back into her light blue magical robe, which allowed for ease of movement, her golden hair simply tied up at the back of her head and her face adorned with a bright smile, clearly having recovered from her earlier emotional fluctuations. Vincent, on the other hand, still wore his gray academy robe, over which he had put on his signature multi-pocket vest. He carried a small but tightly sealed metal toolbox, a look of eager curiosity on his face. Cam, congratulations on your discharge. Lilith smiled as she handed over a paper bag which contained warm, soft, and sweet honey bread. Senior Vincent specifically prepared this, saying it can replenish your energy and blood. Thank you, Miss Lilith. Thank you, Senior Vincent. Cam took the bread and inhaled its aroma, and his stomach immediately growled in protest, drawing a light laugh from everyone. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Vincent placed a metal toolbox on the table and opened it. Inside were neatly arranged various sizes of test tubes, beakers, crucibles, filters, tweezers, and a dozen small crystal bottles labeled with different tags containing various powders or liquids. A peculiar scent, a mix of herbs, minerals, and magic immediately filled the air. This is the composite purification solvent and element stabilizer that I formulated based on the characteristics of the contaminated dragon blood and sowing monster crystal core you brought back, combined with the ancient records from the Academy's library. Vincent carefully took out the two largest crystal bottles, one containing a milky white viscous liquid that emitted a holy glow, and the other containing a sky blue powder that flowed gently like stardust. The purification process requires absolute silence and a stable energy environment without disturbances. Junior, do you have any summoned warriors skilled in protection or barriers? Vincent looked towards Li Wei. Li Wei nodded, his mind moving. A bronze-colored heavy light illuminated the room. The imposing figure of the bear constellation appeared in the center of the room, and although it consciously restrained its aura, the invisible pressure made the cramped dormitory feel even more confined. Sia, please keep watch around us, especially to prevent energy fluctuations from leaking out and outside disturbances, Li Wei instructed. Leave it to me, Master. Sia responded in a deep voice, moving to the door and standing there like the most loyal gatekeeper, emanating a faint bronze light, forming a weak but stable energy field that enveloped the entire dormitory 107, isolating it from the outside. A glimmer of amazement flashed in Vincent's eyes, but he quickly refocused on the task at hand. He first poured the dark red, ominous-smelling contaminated dragon blood, which exuded a faint dragon's might, into a silver crucible inscribed with a purification array. The dragon blood was as viscous as mercury, slightly wriggling in the crucible as if it were alive. Then he opened the bottle of milky white purification solvent, releasing a fresh aroma reminiscent of sunshine. With utmost care he dripped the purification solvent into the dragon blood, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Sizzle! Like cold water hitting hot oil, the dragon blood began to boil violently. From the dark red liquid, large plumes of foul-smelling black smoke rose, and amidst the black smoke twisted phantoms of vengeful spirits, and remnants of dark energy could be vaguely seen, emitting a silent shriek as they attempted to resist the purification. Yet the holy power contained within the purification solvent rapidly neutralized and dispelled these impurities just as sunlight melts away snow. Vincent was fully focused, controlling the speed of the solvent's dripping while using a silver stirring rod to gently stir the liquid in the crucible in a specific rhythm and trajectory. His movements were steady and precise, as if he were completing the most intricate piece of art. Lilith assisted from the side, using magic to condense pure water elements into a thin layer of water film covering the crucible to absorb the escaping toxic black smoke and maintain a constant temperature inside. Cam held his breath nervously, his eyes glued to the scene. Li Wei stood quietly beside him, using his peak bronze-level perception to carefully experience the changes in energy properties during the purification process. He could clearly see that the violent, chaotic, and negatively charged dark energy within the dragon blood was being gradually stripped away and purified, revealing the majestic, pure, and wild vitality of the dragon blood's essence underneath. This process lasted for about half an hour. When the last wisp of black smoke dissipated, the originally dark red murky dragon blood in the crucible had transformed into a small pool about 1/3 its original volume, but now gleaming a bright red like molten ruby, radiating pure and powerful life energy waves. The faint dragon's might also became clearer and more majestic, no longer mixed with evil. The first step, purification, is complete. Vincent sighed in relief, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. He carefully transferred the purified dragon blood into a pre-prepared crystal bottle inscribed with stabilizing runes and sealed it tightly. Next, it's the crystal core. Vincent's expression grew more serious. He took out the dark red and black intertwined crystal core of the sowing monster, known for its extremely violent energy. As soon as this crystal core appeared, even sealed, it emanated a chilling aura of chaos and darkness, causing the temperature in the room to seem to drop several degrees. This crystal core contains energy from multiple magical beasts and has been deeply contaminated by dark arrays, making it extremely unstable and far more difficult to purify than the dragon blood, with a risk of explosion. Vincent looked at Li Wei and Lilith. Junior, Miss Lilith, I need your help. Junior, use your special mental power, or rather your perception, to help me stabilize the energy structure inside the crystal core, especially at the most violent conflict nodes. Miss Lilith, please use the tranquility property of water magic to continuously soothe the chaotic thoughts remaining within the crystal core. Understood. Li Wei and Lilith nodded in unison. Li Wei gently placed his hand above the crystal core as the perception of his bronze-level microcosm acted like the most precise probe, delving deep into the core. He saw a chaotic ocean of energy where various attributes of magic fire, water, earth, wind, darkness charged like wild horses colliding violently with countless shattered soul fragments wailing within. A complex network of pollution composed of dark energy infiltrated every corner of the energy structure like a spider's web. Focusing his mind, he transformed the power of the microcosm into countless fine and resilient threads, carefully wrapping and soothing the most violently conflicting energy nodes, as if detangling a messy ball of yarn. This process was extremely mentally taxing. A slight mishap could trigger a chain explosion. Lilith closed her eyes, lightly tapping her staff, softly chanting a gentle incantation. A cool, tranquil, and inclusive aqua-blue magical halo enveloped the crystal core like a mother's embrace, gently seeping in and soothing the restless echoes of the souls, gradually calming the overall energy fluctuations of the core. Vincent seized this precious moment of stability and quickly sprinkled the sky-blue elemental stabilizer powder evenly over the surface of the crystal core. As soon as the powder made contact with the crystal core, it melted into it like mercury. Where it passed, the chaotic energy turbulence seemed to be organized by an invisible force. Immediately he dripped several drops of the purification solvent, precisely landing on the core nodes of the pollution network. A more intense reaction erupted. The surface of the crystal core shone with blinding light, and a muffled, thunderous explosion resonated from within. The entire crystal vial shook violently. Vincent's face turned pale as he pressed down hard on the vial, releasing magic frantically to maintain the seal formation on the vial. Li Wei also felt the pressure multiply as the energy nodes that had been soothed became violent again. "Hold on!" Li Wei shouted, unleashing the full power of his microcosm. The sensing threads became more solid, forcefully stabilizing the situation. Lilith's chanting suddenly intensified and the aqua-blue halo grew even richer. Time seemed to stretch, making each second feel exceptionally long. Finally, after Vincent dripped the last drop of the specially formulated neutralizing agent into the core of the crystal, the heart-pounding violent fluctuations swiftly receded like a tide. The brilliance on the surface of the crystal core gradually converged, ultimately coming to a halt. The previously intertwined dark red and black chaotic crystal had shrunk in size but turned into a deep starry dark blue, with internal energy circulation becoming stable and orderly, radiating pure and powerful energy fluctuations devoid of any trace of darkness. The wailing soul fragments also seemed to have been purified and found peace, completely dissipating. The purification was a success. Vincent slumped down in his chair, exhausted, his face pale, but his eyes filled with joy and fervor for his research. Lilith also breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Li Wei withdrew his hand, feeling a wave of mental fatigue, yet looking at the two successfully purified treasures he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Kem exclaimed, wide-eyed. Although he didn't understand the principles behind it, he knew it was undoubtedly an extraordinary feat. After resting for a moment, Vincent carefully opened the crystal vial, extracting the purified dragon blood and the crystal core separately. Kem, this vial of purified dragon essence contains the purest essence of dragon blood and some life energy derived from the earth attribute of the swamped shadow dragon. Each time you cultivate, take a drop, dilute it, and soak your body, or have a high-level alchemist formulate it into a dragon blood body strengthening potion, which can greatly enhance your physical strength, bone density, and fighting energy quality, potentially even granting you a hint of dragon might and earth attribute affinity. Remember, act within your means and don't be greedy, otherwise your body won't be able to handle it, and you might explode. Vincent solemnly handed the vial containing the dragon blood to Kem, carefully advising him. Kem trembled as he accepted it, feeling the overwhelming vitality within the vial, his eyes turning red as he choked out, "Senior Vincent. Brother Li Wei. Miss Lilith. This is too precious. I. Take it, Kem, you deserve this." Li Wei patted his shoulder. "Becoming stronger will help protect everyone better as well as yourself." Kem nodded vigorously, clutching the crystal vial tightly to his chest as if it were the most precious thing in the world. "Miss Lilith." Vincent picked up the dark blue crystal core again. "I have named this crystal core the Star Core. It merges the energy essences of various magical beasts, possessing a very comprehensive and balanced energy attribute, making it an extremely rare type of high-level universal magic crystal. It can be directly used as the core of a high-level staff, providing a powerful and stable source of magical power. It can also be embedded in a magic array as a central unit, or a high-level alchemist can extract its source material for making top-tier magical items or conducting certain special magical research. Its value is immeasurable." He handed the crystal core to Lilith. "How to handle it is up to you. If you won't be using it for a while, it's best to store it in a container with a strong magical seal to prevent energy loss, or it being coveted by those with ill intentions." Lilith took the crystal core, feeling its warmth in her hand, and could clearly sense the vast magical power contained within, resembling a flowing river of stars. She looked at Li Wei, her eyes filled with gratitude. She knew that without Li Wei bringing back the materials, without Vincent risking the purification, and without Li Wei's stabilizing moment at the critical time, she would never have obtained such a precious treasure. "Thank you, Senior Vincent. And thank you, Li Wei." Lilith's voice was soft yet firm. "I will make good use of it." Perhaps I can ask the grand alchemist of my family to merge it with my previous staff, crafting a truly fitting stellar staff for myself. A good choice, Vincent nodded in agreement. Finally he turned to Li Wei with a smile. Junior, I also gained quite a bit from this purification. The dark residue and chaotic essence that were extracted during the purification process, though dangerous, have significant reference value for some of my special research. Moreover, being able to personally handle such high-end materials greatly enhances my alchemical skills. I must say I owe it to your luck. You're too modest, senior. Without your knowledge and skill these would just be waste materials. Li Wei smiled. Seeing Cam and Lilith both receive treasures that would significantly enhance their strengths, their faces beaming with joy and hope for the future, Li Wei felt a sense of relief in his heart. As his companions grew stronger, the overall strength of the team would rise, giving them more confidence when facing greater challenges in the future. As for himself, he touched the dark golden crystal in his pocket. The opportunity to break through to a higher realm might just lie within it. All right, after a long day of toil everyone is tired. Lilith put away the crystal core, her face lighting up with a bright smile. To celebrate Cam's discharge and the success of the purification tonight, I'm treating everyone to a meal at the Moonlight Swan restaurant. It's our team's first official celebration. Yay! Cam was the first to cheer. The Moonlight Swan. That's one of the finest restaurants in the royal capital. Miss Lilith is treating us generously. Vincent also smiled. Li Wei nodded. Sounds good, it's time to celebrate. The warm orange sunlight bathed dormitory 107. The laughter of the young boys and girls dispelled the previous fatigue and tension, filled with hope for the future. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the dark currents of the royal capital never ceased to surge. Although the Fernandez family had retreated from the fief, the seeds of hatred had already been sown. The fleeing master of decay had vanished without a trace, and the threat of darkness still loomed. The royal family, nobility, and various factions continued to focus their attention on this rising, summoning new star. But at least for now, under the warm sunset and the laughter of friends, Li Wei could temporarily set down those heavy burdens and enjoy this rare moment of relaxation and warmth. The road ahead is long and fraught with obstacles. But with companions by his side, strength in hand, and the stars to guide him, he felt no fear. 1 week after Cam absorbed the first drop of pure blood dragon essence, the academy was once again enveloped by the urgent ringing of the bell. This time it was an unprecedented 12 chimes of the highest level of emergency alert. The bell rang shrill and urgent, like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of every student and instructor. All faculty and students immediately gather at the central square. Repeat, all faculty and students immediately gather at the central square. The broadcast, imbued with powerful magic, resonated with an unprecedented gravity and urgency, echoing through every corner of the academy. Cam, who had just recovered from the pain and transformation of the dragon blood body refinement, and was sharing his joy of newfound strength with Li Wei, Lilith, and Vincent, suddenly froze, his smile vanishing. Li Wei's brow furrowed while Lilith and Vincent immediately stood up, their expressions turning serious. The four rushed towards the central square. At this moment the square was already crowded, but the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. On the high platform not only were the Academy's high-ranking officials, including Dean Grant and Vice Dean Audric, present, but there were also several officers in standard Imperial military armor, their aura fierce and weary from travel. Their faces were ashen, with bloodshot eyes, clearly having rushed day and night. Silence. Dean Grant's aged yet commanding voice carried a hint of undeniable weight and urgency. An invisible pressure spread, instantly silencing the noisy square. We have just received the most urgent battle report from the Imperial military. The iron wall defense line bordering the endless wasteland to the north of the Empire has erupted into the largest and most bizarre beast tide in 50 years, since the early hours of 3 days ago. The scale of the beast tide is unprecedented, with preliminary estimates exceeding hundreds of thousands. Even more terrifying is that this beast tide is no longer the chaotic onslaught of the past, but rather organized, disciplined, and even strategically coordinated. According to reports relayed by surviving frontline soldiers at great cost, there seems to be high-level intelligent beasts commanding the tide. And not just one. Hundreds of thousands in scale. These two pieces of news detonated like two heavy bombs in the hearts of all students and instructors in the square. Countless people gasped, their faces turning pale. Although the beast tide is terrifying, in the past the sturdy defense lines and army were able to withstand it. However, once there is unified intelligent command, the threat will increase exponentially. Moreover, the commander is a high-level intelligent beast. That is a being with strength at least at the 6th or even 7th rank, possessing a terrifying intellect comparable to that of humans. The first, second, and third outposts of the Iron Wall defense line fell one after another yesterday, with all defending soldiers sacrificing their lives. The main city, Iron Wall City, is now besieged, the defending troops suffering heavy casualties, and the magical city protection array's energy is severely depleted, requiring immediate reinforcement. The northern gateway of the Empire is in grave danger. Dean Grant's voice struck like a heavy hammer upon every heart. Iron Wall City, the most crucial military fortress in the northern part of the Empire, once breached, the beast tide will surge in, ravaging dozens of provinces in the northern Empire, leading to mass destruction. By order of His Majesty. An officer from the military stepped forward, his voice like the clash of metal filled with a sense of impending bloodshed. The Royal Magic Martial Academy is ordered to immediately mobilize elite faculty and students to form an urgent support team carrying strategic supplies and rush to Iron Wall City. All fourth-year students are conscripted. Third-year students may volunteer. Second-year and first-year students in the top 20 of their classes may also volunteer. Led by Academy instructors, depart immediately. The command was as heavy as a mountain. The square erupted in a commotion, quickly transforming into an atmosphere of resolve and determination. While some were filled with fear, more were boiling with a fervent sense of duty to protect their homeland. Many upperclassmen had already gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with determination. Yet Li Wei's heart sank, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Iron Wall City. Hongya Town was less than 300 miles behind Iron Wall City. It was within the defensive radius of Iron Wall City. Once Iron Wall City fell, the first to be affected would be those small towns and villages behind it which had little to no defense. He might not care about his father Baron Lister, but the townspeople of Hongya Town would be directly exposed to the terrifying onslaught of the beast tide. It would undoubtedly be a one-sided massacre. Iron Wall City must not fall. Absolutely not. Without any hesitation, Li Wei immediately prepared to volunteer. However, someone was quicker than him. Dean. Your Excellency from the military. First-year magic student Lilith Augustus volunteers to join the battle. A clear and resolute voice rang out as Lilith stepped forward, holding a brand new staff of deep blue embedded with a mesmerizing dark blue magic crystal resembling a miniature starry sky, crafted from star core. Her aura had stabilized at the peak of a 5th-level magician, faintly touching the threshold of a higher level, clearly enhanced by the new staff and the gains from this trial. Fourth-year alchemist Vincent volunteers. Vincent calmly spoke, still maintaining the demeanor of a gentle scholar, but his waist and backpack were noticeably bulging, evidently filled with various potions and alchemical products, his eyes behind the lenses calm yet sharp. The three stood together beside Li Wei, united in their determination to advance or retreat together. And I as Li Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety within him, and spoke solemnly. First-year summoner Li Wei's volunteered. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a peculiar penetrating quality. In an instant, countless gazes focused on him. This newly arrived student who had just created a legend made yet another unexpected choice. On the high platform, Dean Grant and Vice Dean Audric exchanged glances and nodded. They were well aware of the strength and potential of Li Wei's team, especially Li Wei's enigmatic summoning technique, which could prove more impactful on the battlefield than anticipated. Approved. The military officer responded succinctly. Yet just then another clear and noble voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. By the decree of His Majesty, the Imperial Princess Elena St. Roland volunteers to accompany the Academy's support team to Iron Wall City. I will bring along some members of the Royal Mage Corps and a batch of urgent strategic supplies. The crowd parted as Princess Elena walked gracefully, flanked by several powerful court mages and guards. Today she was not dressed in court attire, but in a convenient silver-white magical light armor with golden edges accentuating her tall and perfect figure. Her long golden hair was gathered by a silver crown, and her azure eyes were like cold ice, yet held an undeniable firmness and authority. In her hand she wielded a staff made of pure silver-white, topped with a strange gem that constantly shifted with spatial illusions, evidently a powerful magical artifact. The princess is personally leading the charge. This undoubtedly added fuel to the already tense atmosphere and greatly boosted the morale of the students. With even the esteemed princess heading to the front lines, what reason do they have to hesitate? Dean Grant's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly worried about the prince's decision. However, seeing the unwavering determination in Elena's eyes and the formidable court mages behind her, he merely nodded. Your Highness understands the gravity of the situation, but the front lines are perilous. Please exercise utmost caution. I understand, Dean. Elena nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, pausing momentarily on Li Wei before moving on. The list of the support team was quickly finalized. Led by 3 experienced 7th-tier mentors, 2 from the warrior class and 1 from the mage class, along with elite upperclassmen who volunteered and fresh recruits like Li Wei's squad, the total came to about 300 people. Princess Elena and her entourage, about 20 people including court mages, guards and logistics personnel, joined as a special unit. With no time for further preparation, everyone immediately took basic military gear, leather armor, weapons, rations and healing potions, and a specially made battlefield communication badge, then boarded dozens of large military wagons that had been enchanted with acceleration and reinforcement spells waiting outside the academy. The wagons roared to life, and under the protection of a team of elite Imperial cavalry they shot out of the royal capital like arrows, racing day and night toward the northern border. Inside the carriage the atmosphere was tense. Everyone seized the moment to rest, adjust their state, or check their equipment. Cam quietly adapted to the surge of power. Lilith meditated to recover her magical energy, while Vincent conducted a final inventory of his potions and alchemical items. Li Wei leaned against the window watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside, but his heart had already flown northward. The villagers of Hongye Town must hold on. He quietly turned his attention inward, feeling his small universe operating smoothly and powerfully within him. After reaching the pinnacle of bronze, he seemed to have encountered an invisible bottleneck. No matter how he operated the Starlight meditation technique, or attempted to communicate with the dark gold crystal on his chest, he could not advance further. He knew this was due to the lack of an opportunity, a transformation that could only be completed between life and death, or in a special environment. An Iron Wall city, the battlefield that was about to become a meat grinder, might just be that opportunity, or perhaps his burial ground. Are you thinking of your hometown? A gentle voice sounded beside him. Lilith, having finished her meditation, sat next to him, her azure eyes filled with understanding and concern. Li Wei did not deny it. Don't worry too much, Baron Lister is an experienced warrior, and Hongye Town has defensive works. We will definitely arrive in time to defend Ironwall City, Lilith comforted, softly hesitating for a moment before placing something in Li Wei's hand. What he held was cool to the touch, a small droplet-shaped blue pendant that emitted a faint wave of water magic. This is the water mirror amulet given to me by my mother when I was young. It can automatically generate a water mirror shield that can block a single lethal attack. While it may have limited effect against true experts, I hope it can protect you. Lilith's voice was low and her ears were slightly flushed. Li Wei grasped the pendant, feeling the lingering warmth, and the weight of her heartfelt intention, warmth blossoming in his heart. Thank you, Lilith. You must take care of yourself too. Lilith nodded gently, saying no more, simply staying quietly by his side. At the other end of the carriage, Princess Elena quietly looked out the window, playing with the gem atop her spatial staff, her deep azure eyes lost in thought. She seemed to sense something directing her gaze toward Li Wei and Lilith for a moment before slowly looking away. Vincent observed all this, pushing up his glasses, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth before immersing himself back into his research. Cam, on the other hand, was fast asleep with his new magical tower shield in his arms, snoring like thunder, as if he could use it as a blanket even if the sky fell. The wagon continued northward, with the scenery becoming increasingly desolate, fewer villages and towns, and the air began to fill with a faint mingled scent of blood and gunpowder. The sky also appeared gloomy, with leaden gray clouds hanging low as if foreshadowing a greater storm. After 2 days and nights of relentless speed, at noon on the third day a massive black silhouette finally appeared on the horizon, resembling a steel behemoth crouching against the skyline. It was a gigantic fortress made entirely of obsidian and steel. The walls rose 50 zhang high, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. The walls were adorned with a dense array of magical towers, arrow towers, catapults, and magical cannons. At this moment flags waved on the walls, but more prominently were thick smoke flames and countless blood-soaked figures rushing about. Further afield beyond the fortress was a dark, boundless sea of magical beasts surging like a tide. The earth-shattering roars, dying wails, magical explosions, clashing weapons, and trembling walls, countless sounds intertwined, forming a suffocating and terrifying symphony known as war. Ironwall City, we have arrived. The wagon stopped at a temporary assembly point several miles from the city walls. The leading mentors and military liaison officers quickly approached to negotiate with the officers sent from the fortress. Li Wei jumped off the wagon. The biting northern wind mixed with a strong scent of blood and charred flesh hit him, invigorating him and sharpening his gaze to a razor's edge. He looked toward the massive city embroiled in battle, then further north in the direction of Hongye Town. The bronze badge on his chest seemed to sense the overwhelming killing intent and the vast energy of war warming slightly. And the dark gold crystal in his arms seemed to respond to the horrific battlefield atmosphere for the first time, actively sending out a faint yet clear wave of longing and sorrow. Li Wei suppressed the strange feeling within him and clenched his fists. No matter if the path ahead was filled with a million beast tides or high-tier magical beasts, regardless of whether there were unknown schemes, he would never retreat a single step. Because behind him lay the homeland he must protect. Prepare to enter the city. Came the call from the men. The 300 members of the support team followed the officers passing through the temporary camp and took determined steps toward the steel fortress that seemed to burn in blood and fire. The cold winds of the northern border lifted the youth's robes and hair, as well as the banners symbolizing the Empire and the Academy. The siege of Ironwall City welcomed a new force. And Li Wei's journey into another world was about to write a new blood-stained chapter on this most brutal battlefield.